The Giants needed a win to make this a 5-1 homestand and to split this short 2-game series and to send this team off on the road with a win.
Dwight Kuiper on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Look, man. 5-1 homestand. You beat the A's. Webb goes 9, shutout, complete game shutout. He offsets Ross Stripling, who pitched like it was Game 7 of the World Series. You know he wanted that one. And the Giants get a 1-0 victory. They scored 3 runs in 2 games, but you know what? They got a win yesterday, and I'm going to try my hardest this morning to keep it positive. Keep it positive. They get a day off. We get a day off. They're off to Cincinnati. And we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
On to Cincinnati?
On to Cincinnati, baby. I mean, you had to have that one. They got it. I mean, 1-0. And you know what? It's Logan Webb. He needed that one.
I thought it was one of his best starts in clearly about a month. And you can make the argument, because I put the postseason starts to the side. And I know he had a couple really big ones down the stretch in 2021. But in terms of just stuff, I thought it was maybe, top 3 regular season stuff nights that Logan Webb's ever had.
No, I'm with you.
He was brilliant. I mean, he gave up a couple of hits on ground balls. The one to Brett Wisely, like, Brett, make that play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, him and Fitzgerald, man, the ball handling a little bit, a little suspect. But you know what? They're learning.
Really cooled off. And, I'm a little worried about, Fitzgerald had a nice night the night before, but, I'm worried about how the league adjusts to Fitzgerald. Because, again, you go out. This is why I'm encouraged with Ramos. You go out and you do something for a couple weeks, and then the entire scouting community figures out, hey, don't pitch him up and in, or let's try to work him away, or let's start him off with breaking balls, or whatever. And then you have to now adjust to everyone adjusting to you. And I think Brett Wisely's going through it really bad right now, where he was swinging at everything. And now he's just going to have to learn a little more discipline at the plate. He did get a big RBI.
Yeah, he got the only RBI of the game, Shasky. It's a good at bat.
Luciano backing up, tagging up.
Tagging up for first.
I apologize. Tagging up at first base. I mean, we just don't have that kind of speed on this team.
That was some great athleticism right there, some good speed. And Wisely did get the only RBI of the game. Drew a walk yesterday. He's batted .261. Look, I didn't even know if he was going to be up in the big leagues this year. You know what I'm saying? So everything's a bonus. Seeing Luciano bat 8th kind of bugs me. I'm going to get over it. But his speed and athleticism is something you could really utilize at the top of this lineup.
Yes.
You could utilize it at the top of the lineup. So, as Lamont Wade Jr. tries to find his bat, he goes 1 for 4 yesterday. He's scuffling since he's been back from his injury. You just needed to get a win somehow, some way. And credit to Bob Melvin. Credit to Bob Melvin yesterday. Because, we could give him a lot of heat. We've given Bob Melvin a lot of heat for this year, and we've given all the heat to Farhan Zaidi. But Bo Mel, I've scratched my head a few times. And, again, I'm looking at the San Diego Padres, and they're having fun left and right, and it seems like the fans love A.J. Preller again, the GM of the Padres. But Bo Mel sticking with Logan Webb last night, saying this is your game. This is your game. Doval, sit down. You're up. I get it. But this is your game, Logan. And that's what you do. That to me was credit to Bo Mel.
I'm with you.
Because you see a lot of managers today, Shasky, in today's day and age in baseball, they just pull the starter. They don't care.
Well, I have a theory that when you're in the dugout, right, and somebody's dealing, what's the one thing you want to have happen? You want the manager to take that guy out for whatever reason.
Yep.
Whether it's pitch count or going to a different guy or overthinking matchups. When a guy's dealing and is not getting hit hard, okay, because I do think that matters, like the context of not getting barreled up. The last thing you want to do is go to the bullpen in that situation. I don't know if you saw, but they cut to Doval in the ninth inning.
I saw it. I was watching.
And he looked through the Cyclone fence. And again, I'm just reading body language. I thought to myself, do not go to Camilo Doval in this situation.
No, that would have been, A's are scrappy, man. They scrappy. They were hacking at the first pitch of that night. Back at bats like, dude, won't you guys chill for a second? Want to work the count? But that's the A's problem. I was happy as hell because I was sitting there thinking, please do not just let Logan Webb try to finish this.
I'm with you.
This is his game, and he needs it for his confidence. So Giants are 2 games under 500 at 54-56. And good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. All the overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a great night. All the cops, all the firefighters, all the muni drivers. Shout out to our great friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. We will get into some football today. I've been dying to get into some football. There's a lot of news in those. Team USA. Steph Curry really struggled yesterday, but Team USA gets a win. Embiid doesn't play. Tatum starts, whatever.
Well, you know that guy who's a New York Jets fan who walks around here who does, what is he? What's his exact title?
I think what's his name? Justin? Justin,
what's his title?
Justin. He's one of our techs here.
Okay, so he comes walking in his New York draw.
Yeah, he's a New York Yankee, L.A. Laker fan.
And a Jets fan.
And a Jets fan.
Yeah,
he's confused.
Interesting.
There's a lot going on there.
He comes in, he goes, why they paying Curry? He was playing boo-boo. I'll go to Tatum. I go, whoa, hot take around these parts.
Dude,
and I'm butchering his accent.
He's something else. He talks a little.
888-957-9570. Should Kerr have yanked Steph Curry?
Yeah.
He said 21 minutes was too many minutes for Curry.
Yeah, well, probably. I mean, they were attacking Curry. That speed from South Sudan, the Serbian guards are getting at Curry. Look, he's 36 years old. Defense. This is why when we move into basketball season and who starts and who doesn't start, it's going to be very important who you put alongside Steph and Curry. Because defensively, there could be some liabilities there. But, Steph had a bad game. He'll bounce back against Puerto Rico. They'll blast him by 40 or 50, and all will be
Unless Arroyo comes back and plays for them. But wasn't that the game, the Puerto Rico
Carlos
game?
Arroyo?
Many years ago. That broke the dream teams?
No doubt. By the way, we are kind of burying the lead. I know the Giants won, and they won 1-0. And I'm a little exhausted from them. I'm thanking the heavens that they have a day off today. I'm just like, ooh, yes. You know why? With the Hall of Fame game today.
Oh.
And I don't care that Caleb Williams is not playing. I don't care if starters are not playing.
He should play a series.
I agree.
I know it doesn't mean anything. I believe me, I understand all that. But really? You can't play.
We got football back.
I know, thank God.
Football's back.
I know.
Texans, Bears. Hall of Fame game.
I do feel like everyone's really excited for the Texans, and I get it. We are a little aggressive on the whole Texans thing.
What do you mean?
I just feel like we've crowned everyone with the Texans. Now, I could be way wrong, and they just have a monster year this year.
Crowned them in terms of just to be champs? Or?
I just think we're putting them in the, not Baltimore category, but automatic playoff team category. And I just look at the AFC. Someone's going to be left out. There are teams for example, Dolphins, Chargers, the Texans, the Colts. There are so many teams.
You think the Colts are going to step up in the AFC South?
Well, I mean,
you're a big Shane Steichen fan.
I really like Shane Steichen. Yeah. And he's just look at their roster. I think they have a really good roster.
I think the Texans are winning that division.
I mean,
I just
Gardner Minshew was a quarter away from winning it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but the Texans got better. At least on paper, they got better on paper.
AFC South, your thoughts? 888. Yeah, on the real though, I do believe that the hype for the NFL season is it's bubbling, it's percolating, and we're gonna feel it tonight.
We will.
And I was saying this morning, you sent a text, and Tristan Wirfs signs a big deal.
Well, I woke up to that too. Before we get to that, and Trent Williams, and don't forget, DJ Moore signed a big deal. So what's happening with Brandon Ayuk? I'm just looking at the Texans. Nico Collins gets a year older. Mm-hmm. Stephon Diggs comes out there. Take Dell. And then I look at their defense. Stroud, I think Stroud's a stud. Now I like their running back room. I like Damian Pierce. I like Joe Mixon. I love their running back room. Then I love their defense too. Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Christian Harris. They got your boy Azeez Al-Shaair. The secondary, Derek Stingley, the junior, is really good. Jimmy Ward. Yeah. Jimmy Ward, Desmond King the second. D'Amico Ryans. I think the Texans win. That's my pick to win that division. Okay. I think they're back in the playoffs. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, everybody's hyped up. To a point, we all hype them up. But I like their vibe. You like the Titans?
No, I said accept the Titans.
Accept the Titans. Bo Callahan?
I'm out on them. But no, the real deal is that it is going to be very interesting because I do believe the Chicago Bears are in a very unique opportunity here. It reminds me of what the Niners tried to do with Trey Lance, where they had a really good team around a young quarterback on a cost-controlled system. And obviously he's a rookie, so we've got to see him play. But I think it's going to be an interesting case study. And you contrast that with what Bryce Young's doing with Carolina, where it's the exact opposite. We're removing all of our weapons and putting a young player in a position where he has no hope to succeed.
No hope.
And I legitimately feel bad for him.
And the hope with Chicago, I'm really high on the Bears this year. I don't know why.
You've been on that.
That defense, when they made the trade for Montez Sweat, that defense is different. And for some reason, down the stretch, I happen to have a lot of Bears games on my TV. Red Zone, whatever it is. Maybe it was betting. They should have swept Detroit.
It was betting.
They should have swept Detroit.
Maybe it was betting.
They should have beat Cleveland. They should have beat Detroit. They should have swept them. They played really hard. So now they add all the offense. We'll see about them. It's brought up Tristan Wirfs. Because Trent Williams is holding out a training camp. We're going to talk to Matt Barrows today at 8:30. I believe the Niners have the day off today. I'll practice. They hit the practice field again tomorrow, Friday, Sunday. But Tristan Wirfs, who was in the same draft class with Javon Kinlaw, played right tackle, won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, did move it over to left tackle, just signed a 5-year, $140 million deal. 5 years, $140 million. So now he resets the tackle market. Resets it just completely. And Trent Williams is looking, and he said, boy, I'm sitting pretty here. I'm sitting pretty. You look at all these tackles who have now gotten paid. Trent Williams is like number 6.
Oh, my God. What's he going to do?
What's he going to do? Yeah,
but here's what I would say to you is that there's clearly the price tag for left tackle for wide receiver has been going up dramatically over the last, let's just say, 90 days, okay? Because it seems like a new guy is signing a big deal every day. And I'm coming to the conclusion, all of the projections, and I'm not mad at anyone. Like, we try to think that we know, and all of the projections regarding cap and all the capologists out there that have been studying where the 49ers are at and what they can and can't do. And if they're able to find a way to sign Trent Williams to whatever makes him happy and sign Brandon Ayuk, I will never again question the Niners having enough money for anything. No, because honestly, it doesn't make sense. Like, I was told they don't even have the money for Brandon Ayuk, and now maybe they do, and maybe they can free up money. I was told that they can't afford anybody, and they're going to have to move off of this guy and that guy, and everything's going to have to come a year earlier. Nobody knows anything, and this cap is so confusing, and it seems like it's a moving target, and that all of these contracts can be manipulated in a way that it rolls over for this year, for next year, the year after. Bonte, if they find a way to make Trent Williams happy, and they find a way to bring Brandon Ayuk in, I mean, not only is Parag a magician, like on the Harry Potter level, isn't Harry Potter a magician? But like,
wizard.
He's a wizard. Okay, thank you. I cannot question who can go and who. It's just, you know what? If they want him, they can keep him. If they don't want him, then that guy's gone.
Well,
that's literally how we're going to talk about it.
Moving forward. I always thought that you could maybe structure the deal in a way where you could defer money on the back end of the contract. I don't think it's a matter of what they want to pay him or what they can pay him. I think they do have an eye on next season, saying, boy, did we really want to pay? Because now I think their shift is focused into, well, you know what? Should we pay Diamador Lenore? Should we pay Travarius Ward? Should we pay Hufanga?
Aaron Banks.
What do you do with Aaron Banks? And is Ricky Pearsall the real deal? And then what do we do with Debo?
Yeah.
So I think they have the money to give Ayuk. It's just a matter that they just don't want to give the money to Ayuk. That's what my belief is.
Well, and like, when you allocate when he gets certain bonuses, and where does it hit your books? Does it hit your books in 2024?
Right.
But he sees some of the money in 2025. Does it hit it? Like, it just doesn't
hit
make
it right
any
away?
sense.
Does it hit right away? So
yeah, I don't know.
I really, maybe we could ask Matt Barrows that. He understands the cap a little. Like, the cap is, they change the cap all the time. Like, again, that offseason a couple of years ago, all these teams, the Rams are over $100 million over the cap,
Saints,
and this and the guy.
yearly.
And it was just like, wait, how are they signing these guys back? How are they ripping up contracts and giving guys new money and manipulating the salary cap? The Rams have done it for years.
Philly's done it too.
Philadelphia's done it for years.
I keep like, where does Philly find the money?
So, I mean, you know what? I hope they do find the money, and I want these players to get paid. I want Brandon Ayuk to get paid. DJ Moore just got the 4-year, $110 million deal. Another one. And DJ Moore's a really good player. He produced all those numbers with Justin Fields. You know what I'm saying? With Justin Fields, we know he takes a while to throw the ball I said Bo Callahan, by the way. Brian Callahan from Tennessee. I said Bo Callahan from draft day. Anyway, Tristan Wirfs. Since we're on the subject of Trent Williams, we'll get to our nights of sleep because last night sucked. Highest paid offensive lineman in per year average. Andrew Thomas, $23.5 million, New York Giants. Larry Tunsil, Texans, $25 million. Christian Darrisaw, Minnesota Vikings, $26 million per. Penei Sewell, $28 million. Tristan Wirfs, $28.1 million. Wow. So we can expect Trent Williams to want his contract ripped up, and Trent's going to say, I need 28.5.
Or 29.
Or 29, or just give me 30.
Oh, my goodness.
Because he's going to finish in the top 10 of the top 100 players.
Is anybody worried about him not being there?
After last year with Nick Bosa?
So you're with me.
Well, I'm not, it's not so much worried about them. And when you take the chance and you decide to hold out, my thought process goes to, okay, that's fine. You're going to show up on game day? Cool. Because people can overrate practice. And it's obvious that we overrate practice interceptions and we overrate practice touchdowns. And all of a sudden, one guy completes a pass and somebody's like, "Oh my God, it's happening." They're building a report, whatever. But when you come into the season after holding out, and you decide that, I'm going to start making excuses. I didn't come to training camp, so I'm a little slow here, or I'm a little rusty here. No. You don't get to make that excuse. You made the choice to get away from practice and be away from the team. That was your choice. So that's Bosa's a great player, and you see why he's so damn good. And the league knows it. We all know it. He's going to be a problem this year. I really believe Nick Bosa's in line for a big season. But my problem was when I'm looking at the Super Bowl and you got your hands in your hips on the final possession of regulation for a couple plays, and I see you on 4th and 1 just run in with your head cut off because they knew, like Max Crosby, the fact that Kansas City dared to run that play Bosa's way told me everything I needed to know about Bosa's season. You made all the excuses. I'm ticked off. Now you got to make up for it. Don't want to see that from Trent Williams. He misses camp, and he comes in this season and he gives up a couple sacks in the New York Jets and rolls an ankle or whatnot, and he talks about being rusty. That's good. We're going to have a problem with that, Shasky.
It's not that practice interceptions and plays made matter. It's just being at practice matters. I don't know if you've ever heard Tom Brady address the high school team. I forget which one it was, where he's doing this long soliloquy, and it's all these high school football players, and he's basically saying that, hey, look, I know other sports don't believe in practice,
right?
But football is the only sport where you go 6 days, 5 days a week, where we're practicing, and one day we play the game. All the other ones, it's reverse, where you probably play more games than you do actual practice, at least at the professional level. And he was saying, if you're not maniacally obsessed with at least being ready to go at practice, well, then you're never going to get ahead. And again, it's not necessarily for example, Brock could tinker with all the throws that he thinks he can try to pull off and experiment. And this is where Bosa should be experimenting with different moves at practice on trying to beat people. And linemen are going to work on different things. It's not necessarily the who's winning, who's losing, what's happening at practice. It's that you're there at practice and you're trying to hone in your craft. Well, that's what it's about.
Well, just not just being in on practice. Like Brandon Ayuk right now is just chilling and I don't know what the rumor is going on with them, but
did you see him dap up?
Yeah, he dapped up Lynch and he hugged Shanahan. I don't know what's going on with that. Well, that's that he's going to be out.
Well, maybe I'm.
It was like a goodbye. Was it goodbye to you?
No, I saw it as like we're going to work something out. Maybe I'm interpreting wrong.
He's holding in. So that right there to me tells me that he wants to be here.
Exactly.
And he's trying to work a deal out. So I'm not going to look into a handshake with John Lynch. I saw everybody psychoanalyzing it. It was like, does it mean that he's about to leave and get traded? Or does it mean that, no, I'm just saying, the internet's going to internet. But to me, and we got a break here in a second. Let's break here in a second. Let's pick this up on the other side. We got a break. We got a break. We'll finish the thoughts on the other side. Let's talk some 49er football. Giants win 1-0. Good for them. Let's talk some trading camp, though. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
Larry June, I think he's got an album coming out, dude. I can't keep up with these rappers, man. They got everything coming out here. But the Giants, they win 1-0. Thank the heavens. We don't have to rip them. We're not going to rip them today. We're going to leave it alone. I think our message has been heard loud and clear. Heard from a lot of people yesterday. Even Slater. I was
actually
excited about the Giants. He goes, they better win tonight. I feel sorry for the Morning Roast if they don't win, right? I go, well, have you heard us the last 3 days? He goes, all I needed to see was a couple cuts about you guys ripping Farhan. I got the point.
What's up, Slates?
Slates all good.
Cousin.
Dude, other people were hitting me. He was like, Vontae, Doc, you're like crushing Farhan. Do you not like? I was like, dude, I got no problem with him personally. Just don't think he's a good GM.
Well, there's a lot of slurping going on in sports these days.
Whoa.
I mean, just a lot. I mean, it's just, it's so funny. Like,
no, don't do that.
No,
hold on real quick. Last night, it was a 1 hour, 55 minute game. I just want to get this in before you shred somebody with the machete. The game was completed in 1 hour, 55 minutes. Giants' quickest home game in 19 seasons, tied for the second quickest home game at Oracle Park.
Look, I can always tell who grew up playing sports and who didn't by just how they view and talk about sports or write about sports. And never has it more been evident than in 2024 with the oversaturation of podcasts and videos and blogs, and everybody's got a platform, which is great, but it also exposes a lot of people. And
But do you think that matters, though? Like, honestly, if somebody played sports or not? Because there's a lot of people who haven't, quote unquote, played sports and covered a game, and they cover it at a high level.
I think there's a baseline of understanding that you have to have. So, for example, we talk about this a lot. Like, there are a lot of people I know who really love baseball, but they don't know baseball, okay? And I think there are a lot of people that really love football, right? But they don't know football, right? And there's a deeper learning, and there's a lot that I don't know, and I freely admit that. That's why I find it very fascinating when someone like Baldy comes on, because I learn from him, right? And I truly do learn from him. I couldn't do, whiteboard X's and O's in football. I love football, but my knowledge compared to others that are out there, it's just like minute compared to others. And I just think that it's not necessarily that, did you play? When you have grown up in the culture of sports, there's a way that you view it and you talk about it that is endearing to the common fan and the person that kind of grew up in that same bucket. And I think that sometimes we become so obsessed, and I think this goes right back to the Farhan thing, because there is a core of people who didn't play, which is fine, didn't grow up in the culture, and the only way that they can discuss the sport is through a spreadsheet. And to me, it sucks the soul out of it. You know why baseball was so big on the radio for so many years? Because we would discuss the eighth inning reliever versus batter or the play at second base. And you and I could have 50 different conversations.
The double switch, whatever it was. Why'd he pinch hit? Why'd you take this guy out in the fifth inning? All that stuff.
Right. So, for example, you and I were going crazy about Luciano. Right? Well, if I'm running the team and I'm the GM, I'm going with the matchups. Well, he's a left-handed batter, he's a right-handed pitcher, and he's got really good OBP, and I'm going to go with him. It's like, well, what about the guy being a 22-year-old young player who just got a base hit in the inning before?
No, I get it.
Does that matter?
The human element.
Exactly.
The human element of everything.
And
everything
I do believe that on some level, a lot of the data crap, which is good to support an argument, it's good as a tool. It can't be everywhere. Like, you can't just shut down the conversation, because that's not how sports fans talk.
No doubt. I don't want to go that route, though, because I don't know how writers have grown up. I don't know the background of all these media members all across the country. I don't know if they grew up in sports or were immersed in it. I have to figure. This is what I figure, and this is what I guess, because I'll tell you a story. I went back to school at the age of 26, City College, San Francisco. I walked in the journalism department and said, hey, I would like to write about sports and whatnot. Well, do you have any qualifications? Blah, 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 blah. Why is that a drop? That's not a drop. It was in college. And dude was like, do you have any qualifications? And I was like, well, I took a broadcasting class, 4 years ago. So, all right, it's fine. Juan Gonzalez, department chair. Probably should have been writing on school paper. I ended up writing on school paper. So we go down into this convention in L.A., and they had like news writers and political writers and sports writers and all that stuff. So they had little events. So the event for the sports writers was, we're going to get you guys all on this big old bus, this big old mega bus. We're going to ship you out to UCLA to cover a UCLA-Stanford softball game. You're going to take notes. You're going to cover it like a true beat writer. Okay. And we're all these college, we're all wet behind the ear, but it's a bunch of geeks on the bus, right?
Yeah.
And then we're going to go do an on-the-spot competition and write a game story, and everybody's going to get an award, first, second place, whoever it is. So it's whatever. But on that bus, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I just remember that bus ride to UCLA, and it's just a bunch of sports writers flexing their knowledge. I'm thinking to myself, boy, there's a bunch of me's on this bus. We're talking boxing, we're talking baseball. Yeah. Now, there's a couple people who's like, dude, I could not keep up with you guys. This is insane knowledge. Mm-hmm. But that's what so to your point about, hey, were they immersed in the culture of sports growing up? My belief was on that bus going to a softball game in a journalism convention, there's a bunch of us on this bus, and it's wild out there. There's writers and it was just a California convention, so it's Northern California, Southern California, people from Humboldt, people from L.A., San Diego, middle of the sticks, whatever it was. And it was like we were all flexing. It was just, oh, no, this and that, and, well, this happened here. And so I'm under the belief that everybody who ends up writing, now, it may not be the case. May not be the case at all. And I could be wrong here, but I just grew up with the belief that, boy, if you're committing to trying to be a journalist and you're committing to trying to be a sports writer, then you must have grown up and loved it. And whether or not you played it or played it at a high level, you may have loved it because you just don't want to go write a sports column or cover a team on a beat. You had to love it. So I say all that to say, I have to believe that most sports writers grew up loving sports.
Well, like in sports, there are elites, there are mediocre, and there are terrible. It's the same thing with officials, right? Like we talk about this, there's the Steph Curry of officials. I don't know where that individual is, but there's also the Brad Wanamaker of officials. And I think the same thing is said for radio hosts, podcasts, writers, journalism, beat writers.
You got to think that radio hosts, you get into this business, you had to love sports. As a kid.
Yes, but I do feel like this is where I would say is, and like every other profession, there hits a point where I do believe that some people become so disconnected from the fandom and from what made them a fan or what made them get into it. And I think that there's almost not a disrespect, but there's a lack of perspective from the consumer who's getting your product. And I just think that we don't give enough credence to not you, not me, not everyone. There's a segment of people, and you see the athletes do this at times. They don't appreciate the fandom as well as they should.
They don't, so it's funny you say that because I feel like I was in the middle, right? And I point to a post-game show we did, our first ever post-game show at the Hilton Hotel, 2019. Week 3, Pittsburgh Steelers. Niners turn the ball over 5 times. They win the game. Jimmy Garoppolo throws a game-winning touchdown pass to Dante Pettis. Niners are 3-0. I'm losing my mind. And so I thought
it was great.
I was like the fandom hit, but the journalists hit, everything hit. So to your point about, hey man, you lose perspective of the fandom. What happens in journalism, and when you're coming up in journalism, you have to desensitize yourself to being emotional.
I get that.
And in order to provide fair and objective coverage, because at the end of the day, that's what we want as fans, right? We don't want some writer just either you slant it one way or the other way, and you have to take out the emotion at times, and you have to be objective as possible. Now, it helps if you grew up in another market and you end up being placed in another market to cover that team. But if you're like for me, if I grew up in this market loving the 49ers, it's going to be very hard for me to be as objective as, say, I don't know, a Matt Barrows who we have on today, who didn't grow up a 49er fan. I don't know where he grew up. I'm just saying, I'm using a hypothetical. So like if Bagley, for example, who's covered the Giants, he didn't grow up here loving the Giants. He probably grew up, I don't know where he grew up. But
Southern California?
Southern California. So that's Dodger, Angel, Padre country. Yeah. Probably didn't love the Giants, right? So it's probably easier for him to be objective. Now, you can question whether or not he's been objective or whether he's a shill or whatnot. That's a whole separate argument. But I do think that it's tough. If you grew up in a region and you're writing or you're doing radio, it is going to be tough for you to be objective. So, I think guys who are objective, they get it from the fan point. And I think they are fans. Like, I think Steiny, at the end of the day, I think he's a fan. I saw him courtside at a Warriors game one time. He's clapping.
Steiny wants the team to do well.
Yeah, he's a fan at times, but he's got to keep a perspective. But he knows that as a writer, if the Warriors are doing good, it's good for business.
Did he ever tell you when he was on with Radnich back in the day when I called in?
Yeah, you ripped him.
Well, I called him a buster. This is like 15 years ago.
You called him a buster.
And it rattled him for so long because the first time I met him, he was like, you called me a buster.
Yeah.
You know how he holds on to things?
Yeah.
This Steiny.
Yeah.
No,
that's where I'm kind of like Steiny. I hold on to things.
But here's what I would say is that, and this is not new. Like Ira Miller and Glenn Dickey and Lowell Cohn and all the guys that were the seminal columnists back in the day, they were the equivalent of the radio host, the blogger, the podcaster, the YouTuber, and they were very controversial. Some were homers, some would rip. And I do believe that now, more than ever, it's like we're cartoon characters of the old writers where I do believe the coverage of certain teams, and this is not exclusive to the Bay Area market, it's everywhere. Being a homer is very lucrative. Being a hater is very lucrative. Yeah. And so it's very difficult for the fan to sift through practice coverage that you're talking about. Like, is Brock Purdy the next Joe Montana at practice, or is he the next Troy Smith?
But let's also be real, though. You got to understand, the consumer, the fans. There's a lot of fans. There's different level of fans. There's fanatics.
No doubt.
There's casuals. There's people who just want to come around when the games get bigger and bigger and bigger. They come around for the playoffs. There's fans who don't watch every single day. So, you know what? Sometimes that's where I'm like, the hell with the fans. I'm one of the biggest homers in this market. Look at all the heat I get from Giants fans on a day-to-day basis.
Well, and I know you care than most.
You know what I'm saying?
More than
Look at heat I get from Warrior fans. I freaking love the Warriors. The Warriors have indirectly helped me flourish in my career by being so damn good. So, like, sometimes I hear you when it's like, hey, we don't have any, some journalists don't have the consumer. They don't have any. But sometimes it's just like, you know what? I can write anything, and the consumer's still going to be mad at me.
And that's true.
You know, because fans hold on to things.
But going back to the practice thing. So, like, for example, right now, there's an entire cottage industry of basically explaining to Niner fans, because the fervor is so big, the passion for Niner football is so big. There are fan blog accounts. There's 95.7 The Game. There's the other station. There's 6 or 7 different local news stations. And then how many newspaper outlets and YouTube channels dedicated to breaking down the same exact pass from Brock Purdy at practice. And depending on who you're following, your interpretation of what happened, it's either a 90-yard bomb that was perfectly thrown, slow motion NFL film style, or literally the worst pass you've ever seen in your life, and the world is falling and coming to an end. And it's very difficult to sift through it and find out what's what.
Everybody's sent it at different angles. So I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to go crazy over practice. I'm not going to go over because
I will on certain things.
No, I'm not going to go over.
On what it is.
Because the defense knows the offense. Like Fred Warner and them know what Shanahan wants to do. You know, so Trey Lance, for example, was training yesterday.
Well, I saw it. It wasn't good.
But then I saw some other stuff where they're like, actually, Trey Lance has been good. Yeah, he's got a couple of hitters. So like, I went both routes. And I got 2 different angles of Trey Lance. So anyway, more coming up here on the Roast as we talk more training camp, more football. Matt Barrows, 8:30 here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We love you. We love you. We love you. We do. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate all alone. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Matt Barrows, 8:30 from The Athletic. We're going to get into 49er football here. 49er football is Trent Williams is holding out. Tristan Wirfs signs a new deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at left tackle. He's the highest paid left tackle in football. And, you know, what does Big Trent want now? Big Trent wants to get paid.
What do you think
he
he wants?
Big Trent, dude. Big Trent knows. Hey, as a businessman, he's one of one. He knows his worth because Andrew Thomas and New York Giants got $23.5 million. He's going to make that this year. Laramie Tunsil's making $25 million. Christian Darrisaw is making $26 million per. Penei Sewell, $28 million per. Tristan Wirfs, $28.1 million. And right now, Trent Williams is the sixth highest paid left tackle.
Well, how's he going to survive?
You know, well, he's not going to survive.
Jeez Louise.
How are the Niners going to survive?
Make it?
Well, how are the Niners going to survive without him? How are they going to survive without him?
They can't.
How are they going to survive without him? So, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Where we leave off, Shasky?
Well, you kind of teased something that we didn't get a chance to pay off. I do have something serious I want to say to everyone, and I want to use myself as an example. You know, as we get older, there are things that we neglect and we refuse to see. And thank God for significant others and family members. Like, for example, my mom. Don't forget to go to the dentist. Don't forget to do this. Don't forget to do that. It's like, Mom, I got it. Like, even in my 40s, she's still driving me crazy, right? And it's because she loves me, and I'm very blessed to have that relationship and have her in my life, right? I freely acknowledge that. My wife and my mom have been bugging me about this bump that I had on my head. All right. And I got this bump on my head that started to grow. All right. I know you guys are looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm being real. This is going real here. What?
It's cute, God.
Not one of those bumps. No, not Scarface.
That's just cute.
It's a little growth. Okay.
It's cute, God. No, I wasn't thinking about the white stuff. Trust me.
Okay.
I'm a drug-free type of dude, man.
Sure. I'm not this morning. So, long story short is I had this thing on my head, and when I go get my hair cut, I would get very insecure. It didn't hurt. It was just like a little, almost like a knob on my head. And I got it biopsied, let's say a decade ago when it was a lot smaller. And at the time they had said, it's nothing big. And they had kind of pushed it out, but whatever, it got bigger. Okay. Because they didn't quote unquote remove the shell. Well, I went in yesterday. I had made an appointment, and I got myself so worked up. They're like, we're going to do local anesthesia. Now, do you know what local anesthesia is?
Oh, yes.
What is it?
Yes. Well, it basically kind of numbs you.
Yeah.
It numbs you so you don't feel anything.
I don't like needles. I know most people don't. I don't at all. I worked myself up. Because I didn't eat anything. I was so coffee riddled before going in there. And shout out to all the good people at Kaiser. My anxiety hit so bad. I was like a child. I was like, I'm scared. I made them cover my eyes with a cloth while he did the injection on the needles and stuff. Long story short, that part didn't hurt at all. Your boy's head was ripped open. He cut it open, pushed the thing out. It was like the size of a marble. It was, he said, 3/4 to an inch big.
Yeah.
I had a giant calcified something or other. They think it's 99% non-benign, but I got it removed, and
the Shasky files. That's what Crispy. I'm stealing that from YouTube, Crispy.
What's that?
Because last week you start talking about freeways, and I'm just like, all right, where we go with freeways? And then I start talking about closing Great Highway. It's like, oh no, it's totally fine to close Great Highway.
I love the Great Highway.
So here we go.
My son on a walk.
Here we go. Let's keep going.
Anyway, long story short, I got it removed, and I was floating. I mean, they literally
you got it removed
into your brain,
and you're literally sent it to the thread.
Well, so I happened to be Lubman.
I started to eat lunch, and I was like, "What the? Oh my God, what is that?" Literally sent the photo, 3 different photos to the thread.
Lubman, did you or did you not tell me you better get a photo of that?
Well, yeah, I thought you would just send it to me. I didn't know you would send it to our whole thread too. But I mean, I could get into that kind of gross stuff. I know other people aren't like me in that department, though.
Anyway, I just want to shout out the doc over at Kaiser.
Oh, my God.
And I am floating this morning. I'm not allowed to take anything super strong because they don't want to thin my blood.
Did Michelle come with you?
No.
Did you have family come with you?
This is the best part. They go, you're going to be fine to drive home. This is what they said to me prior. And then afterwards, they're like, it was a little bigger than we thought. And we had to give you a little more, and it's really close to your brain when we numbed you. So just be careful driving home. And your boy was just like, woo! I mean, I should not have been driving home. I ordered Chick-fil-A. I lied down. I could barely sleep. Your boy was gassed up. And so I'm on like way too many Tylenols this morning. Now, I'm going to need the audience's help. I'm floating. Had to miss softball last night. I was pissed.
Floating like some of these balls that Brock's throwing at practice.
All right,
Exactly.
I'm not gonna get into that. Because,
Here's what I would say to older guys. Look, I know we want to show that we're manly, all right, and I know we want to pretend like we're perfect and this and that. On the real though, go get checked. Do it for your significant others. Do it for your family. Do it for the people that you love, because you just never know. Now, I don't know. They say they probably don't think it's anything serious, but you never know. And all I'm saying is, everybody out there, like, just to get real for 1 second, like, we are getting older, all right? And I'm just saying, take care of yourself. If you think that you have something, don't overlook it like I did for a decade. Just go in, get it done. Thank you to the real doctors out there helping people and all their medical assistants. I mean, your boy was like a little baby out there. I was damn near crying. And then afterwards, I was floating.
I love you, man. You were one of a kind.
What? I got a huge scar on the head, and they said it's going to go away. And then the stitches thingies and the glue, it's all going to go away in a couple of days. It's not good.
I'm laughing.
Scar in the meantime, though.
Yeah, I also see
I'm
this
worried
text.
about my receding hairline to begin with.
Well, yeah, you worry too much. You worry way too much.
Maybe hold off on haircuts.
I mean, you said my anxiety's through the roof. So your anxiety's always through the roof.
It is. And, considering 8,000 people here at the station, and myself included, have taken so much time off, I felt obligated to come in and soldier up today.
Oh, God.
And as I was walking in, I was like, whoa, like super lightheaded.
Local anesthesia game.
I wonder who has good attendance here at the station.
Oh, you have been excellent. You carried me this year.
I need some time
Spinoni's
off.
here quite a bit. I mean, Spinoni's out this week, but whenever Spinoni's out, I gotta do more. And this is throwing me off this week because he's so rarely out.
And I'll tell him this to his face, even though I love him. Guru gets a bad rap for missing a lot of time on Thursdays, for example.
Is it a bad rap?
Mark Willard's been out a lot.
Oh, man.
Been out a lot.
I'm with that. I got to read a couple texts here. YouTube and Xfinity Mobile text line. Since you went that route.
What?
That's that Bay Drummer. We know Shasky's entire medical history from this show. We do. We do. Way off the haircuts. Then we have from this is 415. Note to Bonte, do not tell secrets to Shasky. He'll send to all company. Well, but this is Shasky. We know we got to leave some things away from him. No, I'm kidding. Tylenol's bad for your liver. High doses. Don't take more than.
Thanks,
now
Coach.
Everybody's there.
Thanks, Coach.
I mean, a lot of doctors in the YouTube chat this morning.
When the doctor's the one who told me what to take.
Well, I know what I do. When I have a big migraine or a headache, I take 3 Tylenols. I don't take 2. I take 3 because I want that bad boy gone in a heartbeat. There's nothing worse than a terrible migraine.
This is there's not a lot of fat up in the head area against the scalp. It was hurting this morning. I woke up at 2 a.m. and I had it was painful.
So is your hair going to grow back in that spot?
Yeah, it's going to take some time, but it'll grow back in that spot. It's right where I part my hair off to the side.
Man.
Should I show the YouTube audience?
Sure, why not?
Oh, I'm a little worried.
You want to show it. You want to show it. You left yourself.
See if there's definitely people who want to see.
It's
kind of hard to see really anyway.
Yeah, you can't really see.
It was purple and
if you
green.
Didn't say anything about it, I wouldn't.
No, if you want to put it on Twitter or Zoom, go do your thing.
Nah, I'm good.
I could put the lump on Twitter.
I would be careful with that too.
But on the real though, and I know we're going to get back into sports, and Trent Williams had a serious, the guy had a brain cancer and things like that. That was very, very serious. But on the real, I know men like to pretend we're invincible. I'm fine. Go get yourself checked out. Is all I'm saying. Just do it for the people that you love in your life. Do it for yourself.
I love this text from the 415. Everyone is Cal Ripken Jr. in attendance compared to Guru.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's a 5.
That's pretty good.
That's a 5. Fixing the mobile text
That's
line.
pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Since we're on attendance and we're talking about attendance because my attendance in college early on,
the system of this show
was not really good. He is the system here at 95.7 The Game. But attendance, Trent Williams is not in attendance. Obviously, he wants a big deal and. I'm seeing this text, to me, 707, to me, Trent Williams is out of pocket. He was the highest paid when he signed the contract. But again, yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Okay.
And when Trent Williams is playing at a high level as an all-pro, and he's going to be on a top one, what is he going to be in the top 10, top 5, in the top 100, and that means something to a lot of people, especially fans and these players. Well, he's looking at this new money get thrown around. It's like, oh, hold up. I'm not walking into the season, week 1 against the New York Jets as the 6th highest paid offensive lineman in football. Oh, no. Come on, John Lynch. We got to bump it up. So the Niners just said, hey, look, we know this was happening. We knew we were prepped for this. We were talking about it. Then what the hell is taking so long?
Well, we do this thing in football where it's like, well, you could cut a guy at any time. It's like the Niners were trying to cut Jimmy G for like 3 years.
Yep.
And when the way the contract was structured, because at the time he had leverage, they couldn't. Right?
Yep.
Remember that? They literally couldn't. They couldn't get rid of the guy. So like there's a happy medium here. I'm not saying that guys can't get what they think that they're worth, but where do we draw the line? I guess is the question that I keep coming back to. I had a good year. 5 other guys signed. Does every year, every contract need to be renegotiated? Because it sure feels like that. It just feels like that.
If you're a big player, by the way, some breaking news in the NBA. After 14 seasons, Gordon Hayward is retiring. Gordon Hayward, 2017 NBA All-Star in Utah. Wow. Obviously played for the Jazz, Celtics, Hornets, Thunder. Had the gruesome injury day 1 of his Celtics tenure against the Cleveland Cavaliers, where he had that gruesome injury early in that basketball game. Gordon Hayward retiring from the game of basketball. All right, back to football here. Trent wants the bag. Ayuk wants the bag. What's going on with the 49ers here and there? Let's start with this. Let's have some fun. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're going to talk a lot about Brock Purdy today. And not necessarily his money, but some of his Tom Brady quotes. And in the top 100. Brock Purdy named the 28th best player on the top 100 list. Too high, too low, just right. Now, he's above some big-time names. One being Joe Burrow. Fair? Not fair?
Well, are we basing this off last year?
If we're basing it off last year, I think maybe he's too low.
Well, okay. The top 100, are they saying based off what you did last year and then going into this year?
Well, the players vote on it. Joe, top 100 is usually based off of the last season, right? Because guys drop out, guys drop in, guys drop out. So if it's based
on last year,
so if based on last year. Well, if it's based on last year, then
Burrow's hurt.
If it's based on last year, Brock Purdy's too low on this list.
Yeah, but you have guys for example, Fred Warner, I believe, was 11 on the list. And so it's not just quarterbacks; it's old players.
I understand.
So if I was doing the ranking, on the Niners, and I don't know where he's going to end up landing, but CMC's clearly the best player on the Niners. And if you want to say Fred Warner is 15 slots higher, give or take, then Brock Purdy, fine. If they flip-flop, I'd be fine with that too. People are going to dilute Purdy because he plays with a lot of really good players. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's real. The fact that he's 28, to me, it's pretty respectful. I think it's pretty respectful. I don't think it's anything to be outraged over.
Well,
do you?
I'm not going to be outraged over it because it's a list voted on by the players. But it is too low. Brock Purdy was one of the 20 best players in all of football last year, in my opinion. One of the 20 best players in football. I don't care what position. You throw all these positions in a pot. Brock Purdy, in my opinion, was top 20.
Well, let's just go to the Niners. One second. Let's go to the Niners.
No. Hold on. 1 second. Because Ayuk was 66. Now, you look at the top 20, or 20 through 11. C.J. Stroud was 20. Roquan Swift, Baltimore, was 19. Justin Jefferson was 18, despite missing a ton of games. Micah Parsons was 17, down from 8 a year ago. Dak Prescott, 16th on this list. Dak Prescott, 16th.
Well, I think
Jalen Hurts, 15th.
Well, that...
George Kittle, 14. CeeDee Lamb, 13. Josh Allen, 12. And Fred Warner, 11.
So to me, that's like, obviously we're baking in resume when we're doing these things.
But it's based off of last season.
I'm saying the players are. I'm saying the players are going to have, like, they're going to give Justin Jefferson the benefit of the doubt. And I don't agree with it, but what they're probably saying is like, well, Dak doesn't have an all-pro running back. Dak doesn't have an all-pro tight end. Dak doesn't have an all-pro left tackle. Like, I'm just telling you how players around the league do the evaluations.
I don't know how they do I don't know how players do the evaluations.
Dak and Hurts, I don't know how
the players. I'm not going to speak for the players and how they do the evaluations.
Well,
they spoke it off of what happened last year. I didn't watch the video montages. I'll do that over the weekend where they do the little 3-minute montages on each player, which I always love. Those are always great. I never forget the top 100 all-time list when they went to Randy Moss. I was like, wow, this guy was great. It was just like, yeah, of course he was great. But you look at the videos, they're like, damn, this guy was. But Purdy was in the top 5 in MVP voting, right? Would he finish number 3?
Mm-hmm.
Finished number 3 in MVP voting.
Based off the whatever AP or whatever the writers.
Brock Purdy, in my opinion, had a better season than Dak Prescott. I don't care who was surrounding him on the football field. It is what it is. Dallas Cowboys throw the ball a lot more than the 49ers. And you look at Brock Purdy maximizing his pass attempts. Brandon Ayuk maximizing his targets. Christian McCaffrey, of course, maximizing all his touches. But if it's based off last season, how the hell can the players say that Dak had a better year? Or forget Dak. Jalen Hurts is 15th on this list. Jalen Hurts have a better year than Brock Purdy?
No, and he has weapons too.
He has a lot of...
No.
A.J. Brown could arguably be a top 5 wide receiver. Devontae Smith arguably could be a top 10 wide receiver. If Dallas Goedert is healthy, he arguably could be a top 10 tight end. His offensive line, Lane Johnson, Dickerson, Jason Kelsey last year, his line was legit. And DeAndre Swift ain't no chump at running back. So Jalen Hurts is 15th. Brock Purdy's 28th. My argument is Brock Purdy's too low.
Well, I think, and again, that's fine. 28 is fine. I have zero issue with it.
I'm just saying.
No, I know, but here's what I would say to you. When the players do this, I don't think players grind all 16 or 17 weeks of film for every single player. Like, it's, hey, did we play you? Am I watching you? And I think that if you think about a couple of the standalone games, not the Sunday night games, because I'm not sure how many guys on Sunday night are fully tapped in.
Oh, these players watch. You see the receiver, Doc? These players are all watching other games.
No, I know.
They're watching everything.
But they're also celebrating on Sunday nights.
But they watch football. And then you got to think a lot of these teams play each other.
But this is
or for example, not to cut you off, but these players are watching film. They may not play the 49ers, but they may be watching the opponent that plays the 49ers. Yeah. So they're sitting there thinking, oh, wow, you see what Purdy was doing to the defense?
But I'm going back to, and what I'm saying is that the standalone game that really sticks out, I think, for a lot of people is probably the game against Baltimore. Because everybody's at home, they're with their families, they're in front of the television. That was a big-time game, right? It was a lot of people were watching. It's the Baltimore Ravens versus the San Francisco 49ers. And I think a lot of people probably watched the Green Bay game on Saturday night in the playoffs. And so I do believe that that's going to be baked into some of these evaluations.
What about the Cowboys game on Sunday Night Football?
I mean, that was so early in the season, I think people forget about it.
Week 5.
I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But like all these players watch. These players watch. They're watching.
But don't you also think that players, and this is where players are going to be the last to come around on someone who's a guts and guile, instincts kind of a guy. The physical freaks always amongst players, like, wow, that guy's an absolute monster. Those guys always get elevated.
Maybe. But you hear the players talk about Brock Purdy. So many players have come to Brock Purdy's defense. So many players have come to Brock Purdy's defense saying, this guy's a good quarterback. This guy's a really good quarterback. A ton of players, high-level players, high-profile players. This guy's a good quarterback. So, look, this list is not the end-all, be-all. It'd be motivation for Brock Purdy. It's fun. The players vote for it, whatever. I had stopped watching the top 100 for a while because, all right, it's a little jaded. I don't want to get too worked up over it. But when I did see the list yesterday, I was like, wow, Jalen Hurts 15th.
Well,
Dak Prescott 16th.
Forget the quarterback.
It's just 28. I just don't think there was 27. I'm not going to say Brock Purdy's number one, but I do believe Brock Purdy's one of the best 20 players in the league last year.
So Kittle's in front of him and Warner's in front of him.
Yep.
I don't think Kittle's season, even though I know blocking and respect and there's all these, I don't think Kittle's season was better than Purdy's. So I don't think Kittle should be higher than Purdy. If we're just going there,
okay,
right?
let's go there.
Like just going there.
I agree.
So, like Fred Warner, man.
Fred Warner had a DPOY type season.
He had a monster.
I got no problem with Fred Warner.
To me, they should be closer, right? In the numbers. I don't think that, and I'm not trying to rip Kittle. I thought Kittle had a really good bounce back. Actually, it was a great season. I mean, he had a great season. I thought Purdy had an outstanding season.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And like, so if we're saying it, like, who would I flip-flop? Forget the quarterbacks. I just flip-flop Purdy and Kittle.
So you were going to go down to who's the 5 best players or whatnot of the Niners last year. Well, McCaffrey's one.
Uh-huh.
Brock Purdy's in the conversation. No order.
I think Brock's overall season was better than Trent's overall season.
Wow.
And I don't think it's a knock on Trent.
So you believe Brock Purdy's one of the 5 best? The one game that
sticks out to me is like, you know, the Super Bowl, and that's not fair to Trent. But like, I'm probably like, I know everyone left tackle. Oh my God, I get quarterback is even more important than left tackle to me, and on this team, it just is. I don't know. That's the way I view it. So that's fine. But again, we're splitting hairs. You want to take Trent 2?
No, I didn't take Trent 2. I just said Trent 2.
Yeah.
But I have no particular order.
But I'm not taking Ayuk's season over Purdy.
No.
And Ayuk had a great year.
So you kind of proving my point now.
Yeah.
You're kind of coming around to what my original point was, that Brock Purdy was one of the 20 best players in the NFL last year and should be higher on this list.
Yeah, but once you get into the top 30, there's so many great players.
There are. But when I look at Dak, when I look at Dak and I look at Jalen Hurts being 15, I'm saying Purdy's not in the top 20.
Well,
CJ Stroud's up there 20.
Well, I don't. Yeah, that's another one. Like, look at CJ Stroud's numbers. So to me, what are they baking into? Well, look, he's playing on the Texans and he's a rookie, and so like they're putting more into it than just who was better last year.
Yep. So I'm looking at primetime games. They played the New York Giants Thursday Night Football. Brock Purdy started cooking. They destroyed them. Dallas, they destroyed them. Minnesota was a bad loss.
I forgot
2 interceptions.
Was that
Monday Night Football? That was Monday Night Football.
Yeah, that was a bad
Monday Night Football. That was a bad loss.
Yeah.
But you had Thanksgiving at Seattle.
That was a great win.
Great win.
He was good and like really good to great in that game.
Philadelphia game.
I mean, he was awesome. But I think a lot of people were like Debo, but I think Purdy was amazing in that game.
Yeah, Debo was special in that game. So, you got things happening there. But, Purdy, 408, you guys, and others need to stop with this Purdy nonsense. He's a glorified game manager. So,
but he had a great year. Like, okay, you want to say he's a great game manager?
Well, we're going to take some calls on the other side.
He had a spectacular season.
So, top 100, is Brock Purdy too high, too low? Get your thoughts on that. We'll play some of the sound he had with Tim Kawakami the other day on the podcast where he talked about the Brady situation and wasn't necessarily happy about that. And the practice reports. Where are we at with practice reports? I want to ask the fans, how do you consume the practice reports? Who's your go-to reporter when it comes to practice reports? Who is it? Do you trust the information you're gathering? Do you care about the interceptions in practice? Because Brock Purdy threw a lot of interceptions last year in practice and messed around and almost became an MVP of the league. So that's why I'm like, interceptions in practice. And say, hey.
He might have thrown more interceptions in one practice than he did all season.
Yeah, it's
kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. So where are we at with that? That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Big Pun if you out there. Well, I know you probably can't call because you can't keep a clean mouth.
I love his messages.
Mouth. His voice memos are next level.
He said he'd trade his wife for Joe Burrow.
I don't know if I was... Big Pun, I hope your wife's not listening.
She's not.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
He sent us a message yesterday. Vibes, Marquetta, can he hit a curveball? He goes, so Lyric can hit a curveball, and he was praying to Joe Boo. That guy, Big Pun, you're a gift that keeps on giving, brother. We got to meet one day. I got to just talk shop with you. I just want to be in your presence. Does anybody you got guys who live a great life, right? Like Baldy lives a great life.
Oh,
Snoop Dogg lives a great life.
Adam in SF.
Adam in SF.
He's everywhere.
Lives a hell of a life. Big Pun creeping up on that list. My guy lives a good life.
I thought I was feeling pretty confident with that, but all right.
Big Pun hits a voice memo like no other. He's mastered voice memos. He's in Tahoe taking pics with everybody. I mean, he's up there in that category now. Living a great life. That's 888-957-9570. I would love to hear who lives a great life out there. Just like, when they're just traveling, they're worry-free, they're living, they're at every event.
I'll tell you who I want to be. I want to be Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's at everything. Everyone loves Peyton Manning. He's a giant human being.
Yep.
And he's got this like aw shucks quality to him. And if you said you wanted to be Peyton Manning, then I'd say, fine, I'll be Eli. I think that the Manning brothers are just...
Peyton does live a great life.
They're way cooler post-retirement than they ever were when they played.
No doubt.
And I'm jealous of the life that they live.
Peyton Manning does live a great life.
Doesn't he?
He's at every game, courtside.
Everyone loves him.
He's doing the Olympic opening ceremony with Mike Tirico.
College baseball games.
Yeah, I know, dude. He's living.
He's everywhere.
He's living. He is living. What about Brady? I'm surprised you didn't say Brady.
I think Brady doesn't enjoy... No, I'm serious. Like, right now, you and I just ordered burritos.
Right.
Like, Brady be like, oh, is it gluten-free? It's like, bro, you think Peyton cares if it's gluten-free? He's got a little punch. It's a little more relatable.
He just wants to sit on the couch and have a Budweiser.
Yeah, and he's a little more bald. He's just a little more relatable to me. If you said I was Brady, I'll take that too.
I'm looking at Tyler Miller. Shout out to Tyler Miller. He was at practice yesterday. Tyler, call us. Tyler, I want you to call us right now, 888-957-9570. We're going to get to Robin San Bruno in just a second. Because Tyler was at practice yesterday, giving us his update on the Bay Soil podcast. Tyler Miller. I want to hear his update. And you better keep it real, Tyler. Because I heard Brock Purdy was throwing dives out there. So you better come on the station and keep it real. But, Tyler was saying, my life is a constant anxiety trip. I think we all feel like that.
I feel you.
I feel you on that, too. Stressed the hell out right now, man.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Yesterday, the surgeon, he goes, if you're going to freak out, we don't have to do this. I go, no, I'm good. He's like, no. I need to know that you're good.
Wow.
And I'm like,
you were that bad?
My anxiety was really
You're worse
bad.
than Baby Chaz at the doctor's office.
Dude, bad. Needles, bro. I get myself all psyched up.
Oh, my gosh.
And they were like, ding, 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 ding. They were hitting all over the head.
Just do a bump and call it the day. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
Hey, Rob.
You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Big Rob?
Oh, man, same old. But look, though, I think Purdy's rated perfectly. I'm a Purdy hater. I think he did perfect. I just think when they watched that Baltimore game, they watched that Cleveland game, watched that Minnesota game, it is what it is. That's Purdy can be great, but he does have an instance where he's going to throw interceptions. We've seen it against Baltimore. We've seen it against Detroit where they dropped a few. Green Bay dropped a few. So yeah. I think the interceptions in practice are kind of – that's what Brock Purdy is. We didn't see a lot of dropped interceptions from different teams. We lucky we ain't got, we had good luck with it, but – that's who Brock Purdy is.
Wait, Rob, I got to rewind real quick. You did open this call up by saying, I'm a Brock Purdy hater?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really I'm a Kyle Shanahan hater. So,
gotcha.
Kyle, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying in terms of the way Brock, we seen last year when they were missing pieces, when Brock Purdy has to force the throw with no threat of the run game, I think he gets in trouble. And I think that quote he had talking about he trying to be a killer like Tom Brady, in the next 2 practices, he's throwing 7, 8 interceptions. No, we don't need that from you, pal. We need you to be a better Alex Smith. That's it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be Tom. But that's all I got to say.
He's better than Alex.
He's better. Come on. You know he's better than Alex, right, Rob? Oh, Rob, hook up. Rob. Hey, listen, you know what? Rob kept it real. He kept it real. My man said, I'm a Brock Purdy hater. But actually, he walked it back and said, I'm a Shanahan hater. So, therefore, I hate Brock Purdy.
Could you imagine, didn't he say he was rooting for Detroit in the NFC Championship game?
I've said he's rooting
so
for
did he,
Detroit.
fist pump? How did he react when the Niners clinched that game and went to the Super Bowl?
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
He did say that. So I'm rooting for Detroit. I want Detroit to lose. He was hate watching with the Niners gear on. Oh, Rob said Bruno. He's one of our real ones, though, because I got a lot of love for Rob.
I do love Rob. He knows
our first year doing overtime at the Hilton Hotel, he stopped by every time. He'd step by to shake hands and chop it up with us. And he's a good dude. He's a good family guy. He does a lot with the kids, girls basketball.
Anxiety's not a problem for him.
No, it's not. He's chilling.
Yeah, he stays medicated.
He stays medicated. Baseball bat, sit next to Jesus up there at Levi Stadium. But he does a lot. He does a lot for I see him out there with the high schools and stuff like that. Rob's a good dude out there. Let's go to our boy, Tyler in SF. YouTube, Tyler Miller. Tyler.
The bat signal.
Goes to Trey Lance. He heard us. Ooh. Oh, what's going on in practice, baby? What's your practice report? Brock Purdy's looking great, right?
What's good, fellas? Y'all threw out the bat signal. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm kind of down and out right now. But
why are you down and out, Tyler? Whoa. Why are you down and out?
Man, I'm experiencing free agency right now. So this is week 1 of free agency. So I just, you know what I'm saying, go ahead.
Good luck with that. Sorry, man.
Keep on trucking. Yeah. Oh, no, it's all good, boys. You live to fight another day. But for my training camp report, Brock Purdy did look solid in training camp for the beginning of it when I went, but then the interceptions started to pile up. He almost threw one to Fred Warner, threw almost one to Demo, and then started to throw interceptions out of nowhere. A little bit late throwing the Debo across the middle. Still struggles with the deep ball, I would say, even though he hit Debo deep the other day. But I don't know. I think that's just still going to be his problem, y'all. Like, Purdy can do a lot of things, especially better than what Jimmy was able to do, even though the numbers are similar. But I think when he starts to throw interceptions and he just gets into his head, I think it's just a snowball effect, as we've seen with the Ravens game and the Cleveland game. So, I don't know. White Boy Rick, your boy White Boy Rick is killing it against air right now. But
what does that mean?
What does that mean? Does he look good or not? Team drills. Just tell me about team drills. I don't care.
Air right now. Go ahead.
I just care about team drills. I don't want.
Look, Ricky Pearsall is really good against air, really good at the top of his routes. He didn't do one-on-ones when I was there, and he does have a case of the drops sometimes. I think the 4th-string quarterback hit him in 11-on-11 across the middle. Best throw I've seen from the 4th-string quarterback in a while. Ricky caught it right in his hands and dropped it as he got to the ground. So I think drops are only going to be a problem for him, but I mean, he looks the part. He looks like he's 6'1", almost 6 feet, and he moves pretty good. So, I don't know. I would have taken other wide receivers at that number 1 spot in the draft, but we all know Kyle and John Lynch like to play Russian roulette in the first round sometimes, and
Tyler
bet high on White Boy Rick. But yeah. I mean, other than that, the team looks good. It looks similar to last year. We got a whole bunch of talent still, but it just doesn't have that vibe of like last year. Where it was like, okay, we're going to a Super Bowl type of, but this year it just felt like, I don't know, just another practice. Ayuk was there. He was chilling on the sideline. Dre Greenlaw was chilling on the sideline. They both look good.
On the sidelines, they look good. They look good on the sidelines.
Hey, I mean, they look. Dre Greenlaw was walking around. Hufanga was walking around. Like, they look pretty good. Like, they can still go right now. We all know Ayuk's situation, but other than that, I mean, the Niners look like we're gonna win about.
Tyler, you worried about Big Trent? You worried about Big Trent?
The O-line didn't block that bad when I was at practice the other day. We don't have a lot of O-linemen out there. Shout out my boy Banks. He's still holding it down, and Brendo's still doing good. Puny looks solid, but I mean, of course, it's Trent Williams. So,
yeah, no doubt.
Yes, we're going to be worried about not having Trent Williams, but I think he'll be back by the time.
Tyler, here's the most important.
I don't think he wants to do training camp.
Here's the most important. Forget all of the fake YouTube chat accounts that try to pretend to make shots at you. I want to know how do you consume 49er practice when you're not there? Who are your go-tos?
Definitely Grant. Grant is up there. I know he gets a lot of flack. But Grant is up there. I can film all of them, honestly. I like to see everyone. I'm following Dave Lombardi, even though he can be somewhat of a tool sometimes. But, I mean, he gives really good breakdowns. The legend I saw, Matt Barrows, when I was there training camp, Matt Mayoko. I follow all the shout out Brad Graham. Yep. I follow everyone in terms of camp, but mostly Grant, though. Y'all got to give Grant Cohn his flowers, bro. He be in the trenches.
Yeah, no, you know what? That's a good point, Tyler. Thanks for the call, man. Good to hear from your brother and Kryler Miller on YouTube. I told y'all, Bonte also a Purdy hater, too. He only takes calls from these clowns, man. He's a Purdy hater. And I'm thinking to myself, I just was debating with Shasky last segment that Purdy should be higher in the top 100. What the hell are you listening to? Shut up. Delete your account. Anyway, I'm with Tyler when it comes to consuming all the reports. You got to read everybody. Everybody has a fresh angle, fresh perspective. You may find a nuggy dog with we're going to have Matt Burrows on an hour. I'm going to hear his perspective.
So it's like the presidential race where you have people that are far right, far left, and you're moderate. You're right in the middle. You're consuming both sides. I'm consuming everything. And you're just saying to yourself, I'm not feeling either candidate.
I feel all these writers. They do a good job out there grinding, man.
So you're voting for all the candidates.
Yeah, I just think, you know what? I just don't want people to have agendas when they cover it. That's all. Go in objectively.
People know, okay, you have to understand, though, it's a business model also now to cater to what your audience is looking for. So if they're looking for more, and I don't think you're lying, but if you're looking for a little more, rosy viewpoint, you're going to go in some directions. And if you're looking for more criticism, you go in other ones. I think there's a time and a place for all of that.
Right, no doubt. Now, I do get a kick from afar with all the YouTubers and the content creators, and I don't like to say that. I'm not trying to be derogatory towards them or anything like that, because they do a great job. When you get the Ryan Hensleys and the Aponte, yeah, exactly. But you guys are grinding on YouTube, and they're doing their thing. They're putting in time. They're investing time into covering the 49ers and trying to break down the 49ers. But I do get a kick out of just how much beef there is on these internet streets, man. I'm like, man, it's not that serious. We're covering football. We're covering sports. Why is everybody attacking each other? It's weird. It's football. It's back.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen it, B, but in life, there's a lot of friction. There's a lot of friction around the world these days. Yeah. Am I surprised that it's made its way to the 49er channels that are all across the internet streets? No, I'm not surprised at all.
I shouldn't spend no time on this, but it's amazing. And this is to our point. We're just talking about, do writers get fandom? Do they understand their consumer? Mm-hmm. And I kind of counter it with, hey, sometimes it doesn't matter what you write. They're going to hate on you.
Okay.
No matter what, right? No matter what.
Yeah. I put up pictures of my family, and it's like, your family's ugly.
Yeah, right.
It's like, damn.
Damn.
It's hella mean.
Wow, damn. You know what I'm saying?
You can say I'm ugly, right. But I mean, my kid's not that ugly.
So here you go. Bonte Hill can say whatever he says about Brock Purdy. I can say he's in the MVP race. I can say he's going to lead an offense that's going to score 30 points a game. Mm-hmm. I could say, I just said Brock Purdy was too low in the top 100. He was one of the 20 best players in the NFL.
But you didn't say it with enough conviction.
5-0. Bonte, you're an obvious Purdy hater. And I'm not going to read the rest, but I am happy with Brock Purdy. It's just like Brock Purdy is who wouldn't want a guy like Brock Purdy to lead your team? Now, you could pick apart his attributes. You could say he's too small. You could say, well, he's not completing deep ball. Yeah, I want a better deep ball thrower. I want him to complete the deep ball at a higher rate. No doubt about it. But how can you not root for a guy that was the last pick of the NFL draft who took the reins of a job in the midst of Jimmy Garoppolo's played his best football in years? gets hurt against Miami, a game in which Miami scores on the first play of the game. He comes in as a third-string quarterback, as the last pick of the draft, leads him to a win. Then the very next week, outduels Tom Brady on the same field. What's not to like about Brock Purdy?
But this is, I think people...
So my point is, I could say whatever I want, and you'll get a clown from the 510 saying, Vontae, you're an obvious Purdy hater. You don't like Purdy.
I think in sports, so like, I had this happen to me with the Klay Thompson thing. It's like, and this is the analogy I would say to people on the side when I could lay it out. Like, okay, I love Martin Scorsese. I love Robert De Niro.
Yep.
They're like two of my favorite people of all time. He's one of the greatest filmmakers ever. He's got unbelievable classics. I'm going to watch anything he puts out. And De Niro, same thing. But that movie they had on Netflix was terrible. I'm sorry. It was terrible.
Yep.
That movie was terrible. And just because that I am critically thinking and I'm, and that's kind of part of the job is I'm going to say like, hey, like, I didn't think you played really well, or I didn't think you did this well, or whatever. Now all of a sudden I'm deemed a hater. We're not allowed levels of criticism, right? And so it's either all in or all out. And I keep going back to the joke of politics because, Bonte, it's just social media has created echo chambers where you're in one party or the other, and there's no in between. And I've said this to you for how many years? How long have we been working together?
For a long time.
I said to you, B, I think most Americans agree on like 95 to 99% of the same things. You know what we all really want? We don't want to be taxed that much.
No, we don't.
We want to make more money.
Yep,
we want to have more of a livable wage.
Right.
We don't want housing to cost so much. And we want our communities to be safe and for our children to be able to go to good schools.
Right.
I think most Americans agree in all of those things. Right. We're arguing on the fringes about all these crazy things. And so I just think that too many times, like, you're this bucket or you're that bucket. You think Purdy sucks.
Yep.
No, actually, I think Purdy's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Now, can he get over the hump with Shanahan? Like, Shanahan, can they get over the hump? I don't know. I want to see it. But I'm dying to see it.
2 NFC Championship games.
I'm dying to see it.
He got hurt 6 plays into that NFC Championship game. He goes back to the NFC Championship game. He leads one hell of a rally, 24-7, down at the half. And he goes out there and leads them to a Super Bowl. And of course, you fall short in the Super Bowl in the last play overtime. But Brock Purdy, this is what sports is all about. And I think it already is one of the great stories in North American sports history. Last pick of the NFL draft, quarterback in the San Francisco 49ers, and finishing in the top 3 of the MVP race. But now, if he wins a Super Bowl, it's up there with Kurt Waters. It's up there with Tom Brady being a 6th-round pick. It is up there with some of the, and I know I'm omitting a lot of stories here. We go down the list of some of the great American stories that we see in sports history.
Linsanity has nothing on Brock Purdy right now, does it?
Nothing. So what's not to like about that? What's not to like about the defense right now? Because we're hearing the defense is flying around. And we want to get to know Nick Sorensen. We're getting to know him more and more and more. And he's got to coach from the sideline.
Yeah.
Brandon Staley, we found out. Well, I'll let him take it away on where Brandon Staley will be. But here's Nick Sorensen. Yeah. He was talking about this the other day about trying to create turnovers at practice.
Stress the ball. It's always everything. Like, that's hugely what it is. I mean, but as far as like scheme, we're just, every day is just work hard, get better. I mean, that's really it. Taking it day by day. There's no outlandish scheme or anything like that. It's just being detailed in what we do, and that's playing hard, playing physical, violent, having that speed and communication that we have to have, and then it's just executing. But the main thing is our guys are just competing every day. Just work hard, get better. That's your focus every day. Then stuff like that works out, and you get the ball because you're executing, and you create some confusion up front, with guys in his face, and everything just rush and coverage ties together. So it's just about the work, and guys made plays. We got guys that are making plays, and that's important.
The area that I'm most concerned about when it comes to the defense, what are they going to look like without Dre Greenlaw week 1?
Yep.
He's such a great player on game day. We don't talk enough about him Monday through Saturday.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just think as a fan base,
he's a game day guy.
Oh, he's such a game day guy. He sets tones. He makes plays. His speed. He's a team. He's a player that teams are identifying in film study. But I don't think anybody is really we don't talk enough about him. I guess is where I'm going at.
No, you're right. I just love the way, being in Seattle for that Thursday night game when they had the hat and T-shirt game up in Seattle. They clinched the NFC West. and I'm just watching Dre Greenlaw before the game, and I hadn't really locked in on him before. You know, you look at other guys. What's Tebow doing? What's Warner doing? What's Shanahan doing? Where's he at? You know, you're looking at who's doing what. And then Dre Greenlaw's in front of Anna and I's face. Anna's like, man, look at this guy. And he's hitting the helmet. And he goes out there and I'm like, oh, I love this guy's a maniac. He's Alvin Mack 2.0. You know what I'm saying? Alvin Mack for the program.
Absolutely.
You know, and then you think about the way his season played out. And you think about the way he started off that Super Bowl. It is going to be very interesting to see who fills that spot. But you know what? The Niners, as long as Fred Warner's there. Now, Orrin Burks, oh, God.
That was an in-game thing. I'm going to give them more leeway.
Yeah,
that happened in the middle of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, middle Super Bowl. You got to prep them up.
They've had an entire offseason to game plan for this. I hear you, though.
Yeah, but D Winters, you hear that he's turning heads at practice. D Winters, Jalen Graham. Because Devondre Campbell, and I don't know how well he's playing, and we're going to get to Matt Burrows. How's he doing? But it is going to be interesting to see where Dre Greenlaw's at, and do they rush him back? Where's he going to be at when he does come back? Is there going to be any drop-off? Is he going to be stiff? Because remember when Quan got hurt in 2019, Quan Alexander, Dre Greenlaw got those reps, had a big game against Monday Night Football, his coming-out party against Russell Wilson, that interception almost returned it to the house in overtime. He had a monster game. Quan wasn't the same guy when he got back.
No.
And Dre Greenlaw took that job, and next you know, the next season, they flipped Quan Alexander to the New Orleans Saints. And Quan was a good Niner for his time. I like Quan Alexander. He was good for that locker room. Dre learned a lot from him. Fred learned a lot from him. But I do worry about Dre Greenlaw and this injury coming back. Achilles is not easy. Not in football. You know, same thing with Aaron Rodgers week 1. How's he going to be moving? You know? How's he going to be moving? Kirk Cousins, how's he going to be moving in Atlanta?
Well, remember, this is so long ago, 10 years ago, but like Crabtree wasn't the same explosive athlete, specifically in the first year, but he never really was the same. I thought he was better with the Raiders.
He was better with the Raiders, yep.
But that was like a full year removed from coming back, you know? So, yeah, I'm very skeptical on how much of an impact he can have. And I do think that you just lose an element of physicality when you don't have him.
Yep. Nick Sorensen on where Brandon Staley, part of the coaching staff. The Amador Lenore had a lot to say about Brandon Staley, saying that, man, he's opened up my eyes. He's helping me see things. The players are speaking very highly of Brandon Staley. Maybe this is the role for him. Maybe he's not a head coach. Maybe he's a coordinator. Maybe he's a position coach. But where's he going to be on game days? He's going to be on the sideline. He's going to be in the booth. Here's what Nick Sorensen, the Niners defensive coordinator, had to say about that.
Have you decided if Staley's going to be in the booth for games?
Yeah, he's going to be upstairs. Yep.
There you go.
I've seen a lot of videos that people have been posting of him working with cornerbacks. I've seen a lot of videos of him on the sideline. You know, the DC is behind the play on the field, and then he's on the sideline. The only reason why I pause on Staley, if it goes wrong with Sorensen, Staley is going to be the name that you're going to hear murmured over and over and over again. I think it's way premature to even bring that up today. It's just, I already know where this is going.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. They struggle defensively.
Yeah. And to me, like, I'm looking at their defense, and it's like, they've got a lot of different personnel. Like, I'd say 2 of the 6 or so guys are returning of the D-line, the front line guys on that D-line. You've got at least 1, if not 2 new linebackers in terms of playing significant snaps. You're going to have 2 young safeties or 1 young safety and a guy, George Odom, who I believe to be more of a special teams type of a player. Now, I think the corners are quietly the deepest part of the defense.
We've come a long way with the cornerbacks. A long way with the corners.
But that's a lot of new.
It was a lot of concern about corners going into last season. But, you know, that's one spot. I get it. Malik Collins on defense. I think Malik Collins is going to be fine. Leonard Floyd, I think, is going to be fine. Leonard Floyd's a professional defensive end who's good for 8 to 11 sacks of the season. I think he's going to, and he gets to play off of Nick Bosa. And that's where it all starts. You're playing off of Nick Bosa.
A better Nick Bosa changes everything.
You know, it does. So, Drake Jackson, I don't know if he's going to play this year with the 49ers. I have no idea. But really, I look at that defensive line without Eric Armstead now. Malik Collins, there's a lot there for him. There's a lot of snaps for him. Kevin Givens could get a lot of reps. And then where's Javon Hargrave going to be? Because as Sorensen was just saying, the back end works with the front end works with the back end. They all go hand in hand. Now, the one good thing, though, with these corners, Tarvarius Ward and Diamondo Lenore is a hell of a tandem.
It really is.
And the ability to move Diamondo Lenore into the slot if you want. Wow.
I feel like Demo could be a Pro Bowl candidate this year.
I think he's going to have a big year. This guy has all the tools. He has the moxie. He has the swagger. He has the gutso. Tarvarius Ward's playing for money. He's been a very good 49er, a very good Niner at the cornerback spot. And then I want to see what Isaac get on. We'll ask Matt Burrows about him because I want to know about some of these fringe guys. Yeah. How is he doing? Is he going to be is he going to be a third down corner, or is it going to be Ambry Thomas?
Terrell Luter's a guy in the mix.
Yeah,
that they've been talking to. Sammy Womack has kind of been in the mix the last couple of years. So they're very deep at that position. If you ask me right now, I think on defense, that's by far and away corner is their deepest position.
Nick Sorensen said so.
I think, like you said, it's competitive. The guys that we brought in, I think it was about guys have played, but it's a mentality thing around here. You want them to be, okay, are these 49er guys? And I think I said that in the spring, too. And I think kind of everybody has talked about it. We wanted guys that fit us, right? Good players. They're tough. They're going to play with the violence that we like. They love football. You can see it. And when you hear people that talk about them, if you know people, they all say good things about them. It all checks all these boxes. And then when they come, it's like, okay, this guy is us. This guy does fit. He is a Niner. And you kind of feel like that with pretty much everybody that we've brought in. And that's what's been so exciting is the guys are working. Guess what? We've already got this core group of guys that work their butts off. Everyone knows that comes in, they see it, and they're the same way. So it's like, okay, how good can we be? And then how quick can we come together and be like a unit?
So that's Sorensen. He believes they are as deep at corner. And then Sammy Womack III, where is he at? So we had a lot of hopes for him his rookie year. Got banged up last year. Where's Sammy Womack III at? I think he's still serviceable. I still think there's a player there. And then my guy from Florida State, Renardo Green, who's mixing it up with Juwan Jennings. Look, I don't like to put rookies at big spots at corner because, as Tom Brady said, and as Troy Aikman always says, and we've watched this league for many, many years, you see a rookie out there at corner, you're attacking. You are attacking him. So Renardo Green, he's raw. I like him at Florida State. He's physical. But I do believe, man, we feel, for the first time in a long time, I feel really good about the cornerback situation.
Just looking at the defense as a whole, they've been, and I think we've oversaid, like, they're defensive line driven. That's what we've said. I think they've been linebacker driven.
I think they've been D-line driven.
Really?
Everything stems off the D-line, but Fred Warner being there kind of erases a lot of things in the middle of that field.
Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, they've been together 5 years plus. I don't know. I personally believe they're very linebacker driven because those guys can do so many things. Yes, like when they want to hit their peaks, having that defensive line play at its most optimal is when they think they've been at their best. There's no doubt about it. But like the steady Eddie of the entire team has always been the linebackers.
Well, they've been steady, but if this defensive line gets pressure consistently, then you don't have to blitz, and it makes the linebackers shine even more, right? So it goes hand in hand. Like, you need good linebackers. Ask Philadelphia. They haven't had good linebackers. Yeah. We'll see what happens with Devin White and Kobe Dean from Georgia with Philadelphia. But for a long time, they haven't had good linebackers. So good linebacker play is essential. You need good linebackers. Kansas City has good linebackers. But what makes the Niners defense go to another level is when that D-line is humming and you don't have to blitz. You could drop 7 and just rush 4. That is when they are cooking. So, but the good thing is Fred Warner is a good blitzer. He had a good, week 2 against the Rams when they switched up their scheme in the second half and went to more man and got out of that zone defense against Sean McVay and the L.A. Rams in week 2 last year at SoFi Stadium. They used a little more blitz. They started blitzing a little bit more in that second half, and Warner was in that backfield over and over and over again. So, look, you got to be very selective with the blitzing, but what makes this defense go, I believe, Shasky, to another level is when you're just rushing 4 and you're saying, hey, Nick, hey, Leonard Floyd, hey, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins if he's in on third down, or if it's Kevin Givens or whoever it is at D-tackle, go get that quarterback. We don't have to blitz. You can drop 7. That makes all the difference in the world because look at our receivers in the division. Puka, Cooper Kupp in L.A., DK, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Tyler Lockett in Seattle. Arizona now has Marvin Harrison Jr. They've got that tight end, Trey McBride. So if you could just rush 4 and not blitz in this division, I have more power to you. This defense should be cooking.
I'm looking at that top 100 that we were discussing earlier. Nick Bosa was really ranked higher than Brock Purdy last year. based on the top 100. He went 27. Purdy was 28. Is that accurate, Sam Lubman? He can't hear me. Bosa was 27 and Purdy was 28.
All right, yeah, and
does anyone think Bosa was better than Purdy?
That's what I'm saying. Purdy was one of the 20 best players in the NFL. Just said. Purdy was top 3 in terms of impact on the 49ers last year.
I'm just like Bosa in one of the worst years of his career, even the knee injury notwithstanding.
Still a really good player.
27th best player. I'm shocked by that, and obviously Dre Greenlaw slips in at 76 on that one.
How about this one?
Well, I was going to say I think one of the corners could get into this top 100 this year. That's where I was going to go. Yeah.
I'm surprised Tarvarius didn't make it.
I am too. So here's
Tarvarius. Wasn't Tarvarius All Pro last year?
Yeah,
he was the first team All Pro.
He's not in here. So Fred Warner 11, Kittle 14, Purdy 28, Bosa 27, Debo 30, Brandon Ayuk 66. Dre Greenlaw 76, and it says CMC's somewhere in the top 10. You got to believe Trent's in the top 10 too, no?
Oh, he is in the top 10.
So, wow, 9 guys in the top 10, or in the top 100.
Yeah,
that's
9
incredible.
Guys. 9 guys.
That's 10% of the whole list.
Yeah, no doubt. Now 209, is the mobile text line. The Niners D line depth not as great as the 2022 year. That may be true. That may be true. We'll see, though. I like the depth that they did address it, though. They flipped a lot of things. They let Chase Young walk. You let Randy Gregory walk. You cut basically Eric Armstead. You move off of him. We'll see how deep this line is. Now, the Drake Jackson thing is disappointing because that may be just a bad pick. It is what it is. You're going to have misses.
They've been chasing D tackles and D ends to complement Bosa since getting Bosa.
Yep.
And hearing them, and Nick alluded to it, where like they flirted with his brother, and it didn't feel like he was going to get moved. He's a hardball kind of a guy, Joey Bosa. It feels like to have that like rumor out there. God, I wish they would have been able to make that move.
I kind of glad they didn't make the move.
Why?
Joey Bosa can't stay healthy.
Well, that's obvious.
That can't stay healthy. I can't invest that much money. He's a very good player. But he's a very good player who's not on the field.
Yeah.
A lot. So I don't know. The compensation and then if you're bringing in Joey Bosa, he's going to get paid.
That's true.
He's got his money. So what happens with Ayuk? What happens with Trent? What happens with McCaffrey? They're going to hold out. They're going to get their money. Nobody has a problem with it, but we all got a problem with other players doing it. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm good off Joey. Right now, I'm good off Joey. Especially that money. What do you think about Brandon Ayuk being ahead of Deebo Samuel, though? Not only in the top 100 in Madden ratings, he's top of them in the top 100.
Well, Deebo did have the X factor, though, like we were talking about. And I guess Ayuk didn't, yeah.
He doesn't have a star?
He didn't have the X. There's a difference.
Yeah, the X factor.
There's a star and there's an X.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're basing it off last year, Ayuk was better last year. But who do you want to get the ball in the hands of in a game like Madden? Well, it's Deebo.
Ayuk's pretty good on Madden.
No, he's fun.
Ayuk's always like, he's good.
He's fun. The CMC's the best, like the most fun player to play with in Madden.
He's legit.
I mean, CMC's
he's legit.
I can't wait for Madden to come out.
Wait. You like that trailer?
Of course I did.
That trailer. Real quick before we get to the injury report. Matt Barrows 830. 209. 209's text in there. It's on the mobile text line. It's pretty funny. Bonte, do you have do you have floor seats for the Terrence Crawford fight this Saturday? I wish I did.
Is that in Vegas?
It's in L.A.
What's
a
in
lot
LA?
of us are making a trek, flying down Saturday, go to the fight, come back Sunday morning. Terrence Crawford, it's a good card, stacked card. Pitbull, this kid, Pitbull's fighting. He's really good.
Oh, I thought Mr. 305 was fighting.
No, well, Eminem's going to perform there.
No.
Eminem's going to be performing BMO Stadium. That's right. It's going to be great. It's a great car. So
is he going to the old stuff or the new stuff?
I hope the old stuff, but we'll see. The new stuff was. I try to give his album a spin. So in boxing,
rap's a young man's game.
Boxing real quick as we veer off. We'll get back to the 49ers, but the Saudis are into boxing now.
Of course they are.
Yeah, right.
They're into everything, Bonte. They own part of the Washington football team.
So Andre Ward sat down with Terrence Crawford. Andre Ward's doing a podcast now, which I'm not mad at it. Andre Ward's a really good dude. Really good. We need to get him back on the show, by the way.
Are you kidding?
He's
got a podcast? Keep going.
Yeah, so he was talking to Terrence Crawford, and he goes, come on, man, just tell me. Don't tell me the details. But he goes, is that Saudi money real? Are they really throwing it out there? And Terrence Crawford's like, man, they just got money to blow. They got money to blow. So they're into soccer. They're into golf.
Football
with the Washington team, quietly. And now this is their first card in America. I think it's the Ridya season. And Dr. Turkish, whatever his name is, they call him Turkey. He's sitting there and he's trying to make all the fights. And he wants boxing under one banner now, which is great. Like I always thought boxing, instead of having a WBO belt and an IBF belt and a WBC, let me get one belt for one weight class so we can make sure all these guys are fighting each other. So the Saudis are making sure we're getting the top fights. And he's stacking the cards. Like they see what's going on in UFC. And so now boxing is stacking their undercard. So there's like 3 or 4 good fights on this card. I'm really excited about it. So, 209 is asking me about the floor seats. He's asking me, he's breaking it down for me and all that stuff. So, look, it's going to be a great fight. It's going to be a great card.
Who are you picking?
Oh, Terrence Crawford. I think Terrence Crawford would have beat Mayweather in his prime. Straight up. That tweet, by the way, made ESPN ringside. And boy, you want to talk about people crushing people. Who the hell? What's a Bonte? This guy don't know anything. I'm just saying. Crawford's legit, man. So he's going up to 154 and fighting this guy. What's his name? Madrimov. He's undefeated. He's a champion, decorated amateur career. He's good. I think it's going to be a good scrap. All right. That's my boxing spinoff.
No, do it.
It's my boxing spinoff. It's my quickest item.
I have a fun game for us at 9 o'clock.
Why are you looking at me?
Because Sam, I want you to be involved too. I don't think you're gonna. Okay. I don't think you're gonna get this.
Okay, I'm all right. I'm excited for it.
All right,
it's the 1 hour and 8 minute tease.
Join 95.7 The Game, Pat Hardy Park, Friday, September 6th for the Pendelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. And don't forget Matt Barrels 8:30, brought to you by the River Islands Guest Line. It's time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. All right, time for the injury report.
Ow! 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 Ow!
49ers could be getting a key part of the defense soon. This is good news because the 49ers missed this guy last year. Talanoa Hufanga. Well, Kyle Shanahan announced that Hufanga could be on track to return to practice in the next week or two. He still has some testing to undergo, and there is no set date yet for when he will return to the football field. While it is known that he'll make his training camp debut, or when he'll make his training camp debut, Hufanga is confident he'll be on the field week 1. It's the New York Jets. That's right, baby. That's right. He's coming back. So what's the safety's going to look like? I can't wait to get into it with Matt Barrels and his depth chart. Injury report brought to you by Boxer and Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. We're getting to Brock Purdy and leadership and what he's doing in practice and the whole Brady shenanigans. That's coming up here on The Roast on 95.7 The Game. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the students, all the barbers. We got to shout out the barbers. I got a cut yesterday. Shout out to Pat, Dapper Down Barbershop. All the barbers out there, they do the damn thing. They're grinding every single day. Got to shout them out. Got to shout out all the students, all the summer camps, all the teachers working these summer camps. Shout out to all the moms taking care of their babies in the morning, getting them ready to go. Of course, the overnight dancers. I wonder how they're doing this summer. We should go check on them. Want to go do brunch today, Shasky? Gold Club, me and you? With mashed potatoes?
I ordered burritos that should be here any second.
Sam Lubman, Gold Club? Tell you,
Lubman, are you okay?
Lubman went black and never went back. I respect Lubman, but what's going on back there, Lubman? Your energy today, Lubman. I'm not feeling it today. The Giants won 1-0. You should be bouncing off the walls.
Well, I don't know. I mean, every time we get excited, we get talk about Giants here, we just get all in our emotions about it and upset. And I figured, I'm excited about the Giants win. I'm just going to keep that excitement to myself right now because you guys are vibing the Niner stuff right now. I'm not going to get in the way of your guys' vibe.
I'm excited too. They won 1-0. Logan Webb with complete game shutout.
It was it was the ace performance that we needed last night from him. He got his changeup back. Like, if you're going to have the best pitching rotation in baseball, it starts with Logan Webb, and Logan Webb finding that changeup that he's been trying to find all year long. Could that be that's step one? Step two is, do it again every start the rest of the year.
And now we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah. I mean, step two would be like, I don't know, maybe generate some runs.
Well, let's take it easy now. I think we got a good playbook. Logan Webb wrote a really good playbook for the Giants last night. Don't allow any runs. And get at least one, maybe two if you're feeling a little spicy. And I like the Giants' chances the rest of the year.
Hey, man, Ross Stripling that was his game 7 of the World Series yesterday.
100%.
You knew he was going to shut him down.
And he was dealing. 3 runs against the Oakland A's in 2 games. But you know what? You went 5-1 on the homestand. That's the most important part. You went 5-1 on the homestand against the Rockies and the A's. And now we're on to Cincinnati. All right, Giants got a day off. We're going to take a day off from them because we don't want to.
Yeah, so there you go. There's the excitement right there.
Susan Slessor, did she report that Blake Snell wants to be a Giant? The company line, hey, yeah, I want to be here long term.
Yeah, Carlos Rodon told me that same thing one time.
Did he really?
He's like, oh yeah, I love it here. I love to be here for a while. Like, oh, cool, because I still haven't quite learned that athletes will lie to your face if they want to. And so I remember come back to 2022, obviously. I come back thinking like, oh yeah, Rodon wants to stick around. Maybe Farhan's got something. And then, in hindsight, not the best thought.
So I was at dinner last night with some people that should rename nameless. No, big time. Just some good friends of mine, childhood friends. And we kind of brought that up. Like, there's a lot of lying going on. The PR of these teams. So, for example, and I don't have any account of it, but I'll just use it as an example. Was Kuminga part of a deal or not part of a deal for Paul George? You got conflicting reports about that, right? Who's saying what? Lions season in full effect.
So
you get these.
Okay.
You get these
was
players.
Was he or was he not?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just using that as a hypothetical. We don't know. You had conflicting reports. That's the point of it. You had conflicting reports.
Okay. Okay. Following along.
So when you get players to say as point, it's like, oh, players lie all the time. GMs lie all the time. Coaches lie all the time.
Yeah.
Owners lie.
Politicians always lie.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get there. I'm not going to.
We kind of expect that at least.
I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that at all.
Pete Rose is a liar.
Pete Rose is so I finished the documentary with Pete Rose. And let me tell you, you can talk baseball with him all you want to. I personally never want to talk to Pete Rose ever again on the airwaves.
He is
great baseball player. He should be in the Hall of Fame for his baseball accomplishments. But as a human being, yeah, I'm good off him. I'm good off old Pete.
Him and Ty Cobb bear so many resemblances off the field. It's unreal.
Not racist, though. It's not racist.
I mean, okay, but that on the list.
He's
got a million things.
That's a big. Yeah. Ty Cobb was racist.
Well, yes,
out there throwing N-words around like it was nothing,
and apparently killed someone of that color as well. Yes, but that's a whole. Like, there's so many things.
Yeah. Pete Rose Love the brothers. Actually, the Reds told Pete Rose, hey, you're hanging out too much with the brothers.
I do believe Pete Rose did steroids. I mean, the guy who's like his best friend hanging out at Gold's Gym, and he's talking about all these Gold Gyms. I've never worked out in my entire career.
And he's taking pictures with dumbbells.
See him, he's like jacked, dude.
Taking pictures with dumbbells. So,
How are you 40-something years old running that hard around the bases?
First to third is 44-year-old. As a 44-year-old, sprinting full out.
Charlie Hustle for nothing.
Yeah, and that's real.
No, actually, they tell you that is actually a lie on how he got the Charlie Hustle nickname.
Everything's damn near a lie. Everything's damn near a lie. Everything. So,
although he did have a grandma who had a monkey named Pete.
I don't even, it's. So, to your point, Logan, he's like, Rodon, talking to Rodon, that's when I figured out that athletes do lie. No, things just change. They're going to say it in real time, I would love to be a Giant. Because if the minute you say in the middle of the season, right, Blake Snell goes, man, I'm opting out. I'm out of here. So every time he takes him out in Oracle Park and he gets off some runs, he's getting his ass booed off the mound. Nobody wants that. All of a sudden, you alienate yourself, and then all of a sudden, you mess with your future buddy, too, because other teams are saying, wow, that's not professional.
Well, and if you say, like, I don't want to talk about it till the end of the season, you get the Kevin Durant treatment.
Oh, boy.
You can't win.
You can't win.
No, so really, to your point, you kind of have to lie in that situation because the questions will never stop. The attention will never stop. These guys don't want that. They just want to get to the end of the year, and then that's when they'll show their true intentions, and Blake Snell will move on to wherever he decides to move on to.
Right, so the Charlie Hustle doc, Pete Rose, is on HBO Max. But when it comes to lying, I wish Shanahan had lied to Kawakami about the whole Brady situation. Matter of fact, I wish Shanahan didn't even say anything about it.
Well, that's the key. Like when you have a relationship, like, for example, with my wife, and not that I lied to her, but there are certain things that I don't need to tell her because I know they're going to trigger her.
Yeah, you just don't say anything.
That's not me lying, and I'm not hiding things. It's just I understand pressure points, and I don't want to create friction when it's unnecessary.
Exactly.
Am I a bad person for that?
I don't think so.
I don't
you
either.
Just don't say anything.
Well, it also depends on what I'm withholding the information regarding. But
I don't know, Joe.
On this Tom Brady thing, I would have taken the tact of maybe you just don't say that out loud.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just wish John Lynch never said. I was at Patrick Mahomes' pro day, and boy, I called Shanahan saying, maybe we need to rework our whiteboard. Maybe we shouldn't draft Solomon Thomas. Maybe we should draft Watson or Mahomes. Some things are just better left unsaid. So a lot of lying goes on out there. But I'm not going to lie when I say this. I think Brock Purdy could get even better from last year. 888-957-9570. I think Brock Purdy could be even better.
Couldn't even say it with a straight face.
No, that's you. You don't believe
it. Look at me. No.
Don't
project on me. Say it again.
I believe Brock Purdy could be even better than last season.
At
everything. Check downs. Knowing when to run.
You went straight to check downs first?
No. I'm going down the list.
Okay,
it's no order. It's just, I just go down the order. It's the totality of it. You're focused on one thing. You got to listen to the whole. I'm cooking the pot here.
So he could be better at
throwing a deep ball.
All right.
Checking down.
Okay.
Not taking as many chances.
Okay.
Knowing when to run.
Okay.
Hey, if he gets full autonomy at the line of scrimmage, it sounds like he's not. But if he does, boom, there it is. He can be even better. And he had a dream season, right? Maybe a dream season because we're just with the 49ers. I think Brock Purdy could be even better. Another year with Brandon Ayuk. Another year with Deebo Samuel. Another season with George Kittle. Having Christian McCaffrey. Another season working with this lineman. Another season knowing how Shanahan calls a game and fills a game. Another year of experience, seeing everything. Seeing all these defenses that are getting thrown at him. I think there's even more to come with this offense. Like this offense last year was so damn good. So damn good. All right, you look at the offense last year. 29 points a game. Third in the league. Scored 491 points. 491 points last season. All right, let's go. This team offensively. Now, I'm not happy that Jacob Cowing is hurt with a hamstring. I'm not happy that Garinto is hurt with a hamstring that we saw the first day of camp. We saw it right away, right in front of us. He limped up. We're like, yeah, that's about 3 weeks. And yeah, he's about 3 weeks out. You're looking at me like you don't believe this offense could get even better.
Well, I mean, there's two things that you didn't bring up that I think are the areas that I'd like to see them unlock a little more. I'd like to see his legs be utilized more in the offense on design plays.
Well, I kind of said that. I said pick and choose when you run.
Well, no,
I don't want design runs with Brock Purdy.
No, it's not design runs. I'd like to see them just move the pocket at certain times to get him on the run in certain situations. In particular, around the goal line, I just think he can do a little more as a guy that's, sprinting out right, sprinting out left. He does a great job in those goal line situations on like breakdown plays, scramble plays. And I just think that's an element of the offense I'd like to see them open up a little more. I think with their run game, you could do a lot more of that big boot stretch stuff. The other thing is pre-snap, I know that him and Kyle, there's actually been some great conversations on the Tim Kawakami podcast about just like pre-snap autonomy, the ability to make certain checks and certain audibles, certain reads. But I think for me, it's very specific. Can you move a guy like in a situation, for example, like George Kittle? He's an inline blocker. They're packing the paint. Split him out. Use him as your slot guy or split him out right, and he's the ISO guy on the bottom of a formation. Use Christian McCaffrey as a guy that I can identify into a matchup against the linebacker or a safety and use him in the passing game in those situations, and don't just rely on the play call from Kyle Shanahan. I think that's also goes to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and we talked about that. More experience.
Coming off of it a little. But I'd like to see those because I think both of those players can do more in the passing game to alleviate some of the stuff that the Niners need to do in the drop back passing game.
As you were laughing at me and trying to say I was capping right now. But those things were mentioned.
I withheld that information without saying it. No. Might have.
No. You told me I can't say it with a straight face. You told me I couldn't say it with a straight face. I'm saying, look, maybe he gets a little more autonomy at the line of scrimmage, but all those things are true when you're seeing a situation. Now, Shanahan may go crazy, and that's where you may get yourself into trouble because you better hit on those situations. Oh, Kittle's blocking because we know a blitz is coming. But you know what? I'm going to flip the script. Hey, Kittle, go out wide real quick. We're going to space. We're going to linebacker out. We're going to see if it's man or zone or whatnot. But defenses could bluff. They bluff all the time. So, I see a tweet here already. Dab Lubman, you're working quick. I do believe there's another level for this offense. I think they could get to 31 points a game, 32 points a game. They've got weapons, man. And if Ricky Pearsall is who they say he is, and we'll talk to Matt Barrows in about 17 minutes about it, sky's the limit for this offense. They should be able to score at will on teams. Like I'm looking at this, last year you guys laughed at me when I said this stuff. I think they could go to another level. And that's a scary proposition because now I think you could use a little more Jordan Mason. What are these rookies going to do? Defensively, are going to create more turnovers, are going to be able to score defensively, more pick sixes, more fumble-rooskies, more sack fumbles. I'm really high on this offense, Shasky. I don't know why, man. I'm really liking what I'm seeing on this offensive side of football. And they don't have Trent right now. They don't have Ayuk. But don't you think they could get to another, last year was great. But I feel like with all those things said and all that experience, think about what they did against Detroit, down 24-7.
Mm-hmm.
They scored 27 in 2 quarters. And they had to have it.
Yeah.
And they left points on the table. They left points on the board. So I do believe they're going to be able to go to another level offensively. I feel really good about Brock right now.
Is it too aggressive for me to say I'd like to see him throw 40 touchdowns?
No, if that's just what you want. You just want to see have a 40-touchdown quarterback.
Well, I would. Yeah,
that's what you want.
I would like to see that. What?
So, sure.
I'm just going raw numbers. I'm some random.
Sure.
I'd like to see him get to that 40 touchdown mark. I think that'd be cool.
Did a quarterback throw for 40 last year?
I know that the Niner high is Steve Young, like 36 or 37.
36 or something like that.
Yeah, 36 or 37.
He threw 31 last year.
Yeah. I think
40's a lot. 40's a lot.
Well, you got a lot of run touchdowns too, like
McCaffrey.
Yeah. So I'm just asking, when you have your full complement of weapons, is that something that he should shoot for?
Last year, Dak Prescott led the league with 36 touchdowns.
36 touchdowns. Yep. Not one
touchdown passes doesn't include running touchdowns.
So 40 total touchdowns or 40 touchdown passes?
Let's say total.
How many did he run for last year, Brock Purdy?
2?
Brock Purdy ran for 2. So he had 33 total touchdowns. 40 touchdowns? It's not the craziest thing I heard from you.
Dak had 2 more on top of that, so that's 38 total. If we're talking Quest for 40.
Quest for 40.
Well, but why not have a couple counting stats? Have a little fun with it. No?
So you mock me, and then all of a sudden you come over the top 4. You're unbelievable.
I'm just asking.
You're unbelievable, sure.
I'm just asking.
Sure.
You'd be shocked if he got to 40.
No, I wouldn't be, because I think this offense is damn good. And I believe so. Here, 40. If he throws 40 touchdown passes,
what?
You better pay Brandon Ayuk that money, buddy.
Why Ayuk?
You better pay. Why not Ayuk? You
I'm just saying, like,
you think Ricky Pearsall's coming in here getting 12 touchdowns in the season?
What if he's throwing them all to the backup tight end, Logan Thomas? He has a career
all right,
year.
Now you're
I'm just having fun with it now.
now you're reaching.
You're always go back to paying everyone.
No.
As someone that likes to save the organization money at every single turn.
Yeah, you're pro-organization
I'm not out
now.
here giving the bag to everybody.
That's the problem I have with you as a fan.
Why?
Most fans is not pro-organization. They're pro-player. And I'm not talking about the logo. No. I'm not talking about the brand. You're trying to save the organization money.
No, I'm trying to have the most amount of good players as possible.
It always goes back to money
If
with me.
I could,
we all know you are Charles Schwab for a reason.
Well, if I could, I'd have everyone on a cost-controlled, minimum salary. Then I'd have the best roster possible.
Oh, my gosh.
You know that. It's a salary cap league, dude.
Oh, my gosh. David Frisno. Dave, what's happening? What's going on, Dave?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, Bonta, you talking about Brock? He can get better. I believe in that too, bro. I like what I see of Brock. I like his mental makeup.
Yep.
People are going to have their doubts, and that's fine. He might not be able to rate those doubts, but who cares? Who I want to get better though is Kyle Shanahan.
Mm.
You got 10 guys in the top 100. I mean, I don't know what else you need, my brother. And look, he's a great offensive mind. Nobody can deny that. He can draw up some crazy plays and get guys open. That's great. But you also got to be a head coach. You had Mahomes 3 points.
Dave.
You had him 3 points. Yes, sir.
What do you think Shanahan can get better at?
I just think he needs to adapt more. I think he does have a great offensive mind, but for example, the offensive line. He thinks he can get by with Trent Williams and a bunch of guys. And that's his mindset. That's what he thinks it's his way it works. It will work, and it really hasn't in these crucial moments in the playoffs where you got to run the ball or protect the quarterback. That's gotten you in trouble. I just think he's praised as this offensive guru, but if you look in the playoffs, the offense has kind of struggled, for the most part, and the defense has kind of been holding us down. So I think just his willingness to not be so stubborn, maybe listen to your players more, listen to your coaches more, just be a little more open-minded, take some advice, stop looking at your play sheet the whole game and talk to your players, talk to your coaches. We got 10 guys in the top 100. I mean, if that's not good enough, I don't know what else you could ask for.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? So,
interesting.
Yeah.
You good call, Dave. You believe that? Shanahan
needs to be better?
Yeah, where can he get better at?
I don't know, knowing the rules in overtime.
Oh, boy.
Let's start there. He's a really, 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 really good coach, but he's going to have to wear that one. Right? Dusty Baker wore the flipping of the ball to Russ Ortiz forever. Until he won the big one. And I don't think it's that it's tongue in cheek. I'm having fun with it, but at the same time, he's gonna have to wear that. You gotta know it was not a good look. That's all I'm saying. You gotta know the overtime.
No, it's not.
When you're a little loose at media night on Monday, and then on Sunday you got Kyle Juszczyk saying, "Oh, I didn't know the rules of overtime."
At what point have I, if anything, I feel like I've defended Shanahan for a long time. At what point have I ever crushed Shanahan? I actually think that he is one of the best coaches in the league. The guy has to get the big one, which sucks. He's so close. Because you and I have talked about this with Harbaugh. He can't win the big one. What about all the big wins to get you to the very end? I feel like we don't credit those enough. He's great. But that last Super Bowl, man. Oh my God, it's like the overtime.
The last Super Bowl. I thought both Super Bowls he's coached, he's been very mediocre. Like
I think
Super Bowl 54.
We don't look at the first one.
No, we blame Jimmy. That's what the fan. We a lot of people blame Jimmy.
Well, the D too.
Time management, the way he coached that game. Again, I was at dinner yesterday. I brought up the last 4 plays. First down at the 49, minute 49 left, 3 timeouts. The person I was having dinner with, one of them was like, "Dude, like Mahomes wasn't going to score with the minute 30 left." Nobody talks about that. I was like, "Thank you."
Well, here's what I'll say to you. He was actually excellent at doubling up. Last possession of the half, getting the ball in the second half. All year, the Super Bowl time management, the specific clock management within the Super Bowl was not good.
Yeah.
And the choosing of when to be aggressive and when not, it wasn't good.
John Lynch.
It wasn't good.
Timeout. Let's get down the field with 2 timeouts left and let's score before halftime.
But during the regular season, and I know there's advanced numbers on this, and I don't have them at the ready, but they were prolific this year at trying to get the ball back before halftime, scoring, and then either getting it back or getting a stop immediately. They did a great job basically doubling up.
Let's get to Robin in the city before we get to Matt Barnes. Or Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows. Robin, what's happening, sugar?
Hey, you guys, thank you for taking my call. I wanted to call on my birthday.
Wait, it's your birthday?
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Robin. Happy birthday
to you.
Are you 1? Yeah. No. Are you 2? No. Are you 3? No. Are you 4? No. We'll get to 21 and stop right there. We'll get to 21 and stop right there, Robin.
You got to go too far. I'm 63, and I'm going down slow.
Aging like a fine wine, Robin. Aging like a fine wine.
Hey, guys, this is what I want to say. I don't think there's a wrong or right answer. There's multiple answers, that we can give or point out in terms of the Niners. But with Kyle Shanahan, I think he's got too much going on. It's his defense. This is what I want you to call. I think he should lighten up a little bit on the duties. But, York is York is a chicken. He's not going to say nothing to him. Or he might. I don't know. And then I just think I've said this before, and you guys never expanded on me because you didn't buy it, Vontae. But I do think that Kyle Shanahan perhaps should rethink his philosophical approach to how he builds a team. But, I don't think he's going to let that go. I just think that, he'll concentrate on that line, that defensive line, and then he'll go get a bunch of no-name offensive linemen. I'm like, who is that person, and where did he come from, And somebody said, oh, that McDowell was undrafted. I'm like, who the hell is next to Trent Williams? Who the hell is at the center? It just kills. He does that every year. And then he also is mediocre when it comes, to his defensive backs, that secondary. He's gotten very well and got some speed, but if the pressure doesn't come from the line, the secondary gets exposed all the time. Now, that's what I've seen besides some very conservative calls. Yes, we can always do that. But like last year, you got to give Kansas City credit. They made them a one-dimensional team, and they made Brock Purdy throw them. People were saying, oh, Kyle Shanahan messed up because he called 3 passing calls in a row. Well, hell, they couldn't run. What are you looking at? They shut McCaffrey down. They shut him down. He had to go to a passing game. So why are you blaming Kyle for that? I just think when the Niners get their butt whooped, besides the little, I think, mistakes or I think Kyle can go for it more. Besides that, they get their butts kicked in the trenches. When they come down to those AFC teams, they get their asses kicked.
Yep.
Thank you guys for giving me time.
Happy birthday, Robin. All right, Matt Barrows coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking. No compromises. We're getting to training camp. What's happening at training camp? Depth chart battle. Training camp positional battles. What's the depth chart looking like? And linebacker, corner, wide receiver, the latest on Ayuk, the latest on Trent Williams. And then we'll ask Matt Barrows, where can Shanahan get better? Where can Brock get better? All that coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We are back. We are back here on a Thursday. Giants, day off. Day off, and we all need a day off for the Giants. The Giants actually exhausted us for the. I could feel the energy today. I could feel it. Maybe from the fans. The Niners are off. The Giants are off. We're finally in August. It's the dog days of August. And we're just counting down the football.
I got my head cut open.
Yeah, you got your head cut open. That wasn't fun. I didn't get much sleep because Baby Chaz had a rough night. But you know what? We get the Hall of Fame game tonight. We get the Hall of Fame game.
I was thinking about the existence of a child. You know how lucky they are? They wake up every day and get to do cool stuff. Every day.
Oh, they live the best life.
The best.
They run the world. They run the world.
Living off the grid. People just feed them. You cry, someone picks you up. It's incredible. Jealous. Got too many responsibilities.
Get to wake you up in the middle of the night and not care. And then you get a picture and they're laid out in their bed, knocked out. Oh, man. We'll get them both from Detroit in just a second. Mo from Detroit in just a second. We got Matty B. Matt Barrows on. We've been trying to catch up with him, but we had to move some things around this week. But Matt Barrows kind enough to join us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? So, to my understanding, Matt, Niners day off today, huh? Good morning to you.
Good morning to you guys. Yeah, day off for the players. Day off for Matt Barrows.
Yes.
So that's the real message here.
Before we get into training camp and what's happening at training camp and the Ayuk and Trent Williams situation or whatnot, what does Matt Barrows do on a day off during training camp?
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out right now. I have the whole day ahead of me, so it's busy work, paying bills, figuring out why I was charged this, why I was charged that sort of thing. Fun day.
Fun day. It's those days off. Sometimes I sit there on the day off and it gets to be 1 o'clock. It's like, wow, I haven't done anything on my day off. What goes? Anyway, Ayuk hasn't done much at practice. He's been on the sideline with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So what's the latest with him? I don't follow the internet in terms of rumors and all these fake accounts or whatnot, but you see him hugging Shanahan and dapping up John Lynch, and people are making a big deal about it. Was it a big deal? Are we getting closer to Brandon Ayuk actually being on the practice field to play for the 49ers and getting a new deal done?
Yeah, I don't think there's any indication of that. I think it's still kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if any ground has been gained, but I will say that the body language is good. I mean, the narrative out there nationally is that, Brandon Ayuk is so upset and he wants to get traded to the Commanders. He wants to get traded to, this team and that team. But when you see him out there, he is enjoying himself. I mean, early in training camp, he watched half of a practice next to John Lynch. John Lynch sits in center field like a safety does and watches the practice from that vantage point. He had Brandon Ayuk next to him for, a good 45 minutes during a few sessions. And then yesterday he was, on a cart on the side of the field, and he was talking to Frank Gore at one point. He was talking to Deebo Samuel at one point. Like I said, he is doing team meetings. He's doing everything but the practices. So he's been part of this team. And I think that's only, encouraging, I think, for ultimately getting this done. When that happens, I still don't know. The 49ers don't know. Brandon Ayuk doesn't know. But the point is that he's here, and he seems to be enjoying himself.
What about Trent Williams? Any word on where he is, where the negotiations stand, what's going to happen there? Are they connected or not connected to Ayuk? Is there a timeline for either one of them? Are they contingent on each other? I have so many questions on this.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had answers for you. This is something that the 49ers knew about for a while now, certainly since the spring, and it didn't get done. So I don't know whether it's Trent Williams waiting on other offensive tackles deals to get done, and a big one got done this morning, Tristan Wirfs in Tampa Bay. So I don't know if that eases it along. I'm sure that Trent Williams isn't eager to go through a full camp and be out here with the Guardian cap on his head and kind of sweltering for days and days and days. I feel like he realizes that he can get tuned up for the season by maybe half a training camp or 3 weeks at the end of August and into September. So my point is that sometimes with these veterans, they hold out because it's not solely because of this, but they figure, okay, I don't need to be there anyway. Let's just see how things play out, and then we'll start to get things done, say, around August 10. August 10 is the initial preseason game in Tennessee. That's when I think the rubber hits the road a little bit on these holdouts. It starts to get serious at that point. I think the 49ers would love to have Ayuk back before the joint practices with the Saints in Southern California. Mm-hmm. I think that's a very important period for Kyle Shanahan. It's where you've seen some big sort of roster decisions made in the past. They went up to Minnesota a couple of years ago. That's when Brock Purdy really kind of leapfrogged Nate Sudfeld, and the same thing last year with the Raiders. There was some sort of truths known at that point, and so I think that's a important period for the 49ers. And that's coming up in basically 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is unfortunate Trent's not here because I always loved Trent and Nick Bosa working together. And obviously last year, Nick Bosa didn't come to training camp. He came, 3 days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game, and then Trent now holding out. So we'll see about that as we're talking to Matt Barrows here on the River Islands guest line. All right, looking at some positional battles. Obviously, Drake Greenlaw is going to be out for a while. So that other linebacker opposite of Fred Waters, because I hear Fred Waters is having an all-time training camp once again. No surprise, right, Matt? But Devontae Campbell coming over from Green Bay, D. Winters, Jalen Graham. What's going on at that other linebacker spot opposite of Fred Warner now that Drake Greenlaw's out?
Yeah, with Greenlaw out, they need an every down linebacker, and that's going to be Devontae Campbell. He's looked good. He's to his credit, he played every snap, first team snap back in the spring, and he's continued to do that in the summer. He and Leonard Floyd are the two newcomers that have really sort of been Iron Men as far as kind of taking every snap. So that's looking like he's going to be the number 2 linebacker. And the question is, who's the number 3? And they've got some veterans in that spot right now. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles has played there. Curtis Robinson has played there. But what I'm looking for is one of these second-year guys, D. Winters, Jalen Graham, to make a move. And like I was saying, those moves tend to be made at those joint practices. So these two young guys who both played well, both been really physical since the pads have gone on Monday, I think they've got a chance to ascend. And I think D. Winters really is in a good spot to be that number 3 linebacker this year. He's fast. I mean, he made a play yesterday in the backfield. I think every longtime 49ers reporter thought the same thing. He wears number 53, and he comes swooping in and makes a big hit on a running back 5 yards deep in the backfield. And your initial thought was, what's Navarro Bowman doing back out there? The same number, the same kind of physique, the same kind of flashing into the offensive backfield. So arrow up for him. Number 3 linebacker doesn't play a lot of snaps, but number 3 linebacker becomes number 2 linebacker if there is an injury.
Matt Barrows.
That's an every down position. Oren Burks was in it a few times last year, including in the Super Bowl. So that's potentially a big spot.
Shasky's eyes just lit up when you said Navarro Bowman, Matty P. You started something here.
What you got?
You started something. Navarro Bowman, 53. You thought you saw flashes of him. We all got happy right now. We love Navarro Bowman around here.
Matt, give me 2 players surging. You obviously gave me D. Winters, but give me 2. It could be anyone. Established, unestablished players surging, and 2 guys that, not that they're not surging, but you're kind of down on. And it's only a weekend. It's not the end-all, be-all. I'm just curious.
Well, 2 guys who are surging, I'd say Dominic Pooney, 3rd-round pick out of Kansas. They basically had to, install him as the first-string right guard because Spencer Burford is out with a hand injury. John Feliciano's out with a knee injury. And so they're left with a rookie. And I know that Chris Furster and Kyle Shanahan would rather not have a rookie play under the big lights against the Jets on Monday Night Football. But Pooney's looked good. I mean, he's looked unflappable. He's not perfect all the time, but the job doesn't seem too big for him. He's held up pretty well in the one-on-one stuff, which that's really an advantage for the defensive linemen in those drills, and he's looked good there. He had a really nice block deep down the field on the opening play of 11 on 11s on Wednesday. Knocked the safety down maybe 25 yards down the field. So he's got the nice movement. He's got size. Just doesn't have a lot of experience at guard, really. So that's that's the quest for Firster and that offensive line group, is to get this guy ready potentially for a big game on September 9. And the other guy who I just think has looked good, if you had asked me this question last year, I would have said without hesitation, Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk looked great in the spring. He looked great in the summer. He was poised for the big season that he ended up having. The guy who's sort of my Brandon Ayuk this year is Diamador Lenore. It just looked really, really good, really confident. He's going into a contract year, just sort of the same way that Ayuk was, not a contract year per se, but was going to get paid at the end of the year. And so, Lenore is motivated. Like I said, he just seems like he's peaking just at the right time. So those two guys look good. The guys who, I have question marks about are injured guys. And, Isaac Guerrero, fourth-round running back, only played a few snaps before he was hurt, and now he's out for a while.
It was first day of practice, right?
What's that? Yeah, hurt his right hamstring, and a pretty bad strain. So they should be getting some of their other hamstring guys back, maybe at the end of this next chunk of practices. But Guerrero is going to be a little bit longer, and when you're a rookie and you're out for this long, you just fall behind, and you start to wonder, okay, where's the room for him on the roster? And then you start to wonder, okay, does he go on to an injury list to start the season? And all of a sudden you're wondering whether this is a lost rookie year. It's sort of the same way that Cameron Latu's rookie year was lost last year, the tight end. Went on to an injury list and you never heard from him again. So that's one that's got to be a concern for the 49ers. I think that they had designs with him. He's so big, he's so fast as a kick returner, and they have to figure out somebody else to do that this year. And then Jacob Cowling, I think, was another guy that they really liked as a potential punt returner, and I think he's still got a shot at that. Like I said, maybe he comes back in the next few days and starts getting worked into that group, but he hasn't been out there doing that stuff until now, so he's got a bit of an uphill battle to catch some attention.
Matt Barrows here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Russell, Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. All right, a couple more for you, Matt, because I do want to ask you about Shanahan and Purdy, but obviously Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick, has been practicing. What's it look like with Ricky Pearsall? There's a lot of different opinions on him, differing opinions. What's your initial opinion on Ricky Pearsall and how he's looked in shoulder pads here for the 49ers in training camp?
Yeah, he had his first real full practice yesterday, so there hasn't been a lot. But we saw him quite a bit in the spring, and I'm always reminded of that scene from Moneyball where Jonah Hill comes into the scouting room and the Brad Pitt character keeps pointing at him when different players are raised, and Jonah Hill keeps saying he gets on base. He gets on base. Ricky Pearsall gets open. He doesn't always have the ball thrown his way, but he is good at shaking free. He gets open immediately. He's got a quick first step. He's reminiscent of Ayuk in a lot of ways.
So Matt, you're
that's
saying
what stands out to him. Say again.
You're saying he's the Greek god of separation?
He's the Greek god of separation for sure. But yeah, I wonder whether in the pre-draft stuff, when they were asking the scouts about Ricky Pearsall, whether they kept saying he gets open. And, that's obviously the most important thing for a quarterback, especially in this Kyle Shanahan system. And for a guy like that, and when you got a quarterback like Brock Purdy, who's kind of seeing things ahead of everybody else, whose brain just works so efficiently. I think that's ultimately going to become a good marriage.
Where can Shanahan get better this season? Before we leave you, Matt, because we're taking some calls here about Shanahan and Purdy, and I love where this offense is at. I love where Brock Purdy's at, and I don't even want to get into the money that's going to happen next year. I just want to get through training camp and preseason and the season itself. But I feel good about Brock Purdy. And then there's Kyle Shanahan. Where can he prove? Now, this is year 8. I can't believe it's been 7 seasons prior to this. Where can he get better as a head coach, in your opinion, Matt?
Well, I mean, you talk about Purdy and you know, what Shanahan can squeeze out of Purdy, who had a sensational second year. I mean, set the franchise record for yards. I mean, you talk about the San Francisco 49ers. That still, I don't think, really hasn't sunk in. But, you know, the one stat that stands out is that he did have 11 picks. And 11 picks is not a bad number for a second-year quarterback. I mean, it's better than what Jimmy Garoppolo was putting up, for example. But that's a number that can go down. And I think that's an area of improvement for this team. There was you know, 1 or 2 stinkers in there. The game against the Ravens stands out. And towards the end of the year, I think defense started to kind of put together a good game plan against Purdy. I mean, you saw it in the Super Bowl. If you've got cornerbacks that can play that press coverage and lock things up, and, you know, granted, not every team has cornerbacks like the Kansas City Chiefs had, but that's going to be a tactic against the 49ers this year. And Brock Purdy absolutely knows that, and he's been thinking about that, and the 49ers have been thinking about how they're going to adjust. But I think that's an area where they can make an improvement.
All right, Matt Barrows. Enjoy your day off. Hopefully you figure something out there before you hit the practice field again tomorrow down in Santa Clara. Always appreciate the time, Matt.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
Anytime. Matt Barrows, The Athletic, covers the 49ers, does a hell of a job doing it, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We'll get them up from Detroit and Eddie in San Jose in just a second there. But Shanahan, Purdy, the interception is a good one. We didn't mention that. 11 interceptions. Don't want that to swell up. We want it to slow down. We want that swelling to go down. We want single digits interceptions.
Ice up, son.
Ice up. We don't want that baby to be bruised even more. Look, I'm with them. You don't want to turn that ball over. You don't want to throw more interceptions. That's for sure. Like, he's right about that. I can't believe we omitted that, but that's a good point.
Well, it felt like for Purdy, when it rains, it pours.
Yep.
And literally, when it raining, he has a tough time. And when it's, you know, having a tough time with interceptions, it's either like 4 touchdowns and no interceptions, or he throws a couple and it gets a little uglier. So
what do you have? The 5 during the 3-game losing streak, and he had the 4 against the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, that game, you had to keep throwing to stay back in, so I don't think it's that egregious. I see a lot of advanced analytics on interception rate and probable interceptions and things like that, and sometimes you can't control the interceptions. Like, we've seen guys in the flat catch one off the shoulder pads instead of off the hands. It pops up in the air, and a guy makes a play. Conversely, Kittle made a hell of a play on a ball that went off of a defender that should have been an interception, and then he turns it into a reception.
Ayuk as well.
We don't know about luck. Sometimes the ball does just bounce in odd ways for you, depending on the season. So not putting the ball in harm's way is a big deal.
No doubt. Let's go to Mo from Detroit, man. Long time no talk. It must be football season. Mo, hope you've been well. Hopefully summer's been treating you well. How you doing this morning?
And I miss you guys. I go in purgatory between the Super Bowl and August with you guys, and I'm back finally.
I'm not mad at you, man. Welcome back. Trust me.
Welcome
It's
back.
been tough. It's been tough talking football up until training camp, and that Super Bowl loss is still lingering just a little bit, Mo. Just a little bit.
Yep, it does, and that's why I called in. It took me 6 months to finally talk about it. Look, I wouldn't trade Shanahan for anybody. I wouldn't trade this roster for anybody. If you talk about improvement, Shanahan can't talk. Ownership can't talk because they get fined. The fact of the matter is they took away our pass rush in that Super Bowl. A blind man could call 10 holding calls on Boza in that game. And that's the strength of our team right there. And they took it away from us in the Super Bowl. You've seen a little a little excerpt of like when Shanahan was telling the ref, "Hey, look, I don't know if you guys seen that where he's like, they're holding us, so let's just call it both sides if you're going to do that." And the referees didn't throw one flag that whole game. I hate to be a whiner and to say this, but the honest to God truth is Shanahan couldn't do anything to improve. I don't care about the overtime rules or anything. It was Mahomes' Super Bowl. I don't care what anybody says. They were going to do everything they could to do that for him to win. I truly believe that. It took me a long time to think this through, but I'm telling you, the more you watch this film, we did everything right in that game to win. It's just that when they counted, they wouldn't throw the flags. And I'm sorry, it's just the way it's going to go. It makes me nauseated to even want to watch football anymore, to tell you the truth. It's really hard for me.
No, Mo, you got to bounce back off the mat. You got to bounce back off the mat, Mo. Mo, how long you been watching football? How old are you, buddy?
I'm 40. I'll be 47 in September. I grew up in Michigan, and I've been a 49er fan since I was like 5 years old.
Yeah, I remember.
It was either Eric Hipple or Joel Hansen. So
September what? What date?
September 13th.
Oh, wow. 2 days before mine, Mo. No wonder I love you so much, man. Virgo season, baby. Let's go, Mo.
I do. I love you guys. My drive is not the same without you, man. I love listening to you guys. I'm hurt, man. I don't mean to be a whiner.
Nah. Hey, listen. We're all hurt, but you know what? That first preseason game is coming against Tennessee, and we're going to officially flip the page and get locked in on 2024. And it's going to be one hell of a 2024 for the 49ers. Bet your bottom dollar on that one, Mo. Let's go to Eddie in San Jose. Eddie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what you doing, Bonte and Joe? I just want to say good morning. I moved out of the Bay Area up to Northern California, so it's my working back down here today. I just want to say hi and thank you for getting me on the air. Full disclosure, born and raised Giants fan, Raider fan. But my question was really on the whole Brock Purdy thing on them. What are they going to do next year? And is it going to be really that much of a struggle when they have to pay him his money, not guaranteed money, but his money, and they're going to cause more drama because we know how Shanahan is when it comes to making moves like that, and I guess putting the blame on whoever and who they're going to have to sign and not sign. And I just wanted to say, with Ayuk, is he coming to the Raiders, baby?
It's not coming to the Raiders. Pretty Ricky, as Q told Q from down there in Vegas, your boy Q, we love Q. He told us, dude, the only Pretty Ricky I know is the rock band, the little boy band that they had. He named the songs. What was the songs of Pretty? I never liked Pretty Ricky the band. I wasn't my vibe. Maybe it was your vibe, Shasky. It wasn't my vibe.
Yesterday, when I was, laid up on the couch, I watched it was a documentary about, it was like 3 episodes on Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and the guy who's basically a Ponzi scheme expert who eventually got caught. He's like the Jerry Heller of boy bands.
Oh, my God. So
So I don't know about Pretty Ricky, but I found out stuff about Backstreet Boys I had never heard of.
Let me ask you this.
My sister was big into like NSYNC.
Yeah.
Backstreet's back. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I couldn't stand them. I got to ask you, before we recap what Matt Burrow said, because he said a lot.
Yeah.
Really piqued my interest. Said a lot. Especially Pretty Ricky or White Boy Rick, whatever you guys want to call him, Slick Rick, Ricky Pearsall. All he does is get open. That makes me feel really good.
Yeah.
That makes me feel really, really good. But how the hell do you have all this time to play NCAA?
I didn't play yesterday. I was too, out of it.
Get a mountain carved out of your head last night.
Well, that only took 30 minutes.
Okay.
It felt like 4 hours.
Documentaries left and right.
I mean,
Baseball practice.
No, baseball's over it's family time right now. Next 6, 7, 8 weeks. Fall ball doesn't start till September.
She's happy about that?
Yeah.
Oh, she wants you out the house?
Well, no, baseball's, it needs to take a pause right now. Family first.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So no NCAA.
Selfish.
You did play NCAA yesterday?
Softball season did start up.
Well, so softball season started. So how do you have
big
time?
Tournament in Martinez.
You always talk about these shows on Apple Plus with Spadonia Love, and they come in here.
It was on Netflix.
Did you see this Apple Plus show? But it's not just Netflix. It's Apple Plus. It's HBO Max. It's Showtime.
Yeah.
It's Amazon. How? Do you even sleep?
No, I'm up really early too.
When you get about 4 hours sleep?
I have 5.5. That's my sweet spot. I'm like a Marine.
Ugh.
I'm not like a Marine. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, you're not anything
never,
like a
ever,
Marine.
Ever,
You're
the guy's name was Lou Pearlman, by the way.
Okay, Lou Pearlman.
And I'm telling you, it's on Netflix, and I have zero knowledge of, I mean, I know some of the jingles, obviously, from NSYNC and Backstreet. Like, I didn't even know Justin Timberlake was on, I mean, I knew he was on one band, but I didn't know he was on NSYNC. Like, now I know Justin Timberlake, NSYNC. I know exactly now. I didn't know that before. But this guy, Lou Pearlman, I mean, he just, dude, I mean, bad human being.
Yeah.
Scheming people out of money.
I haven't even finished the Bear doc. I haven't even finished season 3 of the Bear.
Bear's kind of overrated.
I see season 3.
Everyone kind of overrated.
Season 3, I'm not feeling it as much as I felt the first 2 seasons, but that's just me. That's just me. Yeah, you don't want to get the Marines pissed off because the Marines they're badasses.
I would never, ever.
Yeah, don't do that because I could see somebody in 3, 2, 1
texting,
how dare you compare yourself to us? I served in this country. You know, there's a guy out there waiting to pounce on your ass about doing that. So we're just joking, folks. We're not. We're just joking, man. Interceptions of Brock Purdy. What do you make of these Brock Purdy interceptions in practice?
Well, when it starts costing them real games, then we'll come on at 888-957-9570. We'll talk about it.
Are you done? Oh, because we've done it at the station.
Oh, we're all guilty.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo throwing 5 picks on 5 straight passes.
He's earned the benefit of the doubt to experiment at practice.
All right, there we go.
All right. Now, again, when it starts leaking into stuff that's on Sundays, Saturday nights for exhibition or whatever day they're playing the exhibition games, well, then it's fodder. I think stuff at practice is practice.
All Ricky Pearsall does is get open. So I want to start there. He did say something about the linebackers. He brought up 53 in NaVar Bowman. I said, what? Got another NaVar Bowman. Niners do draft linebackers very well. They do that. They know how to get the linebacker position down. Very underrated position.
Reuben Foster.
Well, I mean, you know.
I'm teasing.
Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Reuben got hurt every game, and still people loved him.
Yeah.
Loved Reuben, the missile. But can you imagine now? Because I've been, like, Jawan Jennings is a good receiver. But I always love speed from the slot. I love me some speed. Speed kills. And no, I'm not talking drugs. I'm not talking the movie. I'm talking speed on the football field from a wide receiver.
Name one person in that movie.
Keanu Reeves, the headliner.
I'm shocked that you could nail that.
Speed 1. Wasn't there other superstar in that movie? There was 2. There was somebody else. There's the chick.
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. I was going to say Sandra Bullock. There's somebody else in that, but there was a lot of cast. I'm not going to. You don't need to.
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
I would have never got that one. Is that the guy from.
Hey, Miss Cherie.
That's not Baywatch, is it? That's not the Baywatch guy?
Dennis Hopper?
No.
That's David Hasselhoff.
David Hasselhoff. That's who that is.
You got the DH initials. Well,
yeah, that's why I got
That's
confused.
not bad.
He was
That's why I got that.
Now.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is the man in that movie. Speed is
Forget
great.
the Niners linebackers.
It's one of the great TV movies of all time, but television specials. Television movies.
Fun here.
But hold on. Let's get to this 3 wide receiver set.
Oh, okay.
When I'm talking about this offense could go to another level.
All right.
Y'all may not be on White Boy Rick, but I love me some White Boy Rick. I love me some Slick Rick, Pretty Rick. We got to figure out a nickname for him because White Boy Rick may be disrespectful and he's a drug dealer in Detroit.
Rick, can you tell
we'll go
me
Slick
a bedtime
Rick.
story?
Well, let's go to Slick Rick or Pretty Ricky. I don't like calling grown man pretty, so I'm gonna call him Slick Rick. I'm gonna call him Slick Rick from here on out.
Not
Slick Rick,
Ricky!
Not Ricky, who was going to USC. My boy. He was going to USC, boys. Joe's laughing back there. I kind of like having Joe back here. He's kind of my spirit animal. He just laughs. And Joe, I've been knowing Joe for a long time. He just laughs at everything, and it makes me feel good. Makes me feel like I'm cooking right now with hot grease. And this could be just terrible radio. But this 3 wide receiver set now. Now I can't wait for Madden.
That should be the name of our next 5 years.
What?
This could be terrible radio.
This could be terrible radio. But stay with us here. Slick Rick, Brendan Ayuk, and Debo. And you got George Kittle with Christian McCaffrey. My 5 skill sets, my 5 skill position players against your DBs. Oh, my God.
What about Jawan, who's dominating practice?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now you got Jawan. That's what I'm saying. You got White Boy Rick and Jawan. Danny Gray got hurt again, by the way, yesterday. He did. I don't know if you knew that, but Danny Gray got hurt again.
I'll say I've kind of figured it was about time.
It's about
Michael
time for what?
Conforto, Danny Gray, they're both in the same category.
Well, at least Michael
I've had
Conforto.
enough.
Michael Conforto has some good Major League Baseball years.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been a good pro.
Was.
He's been, but does Danny Gray ever?
How many hits do you think he has this year?
Danny, I don't care. Danny Gray, right now, his claim to fame was catching a deep ball against Green Bay in the preseason from Trey Lance.
That's true.
So, Pretty Ricky / Slick Rick with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk get the 3 wide, and you're telling me Brock Purdy can't get better? Oh my God! I can't wait for the Madden to play this, dude. Shanahan has all the toys now. He's got speed, the slot. He's got his prototypical first down, third down wide receiver, one of the most consistent players in football. And Brandon Ayuk at the wide receiver spot. I don't care. I'm gonna ride with you, BA.
Okay.
I'm riding with you, big dog. And then we got the ultimate playmaker in Deebo Samuel, the ultimate X factor. Oh, I'm starting to sweat a little bit. 49er fans, if you're not excited, no, it's not the burrito. Trust me. Maybe it's the lack of water drinking. I don't know what the hell it is. Maybe it's too hot. But I'm thinking about this 3-wide. We talked about the duos last year. How Ayuk and Deebo are the best duos possibly since T.O. and Jerry Rice. Now I'm looking at the trios. And I'm thinking about the Niners in 97 when they almost had 3,000-yard wide receivers. And they were battling the Minnesota Vikings. The Bulls, we got better wide receivers when they had Jake Reed, Chris Carter, and Randy Moss. Now I got Pretty Ricky / Slick Rick / White Boy Rick, whatever the fans want to do. You got Brandon Ayuk and you got Deebo with Brock Purdy throwing these dimes. Oh, my God. You want to get beat by the pass? The Niners can beat you with the pass. You want to go, oh, wait, we got to worry about the wide receivers. We can't go 8 in the box. Then I just handed off to number 23, Christian McCaffrey. I'm starting to get jacked up about this offense.
But am I being a hater by saying, Ayuk's got to get signed in uniform before I can get really drummed up with excitement? It sounds great. I'm pumped.
Amen.
But I'm tempering my expectations until he figures this thing out.
Dude, I'm telling you, if he gets on that field with Pretty Ricky and Deebo Samuel, it's going to be trouble for this league.
What about Juice? Juice getting
that's what I'm saying. We got an embarrassment of riches. So you're telling me this, when you look at me crazy when I say this offense can go to another level, you did this last year when I said it was going to get 30 a game, 30. And they didn't have the 17.
They're a run-first team.
Yeah, but you just told me that they're going to throw the... Well, actually, somebody else was telling me that.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, there was a conversation last night.
Kyle Shanahan is addicted to the run.
He is addicted to the run. But when they do pass, it's going to be pretty. You're going to have a bevy of options. Oh, my God, I'm getting excited. Folks, 888-957-9570. I don't care if he throws for 40 touchdowns. I'm looking at the team. The team. I'm all about the team. All right? There's no I in team, and this ain't about me. All right? It's the team. This offense is about to cook this year. We thought last year was special, folks. Buckle the hell up. Buckle up. You ain't seen nothing yet. And that's why Brock Purdy's going to get his money. That's why Ayuk's going to get his money he deserves. This is going to get pretty, folks. It's scary hours for teams out there playing the 49ers this year on Sundays, Mondays, Saturdays, Thursdays, Tuesdays, whatever hell of the day you want to play the Niners. They're coming, folks. And this offense is as explosive as any in the league. And the O-line, they'll be fine. Was there any worries about the O-line last year? It came up in the Super Bowl because Chris Jones dominated. But,
Fonte, the more you talk,
the more I make you nervous. Come on, this offense is about... Come on.
Of course it is. On paper, it looks amazing. Duh. They were amazing last year. The only box that we're looking to check is, can you win the big one? We know they're really good. They're going to win 10, 11, 12, 13 games. We know that.
I'm feeling really good about this offense, folks.
We know that.
Really good.
It's also August 1st.
Yeah, I don't care. August 1st last year, I was saying this team's going to get 29. You was like, well, there's only these teams, only 15 teams in history, Ponte. You're kind of delusional here. It's like, you just watch. Okay. They're going to slice and dice folks all day long. This team's on a mission. It's operation. You know what? It is August 1st. You're right. It is August 1st. It's officially turned the page on the damn Giants. Goodbye in July. They say goodbye to everybody. The dog days and everything. It is August 1st. As Guru would say, it is officially Operation New Orleans. I'm back, baby. Mo from Detroit, I know you're down on the mat. We've been down on the mat. The hell with that. It's a new season. Let's go get this damn Lombardi, Niner fans. August 1st, it's time to turn the hell up. It's Operation Bourbon Street. And if it's the Chiefs, then damn it, it's the Chiefs. If it's the Ravens, it's the Ravens. I want anybody. I'm taking names. I'm taking chains. Let's go. Let's go. Got Purdy, the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young. We've got, who else? Oh, my God. This offense is going to be so sick. The hell am I down for? Let's go, baby. Darryl in Oakland. Let's go. Come on. It's Operation New Orleans, Darryl.
Absolutely, Bonte. I'm as fired up as you. And I just want to say that I listened months back to your show. And you had, I think it was Gene Washington on, and he talked about how he had Ricky Pearsall in one of his camps. And I still to this day could not believe how he talked about him. It was like the second coming of Jerry Rice. And so if you have that soundbite from that guy, I mean, he said he's basically Jerry Rice on steroids.
I highly doubt.
Hey, Darryl, keep cooking, Darryl. Keep cooking. You know what? I'm here for all that. Hey, you know what, Darryl? You're right. You know what, Darryl? Real quick. Darryl, you're right. Because you know what? When Ricky Pearsall got picked by the Niners, what did C.J. Stroud do? Oh, my God, they got Ricky Pearsall? Ricky Pearsall with Kyle Shanahan? Oh, no. Darryl, you keep cooking. You know what time it is.
Dude, even Brandon Ayuk was like, crap, they got themselves a player. He even saw the writing on the wall. I mean, it was like, Jesus. And so, you know, I'm going to slow my roll a little bit because I love Brandon Ayuk. But, you know, the way I never forgot how Gene Washington talked about Ricky Pearsall. I couldn't believe
Was that on this station?
It was crazy.
Are you sure about that?
It was on your show that I heard it. It was on your show.
Hey, we never talked to Gene Washington, but whatever. I'm here for it.
Do you know what number Gene Washington was?
I don't remember, but he was a
number
baller.
18.
Oh, 18, yeah, whatever. Darryl in Oakland, what's up? Keep going. Keep cooking. Tell me how this offense is going to get better. How are you not excited about this offense, Darryl? Explain to the fan base why you should be excited about this offense.
There's one thing that you said that I'm pumped up about because, you know, I played a little bit of football. And in football, there's two things, offensive line and cornerbacks. If you have a hole in either one of those, it sucks to watch your team. You just told me that our cornerbacks are the best they've been in a while. That gets me super pumped up because, you know, cornerbacks are a hole. And if your offensive line or your cornerbacks have a hole, watching football sucks. And so right now I'm pumped up about that. I don't know our cornerbacks, but the way you talked about them makes me pumped up.
There we go.
That's all I got, man.
Let's go, Darryl. 888-957-9570. There's levels to this. Brock Purdy, how do you thrive in Shanahan's offense? Here's what he told Tim Kawakami.
I'm the kind of guy that I need those guidelines on what to do. And it helps me be efficient. I think if you can play and run our offense of how Kyle and Greasy coach it, and you look back, like you can be such an efficient quarterback. And I think that's what coming down to playing NFL quarterback is all about. If you can be efficient, make the right decisions over and over, and keep your team on the field, you're going to win a lot of games doing that. And so my rookie year in camp, just learning this offense, I was like, oh, shoot, like this is pretty nice.
This is pretty nice. And now he's in year 3. And now Purdy's in year 3. Coming off an MVP-like season. Now he's in year 3. And he knows his playbook inside and out. And he's had an offense to work on that arm strength. He's been throwing the football left and right. Hell, I want Brock Purdy to take a break for a week. Hey, dude, rest your arm, dude. Don't peak too soon. But now, what?
Don't peek too soon.
You know what I mean? Just, hey, man, you may need to dial it down.
Crack me up,
hey, listen,
dude.
like when Herb Edwards came on the station.
Gene Washington never was on our show.
I know he wasn't.
I love Gene Washington.
I know he wasn't on the show.
Okay? Like him and Freddie Solomon, forgotten duos of 49er wide receivers.
Well, if Gene Washington said, he's like Jerry Rice on steroids.
I was like, there's no way Gene would say that.
No, how you know that? He wasn't on our show.
Come on, dog.
He wasn't on our show.
Stanford educated. I mean,
hey,
come
man,
on.
listen.
Gene Washington is one of the most noble men that the Niners have ever had. Like, honest, on the real. Like, Gene Washington is a very understated human being.
He was a great man for the NFL.
That's what I'm saying.
Inside the league offices.
And I've heard him talk before. Him calling a kid who's never caught a pass in the NFL a Jerry Rice on steroids, who Jerry was like the best. Jerry's career looks like it was on steroids, and I would never accuse him of that.
Can you Google and see if Gene Washington said that? But you know what, though? He looks the part, and I got white boy Rick in the slot with George Kittle, Pretty Ricky Slick Rick, and I got Brandon Ayuk, and I'm telling you right now, 49er fans, it's time to get fired up about this offense. We got an offense, we got a defense, we're back, baby. Adversity, we face it all, Niner fans. I've been through the pain with all you guys. We walked out of Las Vegas together. I saw the 13-year-old girl crying, sobbing left and right, like she lost her doggy. You know, I hugged her, and I said, you know what, it's going to be all right. We will be back. Now, it took us a while to get back and get up off the mat. It's taken me about 6 months. But I'm back, baby. And I believe in Shanahan. And I believe in Brock Purdy in this offense, Shasky. I'm not even running material here. I think this offense is going to be one of the best offenses we've seen in 49ers history. I love this Pearsall pick. I'm ready to roll, baby. The hell with being scared about the Kansas City Chiefs. If we're in the NFC Championship game and they're in the AFC Championship game, I'm praying that the Chiefs win because I want to kick the living crap out of them in New Orleans, baby, and sip margaritas on Bourbon Street all night long. It is Operation New Orleans. This is the last dance. It is what it is. It is go time, folks. The hell with being scared anymore. The hell with the negativity.
If we have Rice on steroids, I would not pay Brandon Ayuk, and I would save all the money for Rice on steroids.
It's about the future.
What
we got him on a rookie contract, and we keep Ayuk. We need all the playmakers we can.
Steroids. If that's the case, start him day one.
Listen, I got Rice on steroids and Brandon Ayuk, the number 66 player in the top 100. Let's go. Number 66.
I need Gene Washington to call in just to admit that he never had a conversation with us, nor did he make that statement.
I'm telling you right now.
Because I remember when they were talking about Neighbors, or what's the guy's name who got drafted by the New York Giants?
Malik Neighbors. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 KGMZ FM and H1 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station. Always
they said he was a Brandon Ayuk jetpack or a jetpacked version of Brandon Ayuk. That was the comp, right? And I was like, wow, that's a really good. If someone came out and they were considered, and anyone made a statement, he's like Rice, except only on steroids. I mean, we're talking about the greatest football player of all time, but even better. It's like, come on.
Hey, listen,
we would remember that.
Hey, listen. My guy Daryl is excited. It's okay. It's okay. He should be excited. I'm excited. Are you excited? It's go time. The hell with being scared. The Morning Roast ain't being scary no more about this damn season. You know what? I'll say it right now. It's August 1st. I want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
What a novel thing to think. We only fought each other in the Super Bowl last year.
Listen. If the Niners...
your material's running really deep.
Listen, if the Niners beat the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, sure, I'll be ecstatic. I'll be happy. But I'll also be like Jerry West.
I'm happy with a Super Bowl win.
I'll be like Jerry West. Yeah, we beat the Knicks in the finals, but it wasn't the Celtics. I'll say that. Yeah, we beat the Bills, but it wasn't the Chiefs. That's what I would say.
We've gone from 30 years without a Super Bowl to, if we beat the Bills in the Super Bowl, I guess that's okay.
Nobody believes anything you're saying.
Pretty Ricky's here, baby. Slick Rick is here.
The Warriors won the championship, but it's only the Cavs.
Clock.
More coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
He is doing team meetings. He's doing everything but the practices. So he's been part of this team. And I think that's only, encouraging, I think, for ultimately getting this done. When that happens, I still don't know. The 49ers don't know. Brandon Ayuk doesn't know. But the point is that he's here, and he seems to be enjoying himself.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What is going on, Adam? What's going on, Adam? How's Matt Barrows from The Athletic? Brandon Ayuk's in a good place. He's in a good place. I'm in a good place. What is this? Logan, what did you just send me? What did you send me? What did you send me, Logan?
I don't know which part. I send you a lot of things.
No, you just sent the text. You literally just sent the text.
Just now?
Yeah.
I sent a text like 25 minutes ago.
Okay, what is this text? What is this?
Some stuff the Giants are doing.
What are they doing?
Got some prospects that we've never heard of that are going to be maybe called up soon.
Do you know what the Giants are doing? This is a great segue.
Are you kidding me? What is
sent
this?
you a prospect that might get Encarnacion. He might get called up.
That nobody's never heard of.
That's okay.
We've never heard of this guy. Not one Giants fan has talked about this guy, Encarnacion. He's batted 352 in AAA, 10 home runs.
Have you ever heard me say bird song?
How many people were talking about Pablo Sandoval before he showed up?
Exactly.
Oh, don't go.
Don't hate the player.
Don't go there. Don't go there. People.
How many people were talking about Brock Purdy before he showed up?
Exactly.
Well, that's the truth. But don't start now with this.
How many people were talking about Green before?
Let's start this. It's a cross prospect with the Giants.
You stop.
I'm trying to be positive with the Giants. They won 1-0. They won 1-0.
Did you hear what they said? Like Felipe Alou said about. This is not true. I'm just joking. Felipe Alou said on these airwaves that he was the next steroided up Barry Bonds. No, I'm just teasing. That was like a joke going back to earlier. Right, Rice on roids.
15 minutes ago.
Let's just enjoy the Giants 1-0 victory over the Oakland Athletics. Okay, let's just enjoy that win before we start talking prospects and who's going to get caught up and help us go to the World Series. Not today.
Well, speaking of World Series,
talk about the World Series.
Speaking of World Series,
let's talk about an organization that's got to the Super Bowl.
Okay, well,
not a team that scored 3 runs in 2 games against the Oakland Athletics. And you're going to send me something about a prospect. Oh, this is going to excite Giants fans. This prospect in AAA is batting 352. Well, hell, Marco Luciano tore the ball up. What was Luis Matos just doing in AAA? This guy can't hit anything. Can't hit a wet paper bag if his life depended on it. The hell with the prospects of the Giants. Let's just be positive and enjoy the complete game shutout with Logan Webb, and let them enjoy their flight to Cincinnati, and we'll get back to them on Monday. For crying out loud.
Well,
now that's positivity.
Good Lord.
Play the music.
Ross Stripling was dealing yesterday. Looked like Greg Maddux on the mound. Like, let's stop with the prospect stuff. Enough is enough. All right? Let's just enjoy the win, move on, and be happy that they win 5-1 on their homestand against the Colorado Rockies and the Oakland Athletics.
You pride yourself on knowing everything.
Prospects.
Watching everything and remembering everything.
The hell is this Encarnacion guy? It's unbelievable.
He's a guy that you might remember his number one day.
Oh.
You said you don't know numbers. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm not a good number guy.
Yeah, but you remember all the dates and it was a foggy day. It was August 17th and it was Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Sometimes. You remember all those things. Let's play a game called Name That Number.
Oh, I like this music.
The 2014 Giants are going to be celebrated as it's 10 years since they last won their World Series.
Back to the Giants.
10 years.
Back to the money and back to the Giants.
I'll let you do the same exercise with the current Giants roster with me. I'm going to go through the roster. Can you name a total of 9? So you could field a whole team of guys whose number you knew from the 2014 Giants. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. Buster Posey, what number?
28.
You're correct. That's 1. Brandon Belt.
Is Brandon Belt number 9?
Number 9.
Wow, I'm surprised I got that.
That's 2. Joe Panic.
Joe Panic, I want to say he was 12.
Yep. Brandon Crawford.
35.
35. I'm going through just the starting lineup, essentially. Pablo Sandoval.
48.
48. Here's a tough one. Michael Morse.
Was he 30?
38.
38. I knew it was a 30 number.
Angel Pagan.
Who was the crazy horse? Crazy horse. Was he 18?
16.
16. See, it was
Not
right there.
bad.
Right there.
Hunter Pence.
What was Hunter Pence? Hunter Pence.
With the Giants.
Yeah, with the Giants. What was Hunter Pence? Was it single digits or double digits?
It was single digits.
It was single digits. It was. I'm going to say number 8.
Yep. All right, just need a couple more here to round this out. Gregor Blanco.
What was the shark? What was the great white shark? He was some weird number, right?
No, it's pretty easy. Emmanuel Burris also wore this number.
Oh, I don't remember that number.
Kevin Mitchell wore this number.
What was Kevin Mitchell's number?
Oh, my God.
I forget Kevin Mitchell's number.
The same as Gregor Blanco's number.
Same as Gregor Blanco's number, 7, the wrong one.
What is it?
Number 7.
Oh, see, yeah, Kevin Mitchell was 7. Damn.
How about, let's go to the rotation.
Kevin Mitchell was 7.
Madison Bumgarner.
40.
Good. Ryan Vogelsong.
Oh, I'm going to say a random number like 31.
32. Very close.
Was he really 32?
32.
Wow, I didn't know that. I seriously did not know that.
Tim Lincecum.
Oh, he's 55.
Matt Cain.
18.
All right, you win. You got 9. Attaboy.
Surprise.
Attaboy.
Surprise.
Let's see. No, I want you to pull up the current roster, Lubman. We'll work together.
All right.
Can we name? Now, you named a lot. You probably could have kept going.
Maybe. I don't know.
Let's see if we'll work in tandem.
Jose and Vallejo, stay on the line. We're getting right back to the Niners. I had no idea these jokers duped me into talking Giants.
Name that number.
We were going to play a game, and the game is about the damn Giants. Can you believe that? Can you believe this?
I was actually very impressed. I didn't think you could get that.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. And I closed my eyes. I didn't look at anything.
No.
I had no idea what you guys were doing.
Yeah.
I just brought up the Giants randomly because I was like, the Giants won nothing, blah, blah, blah. I love it. Comes in, sends me this damn text about a prospect. Right, and now I got the text line 707 telling me, hey, Bonte, watch his at-bat against Max Fried in AAA. He'll get a kick out of that one. Really? He had a good at-bat? Gosh.
All right, give us the current team.
All right, what about, you want the current team or the 2014 team?
No, the current team.
Okay, the current team, give me Wilmer Flores' number.
Oh,
41.
41. Yeah, I agree with that.
I know these.
Yeah, of course you know these. You're obsessed with the numbers.
I
see. It's more fun for Bonte.
Well, give me some random bullpenners.
Yeah, because I don't.
Okay, Taylor Rogers.
Taylor, the lefty's 33. I think Tyler's 71 or 72.
What about Doval?
Doval's 75. He wore the same as Zito.
Yeah, I know.
This is my wheelhouse.
You duped me into talking Giants. You know what? The hell? Jose Vallejo, now you're just bringing me down right now. Jose, these guys, I got to say something real quick, Jose. Now that we're here, Jose, I'm going to let you cook. But now I'm getting a little ticked off now. I'm a little ticked off now that you guys duped me into talking about this. And now I got to bring it up. I love FP Sanchangelo. But this is how bad we're getting here. FP said yesterday, the way the Giants treat their players and their families, they have a reputation as the New York Yankees of the National League. There's no separating the Giants other than the way things have been handled lately with free agency signings and the trade deadline. I mean, we got to stop. We got to stop with this stuff, okay? We have to be realistic. We have to keep it real. The Yankees of the National League? Come on, man. This is too much. We're AAA prospect. I am prospect out. Oh, my God, I got a headache talking about this damn team. Matter of fact, rip the banner off. I don't even want to see orange and black right now.
Wait,
I don't want to see.
He said that the Giants are like the Yankees, not Philly, not the Dodgers, not the Braves?
The way the Giants treat their players and families, they have a reputation as the New York Yankees of the National League.
Well, I mean, Mauricio Dubon disagrees. Ross Stripling disagrees. DeSclafani disagrees.
That was true, though.
What?
Carlos Rodon told me that, though.
Right.
Carlos Rodon also told you he wanted to be a Giant for life.
Yes, I know. That was,
I might as well call him Carlos Pete Rodon. At this point, I mean, the guy's lying. Play a game, and we're going to name Giants numbers? You want to be the name numbers on this damn team? Look, I'm even talking about them.
He really said that the Giants are the Yankees of the National League.
In the way they treat their families and their players.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
Are we serious about this?
I mean, this is what we're doing. And that's why I'm a little fired up, because London Sinsman is...
Because they treat families good. I expect you to treat families well. Oh, you don't act like the Oakland A's as an organization. Congratulations.
Good for you.
I mean, what?
I mean, and then I get this prospect. Then I get this thing from Lutman about this guy, and now Encarnacion may be the next. I don't know, Roberto Clemente.
I don't doubt that.
I mean, but it's a Baggerly tweet that Lubman sends me. News that will excite those who have been watching what outfielder, I can't even pronounce his first name, Encarnacion, has been doing in AAA. 352, 10 homers, and 125 at-bats. I mean, come on. Come on. I was just feeling good. Think about New Orleans in February. Think about margaritas and everything as his Niners going to. And we got FP talk about where the Yankees in the National League in terms of how we treat our players and families. And I got Lubman sending me a tweet from Baggerly about a damn AAA prospect who may excite us. He's going to excite us. Really, we just beat the stinking A's 1-0 with life and death with the A's.
I thought we were feeling positive
life
about
and
that
death. No, I'm not positive anymore. When I tweeted somebody yesterday, said, "Bonto, we beat the A's," I said, "I'm trying my hardest to be positive right now. I am trying my hardest. This team has ruined my week. This has been a week from hell because of the damn San Francisco Giants. Can't even enjoy my baby girl, baby Chaz, and she's so tall now she can read one of the light switches." And we got a prospect, and we're the Yankees in the National League. Jose and Vallejo, please bring the show back, because I'm going to have a meltdown. I'm literally having a meltdown right now. Jose and Vallejo, what's happening?
Can you imagine Nebraska football saying,
how's it going,
we're the
Bonte?
Alabama of the Big 12?
Hey.
Go ahead.
How's it going, Bonte and Shasky? Hey, Bonte, you had me so hyped this morning when you were getting everybody hyped about the Niners, and then you guys started talking about the Giants. But I'm gonna bring this back.
Bring it back, please.
I'm juiced, bro. You had me so hyped. You know how hard it was all these months. I'm a barber, so my coworkers are Raider fans, and my clients are Raider fans, and they were chirping. I had to stay quiet. But check this out. We are going to win this year, bro. We're going to go to New Orleans, and we're going to win. We don't care who we face this year. It could be the Chiefs, the Bills. It could be Miami. It could be the Ravens. It don't matter. We're taking it home this year. I'm going on vacation right now. I'm going to Seattle. I'm all Ninered out. So when I land in Seattle, I'm wearing all Niner gear, bro.
I love that.
Let's go. Let's get this chip, baby.
Hey, Jose, real quick. You get the Pikes, what is it, Pikes Place up there? You catch a little fishy up there, and you let them know I'm Jose from Vallejo, and we're coming up here to kick your ass again, and we're going to shut the 12s down again. And you tell them we own Lumen Field. We own Seattle and the entire Pacific Northwest. New head coach going to come in this division and beat Shanahan. You let them know, Jose. The hell with, let's talk about a real organization. Talk to me, Jose.
I'm going to let them know, and then I'm going to call you back on Monday, and I'm going to tell you how they felt about it.
I love it.
Niners, woo!
That's what I'm talking about. Rolando, Napa, talk to me. Talk to me, Rolando. Inject this enthusiasm into my veins.
Hell yeah, dude, man. Screw the Giants, man. Talk about red and gold, baby. Judgment Day's coming, Kansas City. We're going to crown your ass in New Orleans. You hear that, Taylor Swift? We'll make you cry to Travis Kelce when you see Brock Purdy throw 6 touchdowns in New Orleans. You got that?
You know what? You know what, Rolando? You know what, Jose? You know what?
Hear that?
You know what?
What happened? Isolate that immediately. I got to hear that back. What?
You know, after New Orleans, we going to be singing, shake it off, shake it off. Hey, Whitley Sandrano, Kansas City, shake it off, shake it off. We're going to be doing all that. You damn right, 6 touchdowns in New Orleans. I'm here for that.
The Judgment Day. I thought he was like, is Aaron Judge coming back to the Bay? What is going on?
I'm so damn sleep deprived right now.
My guy, what happened at the end of that call? The Swifties got him at the end of that call. He said Taylor's name, and somebody just like,
He's not able to shake it off.
Can you replay that call, please?
Oh, my God.
Give me a second.
Can you replay that call? Hey, it's good to know. Listen, man. It's
like
August
Darth
1st.
Vader came in and like choked my guy, dude, from afar.
I kind of got a headache. You got any of those Tylenols? You got any of those pills, Shasky?
I do. I'm floating. I think if I take one more, my liver's going to explode.
One right now, dude. I may need one right now. Oh, man. Where do we go from here? Let's just, please.
The unemployment line?
No more.
Hell yeah, dude, man. Screw the Giants, man. Talk about red and gold, baby. Judgment Day's coming, Kansas City. We're going to crown your ass in New Orleans. You hear that, Taylor Swift? We'll make you cry to Travis Kelce when you see Brock Purdy throw 6 touchdowns in New Orleans. You got that? You got that?
I'm legitimately crying. It's got to be the Tylenol.
Hey, I need some Tylenol, too. I need some Tylenol. I literally got a migraine coming right now, dude. I worked myself up too much, man.
My guy needed a wet wipe at the end of that call.
You know, I got Jose going to Seattle. Jose, please be safe. Jose, please be safe. I don't want to do bad. Just be careful up there in Seattle. You're in enemy territory.
Has made us go crazy. We're comparing. Like, we're pretending that Gene Washington called this show. We're saying that the next Ricky Pierce, he's the next Rice on steroids. Not Jerry Rice. Rice on steroids, whose career looks like it's on steroids. It's so incredible. And then we got callers pleasuring themselves at the end of saying we're going to throw 6 touchdowns against the Chiefs in Judgment Day.
It's kind of my fault. It's kind of my fault. I felt like we need some juice. I started talking this offense. I just feel like I need to fire people up. I feel like Niner fans have been down and out. We've been beat up over and over and over. Standing 8 counts. TKOs.
Shut up. Just shut up. Let me hear it.
You got that?
Wait, can you play it one more time?
You got that?
Might be a call of the year nominee right there.
Seriously, throw me the box of Tylenols. I'll pop it right here on there, dude. I swear to God. I was just trying to get people off the mat, dude, because we're down and out. Wow, this is a big boy pack, too. I like the rapid release gels. I'm taking 2 drugs. Release. Kids, don't do drugs, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, do not do drugs.
You got that?
That's better than the Kirk Cousins. You like that? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is he okay?
So.
You like that?
You know, I feel better already. Oh, my God. That is rapid release. Those are good.
I told you I was floating today.
Dude, listen. So Kyle Kelly, our boy Kyle Kelly, who was at Fremont Bank, right? He's at Fremont Bank at the summit. And he just said, shout out Juice. And now I'm thinking, where is Juice? Juice. You want to think, Juice is down bad, dog. We haven't heard from Juice in a long time. He used to text us his phone number just to give him the bat signal. Man.
How do we even recover from that?
You got that?
Thank God we got in that name that number segment. Hey, he helped me get through this show, though. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, my temperament, dude, it is, you know, I was talking to the boss man yesterday. I said, man, I haven't been on any vacation. I'm taking a vacation in August. I need to take a couple of days off because the Giants they've worn me out this week.
What did he say about that?
He's like, yeah, you might be right about that.
Yeah, you carried me this year.
No. You carry me every day. Dude, but like, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm just going through the last 2 weeks. And in fact, that Anthony Slater said, boy, if they don't win today, the show tomorrow is going to be incredible. I said, have you heard us the last 3 days? He goes, no, I saw a clip with you cooking Varha last week is all I needed to know. The Giants have literally worn us out.
I mean,
they wore me out, dog, to where I'm trying to enjoy the 1-0 victory last night, realizing that we scored 3 runs against the measly A's in 2 games. They've been giving up home runs. They give up home runs all the time.
They won the game on a sack fly against God. Ross Stripling, one of the worst pitchers in baseball.
And you want me to name that Giant and their numbers. I want to be positive as much as everybody. Oh, I don't care. Sean Jelly shouldn't have a number at this point.
Kyle Harrison.
Oh, what is Kyle Harrison? He's in the 50s, right?
45.
Oh, is he 45?
He's got to be 45, right? Yep.
He's 45? So he did have a 5. All right, that's cool.
I am mad at whoever's handing out numbers. Can somebody get my guy Birdsong a better number than 60? What are we doing here?
Dude.
Like, what are we doing?
What number should he have?
Not 60. If I see you look, I'm going to tell you right now, I do jerseys for the kids, right? I'm like, hey, what number do you want? And there's a kid, Nick, he goes, I want 79. He's a hockey player, right? And it looks badass, right? For like a 13-year-old kid to have number 79. Kids want 99. They want 10, 21, 25, 20. If you say I want 60, I want to know more. I'm like, all right, why?
Is 60 the number 48 for cornerbacks? Like, remember, who was that number guy?
Yeah.
Remember the guy who got cooked by Devontae Parker? It was unbelievable radio, by the way. That's when Jim Kozelmore was in Yosemite.
60's a bad number.
Dude, Jim Kozelmore hit us up, was like, I'm in Yosemite, and I just looked at the Dolphins-Niners score during the pandemic season when Jimmy almost got killed. Who was it? Ross Dwelly missed the block, and I thought Jimmy died on the football field. I said, damn. But
60 for certain cultures is a big, 61, I believe, is Erguedo Bina, Levon Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
61 is a 60. 60 is a bad. Name any sport a guy who's famous wearing number 60.
Yeah, I don't. Any linemen out there? Any offensive linemen?
60?
Yeah, 60 is a weird number.
That's all I'm saying.
60 is a weird number. Weird number. It's like 46. Who was the quarter in Miami game?
48.
They were down 21-0.
Burks.
We were saying it before Colbert or something, I think.
Yeah, he was terrible.
But we were like, and it was like, Kate, we got a corner wearing number 48. This ain't going to end well.
No.
And then the game starts and Ryan Fitzpatrick, all of a sudden we blink our eyes and it's 21-0.
It's like a running back wearing 46.
Yeah, you can't do that. Running back like Mark Logan wearing number 43. Like, what we doing?
Well, Darren Sproles got away with it for a year, and Alfred Morris got away with it for a year, 46. But a year, exactly. You're not legit with that number. I'm sorry. I'm out on that. The number is very important.
Oh,
That's why Marco Luciano's wearing 37. Can we get him a better number?
So, shout out to Coach Buck, because he wanted me to send you a picture of the Little League team, and I forgot, and I just got reminded when Robin called. So he just texted me, goes, B, this is the year for the Niners. He's feeling it. I'm feeling it. Jose and Vallejo's feeling it. Rolando and Napa's feeling it. He also said, Warriors didn't improve themselves this offseason. And then he goes, the Giants ain't bleep. Fire that GM. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to say what he said in between that. Fire in the GM, because there's a lot. You get us all fired. You talk about unemployment. Just said, the Giants ain't crap.
With you. It does feel like to me, if we don't win the Super Bowl this year,
it's it.
It's going to be hard for me to rev myself back
Otto
up.
Graham 60. Otto Graham number 60.
I mean, he played 65 years ago.
You said it. Otto Graham 60. It's a good call. Dick Allen for the A's wore 60. Daniel Brunskill 60.
Okay.
Tommy Pham wore 60. Wow, that's from Drew Down on YouTube. Look, I was thinking about this too. If they don't win it this year, it could end like Andy Reid in Philadelphia, where the last couple of years are just mediocre because you got so much turnover.
I trust that but I trust they can draft and develop well.
No, but what I'm saying is they were solid in Philly.
I think they went 4-12.
They were 8, and I think the last 4, but they had a lot of injuries, right?
Yeah.
But it just got stale. At one point, I don't think we're even close to this point. I think Shanahan's going to be here for a long time. This is year 8 of Shanahan. Is there any doubt he's going to be here for 10 years?
Oh, he's got 10. Even if they fall on their face this year, they've got multiple years after.
But if they don't win it with this core group, it will be hard to replenish the playmakers. Because not only that, what we're not thinking about, what we're not talking about, I should say, is all the guys we lost to the front office to help John.
That's true.
Adam Peters, Rand Carthon. Those are just 2 guys. They've lost a lot of guys. We've lost a lot of assistant coaches. So this does feel like Shasky, and I feel like the players know that, yeah, we were back in the conversation, but we have to finish the job. And you know what? We've been down so bad. But we're back. Going back to training camp and seeing the beats and hearing about Ricky Pearsall and hearing about Debo and Diarmado Lenore. I do believe the NFC still runs through the 49ers. And I do believe, Shasky, we will be in New Orleans watching the 49ers in another Super Bowl. I truly believe that.
Maybe I don't go this year.
Well, I'm going. They in and I'm going. I'm there. Probably shouldn't because, our track record is not good. Maybe you stay home. I'll go myself. Because I went to Dallas by myself. We won. I went to SoFi by myself. Week 2, they won. Maybe you don't go. I go by myself.
Boy, it's totally unfair. Putting way too much on it.
I saw how red you were midway through the first quarter. I said, oh, boy.
Well, I mean, I did get my face splattered open by...
Oh, yeah, you got hurt. Yeah, you got hurt before the
like
game.
Minutes after we got there, too.
Oh. Matthias. Yeah, I'm going solo. You stay home. Stay home with baby LJ. Michelle. And when they win, you party on Mission Street. I'll party on Bourbon Street. And I'll FaceTime you.
I want to take him to the Jets game for his first game because she wouldn't let me take him to the NFC Championship game last year.
You shouldn't have. I mean, the guy was...
He was weeks old, I know.
Yeah, he's 2 months.
And he was preemie. Yeah. But I think Jets opening night, she's like, well, are we going to get a hotel room down there? Because, his bedtime. I'm like, screw his bedtime for one night.
I do that with them all the time, and it's...
And how's that work?
Doesn't work out well for me. Doesn't.
Is it Sunday night or Monday night?
No, it's Monday Night Football.
Oh, so we're going to be the late
11.
start?
Yeah. Maybe we'll get a hotel room. We do the show from the Hilton the next day.
Ooh, that sounds like a good idea.
That? Can we do that?
Put that on the books. Because then I'll tell Michelle, hey, you want to walk through the parking lot? No, that's not cool. Letting her walk through the parking lot with my son all the way over to the Hilton. I'd probably have to go with her. That stinks.
Why not? All right, man.
We're flabbergasted.
Yeah, Rolando and Jose. Jose, safe travels to Seattle. But I am fired up. You guys brought me down a little bit playing this game and leading back to you guys are slick.
All right, let me ask you a question.
You and Lubman are slick.
Let me ask a question.
Y'all just couldn't help yourself with the Giants.
Best player with the worst number ever.
Best player with the worst. Well, what's the worst number?
Well, that's why I'm asking.
What is the worst number?
Like 99 is synonymous with what? Gretzky?
Yeah. D-line. Well, Gretzky I thought was 98. Was Gretzky 99 or 9? He was 99? He was 99? My bad. I like 99 as a number.
Yeah. Manny Ramirez did it before Aaron Judge.
I mean, yeah. And then 99 is a sick number. Dennis Rodman, 91.
He's 10 too, though. Like, to me, he's also 10. Like,
wasn't he like 71 with the Lakers?
He was a bunch of numbers.
Yeah. I mean, he had some weird numbers.
But that's a good one.
Mavericks. Yeah, 91's a terrible number.
It is.
Jordan had to 45 for a couple weeks. That was nasty.
Well, Bob Gibson.
Yeah, but in basketball, 45.
Okay.
Bob Gibson. You see his numbers? The World Series against the Red Sox.
Of course I did, yeah. No, I've never seen Bob Gibson's numbers.
No, I'm talking about this World Series against the Red Sox, 3 games. He won all 3 games. Shut them down.
Juan Toscano Anderson had 95.
That's not bad.
Great player, but I just talking about weird numbers. Guys we like with weird numbers.
D. Lou on YouTube. Tim gives us horrible memories, Bonte.
Bruce Ellington. Kyle Williams.
Well, who else?
Among others.
Who else?
Jimmy!
77 Luka. 77 Luka.
It's kind of an ugly number.
Yeah, and he's a great player.
41 for Dirk.
Yeah, those are ugly numbers. Ugly numbers.
Like Luka's kind of making 77 happen, though.
I'm kind of with you on that.
That's Mr. Relevance on YouTube.
That number feels a little bit cooler if Luka's wearing it.
It's 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Jason Smith 29. 808 Johnny Lamaster 13.
A-Rod wore 13 with the Yankees, and Jazz is wearing it currently.
The Yankee fans want 13 retired for A-Rod.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to see A-Rod getting his love.
He's getting his love. No, 4 is a good number. 4 is a good number.
Mel Ott.
4 is a great number.
I feel like
Garrick.
0 to 49, like most of those numbers are pretty good. But after you get to like number 50, I feel like the numbers start getting kind of
Tyler
weird.
Fitzgerald, 49. Horrible number.
It is a horrible number. They're just giving these dudes spring training numbers.
It's horrible.
I mean,
these
are spring training numbers. What are we doing? By the way, Tyler Fitzgerald, his ball handling ability.
He's not a great
shortstop.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, dude.
Look, again, I listed off the guys who have had good runs for the Giants, only to turn back into a pumpkin. Donovan Solano, Darren Ruff, Wilmer Flores, Tyro Estrada. Just go down the list. But you're seeing it currently with number 0, Brett Wisely, right? Like it's easy to come up. Not easy. You can come up and have success for 10 to 15 days.
Yeah.
It's much harder to sustain that success.
707, Ron Artest, number 37.
See, now that is a good one.
Here's one I totally forgot about. When Prince Fielder was with the Rangers, he wore 84.
Wow.
I assume for how many Big Macs he would eat a day. But.
See, I wouldn't consider him 84.
He went vegan.
He did not go vegan. That was apparently a lie. He had clubbies going to get him McDonald's.
I know.
I always remember watching that Inside the Park home run that he had way back when.
His
incredible feat of
I think his son just got drafted, by the way.
He did.
Pretty sick.
They're a third-generation family.
Yeah,
Similar.
That's also.
Can you name another one? Third-generation baseball.
The Boons, the Bells.
The Boons.
The Boons.
And the Bells.
And the Bells.
Look at you.
Yeah, come on now.
Look at you.
Come on
sounds
now.
like a soap opera. The Boons and the Bells.
Ichiro, 51.
Not great, but also Randy Johnson's number.
Yeah. Not a great number. Just a good number, though. 78, Anthony Munoz.
See, now that's a good one. That's really good.
415, Anthony
That's
Munoz.
really good.
Ty Streets is not a great player. 89 is a terrible number, but Ty wasn't great. The player does make the number 408. You're right. The player does make the number.
They do, but like 18 on Matt Cain looked better than 43 when he first started. 18's an okay number.
It's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And that's Peyton Manning's number, but it's okay.
But I never loved it as a quarterback either.
See, like Blake Snell wears 7.
Right.
And I think single digits on a pitcher, him and Stroman, they don't look right.
Yeah, but I do love you a single-digit number, though.
No, I know, but not on a pitcher.
Not a pitcher. You don't like him on a pitcher.
No,
That's interesting.
Don't like him on pitchers.
I think if you could be like with Stroman, if you could rock the 0 and be a pitcher like him, like
he also wore 6.
You could make that number work if you're Stroman.
I like it for Stroman too because he's a smaller pitcher. He's a small dude.
Very athletic too, and I like the Stro, the O with the Stro. I like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that too.
He makes it work.
Bernie Kosar, 19.
Well, that's Johnny Unitas.
Johnny Unitas. By the way, Bernie Kosar, we had him on the show. He was good. Did you look up whether or not Gene Washington said that? Did you Google it? He didn't say that, Joe? You looked it up? Gene Washington never said that?
Of course he didn't. Of course he didn't.
Can you just Google Ricky Pearsall as Jerry Rice on steroids and maybe something comes up?
Nothing's going to come up.
Some Reddit thread somewhere. Guys, you know what's another great number? 5, as in Fast 5.
Joe DiMaggio.
Mike Yastrzemski.
And 510 reminded us, Toscano Anderson 195 in honor of 95th Street in the town where he's from. His mom's house. I forgot all about that. Good call. Good call, 510. Good call. All right, final thoughts. I want Kansas City and New Orleans. I want to kick their ass week 7 at Levi's, and that'd be a warning shot. Kind of like the warning shot the Niners gave the Cowboys in 94, regular season. Then they kicked their ass in the NFC Championship game. Same warning shot the Niners in 81, gave the Cowboys in the regular season. And then the catch happened in the NFC Championship game. I'm going to send a message to Kansas City at Levi's Stadium. Then we're going to kick their ass in New Orleans. Xavier Worthy, just wait till you get popped by Fred Warner. Oh, that speed. Yeah, we know how to negate speed, all right. It's called being physical. All right? I see you in New Orleans, folks.
All right, my final thought is this. I'm really enjoying the Olympics because I'm watching a lot of things that I would never tap in on. Field hockey today, watched some swimming yesterday. I was watching shooting. I don't know if you caught I mean, there are some crazy. It looked like the guy was wearing, like, what are they called? The Google glasses or whatever. And then I saw another dude not wearing anything. And he's just shooting.
The dude from Turkey. Yeah, he just had his hand in his pocket just shooting.
Dikek. I totally botched that name.
Oh, my God.
Save that for mispronunciation.
Oh, my God. Can you just replay that? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Hey, look,
Dikec. Yeah, he's 51 years old, won the silver medal in the pistol shooting yesterday with, like, sweats a T-shirt, one hand in the back pocket, just looking so casual while, shooting his way to a silver medal. Good for you, man. Sorry I botched your name there.
Oh, man. You know what?
I just hijacked your final thought there.
The Power Radio. Vince, Bonte got me pumped at 9 a.m. driving to work. I'm ready for the Niners now. See? That's all it took. Put your eye black on, folks. Let's strap up. It's August now.
Pause.
It's August now. Strap up. Well, you need to strap up anyway. If you're not ready to be a daddy or a mommy, strap up, boy. Safe sex. Need to practice that. But listen, it's go time. Joe, get on the mic, man.
What is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Tylenol's double strength.
Oh, dude, it is good. It is kind of like my headache is already dissipated, dog. All right, go ahead, Joe. Get in here.
Yeah,
get his mic on.
Yeah, man. The whole Ricky Pearsall being compared to Jerry Rice on steroids, I'm not buying that, man. Just let the man develop, and hopefully, like you said earlier, the speed element that he brings to the team is worthwhile, brother.
That last segment was brought to you by Speed.
Not the movie. Speaking of numbers, Clay, 31.
Reggie Miller. That's why he's wearing it. Did Draymond say that he's wearing it to one-up Steph? He wore 31 because Steph is 30. He wants to one-up Steph. Was that a real thing?
Say that on?
I hope that's not the case.
Did Draymond say that? The answer is probably yes. No matter what the statement is.
It's always fun game.
I mean, no matter what it is.
That's going to live on forever, huh?
All time. I need that call one more time.
I'm just waiting on it. Can you play the call? And then I'll do Fast Five. Let's go, Logan. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet.
Hell yeah, dude, man. Screw the Giants, man. Talk about red and gold, baby. Judgment Day's coming, Kansas City. We're going to crown your ass in New Orleans. You hear that, Taylor Swift? We'll make you cry to Travis Kelce when you see Brock Purdy throw 6 touchdowns in New Orleans. You got that?
The tables have turned, Goo. The tables have turned. And what I mean by this is about 7 days ago, a week ago from today, I was across the pond. I got a text from our partner who has now switched places. He's out in London. Matt Steinmetz is out this week. He'll be back on Monday. My name is Evan Giddings with Daryl the Guru Johnson. But I got a text from Steiny.
Okay.
And it said, Thursday, Goo is out.
Yeah.
Well, I got something for you, Steiny. Thursday, Steiny's out.
Yeah, baby.
How's
and
it
he
feel?
sent us a text on a nice one. He
Yeah.
must have been in a good mood.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with him.
I didn't know how to respond. I just put the heart emoji, and then I thought about it. I'm like,
Yeah, usually when he sends a message, it's something that we could, I don't know, it's stirring the pot.
Yeah, Warriors cooked. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I expected something about, I don't know, Curry shooting 26% from three-point range in the Olympics. I don't know. Maybe it was about Katie Ledecky winning her 8th gold medal, just running away with the 1,500 meter the other day. I don't know. Maybe it was about, the San Francisco Giants who managed to get back in the win column last night.
Yeah, Webb was filthy. He needed that. They needed that. But,
yes, they did. He righted the ship.
4.5 back of the last wild card if you're into that.
But I got to tell you what's hitting me today.
Give it to me.
For the next 6 months, we will not have a single week without football.
Man, oh man.
Without American red-blooded football, baby.
And then, let's do it.
Oh my God.
I'm going to do my touchdown return call since you're the play-by-play. He gets a 20, 25, 30, 35. He may go 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. He can go 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Yeah. That's it. You got me fucked. That was my return kickoff call.
Well, I think the Niners are still holding tryouts for the kickoff, man. So we got to figure out who's actually going to be taking the ball back.
Wake them up.
Yes, sir. Oh, my God. That got me juiced right there. Whether it's, radio for the Niners, whether it's for radio for, the Steelers, for the Cowboys.
She said it.
It's Romo on the call. It's Nance. I'm looking forward to we got the Hall of Fame game tonight. Patrick Willis, 49ers great. He's going to be enshrined.
He was a bad boy, cut short, but he made it.
Something your neighbor can bet on, a game tonight. So
look at you.
It was announced that Frank Gore's going into the 49ers Hall of Fame.
You and Kay had a little spirited debate about Frankie.
It wasn't even about Frank Gore. It was about Zach Thomas and Brian Urlacher. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares.
What did you tell Kay? Did I overhear you say, I don't know everything? I don't know it all, right? I'm a smart dude. I was pretty good material.
Well, he asked me a specific question. I was like, I just don't have the answer to it. I know.
I said I got to use that. That's pretty good.
Mostly everything.
I don't know it all, okay?
Mostly everything, not everything. What I do know, though, Goo, is... look, last couple days we've been discussing the San Francisco Giants. The trade deadline has come and gone. We'll talk about them when they give us things to talk about, and Logan Webb certainly did last night. But I got to tell you, I've just been piling up these receipts from Niners training camp. They're finally in pads. We're going to talk with Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area via the River Islands guest line at noon.
Awesome.
So we're going to get an update there. I don't think it's a public practice today, but they'll still be out there on the pitch. And
so we don't know if Purdy threw any. What are we doing with
come on, man.
With the interception count?
You want to start there?
What's going on? And this has happened all over. Evan, is it a thing when you mess up in practice?
Yes.
Are we that thirsty?
Well, I'll say this, though, because, look, there's reports from a bunch of other camps. And, of course, what Guru is referring to is, I believe it was Monday, Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions in practice, and I think he followed it up on Tuesday with 4. Yesterday, he did not throw any picks from what at least some of the beat reporters were saying. But, yeah, people are wondering, what's going on with the interceptions. And Brock Purdy himself spoke about it, basically saying, look, he's experimenting, he's trying things. But we've also heard Brock Purdy now a lot more this offseason than we did last offseason because, remember, he was nursing that arm injury heading into training camp. So it's an opportunity, I think, to dig into Purdy. And to me, Goo, Brock Purdy is the most fascinating athlete in the NFL this season. He's the one that everybody is going to be interested in because in many ways he does drive the 49ers. And in some cases, people feel like he's a bit dependent on the surrounding cast that the 49ers have. For example, the top 100 list is almost done. I think the top 10 have to come out.
Go ahead.
No, but the 49ers have a ton of talent. Look, they have 8 guys in the top 100. They have Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, obviously, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Dre Greenlaw. So a lot of top-notch players. They have the best.
Right, okay.
Were you talking about Purdy's pick total or?
Whoa, early. You Mr. Irrelevant saying I look like Boyz II Men lost brother, but go ahead.
Dude, people coming out of the woodworks already.
Early.
Man, but they have the most talent in football. And the guy that is really at the head of the snake, it's always the quarterback.
And I get that, but at what point do we stop? I've never turned down a cocktail or going to the cafeteria when you talk about how great a quarterback is, and then we start doing the algebra or the math or the calculus, Evan, on what's around him. Dan Marino had the Marx brothers. Troy Aikman had Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith in that O-line. Montana had Rice, Taylor. Like, I get what people are saying, but what scares me about Brock Purdy, Evan, is when he got thrown into the fire, he didn't know that day when he was driving that he was even going to get a snap. And lo and behold, Jimmy gets hurt. He goes out there. He took full advantage of it. I think his processor or his Wi-Fi is faster than most. So I can step back and say that's what he's bringing to the table. Rex's elbow, and I'm like, man, this thing, he ruined an opportunity. He'll probably won't come back from that, just from a physical standpoint. Evan came back from that the following season and took the team to the Super Bowl. So I've been around the block, a lot more blocks than you have.
A couple.
Unfortunately. And Evan, I could see a scenario to where he regresses a bit, but what I believe I've seen in the playoffs and Super Bowl, where I believe he did not cost him the Super Bowl, he wasn't perfect, he didn't wet the bed. So I guess what I'm saying is he's the quarterback in this system. He was blessed. He was born to good parents. So at what point do we stop robbing him of credit and saying it's what's around him? Because we saw Garoppolo, who also had a great win-loss record, went to a Super Bowl, a couple NFC championship games. So he looked better than he actually was. I just don't get that feeling with Brock. But these 17 games, I believe, are the deciding factor, Evan, to where we can say who's carrying who. Is he a byproduct of Kyle's genius, or is this guy really bringing something to the table?
Well, that's why I think he will be the most intriguing player in the league this upcoming season, is because I don't know how many times people are willing to do that dance with Brock again. The conversation of, is it him? Is it the team? I think at this point for me, it doesn't really matter, especially when you consider the amount of talent the Niners have, but the amount of talent that might not be on the team after this season. And I think that's why people have written about, describing this season as a kind of a last dance or whatnot. Obviously, the contract situations with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams are still in the air. We can dive into those also. But to me, because of everything that surrounds both Brock Purdy himself as well as the team that he captains, all eyes are on him. And it might be a bit unfair.
Yeah.
But people are going to be dissecting him like the presidential election that are coming up. I mean, seriously, like people are going to look at Brock Purdy and every single thing that he does. And because of the looming contract extension next summer, they're going to wonder if each and every pass means, all right, is that our guy for the future?
Yeah,
is that a dollar sign? How many dollars? Is that going to cost you this player? There's going to be so much surrounding Brock Purdy. And I'm excited because I just can't wait, because he's shown us no reason to not believe in him yet.
No doubt about it, Evan. And I'm like the Pointer Sisters. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. And I'm with you because of the two scoreboards. It's the Niners and then Brock Purdy, how he plays. And, how many times, Evan, have you heard your boy say that the Niner offense in the last playoff run was pedestrian? And I never once said, was it because of Brock? But now I do wonder if Savage on the Packers, the linebacker, if he catches that pick six that Purdy threw to him in the breadbasket, would that have changed the course of that game? And then what would we be feeling about Brock if we could have said, you had a bad game, you cost him, it was Jimmy-esque. That didn't happen, but I'm starting to wonder how much, if at all, was Brock Purdy not the guy that he was earlier in the season before to make the Niners offense look average throughout the whole playoffs. And I could make a case, or some could, there wasn't one juncture in the offs where the Niners offense looked like they did early on where Bonte's of the world, and I was backing them saying, this is the 94 Niner, this offense is incredible. That kind of dissipated. And I don't know why, but I wonder, have coordinators figured something out? Do you press these receivers? I don't know. Do you make Brock try to throw outside to not hash it? I don't know, but I feel like all that you talk about will be answered this year. And when they go give that man his check, or he re-ups, Evan, we'll find out really, is he the $60 million man? But if he's not, will he still be the beneficiary of I'm in the right place at the right time? Like Jordan Love is not the best quarterback, but he's your highest paid.
But that's why this week, I think everybody is, blowing up the amount of interceptions that he thrown, or maybe not the amount of interceptions that he thrown, the amount of completions that he's thrown. And we do this all the time, but I feel like the last couple of years, Goo, the reason why we've had the microscope on the quarterbacks is because we haven't known, right? we didn't know if it was Jimmy 2 years ago, although it was expected to be his job coming off the NFC Championship. Well, when is Trey Lance going to emerge? Well, okay,
boy.
We figured out the storybook, not storybook ending, the ending to that story.
Practice, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Dak Prescott doesn't, by the way, and we can compare that in a moment. But now we know. Now we know who the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers is, because even 365 days ago, there were some people, and I was one of them, that were concerned not that Brock wasn't the guy, but would he be healthy enough to be the guy? And he even admitted up until the bye week, he was still going through a lot of physical therapy to get that elbow back and right. It didn't look like it. I mean, remember, what was it, week 4, week 5 against Dallas? He threw 4 touchdowns on Sunday night.
Yes, sir.
That was still with rehabbing that long-lost elbow. And so he didn't feel 100% until the bye week after week 8. Now he does feel 100%. And apparently he's letting it rip in practice, because this is what he said. Now is the time to experiment. That's why we've seen 3 picks, 4 picks, no picks.
Get it out
and just
your
going
system.
Up and down, using those bullets and letting them fly.
No doubt. And I'll ask you this, Evan, because Stoney had brought this up, and I really, when he brings it up, it's not a stop sign, because I'm always going to plow through it, but I do wonder, is he on to something? So when you do pay your said quarterback, do you put in the formula of how good is he going to be if I don't have Evan or Guru at his disposal? How does that calculus work? Because to me, Brock Purdy's going to get paid for what he's done, assuming he has the year he had last year. There's no way I would not be afraid to give him 60 M's. But Stoney was just bringing up the point of, Evan, okay, maybe you're going to lose some talent around you. Then what do you become? But I'm like, Steiny, you got to put the ring on the finger before you get that answer. Because right now, I'm betting, Evan, that Ayuk will be out there in the red and gold, and so will Debo. But I'm not going to hold back money predicated on a premise that I won't have the answer to of how's Evan going to perform when there is no Goo or Steiny. What do you think that's a real something that crosses Kyle's mind of this dude looks excellent when we got everything there, but if we lose a guy, lo and behold, 2, then what is he? I don't think it works that way.
Well, that's why I would ask the question. We're starting today, 888-957-9570. I mean, do you care about training camp interceptions? I don't necessarily care about the number, but I do care about why they might be happening. Number one, I think Purdy is, he's trying to get those bullets out. If there's time to make mistakes, it's when it doesn't count. It's when the bullets are not live. However, right now, Brandon Ayuk he's at practice, but he's not in pads. Trent Williams is neither in pads nor at practice. So Brock Purdy is practicing with less weapons, less protection, a.k.a. he's got to take more risk because either he's got to get the ball out faster, he's trying to figure out if they're new wide receivers he's looking to build a connection with. He's just going through his motions. He's trying to get better as a player. Well, I can also say that, like you mentioned, Goo, in a year or two, he probably is going to have less weapons, maybe less protection as guys get older, as guys move on,
right?
As the money begins to come into the quarterback position. So once he's paid, isn't what we're talking about right now his future? That he's going to have less playmakers?
My point exactly. And I guess, a lot of people don't like that. I'll change it up. But you have to bet that he's your guy, that he can handle that if that opportunity, if that situation rears its head and, Debo, Ayuk, or somebody's gone, I'm giving you this money all based on, I still think you can be the guy that you've been when you got everybody at your disposal. It's kind of crazy. Like we've seen Patrick Mahomes with basically nothing. Still, it was rough. There was turbulence, but they got it done. We've seen Brady do a whole career of not really having, outside of Randy Moss, a top-tier receiver. So I guess, Evan, I'm not going to give you one less nickel for what I've seen from you when we've had everything fully loaded, and we'll handle what we handle when that time, comes. But Brock Purdy thus far, and you hadn't said it, but you alluded to it, has been spectacular.
Well, yeah, no, that's why I said it right before. Like, Brock Purdy has given me no reason to not believe in him. That's why I think that everybody's going to they got all eyes on him, because the Niners are the number one team, in my opinion, on paper in the league. They have the most talent. Their roster is better than and superior than any team in the NFL. Nevertheless, the NFC, Brock Purdy might be the best quarterback in the NFC. He certainly played like it last year. So right now, the question really for this team is, okay, how can they improve around him at positions that don't involve those playmakers? And maybe that's, one area that they can certainly, improve in. For example, they're getting a lot more reps at left tackle without Trent Williams, more repetitions at the wide receiver position. But you also need to figure out, this team is going to go based on its dudes, and right now they're devoid of a couple of them.
No doubt about it. That means a lot. So, Evan, this may shock you, it may not, and the people listening, I am blown away. Let's just take it. We're in the Bay, so we're talking about the Niners, and right now it's leading off to shows, this interception thing in practice. I hate the whole concept of that, but some people are saying, Goo, are you putting Purdy in that category of Mahomes and Brady? No, but I'm going to give myself a F for failure, because all I'm trying to convey is, how does that conversation go if Brock Purdy has the same season he had last, didn't cost you, but he looks the part? How much money do you withhold, Evan, if you say to this Brock Purdy, yeah, you look great for these last 3 years, but we don't know what you're going to look like if we lose a guy or two. In my world, he's going to get cashed out and not, losing money predicated on that question. And that's why I keep going to Steiny Goo, what if they got to see what he is without some guys? Yeah, but he's going to get paid before we find that out. So I'm not putting him in that group, Evan, but I just don't know how one player loses money on something that will not rear its head before it's time to pay him.
No, I don't think Brock Purdy's losing money. I don't see how he can necessarily lose money. To me, sure, there are areas and ways that Brock Purdy can get better. And it has to do with some of the situations in which he came up a bit short in last year. I think playing in cold weather conditions, those are situations that he didn't perform very well in last year.
Correct.
Can he be better in those games? Obviously, some of the bigger moments, look, Brock Purdy, it was his first year as a starting quarterback. He got you to where you needed to go.
Super Bowl.
But you can't always assume that you're going to get back there. And I think that's why it stings. But also the other part about training camp, too, is some of the absences. And, I would just ask, why they are. So Brandon Ayuk was dapping up John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan yesterday. Talked about it towards the end of the show. Felt like that was a good thing. Trent Williams isn't there. Seems like the Niners aren't necessarily concerned yet. I just wonder what right now the vibe is in the locker room with one of the players there but not in pads and one of the players not there. And the team seemingly knowing that this was going to happen.
Yeah, and I told you this before the show, Evan. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who can argue what they've done and what they've built? But they always came across to me, mainly John Lynch, not the Farhan or I'm the smartest man in the room. Definitely not that. But basically, we got our house in order. And the Ayuk thing, I understand. He's trying to get his bag and doesn't want to risk his future. But Trent Williams, Evan, we did a show months ago, you and I, but you brought up the fact that what if Trent Williams played this card? So why have the Niners not got out in front of this and got this handled is weird to me, and I think it's fair for anybody like ourselves, any pundits or Niner fans to say, scratch your head as to, I thought the Niners got their stuff in order. Why wouldn't this Trent Williams situation have been handled? Now, if you're going to tell me, Evan, it's no big deal that your left tackle's not here and your quarterback's struggling and he's an OG, 36 years old, he needs the time off, nothing to see here. But I do wonder why the Niners brass didn't get this done, and it is what it is right now with Trent.
And that also holds up Ayuk's situation. Again, today is significant, not just because the Hall of Fame game's going on. Look, Chicago, Houston's going to be on television.
Under. My neighbor.
Patrick Willis is going into the Hall of Fame. It was announced that Frank Gore is going to the Niners Hall of Fame. Look, football's back. Football's starting. We got football for the foreseeable future here, and I cannot wait for it. And I just think that, look, it brings all eyes back to where the Niners are, where they're trying to get to, where they're trying to go. And that's why, I don't necessarily have concern about them right now, but there are things that I just feel like, I don't know, are a bit puzzling, are kind of confusing. Trent Williams would be the biggest one for me. But of course, all eyes have been on Brock Purdy this week because people have focused on the amount of interceptions that he's thrown. I also know you had a pretty good day yesterday at camp. I don't know if that's going to calm some of those concerns. To me, practice is a time to make mistakes. It is a time to experiment, as Purdy mentioned.
No doubt, Evan.
But I also don't want my quarterback throwing the ball to the other team as much as he has. Am I allowed to say that?
You are, but at the end of the day, it's not like they're going up against another team. It's just, sign of the times, social media and people watching practice like their games. Back in the day, Montana probably threw 9 in a practice, but guess what, Evan? It didn't make the Chronicle. It didn't make the Tribune, the Oakland Tribune. So I just think this is a byproduct of we are so thirsty for information. And now, we got people, guys and gals covering it. And we'll get into it with Jennifer Lee Chan when she comes on at 12. But Evan, I really want to say, how can I judge your rough draft? You know what I mean? Like, he's in practice working it out, but now it's a thing. It's leading out shows. Anything new. I'm like, well, I'm just stepping back. Hey, he could lead the league in interceptions, and we could say it started in practice, but his left tackle's not there. One of his starting wideouts is not there. And like you said, he might want to be ultra aggressive this year, taking more chances. You know me, I cannot say this is a thing on a QB throwing picks in practice.
Well, I do read in a little bit to that aggression, but I wonder if anybody else does it. 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Let's get out to Oakland. Talk to. Oh, what's up, Leroy? How we doing, my man?
What's up, Evan? What's up, Goo?
What's up,
man?
baby?
Y'all killing it. Man, y'all killing it this morning, man. I love y'all, too. I miss you, Steiny, but I love y'all, too. Listen, y'all know that I am a lifelong 49er fan, and how I see the interceptions happening in practice, I see it as a good thing. And I look at it like this. Brock Purdy, he's a good quarterback, and he can be great, but the jury is out. Of course, he's young, but what he has put out forward, what he has put out so far, it's been good. I have no problem with Brock Purdy. I think in his career he's got something like maybe 15 interceptions or something like that. Don't quote me, but I'm like we've seen what he can do, and I think he's going to get better. I think he's going to get better, but he's a good quarterback with the potential to be a great quarterback. So I'm not worried about Purdy. It's a good thing because I have been worried about our cornerbacks. I have been worried about our safeties. And if they're getting picks off of a pretty darn gone good quarterback, then I like that. I'm with that. That means, the corners are out there doing their thing. The safeties are out there doing their thing. And it's a major concern, both of those areas. For me as a 49er fan, it has been and going forward. So I like that. Hey, keep picking him off.
I like, hey, Evan.
Wow.
I love that spin. I hadn't thought about it. So the quarterbacks in the secondary are balling.
Well, that is one of the reasons we heard Fred Warner a couple of days ago. Fred Warner talk about the secondary being potentially one of the best groups that they've had. Also know the second-year player Jair Brown is very high on the secondary. But something did happen earlier this morning that relates to Trent Williams. And I want to get into that on the other side because he might be the most important part of Purdy's success this year. And right now, he's not at training camp. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why is everybody putting the microscope and Brock Purdy right now like an ant right under a magnifying glass? Like everybody's trying to just heat this thing up. It's because football's back. We get the Hall of Fame game tonight. Patrick Wells getting a gold jacket, and we're breaking it down here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings with you in for Steiny, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
long as you're living in my house, I'm going to give you hell. Nothing good will come to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, Guru, this is why there's some incredible sports athletes that are leaders here in the Bay Area. Like, I would identify, like, last night's performance by Logan Webb.
He needed that. They needed that.
Solidifies why he is who he is. His third career shutout sets down the A's in 9 straight innings. And, I don't know, doesn't necessarily right all of the ship, but he calms the seas. You know, the waters were stirring in the last few days for the Giants, and Logan Webb brings a supreme confidence to the mound and silences the Athletics with a shutout. Just incredible performance last night. I have my thoughts. But, you know, you look at the leaders around the Bay Area, right? Steph Curry is obviously one of them, though he's not shooting like it right now in Paris. With the San Francisco 49ers, there are a lot of leaders on that team. I think Fred Warner, presidential, right? I think Brock Purdy is emerging as one of the leaders on those teams, or on the 49ers, I should say. Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, obviously a leader on the 49ers. Even Nick Bosa to some extent. He leads by example.
Don't forget Trent.
Oh, what? He's not at training camp. Wait. What?
He's on the couch playing Call of Duty.
Wait, how can he lead if he's not on the field?
Yeah.
Wait, you know what he's trying to lead? He's trying to lead left tackles in dollars paid.
And he deserves it.
Well, he's just got a new benchmark that he's got to get to.
Oh, whoa.
Because according to Adam Schefter, this was earlier this morning, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and 3-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs reached an agreement on a 5-year, $140 million contract extension. That's $28 million AAV.
Wow, man.
That's the new price for Trent Williams, in my opinion.
So, how many at 36 years old, I believe that's his age. Evan, this dude's he's on one in regard to just when you talk about personal awards or whatnot. And, you know, I know some people like whatever, but dude, the dude's all pro the last couple of years. He's not slowing down. How does he not get that? How do you not start with that? Maybe 2-3 year. I don't know, but he's worth, if the Niners are going to do anything, I mean anything, and Kevin Costner revenge that loss put on him by the Chiefs, it starts with Trent Williams.
But that's, again, just what it all comes down to. It comes down to money. And right now, Tristan Wirfs joins the left tackles right now above Trent Williams in terms of money paid, AAV, however you want to slice it. Christian Darrisaw with the Vikings, 25 years old. Laramie Tunsil, who's going to be playing tonight in the Hall of Fame game. Actually, he might not be playing, but the Houston Texans are playing tonight. Andrew Thomas for the New York Giants, also 25 years of age. And then Trent Williams. I mean, those right now are the names that are above Trent. And Trent is more accomplished than any of them. Though Wirfs is a very, very good left tackle. He deserves to be the highest paid player in the league. And I think that's why Trent Williams might have been waiting until he saw what Wirfs got to figure out where he fits in, because he has no guaranteed money left on his deal. And we all knew this, but something that emerged earlier today, or yesterday, I should say, from the San Francisco Chronicle, I thought this was fascinating, Gil. This is from Mike Silver, 49ers columnist. This is, quote, "The issue isn't that Williams wants more money. That's a no-brainer. The real question is why the 49ers, who according to Kyle Shanahan have known about Williams' dissatisfaction for months, didn't handle the situation quickly and quietly during the spring."
And that's what we brought up. Like, that's a fumble to me. And what's the new old adage? Today's price is not yesterday's price. Maybe if they would approach Trent with some urgency months ago, maybe they get him cheaper than Wirfs. And I believe now with this deal, that's the new benchmark. So it is weird, Evan, that guys that I give kudos to, like John Lynch, and you got your house in order and your books, like this happened. So, you know, last week before you got back, I was like, oh, this is nothing. Trent probably at home playing Madden, you know. But nah, this is a thing, and you just want that continuity to going into a season because you've been so great so many straight years. But these are the little things that and Ayuk too, the disease of me, but I get this card that Trent is like, man, I have no guaranteed money. Hell nah. So, Evan, my question to you and the listeners is, okay, now we've established he's upset. He's been upset. They knew it. My question to you is, what's taking so damn long?
Well, it might have been Wirfs. I also think, and this is why the urgency part of it is a bit puzzling for me to figure out. It's, okay, so you approach Christian McCaffrey with urgency because he got his guaranteed money in June.
Forgot about that.
Jumped the line. We were doing the show that day, and I think he put it well. He skipped the line in front of Ayuk. Well, apparently he also skipped the line in front of Trent Williams. And Christian McCaffrey is more important to the offense than Brandon Ayuk is, in my opinion.
But hold on now.
But Trent Williams might just be as, if not more important than Christian McCaffrey.
No doubt.
And the stats show it. When they run behind him, McCaffrey is better than when he runs behind someone else. When Brock Purdy doesn't have Trent Williams on his blind side, he's not the same quarterback. These are all things that are factual. And so my thing is, are the 49ers basically just trying to see how much they can penny pinch Trent Williams? That doesn't seem like the kind of guy you would want to penny pinch.
No doubt. And
even if he's 36 years old.
And Evan, if put yourself in Trent's shoes, we talked about it. I said the middle of the night is when McCaffrey got his deal. Are you a little bit irritated that you saw how fast that deal was expedited? And then now, if they're penny pinching, because they're pinching something, the Niners, that is taking so long for me to get some guaranteed bread, would that bother you? Or do you just kind of, like Ayuk, I don't think Ayuk could say anything. His brother and his girlfriend and mom and dad, I get it. And Ryan Clark's of the world on the Pivot podcast can say they skipped you. But at the end of the day, whatever entity or line of work you're in, it's about rank. And McCaffrey and Trent Williams are more important to the Niners than Brandon Ayuk. So I would just tell Brandon, hey, I know it looks bad, but you got to sit over here until this is done. But for Trent to be the equal or almost the equal, the guy that opens the holes for McCaffrey, would you feel a bit slighted that, okay, that got, like you just said, done in a millisecond, and I got to fight 15 rounds for whatever I get?
A little bit, but also we're talking about less money with McCaffrey. Trent Williams is making and will make probably more money. He wants more guaranteed money. And it just seems asinine to me that you would have a player of his stature without any guaranteed dollars. That doesn't seem like something that a quality organization does. This is also, I think, a part of it, too, for the 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. In the first segment, we were talking about Brock Purdy and kind of the takeaways from camp so far. He's been throwing some interceptions. He's been trying some things. I think he's trying to improve as a passer. But the question is Purdy throwing more INTs because Trent Williams isn't at training camp? There could be a correlation there. There certainly could be a correlation. Absolutely. Maybe it's also because Brandon Ayuk is not there, and he's trying to develop more chemistry with other receivers, younger receivers that he hasn't thrown the ball to in live games. So, again, I find it fascinating that the Niners were able to get things done extremely quickly with Christian McCaffrey. Shortly after, we then hear the whispers from, I think it was Jeremy Fowler, about Trent Williams wanting to restructure his deal.
Wow.
And everybody said, well, there's nothing to see here. Okay, well, a month later, there is something to see because he's not at training camp. And now Wirfs gets paid. There are 4 offensive tackles that make more money per year than Trent Williams does.
And that's wrong.
That is wrong because he is, at the very least, top 3, top 2. He might be number 1. Some people have Penei Sewell above him. If it is, it's marginal. Trent Williams is the best left tackle, and Mark Schler said it on Monday via the River Islands guest line. He said Trent Williams is one of the best football players in the last quarter century. You got to take care of that guy.
Man.
And the Niners haven't yet.
Evan, we got a 4-hour show, 3.5 now. I got to tell you what's on my mind, and you tell me if this is fair or foul on the Evan Giddings computer. E-Dog. So we saw Bosa hold out. Do you think they overpaid Bosa to the point to where now the impact is, hey, Trent, we don't got that little money that you thought we had, and we got to figure some things out. Brandon, we don't got to, is it okay that we look at what they paid, and I'm not going to dare say overpaid Bosa, but the ramifications are the 2 dudes after not named McCaffrey were at a standstill. One's at practice, but he's not practicing, and the other's on the couch watching Netflix.
Well, Bosa is the guy that you would potentially overpay for because he's a lot younger. He's earlier in his career than someone like Trent Williams or even Christian McCaffrey based on the age at his position. And I think that is also something the Niners are trying to assess is, do we want to continue to pay massive amounts of money to players that are aging and that might be more injury prone than, say, Nick Bosa, who's 25 and is still in his prime. But you're right. Like, Nick Bosa chose to get, and this is what I said yesterday, Nick Bosa chose to get every single last penny. And he was able to do that. So credit to him. He had that power. He had that leverage. I think the reason why Ayuk is stuck right now is because he doesn't have the kind of leverage that Bosa had. He doesn't have the kind of leverage that Trent Williams currently has. And I don't even know if he has the leverage that Deebo Samuel had 2 years ago to the day when he inked his 3-year contract extension. And that's why I think Trent Williams is significant, both physically and figuratively, is because I don't think an Ayuk extension gets done before Trent Williams. And I'm not sure when that's going to happen. And every day we move closer to the season, sure, right now, August 1st, is probably not a big deal. You know, you got a month and change until week 1 starts, kicks off. You got practice. You got time to get guys back in shape, reorganize all the rest. But every single day it doesn't happen, the more concerned I get about the 49ers.
Wow, man.
Because both Bosa as well as Deebo have highlighted the fact that their seasons weren't derailed, but they were impacted physically, and I'm sure mentally, by the contract negotiations the prior summer and how much that took away from the game of football for them. And if the Niners are truly trying, and they are, and I think they're in a great position to challenge for a Super Bowl, well, then you do need everybody on the same page. And I want 2 of my most impactful players back on the practice field.
And I'm with you. And one of those players, Ayuk, our own Carter sent us a video dapping up Lynch and Kyle at practice. So I thought I was going to either go to bed with the news Ayuk got a new deal or wake up this morning to a new deal by Ayuk. As of right now, that has not happened. Evan, I guess at the end of the day, I expect it to happen. And the reason I do, both of these guys, is you have the money. It's about, do you want to pay or meet their asking price? You know, you went out and splurged on a home. You got a mortgage. That was Bosa. Now you got PG&E bill. You got a car note, and that's Trent, and that's Ayuk. That doesn't mean just because you got the house, you don't pay those bills. Those are due, but it's about, do you want to pay those 2 dudes? And if eloquently, as you just put it, and how important Trent Williams is to this Niner offense, not just the running game, the passing game, his blocking. How could the Niners be, I got to be careful here, messing around with Trent like for 5 more minutes of not getting him the said money to get his ass back in camp? Because I think they go as far as he goes. He takes you.
It's because of the guy that we talked about in the first segment, the $60 million man. It's about Brock Purdy.
Man.
So if you're the 49ers, do you really want to guarantee a 36-year-old aging left tackle for 3 more seasons? Do you want to guarantee McCaffrey for more than the couple of years left on his deal? Or do you want to provide yourself with more flexibility? There's also other positions. You know, George Kittle's 30 now. Fred Warner's got miles on his legs. These are all really productive players. You know, Fred Warner was ranked number 11 in the NFL Top 100. Kittle was number 14. Those were the 2 top-ranked players by the 49ers, among the best in the NFL. You know, Bosa, Purdy, Deebo, Ayuk, Greenlaw, and by the way, Trent Williams hasn't been revealed. He could still be on this list. So my point is, they have all the talent in the world, and people want to get paid like they are the most talented in the world. But it just begs the question, when does it end? When does it stop? Because it's always been about, we'll just pay this guy, just pay that guy, just pay this guy. But the 49ers, with how much they haggle, how much they appear to penny pinch, they do want to pay their guys, but they don't just want to give them everything.
Oh, man.
And I think the reason why they now can't just give every player everything is because
of the looming Brock Purdy payday.
Because of Brock Purdy.
Can I read something to you, Evan?
Yeah.
So I just told you and the listeners the Carter video that we got about Brandon Ayuk yesterday, you know, dapping up Lynch and Shanahan at practice, and that happened. And Evan, I drove home, and I assumed a deal was imminent. It is coming. He's happy. But Andrew Filippone, for the people that don't know who he is, he does the morning show in Pittsburgh. This is just, it's kind of funny. I'm going to read this tweet.
He's come on with the morning roast, yeah.
Yeah, he has. Marcus Golden re-signed, frees up Steelers to trade Alex Highsmith and it looked like Brandon Ayuk was saying his goodbyes at 49er camp. And the reason I read that is I took that and some of the fans as, oh, he got his deal. It's just a matter of time. And it's just kind of funny, like Leroy called and said, hey, the interceptions are a sign the defense is balling. But for Andrew to look at it, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but for him to look at it like Ayuk was saying goodbyes, how shocked would you be if the Niners don't give in and Brandon Ayuk was actually traded?
I find it so funny how people interpret different videos. Like, seriously. Yesterday, you and I are simpatico. Like, we both saw it the same way.
They got money coming. They got it done.
Yeah, they're both happy to see each other.
Meet you at Morton's.
Brandon Ayuk, by the way, has been owning social media this entire summer, one way or the other, either because he's been sending signals or because he's been happy. But he knows how to play the Twitter game. I'll give him that. He didn't look like a player that was going anywhere. So Filippone is, respecting the Pittsburgh market. He's tapped into the Steelers. Right. I appreciate the commentary. But no, I interpret it, in fact, in the exact opposite way.
Okay.
And there's some people online today that are saying that they expect an Ayuk deal coming down. I'm not sure if it happens today, but I feel very confident. There's no way in hell Brandon Ayuk's getting traded.
Okay, I'm with you, Evan. I just really makes that lessens your offense.
The Niners would be more inclined to have him play in his 5th year than trade him.
Okay.
I do not think that Brandon Ayuk is playing for another team this upcoming season. I don't think he's playing for another team the next upcoming season.
But Evan, if that was and I'm with you, if that was a deal, why wouldn't we know by now? Like, that was midday yesterday. Stuff filters out. And I'm with you. I still there's no way this is a trade. But if that were a deal, wouldn't it was somehow, I'm going Drake and Kendrick, the euphoria of we got it done would slip out and we would know something. But every minute that goes by now after that, I'm like, maybe that was him just saying, I appreciate y'all hooking me up, a brother out of here.
Well, maybe his agent's got to fly in. Maybe they actually got to drop the contract. There are probably logistical things that they have to do before it goes down. But there might have just been a handshake agreement yesterday, and literally a handshake between the head coach, the GM, and the player himself. I think Brandon Ayuk, look, he looked like a player that was excited to be in Santa Clara.
All right.
Not a player that wants to be traded or that actually wants to be traded. I know he did technically request one, but that was just another way of him trying to get his point across. The other part of it, too, is, again, I think with DJ Moore getting paid what he got paid the other day, DJ Moore's a good receiver. I wouldn't be surprised if DJ Moore's not the number one receiver on his team this season in terms of receptions, yards. They got a lot of weapons there for Caleb Williams, who also takes the field probably later on tonight. But I think Brandon Ayuk probably also sees that as, okay, if the Niners offer that was leaked, a couple months ago was around 26 per year.
Okay.
DJ Moore got 27.5 per year. Amon-Ra is the number that apparently he wanted to get, which was around 28. Well, right now, I think DJ Moore might have got Brandon Ayuk the extra $1.5 million a year that he was looking for.
Wow, that's
and it might seem like an insignificant amount of money, but
no, I love that, and it's the Rodney Dangerfield effect. Respect. I think Ayuk had people in his ear about respect. Like that $1.5 million, Evan he wants his name up there because he's not going to be up there with catches. I can't rob him of the yards, but you know what I mean? This team runs first. You're not going to put up the Justin Jefferson type numbers. And I believe Ayuk and his camp and his family feel he's as good, but you'll never be able to, I don't think, in this Niner offense, compete with those statistical numbers from a personal standpoint. But Evan, I'm really up here like there's no way this dude's out of here. The Niners are not that. But then, hey, why did you draft Pearsall? And a trade would be of Ayuk would mean Pearsall was his replacement.
Yeah, and also Caleb Williams is not playing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't run him out there.
They'll be talking about him tonight is what they'll be doing. But, But the 49ers are, look, they're a team that is built on continuity. They operate at the level, at least especially offensively, they put up so many points and numbers. They are a rhythm team. I mean, Brock Purdy, when he was in a rhythm, was unstoppable last season. Kyle Shanahan has discussed the importance of rhythmic play calling. Like, they are a team that needs to work I don't know, like in lockstep with each other. And until Brandon Ayuk is in pads, and until Trent Williams is in pads, then I don't feel like this team right now is literally together. And they're not together because they want their money. And that is something that just, I don't know, philosophically, the Niners do differently than other teams. I mean, the Eagles, for example, took care of their guys earlier in the summer. The Niners had an opportunity to do that. It might have saved them a little bit of money with Ayuk. Who knows? It might have also saved them a little bit of money with Trent Williams, because apparently they knew about his dissatisfaction, according to Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, a few months ago. So if they knew that he was dissatisfied, why let it linger? Why let all these things linger? In fact, August 1st, 2022 was the day they let linger until they signed Deebo Samuel. They let Nick Bosa linger until nearly week 1. These are all things that didn't end up perhaps, hurting the season. Look, they've still been wildly successful. But I guess in a season that is of paramount importance and could be the last best crack you get, I would prefer to have all of my pieces aligned as quickly as possible.
No doubt. And on top of that, I'll just put some frosting on that cake, Evan. We've seen the last two guys, Deebo and Bosa, I'm not going to say subpar, but it affected their play. And that's why we saw in the Super Bowl Bosa on the sideline getting oxygen. When you can look at guys like Crosby for the Raiders, although he wasn't playing in the Super Bowl, play every down. So, I mean, bodies are fickle. And Ayuk, whatever he's doing, he's not busting it 100. You get your money, and then week 1, there's a hamstring issue or a soft tissue issue that lingers. It's like you don't want to – those things happen anyway, Evan, but you don't want to have it on the cusp of, we went through this contract fight. And I'm talking about Trent Williams, too, at 36. So just get the stuff done, get these guys in, and focus on the season, not the checkbook.
But they've always been focused on the checkbook, both the Niners and the players. But they've always been focused on that checkbook. If they can save $1 million here, if they can save $1 million there. The thing that I wonder, and look, we'll never be privy to these conversations, but it didn't feel like to me last year there was anything left that was pinched for by the Niners with Bosa. So Bosa got every last dollar. I mean, the gap between him and the second highest paid player at his position tells me that he got every single dollar. Wirfs just got $140 million. He's getting 28 per year. Does that mean Trent Williams is going to want more than that? Is he going to want equal to that? Does he want what Sewell get? Like, what do these guys want? Because there's a precedent now that they don't have to leave anything on the table, and nor should they, because once Brock Purdy gets his extension, there will be nothing left on the table for all of them. In fact, their future in San Francisco might be different. Kyle Juszczyk talked about how much he was hurt that he had to restructure his contract initially, that they asked him to take less money, but he wanted to still be here. That was his choice. There are players all across the league that have told their team to kick rocks. Armstead left. The reason why Keenan Allen is, I don't know if he's lacing up tonight for the Bears, probably not. The reason why Keenan Allen is in Chicago is because he didn't want to restructure his deal with the LA Chargers. So he left and they traded him. Brandon Ayuk is somebody that I don't think is getting traded, but he has no reason to leave any money on the table, and neither does Trent Williams. And so it's all become about not the scarlet red, not the gold. It's about the green right now with the Niners. And that is something that is a bit different to me than even a couple of years ago, and it did start with Nick Bosa.
Yeah, well said, and Niner fans can say, F you, goo. I don't want to hear that, but it's about the green guys. But Evan, in a crazy, weird way, it's exciting to see for me how this is going to play out and possibly impact the team moving into week 1 when they host the Jets on Monday night.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, it's football season starting, but here in 95.7 The Game, it's also basketball season, Go, because we got our Hoop It Up 3-on-3 basketball tournament. It's returning to Thrive City for its second year on Sunday, August 11th, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 95.7 The Game is putting a team in the tournament, and we're paying for registration for 3 listener teams as well. That contest will be Friday at noon, tomorrow at noon, a little over 24 hours away for the Hoop It Up tournament established and owned by Kevin Garnett, including recreational divisions from ages 8 to 18 plus, as well as adult divisions as well. Each team is allowed a max of 5 players, 3 on the court, 2 subs. For all more details, go to hoopitup.com/957 The Game. hoopitup.com/San Francisco. Pardon me. Do you think you can beat our team? Make sure you're listening tomorrow at noon. We're giving away 3 free entries to the tournament. If you win, you'll be able to field your own 3-on-3 team to take on the competition. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Back after this on 95.7 The Game, all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
My question to everything you just set up, and it was so sexy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Gil?
What's up, baby? Yeah, I was just ripping Ken.
Oh, you should.
Fun with him.
He deserves it. He roots for the Dolphins.
You know what? I went and watched that video
You don't
again.
know what he was talking about.
Yeah, the Brandon Ayuk video. There
What?
was too much euphoria coming from Kyle for it to be a trade. Like, that was a deal's done. It's coming. Just like a baby. It's coming.
Well, yeah, but we don't know if it's coming, now or in 6 months. Like when's the baby
Yeah,
due?
hopefully today.
Well, yeah, I don't need just one baby. I need twins. I need 2 contracts. I need a contract for Trent Williams and a contract for Brandon Ayuk.
But get them back on the damn field. You're right. And that's why I keep going real quick, Evan. Get your books in order. And for Mike Silver to say they knew that your boy Trent Williams had been, feeling some type of way about his, like, this should have been handled.
It should have been, but it's also just, it's what the 49ers do. But I do wonder how people saw that video yesterday. Also, not just the news today. Look, people are tweeting out that a deal is imminent. A move is imminent from the 49ers. People are interpreting the video as, maybe he's saying his goodbyes. I certainly am not interpreting it that way.
Yeah, I'm with you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Does the deal with Brandon Ayuk get done today? I don't think it. I'm not sure it gets done today, but I feel very confident that it will get done and that Ayuk is going to be a 49er.
And I do wonder where that'll place him amongst the ranks of the top receivers. DJ Moore, getting his deal yesterday. I do wonder when it's all said and done and the dust settles, assuming he's still here, Evan, what that number's going to be.
What that number's going to be?
For Brandon Ayuk. You got it?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought
no, sorry.
I was like, Evan got breaking news.
No, people are texting me. Leave me alone, okay? Leave me alone right now. Well, they're just sending things that may or may not be true. I don't have time to vet things while I'm on the air. So if someone tells me that the Niners have made a trade, I don't know. Is that for Ayuk? Is that for another player? I don't know. Did they trade? I don't know, for Ray McLeod, did they get him back? Like, I don't have time to look at these things, okay?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
No. Wow, boy.
Well, his ghost.
He looks horrible right now, bro. In Dallas. He's throwing picks left and right.
I thought he was your guy.
I thought too, but
Number 4.
Have you seen any videos of him in practice, Evan? Just throwing it to the linebacker like there's not even a receiver. Like, oh, bud. Oh, boy.
Well, I haven't seen the video this year, but I think I saw plenty of videos of that last year.
I'll give you two on that.
Last couple of years.
But they're gremlins. He's doing the same thing in the Lone Star State. They're actually at Oxnard. But, man, I'm rooting for him, but, boy, it looks rough.
Well, that's why it's okay. So, Trey Lance has looked terrible in practice.
Yeah. All right. Here you go. You make me feel better.
So is Brock Purdy.
All right.
But I don't care about it. It doesn't mean much to me, but it means something when a player that we have labeled as either a bust or kind of being down bad on, when they do poorly, that's not good. Like, for example, okay, how much does practice matter for Dak Prescott for you?
Not much at all. Guys, season like that, nothing.
Okay, so on Tuesday, he threw 9 touchdowns. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, 27-0 to the Packers at home in the playoffs. But go ahead.
Okay, fair, right? That's fair.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't need to practice at all for me.
No, and in fact, Aaron Rodgers has spoken openly about using training camp to make mistakes, to try to experiment, to try to do the things that it sounds like Brock Purdy's trying to do right now.
And isn't that the essence of the word practice, Evan? That's where you try stuff and you make mistakes that don't kill you or hurt you or your brethren. But you do it to work on stuff to get better at. So when you do use it or try to use it in the game, you're ready.
Well, yeah, and that's why when we've seen the high level that's established by Brock Purdy, it makes me not really care much about practice. But for someone like Trey Lance, where you haven't seen much of him in-game for various reasons, then I think people do take a lot away from practice. I mean, like, I don't think fans of the Detroit Lions really care about Jared Goff. He's only thrown 1 interception so far in training camp. He's been lights out. Do they really care about that? Probably not. But does it mean that you just dismiss when or if he starts to throw picks? Like, the goal is to protect the ball. The goal is to not give it to the other team, in addition, obviously, to scoring. So Brock Purdy has protected the ball better than many quarterbacks around the league. Some of it might be because of Shanahan. I think a lot of it is also just because that's what he's good at. He knows how to protect the football. His first season, he only threw 4 picks. He threw 4 picks the other day in practice. I would like to imagine that there's a reason behind that, you know?
Yeah, and if you're missing your starting left tackle and one of your starting wideouts, that's enough right there. But as far as protecting the ball, that's been one of his attributes that you like. So, this has been an offseason for Brock Purdy to where you talked about it earlier, Evan. It's all mental. He doesn't have to work on the rehab, coming back from the wrecked elbow. Now he can dissect, look, watch film, even try to fit some balls into tight places. But it's all football related. It's not him coming back and fans being worried about how that elbow is going to respond. So I expect, nobody asked, but I expect Brock Purdy to be Brock Purdy of the last 2 years or year and a half that we've seen him. And I don't know where the season's going to end, Evan, but I expect him to reset the quarterback market when it's time. Because that bill's coming due.
See, I expect him to be better. I do expect Brock Purdy to be better this season. He hasn't played much football. I mean, he's played 25 games in the NFL. That's, 1.5 seasons. That's not a lot. He's accomplished a lot in those 1.5 seasons, but he hasn't played much NFL football compared to his peers and the guys that are also getting paid.
And
outside of perhaps
more.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, done a lot more than a lot of those guys.
He has done a lot more. But I do think that it's reasonable to expect him to be better this season. I mean, seriously. Why would I expect Brock Purdy to be worse than he was last year?
I don't have that answer. Now, if you don't have a Brandon Ayuk, that would contribute, but I don't expect that to be the case.
No, and that's why Trent Williams is important, because he's the best piece of Brock Purdy's protection. In fact, he might be the most notable and only big boy, literally, on that line that I trust right now. They're trying, and they're using Trent Williams' absence to develop other prospects, and there's more reps for, a rookie like Dominic Pooney or, Jalen Moore, other players that might at some point be asked to step up and step in, because Trent Williams has also never played a full season in the last 10 years. He hasn't missed a ton of games some seasons, but he's never played a full 16 or 17 since 2013. So odds are you're not going to have Trent Williams for one or a couple of games.
Right.
That's where you need offensive line depth. They are trying to figure out how much depth they have. I'm just afraid, and this is also kind of a symptom of teams that pay a lot of players or pay a few highly paid players, is you naturally lose your depth. I think the Niners a few years ago in the 2021 season, they lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game, but one of the reasons they were able to get there in the first place is because they had so much more depth. They didn't have to spend a ton of money on quarterback. They didn't have to spend at the time a ton of money on Debo. They didn't have to pay Nick Bosa yet, so they had a lot more players and a lot more depth. This is a very top-heavy team now, and so if one of those players is missing, then their absence is going to be highlighted even more.
And that's welcome to the new NFL. You laid it out. And that's why I say, Evan, everybody wants to win, but you can't. But at the end of the day, the Niners, since 2019, have been close. To me, they've been the better team in the Super Bowl twice, up 10. They didn't get it done, but it's why you want to win then and kind of cash that chip in. And you are right. There's going to be casualties because they've built something. They don't have anything to show for it from a Super Bowl standpoint and parades, but at the end of the day, you're going to lose guys. You can't pay everybody. So they're in that boat now, pretty much, but without the bling. And to me, that's what stings. And maybe they get it done this year.
Well, you would certainly hope that you can get it done this year. And look, we're keeping our eyes out for everything Brandon Ayuk related, everything Trent Williams related, because those two players are currently looking for deals. Ayuk's looking for an extension. Trent Williams is looking for a contract restructure. Hopefully in 45 minutes, we'll have more clarity on that when Jennifer Lee Chan joins us via the River Islands guest line. And so we're looking forward to that as well. Also, I do want to kind of figure out, what else has been going on in camp outside of the big names. There's been opportunities. We've seen Pearsall finally on the field. It looks like the secondary has made some strides, and they look like they could be a much improved group this year, specifically the cornerbacks. So how do the 49ers, how does the defense look different than last year? Does it feel different with Brandon Staley? Nick Sorensen, the new DC, or one of them, spoke yesterday about how Brandon Staley's going to be in the booth.
Wow, man.
So remember, a big talking point last year was, Is Wilkes going to be in the booth? Is he going to be on the sideline? Well, it sounds like they're going to have, they're kind of co-DCs essentially, one and the other.
Why do I hate that, Evan? It's
Why?
like it's one
Why do you
man's
hate it?
defense, right? It's Sorensen's defense.
It should be.
But now I'm thinking, again, the more the merrier, but I'm thinking, okay, at what juncture? Because the more experienced guy at calling defense is your guy Staley, and he was great at it as a DC. But
sure,
I just think there's going to come a point, and I'm not saying it's going to cost him games. This season we come in here, let's just say the defense is not playing well, and then we're like, well, what's Brandon doing? How is he calling the plays? I just hate when it's not one guy. You know what I mean? Like Robert Saleh, it was his, and D'Amico Ryans, it was his. And I'm not saying it's not Sorensen, but when I see an experienced guy and I'm hearing news about Staley in the booth, I do wonder, are they co-calling plays? How's the dynamic?
Well, I don't think they're co-calling plays, but I think that having eyes in the sky, so to speak, is beneficial. I mean, Staley is, I think they've also described Staley as being somebody to more help schematically during the week, creating the plan, but not actually being the one to make the in-game calls or make the adjustments. Because even though he was good at it in Los Angeles with the Rams, he was not very good at it in Los Angeles with the Chargers. And that's a big reason why he's no longer their head coach. But Kyle Shanahan, I think, has the utmost confidence in Sorensen, and the familiarity with him is a big part of it. Again, chemistry is huge. Even when you have all the talent in the world, you need guys to be on the same page. And I think that's also maybe why Brock Purdy has thrown a couple of these interceptions, is because he's trying to get on the same page with all of his playmakers.
Yeah, and
the ones that he has.
Yeah, no doubt, Evan. I'll say this about that. It's kind of funny when I look at the Giants and Gabe Kapler and the Pasoy problem, allegedly. He's gone, and now the Giants still haven't gotten better. Wilkes was the poster child for what was wrong with that defense. Again, didn't have any pads or a helmet. And what bothers me just about the whole playoff run for the 49ers under Wilkes from a defensive standpoint is that Detroit game. They came back, won the game. But, Evan, it was so strange to watch that unit defensively for the Niners give everything they had and got a 10-point lead on Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. The team collectively couldn't close it. But I do wonder, okay, Wilkes is gone. Bosa threw him under the bus a few times. So did the fans. I do wonder if Sorensen, with no Greenlaw to start this season, how this unit responds and how they look. And the secondary is a big part of that. But if, a secondary's best friend, Evan, is a pass rush, and if somehow Bosa can't get help and we don't see Hargrave, wreck shop, what kind of defense without Greenlaw is this Niner unit going to be? I'm interested. And they got a tough task week 1 against A-Rod and the Jets.
They do. Another aging quarterback. And it's funny you bring up Rodgers because the other big news surrounding Purdy this week was not about his play on the field. It was his comments on our Odyssey podcast, The TK Show, with Tim Kawakami. And that's what was brought up by Kyle Shanahan, by Brock Purdy, this idea of a legendary quarterback maybe being the guy. And that was Tom Brady. So, I do want to get into these comments because I think they're interesting. Like Kyle Shanahan said that the only guy that he was going to potentially replace Brock Purdy with, coming off of injury, when there was less clarity, was the GOAT, was Tom Brady, who would have been, I think, age 45 at that point. Other than that, it was Brock's job. He said he wasn't competing with Trey. He wasn't competing with anybody else they'd bring him in on the roster. There was only one dude that they'd go to, and it was Tom Brady. And Kyle Shanahan said that he thought it was a compliment to Brock Purdy. Well, Brock Purdy responded a couple days ago, and here's what he had to say about Shanahan and Tom Brady.
How I took it was, I understand. I was hurt, and there wasn't really a certainty as to when exactly I'd be back. Would I be back for the season? Would it be midway through the season? Who knows at that time? And so I totally understood, the fact of Kyle and the team needed a quarterback for next season. And so when he said Tom Brady, I'm like, all right, that's cool for your sake as a as a head coach and for a team to bring in the best of all time. But yeah, a little bit of me was like, all right, well, I just proven that I beat this guy, this past year, and that I'm good enough to, take our team to, at the time it was an NFC championship. And so there was a little bit to me where I was like, I can obviously be the guy for this organization. So like, why not? But given the circumstances of me being hurt and like having some certainty at quarterback, I understand why he, was willing to have that as a thought.
Yeah, so Brock Purdy says he's understanding. I also think that Brock Purdy is a competitor, and publicly, in the aftermath, after solidifying himself as, a top 5 MVP candidate, after being maybe statistically the most efficient quarterback in the league last year, getting to the brink of a Super Bowl, he feels comfortable in saying, yeah, I would have been cool with that.
Yeah, and to me, Evan,
however...
But his elbow was wrecked. There was no... You know what I mean? Like, there was no assurance that this guy was going to come back and just from a physical standpoint, be the same. So I just got to give kudos to Kyle for being honest and keeping it 100, as the kids say, and having that conversation with him. But, Evan, I guess my ego, let go of my ego, not ego, it wouldn't have been hit because I was hurt. And the uncertainty of me coming back, being able to grip a football, and chuck it, was I could understand the wandering eye or trying to fire on Tom Brady. And I would also tell young Brock, this was the second time that Kyle was flirting with Brock, because the first time cost him a Super Bowl. That Tampa Bay Super Bowl could have been a Niners Super Bowl perhaps, but Kyle was in on Jimmy thinking, okay, well, Jimmy's looking the part. But I guess the fact that your boy Brock was hurt, Evan, my ego wouldn't have been hit as much, because I'd have been like, damn, the uncertainty of my future, it's real. And Brock showed us it wasn't because he came back. But
well, I personally don't think it would have been the right choice.
Like, you can't prove that.
No, I can't. Yeah. But I think that Kyle Shanahan wanted Tom Brady primarily because he felt like he missed out on him in 2021.
Facts.
Yeah. Or after the 2019 Super Bowl.
Tom got a Super Bowl tap.
Exactly. That's why he wanted him 4 years later. Right. I don't think it was. I mean, sure, Tom Brady was, a couple of years removed from leading the league. I think in touchdown passes, he could still clearly play.
But what about the damage to Brock?
Yeah, he didn't know about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, but then how come Tom Brady was the only guy that you were willing to go out and get an insurance policy on? If Brock Purdy if he was really that big of a question mark, and you were wondering if he was going to be healthy, available, all the rest. Well, apparently you weren't ready to hand the keys to Trey Lance, and I don't blame him for that. But then why was Tom Brady the only insurance policy you're willing to take out? That doesn't seem very intelligent to me. That doesn't seem like a Kyle Shanahan, who I believe to be a forward-thinking individual, especially with a game of football. And I feel like you would have had hands in more pots if you actually believed that Brock Purdy was not going to be ready by week 1.
Well, it goes to what you just said. He was scorned. He was burned, or he felt, Kyle, that is, not firing or going in on Tom Brady when he had the chance. And that's what that was, residue of what we now can say, 4 years ago was a mistake. Because if you think about it, maybe you do win that Super Bowl with Brady and not Garoppolo.
Yeah, but I think it was a mistake to not obviously go get Brady instead of Jimmy G. That's shown to be true. But I don't think it was a mistake. It would have been a mistake if they had brought in Tom Brady last year, in my opinion. He had retired. He was coming off a season in which he had shown himself to be a much diminished quarterback. He was 45 years old. Like, do you think they win the Super Bowl last year if Tom Brady's quarterback in that Niners team?
Man, I don't. Was waiting on you for that one.
I do not. Okay. I'm sorry.
But you know what? I got to give Yoda, and I'm calling Brady Yoda, I got to give him the respect to think, damn, Evan, maybe he changes the blocking assignments at the line of scrimmage when your boy came, Chris Jones came unleashed. Maybe he would have saw something that young Brock didn't see, and you call a timeout on that third down to where if you get a first down, you bleed the clock, kick a field goal, and you win. So I do get the premise of, he's coming off. Come on, man. The dude was at home with the kids. But I can't rob the greatness of Tom. That's a 4 of Tom Brady to say the way that game played out, maybe his experience could have got him that dub.
Yeah, no, we are giving him the benefit of the doubt because he's the greatest winner ever.
Yeah.
I saw a quarterback that was not it. I saw a quarterback. You remember who Brock Purdy first beat as a starter?
I want to say Tua.
Tom Brady. His first game was against Miami.
Okay, all right, I got you.
The following week was against Tom Terrific at home.
Yeah, you're right.
He absolutely waxed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think threw 4 touchdowns that game.
That got ugly.
Like Brock Purdy, his first start against the GOAT, wiped his you-know-what with him. Like, seriously, if that's
Mike
what we're
Evans
talking
had a
about.
touchdown call back in
If you
that
bring
game.
up the whole head-to-head deal with Brock Purdy, he's gone through Dak. He's beaten this guy. He's beaten that guy. The only
it's
guy he hasn't
impressive.
beat is Mahomes.
Yeah.
He beat Tom Brady his first start as a starter. So you can't tell me that. Again, the emphasis from Shanahan was on Purdy being hurt. My question is, well, if he was really that damaged and you had that many questions about his elbow, which would be fair, why was Tom Brady the only quarterback that you were willing to go out and get? That's why I think that Kyle was stuck in the past and he thought about what he could have had, what he didn't have, and what he still doesn't have, which is a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, because he damn sure wasn't going to Trey Lance.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, and that's a
I think that was the correct choice.
Yeah, I get it, but I do understand. Like Evan, I just can't tell you how that Tampa Bay Super Bowl, from a Tom Brady standpoint, what it did to me. As far as like, are you kidding me? You're really going to Tampa Bay? Not that you're going. You guys ain't winning a damn thing, and to win a bowl, like that's incredible. So I kind of don't blame Kyle for, not getting that out of his system, as that was the one that got away. And if you would have fired early, maybe we're talking about us getting the second Super Bowl under Kyle.
And again, this is from the TK Show, an Odyssey podcast original. Brock Purdy talking about it, and Kyle was trying to motivate him with Tom Brady.
I think we were just having an honest conversation about the whole thing. I think that when he was bringing that up, it was when it was before surgery. It was before I even had surgery or anything, so we had no idea what my timeline was like or anything. But there was the competitive side of it for me. I was like, dude, I just proved for 8-9 games that I can be the guy for this organization. But at the same time, they need a guy for next year if I wasn't able to make it back in time.
If he was the guy, if he wasn't the guy, why was Tom Brady the only guy? That's all I'm asking. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Go ahead and download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, make sure to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Adco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
Well, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything. My eyes are just brown.
No, you got nice eyes.
My eyes are brown.
Yeah.
Although,
I miss the guy when he's not here. Go figure.
Dude, so I was in, well, I do too. Shout out to Steiny. He'll be back next week. He's out in London. I was in the A's locker room last night. Well, I was kind of bouncing. Yeah, thank you.
Look at my guy.
I was bouncing around after the last Bay Bridge series. Logan Webb threw the shutout. So I don't know about you, but sometimes I like to go to the opposing locker room. The ones who lose can oftentimes give you sometimes more than the guys who win.
Gotcha.
Because the guys who win, they're on cloud nine. You know, they're talking about how great they were. Sometimes also they're more deferential. You know, it's not about me, it's about we. It's about the team. We give 110%.
You want the drama.
Yeah, I want to know what someone that's standing in the batter's box thought about how Logan Webb was pitching. Or, for example, Ross Stripling, who's a former San Francisco Giant, not doing very well this year.
I thought they were going to jump him for 8 runs.
Yeah, me too. He's throwing 90-mile-an-hour four-seam fastballs center cut, and the Giants couldn't get enough hits off of him. But they did get a sac fly. They won 1-0. But the thing that everyone was kind of saying about Webb was like, you don't know where his pitches are going. You know they're going down, but you don't know if they're going down and left, if they're going down and right, or if they're just going straight down. So it makes them very difficult to hit. But the other part, too, was...
Give it to me.
Well, Ross Stripling in the locker room was just like, yeah, I mean, that's just him. Like, a lot of these hitters haven't hit against him before. Like, that's Webby. That's exactly what he said. That's Webby.
I feel like he's robbing my man Webby or something by saying that, the unfamiliarity.
But, well, the unfamiliarity.
Yeah.
But if you've never seen him pitch before, he's difficult to hit if you have seen him pitch before, if you have hit against him.
Right, but for him to say, I don't know, I feel like you saying that, Strip is saying the only reason Webb has success is they hadn't seen him. And that's normal across the board in baseball.
That might have been the reason why he threw his third career shutout. You know, but he had his stuff last night.
Oh, he did.
He also hadn't been pitching very well,
but
so
the
he's
A's
probably
ran
due.
themselves out of this a couple innings too, I believe.
Yeah, first inning.
Jesus, relax.
They had half their base runners in the first against Webb. That's how good he was. The other thing too is like it always feels every single time like he's out there that Webb is at 65 pitches in the 6th.
Yeah,
like he's going deep in every single game.
He was finishing that bad boy. Duvall was up. They were like, "Let me get my glove.
Sit him down.
Hey, hold my beer.
Tranquilo, Camilo, sit down." No, the other part too was it was a very short game, which I know. Look, why don't people like sub 2-hour baseball games? If it's a 1-0 game, it shouldn't be 3 hours.
Baseball is like a date. You don't want it over early. And I was anti-pitch clock. But good God, Evan, I want my baseball to be 9:30. I want it to tuck me in. That's what baseball's always there for you every night. And these 1 hour and 50, I don't like any of it. My Troy Aikman, Evan, that's too fast. It just is. And hey, do I want to see guys tuck their chain in and multiple pitching changes? Maybe I thought I hated it, but when it's gone, I'm like, that's too fast. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to, come on, give me some, man. I don't like, it's too fast.
You can't have it both ways, though, because a game that's 10-7 should also not go 4 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, a baseball game, look, I understand people paid a lot of money to go see the Giants and the A's last night.
That's too quick.
Well, then tell the Giants hitters to get some hits, take a couple pitches, get on base.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what we're talking about. A 1-0 game should not be 3 hours. I don't think it should even be 2 hours and 40 minutes.
But now I know how my wife feels, man. I'm like, that's too fast, man. Like, come on. What are we doing? Come on, Evan. I know, but I'm being real. It's like,
my God.
That's what it feels like. I had to say it. But it's real. I'm struggling, E. I could not believe the game was over. Like, I felt cheated.
A pitcher's duel is exciting, though, even if it's fast.
I'm being real.
No, people are telling on themselves. They say they like to watch good pitching. Well, I don't know about you, but people say they like to watch good pitching. But none of it's zip, zap, zip.
I turn back. I go, it's over. Like, come on, E.
People like home runs and strikeouts, and neither of those
boy.
are quick.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah.
Oh, no.
Where do we go from here, baby?
Well, we're going to go back to the gridiron.
Real quick, how long do you get nervous going in the locker room?
No, not really.
Do you get a high, or is just I've been there, done that?
No. Well, for baseball locker rooms, I've been in a few of them, so it doesn't. No, the baseball locker rooms are actually more comfortable than, say, the NFL or NBA locker rooms. But it is all right. It might be TMI. Baseball locker rooms are also very open. Like you can kind of approach most players at their lockers, even if they're, say, getting out of the shower or going into the shower. There's a lot more nudity in baseball locker rooms than other locker rooms, I think. Which is a little, that might be too much for some people.
If I had a cricket button on it.
Let's just be honest.
Okay, whoa, okay, I got you.
That's just how it is. I mean.
The Sports Illustrated body issue is what just came
but you don't go talk to somebody who's butt naked at their locker. You wait until they put a shirt and pants on. And you say, hey, can I have a few minutes of your time? No, being in a locker room should, Anyways.
I'm getting crushed, Steve. I asked for it, boy.
Boy. Well, hopefully steadying the ship. Well, first of all, 12 o'clock, we're going to talk to Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area. She's been covering the 49ers for years. Of course, she's going to hop on courtesy of the River Islands guest line. So we're looking forward to that. Going to get into some things with, Brock Purdy, his performance. Also, just what's been going on. Again, Brandon Ayuk, a lot of people feel like a deal is imminent after him shaking hands yesterday with John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan at midfield. What's going to happen there is someone like Trent Williams going to get paid in the near future, especially after seeing Trenton Wirfs from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting the highest deal from an offensive tackle ever. So we're doing all of it. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. But where we picked up, or I should say left off at the end of the last segment, Goo, was with Purdy speaking on the Tim Kawakami show. And that's game from last year and the Super Bowl. And I'm glad it did because there's something I have to say about it afterwards. Here was what he had to say.
I mean, it hurt a little bit just watching, because we all know the end result, which, sort of sucked. But I think more than anything, it was pretty encouraging just knowing that, man, that was my second year in the NFL. We're in the biggest stage, and I could have done this better. Or, the good plays, man, I did make those plays. And so those are confidence boosters that I can continue to build off of. So it goes back and forth. But to look at the big picture of things, I was like, man, I was playing in a Super Bowl this past year and coming off of UCL, there was a lot of grinding and mental stuff that I was going through last year. And then to be able to learn from plays in the Super Bowl, that's pretty special. Not a lot of guys get to experience that, whether you did good or bad. There's not a lot of guys that have gotten to that moment and have been able to learn from it. So I'm very grateful that I was able to go and play in those moments, and now I got to learn from it.
He's pissed off.
Man, I love that, though, E.
He's mad he didn't win the Super Bowl.
23 of 38, 256, one touchdown, no interceptions. And he's right. How many times we thought hair was coming out of my head, and Steiny was like, why are you worried about his elbow?
Yeah, nice hair.
He battled that and almost won the game. So in totality, his team lost, he lost, he's on one in the Super Bowl. But Evan, at the end of the day, I appreciate that honesty of, he talked about don't stop believing the journey he was on, and it almost culminated with the Super Bowl victory. And I'll say this about Kyle, because Brock's getting me there. Kyle's taking Jimmy, and now he's taking Brock Purdy to the Super Bowl, up 10 twice. Those are facts. And they didn't get the win. And now I focus in on Kyle, on what he has to do differently, or what he can do, Evan, differently to hoist up that Lombardi trophy, because he's had two different quarterbacks, two guys that nobody expected to be playing in that game. But damn, the one constant has to be, and you tell me, am I blaming Kyle? But I can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Atco, is the same head coach had two different quarterbacks and two different 10-point leads and couldn't close it. That's that's on Kyle. However, whatever I'm saying is on it, it's on you. There's something fundamentally going on to where two different guys got you to a 10-point lead and you couldn't close it as a coach. And I don't know what I'm saying. I just, like, Kyle can't run from that. And hearing Kyle on with the great Tim Kawakami, he owned it. He owned it like, yeah, Goo, I'm hearing you. I should have had two.
Should have had three.
And that's why I like Kyle, because he added another one. Because Steiny would be like, you're right, blah, blah, blah. Kyle said it should have been three. We should have been in three. So when I hear that, that's music to my ears like, hey, bud, I'm wondering if you're ever going to get it done. But when you tell the world, you feel like, hey, forget the two. We should have been in three. I think Evan is a fan or just a guy from afar. I can respect that to the utmost, man.
But when he says I should have had two, maybe you should have had three, that's why I hear desperation, because he's so close. And that's why, to go back to our last segment, I heard him talking so much about Tom Brady, because who has more Super Bowls than TB12?
Wow, man.
Nobody.
Right.
And Kyle Shanahan has been on the doorstep of two, in his opinion, three. Does Tom change that? I think he changes the first one, and Kyle probably regrets not moving off of Garoppolo for him. The last one, last year, with all due respect to the GOAT, he's got every record in the books. He's the greatest quarterback thus far to ever lace him up. I don't think he changes the outcome of last year's Super Bowl. And that might be asinine of me to say, but if you swap Tom Brady for Brock Purdy, which is what they were willing to do if Tom had come out of retirement, because Kyle Shanahan also admitted that to Tim Kawakami, I still think they're in the same place without a Super Bowl.
And what does that do to moving forward for young Brock Purdy? Could say, you know, how he would handle it, but we really don't know how you would respond had that happened or popped off mentally, you know? So you avoid that at least also. And you are right, Evan. He probably was washing cars, kicking it with the kids, and I'm acting like he is just playing like, you know, with New England, how we did that. No, that wasn't it.
No, they weren't getting 07 Brady. They were getting 2023 Brady.
And they still should have won with Brock Purdy last year's game, to me, that I've watched a million times. Evan, they had the ball with 1/3 down. If the O-line blocks and you get a first, you're going to milk the clock and kick a field goal and win. And Romo and Nance, and they were saying it. And your boy Chris Jones to the rescue.
But if you want to get technical, that's also why I don't think they win with Tom Brady. The reason why Tom was able to beat Patrick Mahomes is because that Tampa Bay Buccaneers team won in the trenches. They won at the line of scrimmage on the offensive side and defensive side. They were in Mahomes, you know what, the entire night, and that offensive line was dominant. It's one of the big reasons why a guy who was a Super Bowl winning member of that team, the left tackle, just got paid the most money by a tackle in the history of football because he was defending Tom's blind side in that Super Bowl. The 49ers, you could make a case the biggest reason why they didn't win the Super Bowl was because of their offensive line play, because it broke down in key critical situations. I think there were other things that happened too.
Are you the last year or both? Because you could apply what you just said to both of those Super Bowls.
Exactly, but Tom Brady's not changing that, in my opinion. He's not changing somebody not knowing where to be. He's not changing someone not being able to hold Chris Jones out of the backfield. He himself cannot go block a 300-pound defensive tackle. So, as great as Tom Brady is, especially at the line of scrimmage, I'm talking about a guy who is 45, going on 46 years old, being the difference. I don't see it.
Evan, I'll give you that. I want Johnny Cochran that. I get you. I get you, man. But the 4 years ago one, Evan, I was all in, and I do think they would have had the Super Bowl had that not been Jimmy and Brady going against Mahomes. I almost give Kyle a pass for even entertaining it again years later, Evan, because of that pain. How many times can you be drinking? I don't know if you ever had drinks by yourself. You're at home watching the game and you're thinking about your life and you think about, had I pulled the trigger? Oh, God. Had I pulled the trigger?
Too many times.
I might have had my Super Bowl. Like, that doesn't just go away. You know what I mean?
No, it doesn't. It's going to haunt him forever if he doesn't win one.
Yeah, right. You are right. Think about that forever.
I mean, it haunts Marino. It probably haunts. Shoot, Kyle Shanahan probably haunts him as the offensive coordinator for a team that was up by a lot. I mean, it probably haunts Matt Ryan. It could haunt right now. Probably haunts the Philadelphia Eagles. They also lost by 3 points in the tail end of the Super Bowl. Buffalo 4 times. There's a lot of teams that it haunts, but that's also the difference and why I don't think that, yes, a few years ago, like if Brady was the quarterback in 2021, I think they probably go and get it done. This last year, I don't see it.
I'm with you.
It's the same reason why I felt like it was a mistake for the New York Jets, who the Niners, by the way, play Week 1 Monday night at Levi's. I don't think it was the correct decision for them to trade heaven and hell for Aaron Rodgers.
See, I'm on Evan. I think they're going to be I think they're going to the AFC Championship. It's going to be them and the Chiefs. The Jets are so good in a lot of places that A-Rod and that expertise. Yeah, I don't agree with a lot that comes out as pie hole, man. But I'm on the Jets, and I'm the guy that also said Denver with Russell Wilson was going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, how come you don't like the Steelers this year?
Yeah, that ship has sailed.
The Steelers?
No, Russ. Russ and Justin.
Well, why hasn't the ship sailed with Aaron Rodgers? He's 40 years old.
But that arm is not 40.
No, but the reason, I think one of the reasons why the Packers were okay with trading him is because they knew they had the next guy up.
Now, that's interesting.
They had Jordan Love waiting in the wings.
But they barely got it. Speaking of, I'm not mad. That was a great story, and I love his upside. Love. But Aaron, you couldn't, Evan, you couldn't tell me you knew Jordan Love was going to hit the ground running because it looked bad early. They got hot. They did. I can't rob them of that. But for all the, hey, I told you, Jordan Love, they got in at the end, beat Dallas, should have beat the Niners. I said it. I keep watching that game. But, man, now he looks like the man and he's highest paid quarterback.
Jordan Love?
Yeah. And I think that makes the NFL look bad just in regard to what we're doing and who's getting paid and how. It shouldn't just be because Evan's up, he's going to take advantage of where he's at in his deal. It's about how can Jordan Love with one playoff win be paid more than Brock Purdy? Now that's going to change and fluctuate, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's about timing. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has one playoff win. He's also making $55 million a year. Ken, does Tua have any playoff wins?
None.
0.
Oh, that's tough.
And
he's making $53 million.
No, my gosh, like they're gonna
quarterbacks get paid.
I guess that's the title of the jam.
I mean, that's why Brock Purdy is going to be the first $60 million quarterback.
There's no doubt in my mind he's getting it, Evan. He would really have to regress. Like he would have to be what he's doing now in practice allegedly. Like we would have to see a couple. He'd have to go Jimmy Garoppolo, esque. In order for him to shoot himself in the foot and the Niners not give him that break.
He'd have to throw left-handed blindfolded to figure it.
And can I say one last thing to you about that? Castani fights me on Kyle being finicky and maybe he don't want to invest. Isn't there a prestige in, hey, I drafted Evan, Mr. Irrelevant. I made Evan, and I groomed him to be ready for this press conference the day that comes, that we're going to give him 60 or he's going to reset the market. Isn't that an organization's dream of that day to say we drafted them, we've identified them, like Curry and Clay and Dre got paid? I don't think it's, oh my gosh, we got the best out of them and now we're dreading pay. Like to me, that's a dream to draft, identify, win, and then pay you.
Yes, I think Kyle Shanahan has more confidence in Brock Purdy than he has had in any quarterback that he has worked with, ever. That includes his bride, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Because Kirk Cousins was in the same draft class as RG3. He didn't start because RG3 was the guy.
And hasn't sniffed the NFC Championship game.
Kirk Cousins became the guy. He inherited Matt Schaub. So they did great things together, statistically. Matt Ryan, obviously they got to the precipice of a Super Bowl. Matt Ryan has had maybe the best individual statistical season
MVP.
under Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, yes,
he won league most valuable player. But the way that Kyle Shanahan talks about Purdy, the way that the offense is hummed, the moment he's taken over as a starting quarterback, I have no reason but to believe that Shanahan believes in Purdy more than any other signal caller that he's been in the same quarterback room with.
I'm with you. And that's why I'm excited for Niner fans for this year. Kyle, we'll see. But Evan, the rat on the table for me, you didn't ask. I'll just keep beating the drum until week 1. And this year's playoffs is what happened to that Niner Ferrari offense in the playoffs, starting on the rainy Saturday night against Green Bay. I want to know against Detroit, and they were rather pedestrian in the Super Bowl. Hey, but they got there. But Evan, I do want to know.
Well, that's why I do think Purdy can be better this year, is because so many things moved in the right direction. Like momentum was a huge part of and is a huge part of the Niners offense. When they get on a roll, and this was something Kittle touched on in the receiver doc. We can also run it by Jennifer Lee Chan in about 10 minutes. Okay. She covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. She's joining us via the River Islands guest line. When Kittle talked about in the receiver Netflix doc, when they got going, they were unstoppable. In the playoffs, it's harder to get going at your pace as quickly as you want because there's other teams. They're talented. They know what you want to do. They game plan for you. I think Purdy can take a step in that department in operating outside of just momentum spaces.
Wow, man.
Operating outside of the rhythm.
Consistency
when there isn't things going your way, either when a player is hurt or, I don't know, if...
Because they lost 3 in a row without Debo and Trent.
Maybe he got sacked on first down, and instead of second and advantageous, it's second and disadvantageous. Like, those are the situations where I think Purdy can take steps forward because we know what he can do. When things are rolling with him, when they pick up 6 yards or 7 yards on the ground first down, I know second down and short, Purdy can do anything. He can do everything. The Niners last year, efficiency-wise, were not great on third downs. They just didn't have to play on third downs a whole lot because they were picking up first downs at an amazing rate. I think Brock Purdy can be better when it's not going his way.
Now, that was well said, and it adds intrigue and excitement to this upcoming season, and it starts tonight with the Texans Bears, right? Tonight. Hall of Fame game.
Yep, yeah. Houston.
On that raggedy-ass field. That's why you take the under. That field's a high school field.
Is that the reason why your neighbor's on the under?
Yeah, and Dibbs had told, too, that game always is on the under. He don't even know he remembers telling me that. Luke Skywalker, I listened to the Yodas.
See, but maybe it's just the contrarian to me. I almost would fade it then. Because it's like, everyone's going to be on the under, so it's going to be juiced.
Well, you can do whatever you want, buddy. They don't hate on my parade. I feel it.
What's the number?
You end up being right.
What's the number?
Yeah, 36 and a half.
I'm not a betting man. Give me 37.
Oh, boy.
We'll come back in tomorrow. It's also a payday Friday, so I'm able to make that investment.
He's on the over.
But for you, it's a payday Thursday.
Yeah. Well,
I don't like that. I don't like you getting your money before us.
You know what? It's been coming in on Friday, Evan. Here lately.
Yeah, but you always walk around like, you're kind of just a little bit better than us today.
Okay, tell him to stop talking. I don't get it till tomorrow.
I got you. No, he doesn't get paid until, the rest of us.
There you go, E.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
This is from the 925 Xfinity mobile text line. Purdy might be the 4th best off-schedule playmaking quarterback in the league.
Now, how would one judge that? I know we got all the metrics, but Mahomes is number one at that, right?
Well, no, and like he's a good scrambler. What I'm saying is not necessarily like when the play starts is
when it breaks down.
No, but when a drive breaks down. Mm-hmm. So again, it's hard to do. But the best quarterbacks, I feel like, still turn drives that are supposed to fail into drives that succeed. Not necessarily just an individual play. But again, like if it's 2nd and 13, you're kind of, a lot of times you're forced into sort of a pass-first situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the defense knows you're going to pass as opposed to having both options on the table, that's why the Niners to me were so dangerous. Like this was something that actually killed the Cowboys. Sorry to bring it up. Last year on Sunday Night Football. They discussed in the locker room after the game the fact that it's impossible once the Niners get rolling because you don't know they can do everything. And the way that Shanahan disguises their offense, it's impossible to tell whether they're running the football, which they can do and gash you, and they could do it 6 times in a row, or they could throw the ball 6 times in a row and be equally as efficient. The issue is when you're able to get that first initial play. Maybe you get a sack. Maybe you get a tackle for loss. Maybe it's just a short pitch and catch for 2 yards. Okay, well then, how do you keep the drive moving, and how do you do it successively? That's where I think Brock Purdy can get better.
No, I love it, and we'll watch and monitor it this season. But that just got me wound up. Like, you are right. All that is correct and on the table. And we'll see the growth. He has not been the bionic man in regard to rehabbing and doing all that. It's the mental reps, watching the game again. But damn it, I'll leave you with this, Evan. Last thing about last year's Niners, they should have won the damn Super Bowl. Just my 2 cents.
Well,
Should have won 2.
I got you. I don't want to go there yet because we got to hit a break. And we got Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area coming up on the other side, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And that's what's coming up also on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, in for Steiny Guru here on 95.7 The Game.
supposed to get some reps in and be able to show what they're able to do. You know, there's guys stepping in for Talanoa Hufanga, who we saw kind of watching practice yesterday, and for Dre Greenlaw, who, you know, has been kind of on the field, off the field, but generally probably not going to be seen at least until, you know, 5 games into the season.
Jennifer, let me ask you this. Always a pleasure, but I got to be careful when you look and read the stuff on the internet. You're around the team, and right now there's a little fire or smoke about possibly Ayuk having a deal. Are you hearing anything like that?
I haven't heard anything. Now, you know, his body language is positive. So I walked past him coming off the practice field on Tuesday, and he walked past me. He's like, "Hey, what's up? What's up?" And, you know, just, you know, your usual greeting. So, you know, he's outwardly not showing that there's any conflict going on. He was on the field yesterday, you know, talking with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and then he kind of took a seat on one of the equipment staff's golf carts, just hung out there and watched practice. Debo went up to him. They were kind of chatting and laughing, and he seems in good spirits. So I think that's what people are taking away from it, that maybe, you know, a deal is imminent. But, you know, there's definitely no bad feelings between Brandon Ayuk and the front office or between the coaching staff. Like, I think as much as he, you know, wants to get paid, I think he also wants to stay with the 49ers. So I think, you know, he likes his role there. He likes being coached by Kyle Shanahan. You know, it's just whether they can get a deal done or not.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. All guests appear on 95.7 The Game via the River Islands guest line. Speaking of, you know, other contract kind of questions, Trent Williams is probably and literally the biggest guy in the room, or not on the practice field right now. He is officially holding out. And the news came in today in Tampa Bay that Trenton Wirfs is receiving the largest contract ever for an offensive tackle. And he's certainly deserving of that. But right now, that makes 4 tackles, if we were going into this season, that would be making more money this year than Trent Williams. Do you feel like, Jennifer, it really just comes down to dollars paid, or more specifically, guaranteed dollars paid for Trent? And what have you heard on that front?
I honestly think that it's guaranteed money because there is no guaranteed money left in his contract. So, you know, if something happens to him, you know, obviously he's had a really healthy career, not trying to jinx anything. Everybody knock on some wood right now. But, you know, like there's no guaranteed money for him on the rest of his contract. And I think part of it was that when he first signed that deal, they weren't sure how long he was going to stay, whether, you know, how long he was going to play. And obviously he stayed healthy and he wants to play more. I think it was 2 years ago after the Super Bowl loss, he was like, you know, I don't know. I think he was really heartbroken about what had happened. So it seemed like he was contemplating retirement. But since then, that has not been the case. He's like, no, I want to come back. We want to go back there and win this thing. So I think his whole mentality has changed. And so I think he's looking for guaranteed money. I think that's the biggest part. But also, he is the best left tackle in the league and the most decorated. So honestly, I'm sure he feels like he should be paid as the top left tackle in the league. And I think there's a lot of people that would agree with him.
Jen, let me ask you about the defensive side of the ball. Steve Wilkes, you know, public enemy number 1 last year. He's no longer here. And on top of that, his unit did a great job in the Super Bowl, I thought. In comes Nick Sorensen, and Staley will be eyes in the sky. No Greenlaw. What type of defense are the Niners going to be? And how does that dynamic work between first-year defensive coordinator Sorensen and Staley?
You know, I've seen them talking to each other on the field, and it seems like the relationship is really good. Staley is really hands-on, more hands-on than I thought I would, see from a guy who wasn't technically defensive coordinator. He kind of goes to different position groups, but has been primarily seen with the defensive backs. I spoke to Diamador Lenore yesterday, and he calls Brandon Staley a genius. He's helped him, get better leverage on wide receivers that he's covering, just little technique things that Diamador Lenore didn't necessarily have in his arsenal. And so for a guy to come in, work with a player that's in their 4th year to really give them tips to get their game to the next level, I think is pretty impressive. And Diamador Lenore told me, how he kind of mentally challenges him. And I think it's really good to have this kind of breath of fresh air, new perspective on the defensive side. But then also Nick Sorensen is not going to change it because it isn't broke. If you don't change it, it's broke. So you've got a guy that's been there for a long time. So the heart of the defense, everything they're doing is going to be primarily what it was, before Steve Wilkes and, I guess, since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have been in the building. So there's no major changes. Sorensen comes from the same school of philosophy that, from Pete Carroll to everybody that they've had in the building before then. So he's also the guy that led the ball meetings. So all that talk about, Brock Purdy throwing 7 receptions over 2 days, it's also because the defense is really good. So they're keying in on what they're supposed to be. So those turnovers, hopefully will still happen once the season kicks off.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game on the River Islands guest line. Talking about Purdy and some of the interceptions, I could also imagine some of it is trying to get on the same page with a few of his new weapons. And since Brandon Ayuk is not in pads, it's offered an opportunity now for the two rookies, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, who are officially on the practice field. What have you seen specifically from those two guys? I think a lot of 49ers fans are excited about the wide receiver depth this year, whether it's, because Ayuk is going to be back, or, I don't know, some people might even think that he might not be back. But what have you seen from Pearsall and Cowing so far?
Well, Cowing has been sidelined with a hamstring. He should be back in about a week or so. Kyle Shanahan said about probably 10 days off total. But Pearsall has worked his way back. He missed the first week also with a hamstring that happened during the time off. So it was a non-football injury is what they call it, because it didn't happen with the 49ers. But he kind of worked in gradually during individual drills on Monday, did, a handful of 11-on-11 plays on Tuesday, and then yesterday was on, in practice fully. And while he had, a pass was thrown behind him from Brock Purdy once, he didn't catch another that was tipped by George Odom, but the third one that was thrown to him, it was actually from Brandon Allen. D. Winters kind of came over the top and looked like he was going to have a pass breakup. It kind of glanced off of Ricky Pearsall's hands, and then his second effort to grab it and still get both feet down before going out of bounds was really impressive. I've heard he's running really clean routes. I've been watching him, but I think it's, more important to hear from the DBs, and they're saying that he's really good at route running, really good, slippery, and I think he's going to be a really big asset for this 49ers offense.
Jen, let me ask you a question about Kyle Shanahan and the ball distribution to one Christian McCaffrey, because I don't have to tell you how great McCaffrey is, but there were junctures last year where the Niners were winning, blowing teams out, and I expect that to be the case this year, and McCaffrey was still in the game, and he wasn't spelled by other backs. I know this is kind of putting you on the spot. Do you expect the same, or do you think, if we're in a blowout, we may, give the ball to some other running backs to kind of savor C-Mac?
Yeah, I think that's what they need to do a better job at. And Kyle Shanahan admitted it. Like, he doesn't want Christian McCaffrey to have as many touches as he did last year. I think he had 272 carries, 1,400 yards. Yes, they need to take him out when the game is, pretty much done and, the outcome. But I think it's also Christian McCaffrey. He doesn't want to come off the field. He prepares to be out there for every single snap. And while, sometimes they've got to protect players from themselves, I think that's the case with the Christian McCaffrey. He wants to be out there. He trains to be out there. And you look at him, he looks like he's put on some muscle weight. He looks very healthy. And, it's funny because he's a guy that if you talk about injury at all to him, he gets a little irritated and just doesn't want to talk about it. Those 2 years in Carolina where he didn't play a whole lot because he was injured, I think that really still is a chip on his shoulder. So his goal is to be out there every single play. And I think it's just hard for the coaching staff to say, hey, dude, it's your turn to come off the field. Let the other guys get a little bit of the carries as well. So I think it kind of is twofold, but Kyle Shanahan did admit at the beginning of training camp that he does have to be better about kind of managing Christian McCaffrey.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on the River Islands guest line, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. You mentioned McCaffrey, and he was someone who was somewhat in a similar situation to Trent Williams, and they figured out his money pretty quickly, the guaranteed money. The reports with the 49ers is that, Trent Williams might have been dissatisfied with this situation, for a few months, and that the 49ers were aware of it. How come, Jennifer, you think that the 49ers were able to get the McCaffrey deal restructured quicker than they have with Trent Williams, which hasn't happened to this point?
Honestly, money. Running backs are the most underpaid asset on a football team, and for it to be $19 million a year for Christian McCaffrey to be the highest paid running back in the league, it's way less than $27 million for Brandon Ayuk or $27 to $28 million for Trent Williams. So just the money amount on its own makes it much easier to do a deal with a guy like Christian McCaffrey because he's at the top of at the market. Christian McCaffrey can't argue and say, I need $25 to $28 million because 19 puts him at the top of running backs. The same with like Kyle Juszczyk did a restructure of his contract, didn't want to take less, but it was really important to him to be the top paid fullback in the league. And he still is, even though he took a pay cut. So I think that part is really important to guys. I think, Brandon Ayuk, if he doesn't sign an extension, is going to make $14 million this year, which is, grossly underpaid for the top 10 wide receivers in the league. But it's also way more than he's made in the past 4 years combined. So, it's kind of all about perspective. $19 million for Christian McCaffrey, to you and me is incredibly, it's just funny money talk to us. But honestly, it's talking about these numbers is just crazy. But it makes him the top paid running back. And I think the ranking for these guys is really important within their position.
Jen, Mustafa has looked well, but what about rookie Renardo Green? What can you tell us? What have you seen from him early on?
I think both of those guys have really made some big plays, and they're going to be called upon in the season. Renardo Green has had some great pass breakups. I think he's had an interception or two. He's been out there with the ones and the twos, so he's not a guy that they've, buried in the, with the third string. Both of those two guys have been out there with the ones, and they've had their chances, and it looks like they have been doing pretty good. The defense is always ahead of the offense at this stage in the game. And with injuries to Talanoa Hufanga and, Dre Greenlaw, these younger guys are getting their chance and they're making the most of their opportunities.
Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate all your coverage with the 49ers. We look forward to talking with you soon.
No problem. Let's do it again soon.
That's Jennifer Lee Chan joining us from NBC Sports Bay Area. Covers everything with the 49ers, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Yeah, she's awesome. Ran into her when we went to Vegas. Stoney and myself, and O'Neal. What about this young secondary? I know Hufanga. I don't know what's going on with him and, his availability for week one, if he'll be out there. But they got some youngsters and some Lenore, guys that are ball hawks. Do you look at when I say Niner secondary, Evan, what do you say?
What excites me about the 49ers secondary is it appears that they won't be as dependent on the defensive line play as they have in years past. And it reminds me more of, say, like the 2019 secondary, which is, of course, led by Richard Sherman, some good safeties on the back end. Like it feels like more of that kind of group than the one of the past few years, which was, look, Charvarius Ward is a damn good corner. But Diamador Lamore a couple of years ago was maybe not so great, but he's emerged as a serviceable number two corner. The slot spot, might be someone that we haven't seen yet. Go ahead and grab that. And I also think with the way that the slot corner position was used by Steve Wilks, it left you a little bit vulnerable. They wanted someone who was more of a thumper, who was a little bit bigger and less of a speed guy, less of a cover corner at that position. So that might change under Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. I just feel like
your boy Staley was hands-on, Evan.
Yeah,
he's going to have a big
Lenore
part
also
of this
called him a genius.
I heard that. Evan, that's the sore spot for my man.
Yeah, it is. Well, the thing about Staley is he's always been highly renowned. Like, everybody respects Brandon Staley in his mind, and it's the reason why he was able to rise so quickly in the NFL ranks. Like, his emergence as a head coaching candidate a few years ago with the Chargers was kind of mercurial because he had been, I think, a Division III head coach or a lower level college coach 5 years prior or something like that. He'd only spend a couple of years as a linebacking coach in Chicago and then 1 year as a DC before getting the head coaching gig. But he was always able to win a room from what everyone said. And I think that both when we've already heard him speak, but when we continue to hear him talk over the course of this season, he'll speak less than Sorensen because he's not in the forefront. But when you hear him talk, you will be enlightened.
And it sounds like Lenore's saying that, basically calling him like, man, whatever he's telling them, technique or whatnot, like, that's hitting home. And I'm looking at youngsters, Renardo Green from Florida State and Mustafa I mean, those guys have played big-time college football. And, Evan, I don't have to tell you, that's just that if you play big-time college football, you're going to be a stud in the pros. It doesn't work that way. But at the cornerback position, the reason I bring that up is he's seen studs and was on the other side of the ball. You know what I'm saying? When you're playing in conferences like that. So we'll see if, like you said, they don't have to be so dependent on the D-line. I think about the Detroit game and what was going on, how they were getting hit in the slot. They were getting hit everywhere, just that line. They won the game, but moving forward, how Sorensen, and that was Wilkes, no longer here, what this defense is going to look like. And I got to say this about Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. It felt like everything was working and was fine-tuned for those guys when they took over. It is interesting to see how Sorensen, and I won't say a bad hand, Evan, but the fact that you don't have Greenlaw's services to start the season, maybe he does come back. Like, I'm curious to see how this team collectively makes that up, because we talk about Warner, but Greenlaw's right next to him, man.
He is the one that would be the flip side of the takeaway from the secondary. Like, I think the Niners on paper right now look like a much more balanced defense at their three levels, but that's, I think, also because the defensive line in terms of talent to me has taken a little bit of a step back. You still have Hargrave.
Need more from him.
You still have Bosa, obviously.
More from him.
But Malik Collins is replacing, Eric Armstead. How's that going to look? Yeah. They went out and got Leonard Floyd in free agency. That appears to be, a pretty good signing, but he's also someone that is on the wrong side of 30. He's played virtually every game the last 6 years, so he's been on the field. He's coming off a 10.5 sack season with Buffalo, but will he give Bosa enough of a second pass rushing specific option? I also wonder how this defensive line group looks against the run, because the issue is not always could they get to the quarterback, and you brought up Detroit. It wasn't just that they were getting gashed in the secondary. It was they couldn't stop anything. They couldn't stop a leak in the roof on the ground. I mean, they had Detroit had over 150 yards rushing in the first half of that game.
And you're going to call me crazy. Last year at Arizona, they gave up 200. They won the game, but gave up 232 yards on the ground to a offense that wasn't in its prime at all last year in the Cardinals. But we just kind of said nothing to see here a little bit. But those tendencies and whatever was going on with that run defense, Evan, kind of followed them. But it's funny, I'm saying all that to say on the most important day, Super Bowl Sunday, I thought the Niner defense played their ass off. And, they didn't get it done. I didn't even think they could play that well. And we'll see how they come out this year under first-time coach Nick Sorensen. Defensive coordinator.
Well, and that was the first defense in, I think, 5 years or 4 years that hadn't been a top 5 group in terms of total yards. And a lot of that was because of the amount of yards that they gave up on the ground. They had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They had, including the playoffs, 10 games last season where they gave up over 100 yards rushing. That's not
Niner-like.
Exactly. That's not what we know the Niners to be. That's not why they invest so much capital and draft capital in their defensive line. They want to be dominant against the pass and the run. So while I'm very happy that the secondary looks like it's improved,
the trenches,
they got a ton of talent, and they'll need it too also, because remember, Ward is in a contract year. I also think Diamador Lenore could walk at the end of next season. So they need to replenish the defensive secondary, and they have, especially via the draft. So this year they got depth. I don't know how it'll be moving forward, but where I guess I would be more concerned than I have generally is we walk into a season, we just assume the D-line is going to be set, it's going to be stout,
check.
It's going to be top 3 in the league. I guess I'm not as certain about that as I've been in years past.
No, I hear you, and how about I lay this on you? I honestly believe from afar, Evan, during this Niner run, the NFC West was down. I think this is going to be one of the most improved divisions in football outside of the Niners, starting with the Rams. I think they got their stuff together. Kyler Murray's got some weaponry, and Seattle's on the come. So, I don't think those 6 games are going to be as easy as they have been the last couple of years for the San Francisco 49ers.
I wouldn't be worried about Seattle, but the Rams would kind of scare me a bit because they're a very young team. That also means they could be a bit questionable. Which way are they going to go? Are they all going to go up? Are they going to take a lateral move? Are they going to return back to earth because no one really knew much
They
about
got protection
their
for
roster
Stafford.
last year?
Yeah, who's won a Super Bowl in L.A.? I'm just saying.
No, and he's beaten the Niners in the playoffs. So yeah, I would be more worried about the Rams.
Yeah, Murray's got a new weapon on the outside.
Well,
You got to be a fan, dude. He looked better at the end of the season. I know
Marvin Harrison's a beast. But
with this dude, I'm like, oh boy, Connor.
James?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
Put that in the cap. NFC West most improved division. Well, I got K at my back.
I got to think about that actually for a sec.
And you kind of down on Seattle. I thought they had a good draft. You got to go out and prove it, but they're not mincemeat.
No, I just don't think that their defense is good enough to make it for with what they lack on offense, is generally not having a great offensive line. I don't think Geno Smith is a great quarterback, though he's got some damn good playmakers. As far as the rest of the league, though, yeah, I'm not too sure. I'll have to think about that one through the break. The other thing that JLC brought up during our interview, and you can go check that out and rewind on the Odyssey app, is it is just about money with Trent Williams. Yeah. It's about guaranteed money, but also the difference between McCaffrey and Williams. So that's a significant gap, right? You know, you're just handing out $19 million, which is also a lot of money.
Man.
You're just handing out $19 million to McCaffrey. You're not just going to hand out 27 and 28 to both Ayuk and Trent. I understand Ayuk. That's a little more difficult because he's not the top of his class. But if you do believe that Trent Williams is the best left tackle in the league, and I do, well, then the benchmark is set. And we should actually hear a deal about restructuring his contract in the near future.
Evan, I thought before I saw you come back from vacation, I thought it would be done over the weekend. We were out there last Wednesday. So I'm with you in regard to Trent Williams. What is taking so long? He is everything to your quarterback, to your running back, to that offense. I don't understand the holdup. And again, I don't get paid to make these decisions, but Evan, you are right. You talk about leverage. I mean, I used this last week, so it's a recycle. He's got a beverage of leverage. I feel like Trent Williams.
I like that.
But what's taking so long?
Well, what's taking so long could have been worse. Yeah, I mean, and then, of course, on the Ayuk front, it was Colin Cowherd that just put not even a report, but just like a little nugget, a little tweet saying that a deal with Ayuk is essentially, imminent, that they're close to a new deal, that you should be on the lookout for a new deal with the 49ers. Is that going to happen today?
I want to see those numbers if in fact, there's a new deal.
Well, again, August 1st is a significant date. It's the same day that Deebo Samuel signed a 3-year contract extension. I wonder if people maybe can dig into this on the side. Would it be a 3-year deal? Would it be a 4-year deal? What does the number look like? Is it something similar to DJ Moore? Is he actually going to get what he wants, which was an Amon-Ra St. Brown deal?
And that guaranteed money.
Either way, the takeaway from today so far for me is that it looks like the Niners are going to be whole. The Niners are going to run back their offense from last season.
And rightfully so.
Just the question is when? When are they going to get that done? So thanks to Jennifer Lee Chan for jumping on with us in just a moment. We're going to step away, get back on the other side here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And what's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. it?
Won the gold?
She took home the gold.
There you go.
The individual all-around competition. So it was her pretty much and Suni Lee were the two top dogs. But Simone Biles is officially the first ever to be the only American gymnast, I should say, to win gold in the all-around final more than one time.
So she eclipsed the great Mary Lou Retton.
And she was also rocking a little chain.
Did you?
Had a goat on
Have
it.
you studied the gymnasts and what they do and how strong they have to be and the speeds that they're running to do what they... Evan, forget catching a ball, throwing it 80. It is incredible, man.
And it's just them out there.
It's just them.
There's nobody else.
Man.
It's why it's very hard to do. No, I mean, I've really only learned about some like the Russian doping scandal stuff, which is involved in their gymnasts. But no, it's incredibly hard. It is mentally taxing. It's maybe not as hard as, trying to get your body back like a football player, but
the shape it has to be in to do what it's just amazing.
Well, and for Biles, so that's, just kind of to use a Super Bowl parallel, like she won the gold. She has won the gold in that competition. She's also won other medals too. But in that competition, it's like you're Mahomes. You're on top. Okay, so how hard would it be? Because it's not as if you got to come back next season and then you get the year after that. You only get maybe one or two cracks at it in your life.
Man.
And she's capitalized on both of them.
Yeah.
Every 4 years.
Give her credit for doing the LeBron thing, however much he spends on his body, to stay in that tip-top shape, to not let anybody come surpass you, and you remain dominant. I'm watching her run like this is crazy and hit that. Man.
And we've used the word window a lot to describe championships, right? Okay, there's only a small window, especially for a lot of gymnasts. Like your body just doesn't, the gymnasts that perform at the level that they do don't typically stick around for that long. They're done by the age of 30.
Yeah, no, that's a great call. And we saw Michael Phelps do what he did. I guess we could, he definitely maximized his window, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Katie Ledecky by the way, she
great call.
Won the 1,500 meter by 10 seconds.
Think about that.
By 10 seconds.
You can now work out a month. You know what I mean?
It's like 15 minutes and 20 seconds. She basically lapped the entire pool.
Clowning.
And that's her 8th gold medal, tying the all-time record for female swimmers. But again, it's all about being number one. And that's where the San Francisco Niners are trying to get to, a place they have been number 2 more often than not. And they're trying to become number 1. And it feels like, I don't know what you make of this, but okay, so they haven't won the Super Bowl, but they have a ton of players that are paid or will be paid like they're number 1. And that was the theme of the interview with Jennifer Lee Chan in the previous segment, was Christian McCaffrey's number 1. So he should be paid like he's number 1. Trent Williams is the number 1 left tackle. He should be paid like he's number 1. Nick Bosa's number 1. I think when he got signed to his deal, Fred Warner was the top paid linebacker. Kyle Juszczyk remains the top paid fullback. Brock Purdy is going to get paid like the number 1 quarterback, I think, next summer. How can you keep doing that? How can you just keep making yourself number 1 when they're not?
Right. And there's the next date, I believe, that comes with that, because as you keep kicking the can down the road in that quest for that chip, Evan, you understand the way and the game is set up. The monopoly aspect of the NFL is, you're as great as you are, you're going to lose pieces because of the MONEY. And if I were to ask you right now, are the Niners getting better or are they getting worse? I know Niner fans don't want to hear this, but I got to believe, Evan, the window is closing. They're still the best team in the National Football Conference. That's why they represented the NFC in the Super Bowl. But it's not going to stay open forever. Now, am I telling you Brock Purdy's going to retire in 3 years? Is his timeline the same as Trent Williams? No. But right now they're tied together. And the most important position outside of the quarterback, or the quarterback's best friend, is the left tackle. And I don't know what's going on and taking so damn long for Trent Williams to come back. But Evan, each year is its own entity, and that's why I love hearing Kyle talk about it should be 3. He's all in. Kittle's all in. You might have been out. Fred Warner joined about a week ago. Mm-hmm. Willard and Dibbs, and they asked him about the Super Bowl or bust, and he didn't run away from it, and he was saying, we've had some good times, but it is that in regard to capping off and being one of the best revered teams in 49er history. That's how dominant this roster has been. You talk about Kyle and his brilliance, Evan, not just from the offensive standpoint, just coaching. They have built something. So I just get frustrated when they squander opportunities in the big game because, again, nobody cares. But to me, the Guru computer, the Niners, get this, Evan, could easily have 2 Super Bowls. And if Kyle didn't win another or sniff another NFC championship game, he would be at the table with Parcells, the Hoodie, all the Gibbs, Tom Landry, because you got it done with something you built. And right now that eludes them. And we did a show last Tuesday. We were having fun of Bonte and Shasky, and they were having fun with themselves about the first day of camp when they saw Trey Lance play, and, it went viral. They went viral with the excitement, and we kept playing it, and we had fun, Evan, with our bad takes or takes we missed on and hit on, mostly missed. And
oh, I heard that show.
Okay, also, you know what it was about. And
I had a few in the chamber.
If Steiny said, he put this one out there, not Dallas in 5, but he doesn't think Kyle would get one in a Niner uniform. And think about that. This dude is a baby in regard to, his age and coaching. He should have 2 early. I've gotten past that. He doesn't. But just think about how many more cracks, realistically, Evan, is he going to get as a Niner head coach, not just from the financial standpoint to keep this roster intact.
Well, the core has been pretty much unchanged for the Niners. Man. Even going back to 2019. I mean, you still have a lot of the same players on that side of the ball. You also have a lot of the same defensive players, and it's because in 2019, compared to this roster, they were relatively young. Deebo Samuel was a rookie. Yeah. Nick Bosa was a rookie.
Now he's paid.
Yes, Deebo. He is. You didn't have Trent Williams for that Super Bowl, by the way. Although you were still a very good team. So, Fred Warner was there, obviously. Yeah, I mean, look, their core is intact. Yes. I find it fascinating, though, that a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, now they pay their top players, but as far as...
Well, Tyreek Hill didn't get it.
Exactly, though. That's my point. So they have not paid, like, the amount of players that are the highest paid at their position, I haven't I haven't looked at everyone.
But I think I know where you're going.
I think the Niners have the most highest paid players at their position.
Damn.
More than the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Chiefs are the team that has 3 Super Bowls. Now, the Chiefs obviously have,
and been to 4.
The quarterback.
Yeah, they've been to 4.
They have.
Damn.
I just find it interesting how the team that has been successful and is dynastic, really, is a team that's also comfortable with recycling, changing, and moving parts more frequently than a team that has not been at the mountaintop.
I'm going to channel my inner Steiny.
That's not even just about the 49ers, too. Like, other teams have remained pat, have kept their core together, but none have done it like the Niners.
But, no, hey, you are right, and I can't take anything away, but does that really all boil down to the Chiefs got 3 Super Bowls because of the quarterback? As much as credit as I give Kyle for taking, I said it earlier, Jimmy and Brock Purdy, but the fact that the Chiefs have 3, does all that boil down to, yeah, you got the most top players at the positions, Niners, but we got the one. We got that guy, and his name is Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I think they also have the best tight end in the league.
Help me out now.
If Chris Jones might be the best defensive tackle now
He's
that
up there, no doubt.
Well, now that Donald's not in the league anymore, so they've chose to keep that kind of top trio together. And they've paid them handsomely to do that. But they even played hardball with Chris Jones last year.
You're right. I don't even think he was out there for week 1, right? Remember, he was...
Yeah, exactly.
He was watching the game.
Yeah, he was out. So, the Chiefs have taken a different approach than the 49ers. Both have gotten them to their places. I just find it interesting. The Niners have all these number 1 guys. And again, the top 100 list is not set yet, but the Niners have... Right now, 7 dudes in the first 90 spots. The 1 through 10 has still yet to be revealed, I believe. But Fred Warner was ranked number 11. He was at the time the highest paid linebacker. Number 14, George Kittle, was at the time the highest paid tight end. I think he's number 2.
97 on Madden. I told you guys 99. He was a 97.
Nick Bosa.
Gosh, Madden. I'm retired.
Madden doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I was talking with Bonte and Lucas about this in the hall the other day. It just doesn't do it for me anymore. Nick Bosa is number 27. Brock Purdy is number 28 overall in the top 100. Deebo Samuel, number 30. Brandon Ayuk, number 66. And Dre Greenlaw, number 76. So again, they have a lot of talent. And a lot of those guys are the highest paid at their position. You know, Trent Williams, if he's in the top 10, that wouldn't surprise me. And I think he wants to get paid like he's the number one guy.
And I don't know what's taking so long, I really don't. Obviously money, but I just, like Mike Silver, that was powerful, but that was like legit. How the hell have you known this and you still are here now? And right now, the Niner camp and everything around it, Evan, has not been about the youngsters and guys making growth, or the next step. It's been all about money. And I don't know, if you can sit there and tell me, Goo, just relax. It's not about continuity. You talked about Jones last year. They went on for the Chiefs. They went on to win the Super Bowl. And we saw what happened with Bosa. But I am kind of shocked that John Lynch he just comes across to me as we got our house in order. And when Trent Williams, a guy that you need, you don't want to play around. I don't know how he doesn't have all the leverage in the world. So I am kind of perplexed as to, Ayuk I get, but Trent Williams, your left tackle, all pro, last couple of seasons, what is really going on, E?
Well, and this is what we're talking about. This is from Mike Silver's latest column in the SF Chronicle. The issue isn't that Williams wants more money. That's a no-brainer. The real question is why the Niners, who according to Coach Kyle Shanahan have known about Williams' dissatisfaction for months, didn't handle the situation quickly and quietly during the spring. I'll just throw that to the fan base at 888-957-9570. Why haven't the Niners, if they knew about his dissatisfaction, and that money was always going to be the issue, guaranteed money, the amount of money, the respect attached to that money, if they always knew it was going to be an issue, how come it was so much easier to just give it to McCaffrey?
And it went quiet, and what did you say, quiet and whatever verbiage you used?
Quickly and quietly.
That's how it happened with McCaffrey. Why not with Trent?
And McCaffrey wasn't there, but people said it's because he was just getting married. I also think that money might have had something to do with it during voluntary workouts, why he wasn't there. Now, he didn't have to be, but his absence was noted, and Williams' absence hasn't been noted up until now. And I think it, again, has got to do with the green. Austin's in San Jose. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Austin, how are you? What's going on?
Hey, fellas. I'm going to throw some. I'm only kidding. I'm going to throw this out there, though.
Okay.
Please remember, I said I'm kidding.
All right.
It's a racial. Hey, it's race, man. That's why the brothers are waiting for their money, man. That's all I got. That's what I'm going to say. I'm just kidding.
What? No. You can bring
Andy
that.
Reid. Evan, don't take it seriously. I'm just kidding. Listen, Andy Reid's a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. You forgot to mention that. It's not just the quarterback. The fact that he can play with less talent and reset every year. I think he's a coach. He's a hell of a coach.
Now,
remember Bill Walsh? All these guys could win with others. Bill Walsh may be a bad example, but my guy Joe Gibbs won with three different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
He got 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, and that's why he's a great coach, all-time coach.
Now,
So it comes down to that. And then the other thing, go ahead. I'm sorry. You got to say something.
I love you so much, Austin. I interrupt you too much like I do Evan and Steiny. My whole point is it's about timing. Austin, years ago, before Reed went to Kansas City, I don't think you could make that phone call about and say it so, with your chest out about Reed being better than Kyle, because he was Kyle, and it was actually worse in Philly, going to multiple championship games and a Super Bowl not winning.
But give him credit for being there. The guy had a hell of a resume in Philly.
Okay.
It wasn't like he was a bum in Philly, but I'm saying Kyle still got a ways to go. He still got a ways to go to kind of equal that. And listen, Mahomes is great, man, but he didn't win it by himself. Kansas City defense played pretty good too, guys. Remember that. That team is built well. So I think coaching. Hey, Kyle's a great coach, but, until he can beat a guy like Andy Reid, we got to give Andy Reid his flowers. And then, hey, one thing that, Evan, you keep bugging me with this Purdy thing. I know Purdy's had a couple good 2 years
But let's not try to elevate him to the top yet. Let's see what he does this year. And you keep saying he beat Brady, he beat this guy in one game. That doesn't mean he's on their level because he won one game against them. That doesn't put him there. You've got to do it over many years, not just one contest. These guys have stood the test of time, man. Give these guys some credit for what they've accomplished. I mean, Purdy's had a couple good years, but he's not on that level yet, man. And the final thing, there is no way, I'm on record, Guru.
Okay.
There is no way the Niners are paying Purdy $65 million. There is no way he's getting that. Here's where I think he's going to be. Remember I said it. Between 35 and 40. 35 and 40.
Oh, Austin. Hey, that's a bet. We're going to bet lunch that he gets more than 35 and 40. I'm not saying he's worth more than that, but he's going to get that. Yeah.
That's what he's going to get. He's going to take it. Believe me.
35 and 40, Austin. Wow. The Black Steiny from San Jose. There's no way he's getting 35 or 40. Now, the race
I hope he's right.
And you know I'm Malcolm X when I need to be.
Yeah, I know.
So he said he was playing with the Trent because Debo got paid. Warner got paid, so I don't think there's any race.
Both also got paid.
The NAACP ain't showing up for this
Last
one.
I checked, the melanin clears.
All right, right. But I think he mistook what I said. About all I said was the facts. Purdy's beating Goff. He's beating Dak. He's beating Love. So I just wanted to ask Austin, are you just flummoxed at the fact that Jordan Love, who hasn't done half of what in the playoffs Brock Purdy's done, Evan, that he's getting his money? Like that's, and I know we're in the Bay, but that's what should set you off to where it's not. I feel like he was acting like you're selling me or the listeners on how good Brock Purdy is.
No, I mean, but
you're not.
Well,
we're talking about what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's the greatest thing to walk God's green earth. Yeah. But I hear what Austin's saying. It's like, yes, just because you beat someone head to head, you also have to take into account, where the teams are at. My point was that he beat Brady at a time in which apparently Kyle Shanahan decided after the season that Tom Brady was the only quarterback that could come in and replace Purdy. My thing was I don't believe that if Tom Brady had been quarterbacking the 49ers last year that they would have won the Super Bowl. I don't know. They might have been in the same game. I just feel like the Chiefs were better. Like they beat them. I don't think that Purdy was the difference or would have made the difference. So, I mean, that's my opinion. Obviously, we'll never know. It's a hypothetical. But as far as the contract is concerned, Look, for the Niners' sake, I hope Purdy was willing to take 35-40.
Wow, but man.
I can't see it.
I'm totally with you.
Not only, I don't think Brock Purdy is just going to be a $60 million quarterback. I think he's going to be the first $300 million quarterback.
So give me this.
I guess Mahomes technically, but.
So is he going to look at it, and I kind of ran this by Steiny, is he going to say, oh, I'm Mr. Irrelevant. I'm so happy to be in the league. I'll take 35 to 40. Hell nah. He's got people. He's got a camp, and it's what the going rate is. And it's like you putting your house on the market, Evan. If you got neighbors that sold your house for $1 million, you're not going to say, we'll sell it for $550. No, you're not. You're going to do that or more.
No, I mean, look.
That's a bet. I think he didn't say yes, but he said yes.
Yeah, no, look, we could definitely revisit that. I mean, Mahomes is right now the only quarterback that received a contract that is more than $300 million. You got it was like a 10-year, $450 million deal or something. I mean, there's different machinations and outs, but the point is, I think Brock Purdy is going to be the second quarterback to break the $300 million threshold. Mahomes is the only one that's done it so far in a single deal. I do think Purdy's going to do that next offseason. And that's, like, I could be wrong. I don't know what he could do if he's healthy. I don't know what he could do to make that not a reality because he hasn't done anything so far, especially if they figure out the Ayuk situation and looks like, according to Colin Cowherd, a deal is imminent. Whether that happens or not today, tomorrow, whenever, I do think that Ayuk's going to be on the team. I think that they're going to find a way to restructure Trent Williams' contract. He's going to be on the team.
All right.
So essentially, you're running back the same offense next year. The only difference is that Brock Purdy, I think, will be a year better because he's got a year more of experience. It'll be his second full season as starter.
Yeah.
I don't see him taking such a significant step backward production-wise to the point where the Niners wouldn't be willing to give him that money.
Now, again, I'm totally with you, but what about Kyle saying, I can turn Evan and Guru into quarterbacks I could win with, so I'm not going to invest and have half the cap going to this one player when I know I could go out and find something else. I think that's stupid. I think that's risky. But, Evan, it's not about Brock. It's about management and his head coach. Do you think Kyle is that, what word am I looking for, arrogant to where he's like, dude, I know the market says pay Evan 60. I just can't. And I could go get something equal for way lesser.
For way less. I mean, well, I don't know about way less. And the thing about replacing Purdy, that is just a dangerous game. And I'll also tell you why on the other side, because right now I want to tell you about our Hoop It Up 3-on-3 basketball tournament returning to Thrive City for its second year. Sunday, August 11th from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., 95.7. The game is putting a team together for the tournament, and we're paying for registration for 3 listener teams. That contest will be at Friday, tomorrow, high noon, 12 o'clock. Be there, be square on Signing Guru. The Hoop It Up tournament is established and owned by Kevin Garnett and includes recreational.
Evan Giddings, the movie, this is going to be 4 hours if you're producing.
What? You're right there? Sorry about that. By the way, Kevin Garnett, where was I? Kevin Garnett. Recreational divisions from ages 8 to 18 plus, as well as adult divisions at all levels. Each team is allowed a max of 5 players with 3 players on the court, 2 subs. For more details, go to hoopitup.com/San Francisco. If you think you can beat our team, make sure you're listening tomorrow at high noon, less than 24 hours away. We're giving away 3 free entries for teams, listener teams, to the tournament. If you win, you'll be able to field your squad 3-on-3 and take on the competition. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Also, make sure to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask the First NorCal Financing at the dealer.
was Evan Giddings the movie. This is going to be 4 hours if you're producing it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What was that?
Yeah, that was me.
Well, I know that, but
Lori Matthews stunned me on the YouTube chat.
Well, okay, you read that. I got something from the text line I got to get to.
Guru, you've been working with Steiny too long, and that was the LOL in reference to me saying, would Kyle look at giving Brock 65, like, you know what, I can go somewhere and get somebody else, another mystery relevant, and we could still get to the same heights.
I want you guys to keep working together. I mean, you've been together, what, like 5-6 years?
Yeah, 6.
Yeah, I mean, let's double it. You know, make it even 12.
PTI.
Yeah, a dozen. Yeah, Kornheiser, Wilbon. You know, I mean, look, yeah, some pairings are meant for each other. Steiny and Guru for sure. I think Shanahan and Purdy are meant for each other. But look, we'll get into that. Also, Matt Barrows via the River Islands guest line joined the morning roast earlier today. He had some interesting things to say about both Ayuk and also Trent, which to me are still fascinating situations. But I'm sorry. I
let it get it off.
I got to address this. So this is from the 510. It was at the beginning of last segment.
All right.
We talked about the Olympics. Like I was trying to show some love to my fellow countrymen and women.
We got it on right now.
Specifically, Simone Biles. This is from the 510.
Oh, boy.
In all caps. WTF. You need to warn people you're about to spoil the Olympics. It's called a spoiler alert. Thanks for nothing. Last I checked, the Olympics were a live event.
Hello.
They've already happened.
Wow.
Now, if you were recording it, maybe I could understand, but someone's going to spoil this for it. I didn't tell you what happened at the end of Deadpool and Wolverine. I didn't spoil Fresh. I'm not going to spoil, I don't know. I'm not going to spoil the greatest movie of all time for you. That's
Bucket
not a spoiler.
Does not count.
What is going on here?
It's live, Fitz, so you can't spoil it. Oh, my goodness. I couldn't believe that.
I didn't spoil the Untouchables. Like, this
Ellie
is...
in this.
I mean, come on, man. Or woman. I apologize. Look, I'm sorry.
It really is bothering you, though. Just admit that, Evan.
It is, because I didn't think I was doing anything wrong.
You did nothing wrong.
I mean, let's say... Now, if I knew this person...
You did nothing.
There is one example. Now, when I was a little bit... Yeah, it was 2016. So during the Warriors 2016 run, didn't end in a championship.
73.
But I was working that night of Game 7. So in the press box, I was broadcasting for a minor league team, and I didn't have a chance to watch the game live. So I recorded it.
All right.
I told everybody in the press box, do not spoil this game. I don't want to hear any updates because I'm putting my phone on plane mode. I'm just going, I'm going to lock in, call this game, have some fun, win or lose. Go home and watch Game 7 and see if the Warriors got this done. So no one spoiled it for me. I told them to not do it. And I did everything in my power to not learn the score. This person, I know it's a sports radio show. What are we not supposed to give people updates about the Olympics?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, but
that's our job.
Thank you, Kay. But that's not blatant. Nobody knew. And I got to commend who you work with in the box for you to tell them, and then they respect that. That's awesome.
Well, I also had my own room, so I could, they were able to watch it on the other side of the booth. But yeah, and then, I found out at 3 a.m. that it won the championship, and I cried myself to sleep.
Like, relax.
Yeah, come on. I didn't spoil anything. Has anything else happened between last segment and now that I am not allowed to talk about
USA
in Paris?
Women's playing Belgium right now.
I'm not allowed to do play-by-play, so we don't want to do that.
Right.
Don't want to spoil.
I won't give the score.
But, okay, so it kind of brings us back to, look, there's no spoilers for the 49ers right now. Like, everybody is at training camp. I think it's a closed practice today. Yes, thank you, Eric, from the 510 also. So you're saying the sports radio talk station can't talk sports and say the result. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, my gosh.
But earlier today, on this very sports talk radio station, Matt Barrows of The Athletic joined Bonte and Butcher on the Morning Roast.
The roast.
And he had a couple updates. Remember, Barrows was the one that gave us the little nuggy-nug about Ayuk and the fines.
Man.
Just kind of slipped that in there. Here's what he had to say on the latest on the Brandon Ayuk talks.
It's still kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if any ground has been gained, but I will say that the body language is good. I mean, the narrative out there nationally is that, Brandon Ayuk is so upset and he wants to get traded to the Commanders. He wants to get traded to this team and that team. But when you see him out there, he is enjoying himself. I mean, early in training camp, he watched half of a practice next to John Lynch. John Lynch sits in center field like a safety does and watches the practice from that vantage point. He had Brandon Ayuk next to him for, a good 45 minutes during a few sessions.
Yeah, so basically it sounds like Brandon Ayuk is doing everything but practicing. Like he's not in pads, but he might as well be. It's just a matter of time.
So he's in a good place.
I think so.
And that must mean why he was giving daps to Lynch and Kyle yesterday. So, you know what? I like that from Matt, but I'll tell you what, if I'm a Niner fan, Evan, it doesn't. Okay, let's convert that into you being 100 full participant in practice. You know what I mean? And I love that he's upbeat and, he's giddy. But, man, if all that is the case, my question, and it's been my question since we started at 10, Evan, is what is taking so damn long? On both fronts. Now, he didn't say that about Trent, and Trent's getting fined. Remember how Trent's getting fined for not being here?
It's the dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the dollars. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only other wide receiver that is expected to make big money this offseason if they sign would be CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
So,
and that could be in any day. It sounds like that could be coming down the chute.
Do you think that a lot of Ayuk supporters are just kind of waiting to see if that happens first?
Well, Ayuk supporter,
and if you're Ayuk, like at this point, you got a month left, so, or at least before the season starts.
But your problem is not CeeDee Lamb, because it sounds to me as if the Niners have already put their foot in the sand and said, you know what? You're not even worth St. Brown money. You're not even worth this money. So if something else comes from another receiver, I feel like from the wrong party, from a Brandon Ayuk standpoint, it doesn't matter because they've drew the line earlier. So if CD were to reset the market, I don't think that benefits Ayuk unless we didn't know the Niners were going to say, you know what, we just don't see or envision you getting this much. We're uncomfortable. So I don't get what like today's news with our guy in there. I don't know if that really affects the Niners and Brandon from the standpoint of the Niners going to give in and say, okay, that's the final straw. We see that deal, we're going to take care of you. I think right now everything is we're not going to take care of you because you're asking too much.
Yeah, and this is also from the 650. You should find out if Ayuk is there today. If they know he's being traded, they won't allow him to watch the practice. Well, that's the whole point about holding in. And that's why on Monday we talked to Mark Schlereth, who also has an Odyssey podcast, The Stink and Truth, because he was very critical of Ayuk choosing to hold in. Basically just avoiding fines, being on the field, being present, which Ayuk is present. He's in Santa Clara. He's at practice. And yesterday he was smiling with his head coach and general manager. And John Lynch is, I also, it's so much about the body language to me, more of the player than the actual executive or personnel or coaching staff member, because Ayuk has also been one to, whether he's feeling good or not, I feel like he does a pretty good job at least playing the optics game. And the optics up until, I would say, a few weeks ago, the optics were not really good because when I left, he had asked for a trade. Before that, there was the video of him talking to Jaden Daniels, was the action going towards Washington, the optics of him, allegedly not having much contact with the Niners.
Podcast with Ryan Clark.
The optics right now are great. The optics right now have done a 180.
But the results are still not there.
Yes, I mean, that's kind of the last domino that needs to fall, right? But who would the optics, do you think the optics are better with Brandon Ayuk or with Trent Williams? Because I feel more confident that they're going to get a deal done with Trent. I think they're going to sign both of them. But if you're telling me who they prioritize, I think it's probably Trent Williams.
Yeah, well, you know what? A week ago, I would tell you it's not even close. It's Trent. But what's baffling is the fact that both of them are not here. So when I do my due diligence and I think of how important Trent Williams is, and he's more important in my estimation to the Niners than one Brandon Ayuk, Evan, if they're thinking that, I have two questions. Why is it not done with Trent? Then the Mike Silver article about you knew this was coming. Why weren't you ready? Or you could avoid it at least. So I got questions on something that's supposed to be a slam dunk and not a reach from a player asking for more than he's worth. We got a guy that is as important as all outdoors, and you still got him at home. So I think it's fair to question, what the front off, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, these are the total opposites. If Ayuk's trying to do too much and tell you he's Frank Sinatra and he's really, give me somebody. Oh, God. What was the guy? Weird Al Yankovic. Okay, I'll give you that. But
I think he's got a Grammy.
Yeah, but this dude is, man, I'm all pro. You know you need me, but yet you can't get that done. That's kind of weird.
And they've known about his dad's dissatisfaction. That's the other part. It was like, when we heard the whispers of Trent Williams wanting a new deal, I think it perked everyone's ears because he still had years left. But I don't think anybody realized, myself included at the time, that he didn't have any guaranteed money left. And that was the hang up with McCaffrey's, that he had years left. He didn't have guaranteed money left. And the other part about Williams, which is interesting, that Jennifer Lee Chan brought up earlier, was that after the Super Bowl, or pardon me, not after this recent Super Bowl, but 2 years ago, there was the discussion about him retiring. And I wonder how much that is not leverage in the way of, or for Trent Williams, but how much that's a concern of the 49ers. Not that he will retire and just walk away, but that if he's close to retirement, then, essentially he's just trying to clean up. Like he's not.
But you can look at his age and kind of understand it.
He's not Brett Favre. He's not going to.
But give me a 2-year deal, Evan, and that's pretty. You know what I mean? Like, just do right by me, and I'm right back at practice, and we're going. Like, even you can look at his age, his birth certificate, and be like, okay, it's not a stretch to say, and we've heard him talking about retirement, but give us 2 more years of you being the top dog, or even 3. I don't know how Trent envisions it, but he would be a fool to step out on that field with not $1 guaranteed in this, with no guaranteed money left.
Well, here's what Matt Barrows of The Athletic told the Morning Roast earlier today.
I'm sure that Trent Williams isn't eager to go through a full camp and be out here with the Guardian cap on his head and kind of sweltering for days and days and days. I feel like he realizes that he can get tuned up for the season by maybe half a training camp or, 3 weeks at the end of August and into September. So my point is that sometimes with these veterans, they hold out because it's not solely because of this, but they figure, okay, I don't need to be there anyway. Let's just see how things play out. And then we'll start to get things done, say, around August 10. August 10 is the initial preseason game in Tennessee. That's when I think, the rubber hits the road a little bit on these holdouts.
Damn. We're 9 days away from a Niner football game.
See, but that to me is also kind of a dangerous mentality. That's also the same sentiment we heard about Bosa. Like Bosa didn't need training camp. Bosa's getting himself in shape. Bosa's going to be fine whenever he shows up.
He wasn't getting himself in shape. We saw it.
Well, he might have thought he was, but then he also admitted that it wore on him, and that was the reason why he started the season slow. Same with Debo.
I don't like any of it.
It impacted their season.
And he's a big man. You pull a hammy or a soft tissue injury, it just lingers. Like, who wants that, Evan? Get this done ASAP.
Well, I think, look, it's far less of a concern for me, a player's physical health if they're 25, like Nick Bosa is. But Trent Williams is 36. He's in his late 30s, mid-30s, going on late.
Big man.
So that's also, he has not played a full season since 2013. He's missed games. Now, he's been available for all the most important ones, but I would prefer to have Trent Williams, whether he thinks that he doesn't need training camp or not. I feel like it's been proven in recent years that they do. Remember, we also, look, I know it's a different sport. One of the reasons why Blake Snell was so poor at the beginning of the season, he admitted because he didn't have spring training. He didn't have a chance to get his body right.
You're on fire.
Now, I'm sure he was working out in the offseason. It wasn't like he was sitting on his you-know-what and just chilling, playing video games. I don't think Trent is just hanging out at the crib.
But the game's the game, Evan. You can go to 24-hour fitness and do all the running the bikes and running the beach, but that's not the same. And those two examples you cite, they irk me. Debo, and I don't even fault Debo, nor do I fault Bosa last year. He was trying to get his money, but you can't manipulate, being at practice and getting your body in that shape. Injuries are going to happen, right? But when you've gone through this and an injury happens, everybody's going to be Evan Monday morning quarterback and point to, oh, your ass was home. You were not here. That's why your body gave out if that were to happen. And that's not a win for anybody. So a guy that is that important to your team and your immediate future, I just don't know what's going on unless Matt Barrows is right. They got a wink deal, Evan. We'll announce it on August 7th, right before we play Tennessee. And you're not going to play in that game, and we'll get you back, and that'll be when your camp starts. I don't know.
Yeah, and yes, August 10th is their first preseason game, but I have no reason to believe that Trent Williams would have played in that game anyways.
At all. I'm with you.
The preseason is shrunk. There's fewer games. The quarterbacks aren't playing. Caleb Williams, who hasn't played a single snap in the NFL, is not playing tonight for the Chicago Bears.
Understand it all.
Quarterbacks oftentimes don't play in the preseason. A lot of important
Rodgers
players
not even touching the field.
No, because you can get hurt. Now, you can also get hurt in practice. And actually, I think Justin Herbert just hurt his foot earlier today, so he's going to be out for a couple of weeks. Was it plantar fasciitis?
Oh, okay.
Fasciitis. Fasciitis.
Athlete's foot.
Something like that. Yeah. But Justin Herbert got hurt in practice. So like any player can go down at any time. But I think the reason why training camp is important is because the coaches do push these players to get them physically ready to go body to body with other players that are trying to get to your quarterback or get after your quarterback. Or, I feel like Trent Williams looking at this, what remains of training camp and saying, I don't need it. That's a dangerous game.
Man. And Evan, I got to bring that. You just tell me what you think of this, because I can understand anybody saying, Goo, you're crazy. But with Bob Myers, what did he tell us on the executive show? Guys, I don't have to make a decision until I have to make one. Basically saying, I don't got to do it until the end. But Evan, when I hear John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talk, they're like politicians. And that's not a bad thing. But when you talk over and over and we watch different contract negotiations go on, I don't put you on a pedestal, but I do kind of put you on a pedestal because I believe what you're saying to the Niner fan base and anybody that'll listen. But Mike Silver wrote what he wrote about. They knew Trent was upset. I'm focused in on Trent. And when I see John after the draft, how he conducts himself and how he talks, I got to be careful here, Evan. It's not ego, but it's an aura of we handle our books. It's not light years, but there's a subliminal we handle our stuff. And that's what has me shocked about the Trent Williams situation. And I was going to let it go. And then when I hear Mike Silver say, yeah, they knew. They were on to him being upset months ago. I don't know how, unless you're telling me, Evan, a guy as big as Trent Williams is going to benefit from not being out there in the sun or whatever. And there's nothing here. I can just salute you on that. We'll never know. But you're running your book game sloppy if you knew about this, and it is where it is right now. I don't think that makes the Niners front office look good.
I also don't want to hear players saying that they're kind of putting it in cruise control until the bullets count.
Man.
Like, I don't want to hear Trent Williams basically saying I'm willing to show and go. I'm getting my body ready, but I'll get it ready on my terms, and I'm going to use the season the way I want to use it. Now, maybe it's also because a lot of the 49ers have played in so many deep postseasons that the beginning of the year isn't necessarily, when you want to be playing their best football. But I also didn't see that last year. I mean, they did hit the ground running. They won, their first 5 games? Up until they ran into that 3-game streak.
Without Trent Williams and Debo.
Exactly. So I know what Trent is when he's prepared with a full training camp. He's the best left tackle in football. And without training camp, he probably still is the best left tackle in football. But he also might be more injury prone. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan also talked about, and Jennifer Lee Chan said this too, that they're trying to work back Christian McCaffrey's workload. Well, I know that they got some running backs in that room.
Yeah.
I don't know how many left tackles they got just sitting around because the Niners haven't invested much in the O-line.
Yeah, and don't tell me you have your house in order. Chris A., Goo, what the hell was your point? Just don't tell me you got your house in order or your book game is better than anybody else's. That was my point.
Yeah. Also, Guru knows that plantar fasciitis is not
like. Is that what we come on?
It's a joke.
Good God!
It's a joke. Also, apparently, Goo.
What do we got?
Well, a lot of people in the Xfinity mobile text line. I don't know if I need to apologize, but if I do, maybe I am too young.
You don't like this getting to you.
Nah, it doesn't bother me, but
oh boy,
maybe it's just because the Olympics get spoiled for me all the time. That I don't realize that most people are not tapped in. And Ken got on my ear and told me that they do replay the Olympics later at night. That people like to go home and watch.
Ken got you feeling bad or worse.
Yeah.
Get those his hands up. Why you make them? You got to build them up, Kay.
I'm just saying they put the encore out there for the older crowd to watch at 6 p.m. when they're ready to go.
Oh boy,
for the older crowd that also has cable television, which I don't have, so I either have to watch it here at work or I can't watch it at all.
Do you really truly not have cable?
No, I don't have it. I don't have Peacock or
I told you I'd give you my login.
When?
Oh, last year. You can have it all. TV is my life. I give you my login. So you're good. I
don't have a television.
Oh well.
I'm sorry. I got to read about these things. That's my bad. Hey, watch it with the older
got you,
people.
Baby. I'll give you my log. Wow.
You know what I'm talking about? You.
Boy.
Well, you do Peacock a lot.
Well, I hooped last night. 3 games.
Well, all right. Stop there. 3 games. What was the sniff for?
Full court at 50, up and down with youngsters, 22, 25. No, seriously. Why are you 3 games is like 8 for my age?
Why are you trying to bully these young kids?
I just play against whoever's out there. And I played against OGs like me when I was their age. And you
took it to him.
Zach Randolph in the paint. I'm ready for this 3-on-3 tournament.
Yeah, but the Hoop It Up 3-on-3 basketball tournament is returning to Thrive City for its second year on Sunday, August 11th from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 95.7 The Game is putting a team in the tournament, and we're paying for registration for 3 listener teams as well. That contest will be Friday at noon. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Call in to Signing Guru for your chance to have a listener team compete in the Hoop It Up 3-on-3 basketball tournament established and owned by Kevin Garnett, which also includes recreational divisions from ages 8 to 18 and up, adult divisions at all levels. Each team has allowed a max of 5 players, 3 on the court, 2 subs. For all the details, go to hoopitup.com/San Francisco. If you think you can beat our team or any of the other teams that are going to be out there at Thrive City, right in front of Chase Center, fantastic setting, make sure you're listening tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. We're giving away 3 free entries to the tournament. If you win, you'll be able to field your own 3-on-3 team to take on the competition. Well, coming up, Goo, on the other side, we got our 2 short segment, and then we got our crossover. And I don't know, maybe we can run some of these theories by, Grandy, Dibs, and, I want to hear what people believe is going on right now. Is there nothing to see? It just appears to me if there really is nothing, that why haven't they been dealt with? It's kind of the thing that you've been throwing out today. I think it's a good question. Why hasn't it been happening? Trent Williams is getting fined daily. They don't have a choice.
Yeah.
That's why Brandon Ayuk is at camp. He's holding in, I think, because he doesn't want to get fined. It's all about the money right now with the San Francisco 49ers. All right, also, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Evan in for Steiny. Daryl the Guru Johnson, as always, back after this 95.7 The Game. I don't have television, so I wouldn't know.
You're right. Why would you ask?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I really don't know what to do at this point. I'm not talking about the show. Like, we know where we're going. We know what we're talking about.
Just don't give a score, Evan.
Sports experts. But yeah, I've been informed to tease the Olympics now at this point.
Wow.
Because I don't want to piss our audience off.
Yeah.
All right, well, coming up later tonight on Peacock, which I don't have, Katie Ledecky does something. Like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah,
I like that.
She's in the pool.
But you told everybody you don't have cable. Your biggest fan, my boy Tone, tags. That's why Evan's so smart. He reads books. I'm like, good God.
Well, I do like to turn a page every once in a while.
But you see Deadpool and Wolverine. That's at the theater.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a nerd too. But no, like the book I'm reading right now is about like the history of communication. So like the chapter I just finished was about like African drums, because they're pivotal, of course, in like a lot of ceremonial practices and a lot of ancient African civilizations, but they also are used for communication, to communicate, I don't know, just language. Like you can send a message, you can
through the drum?
Yeah, wow. Because they travel for miles. So, like a lot of people in, ancient Greece were able to find out, like via like fire is a form of communication. Right. People are able to find out about the fall of Troy through fire, just being spread through the land. So people hundreds of miles away found out within, a day or two that Troy was done. Similar in Africa, but the reverberations of these drums and the different patterns and signals of which they played them, you could tell somebody who was coming out of town that they were coming. So that was a way to alert other people of outsiders that were entering their villages and stuff.
How did you get to this book?
That's
did somebody say, hey, you should read this one, or how did you come across it?
It's a good question. I don't know. I kind of like stumbled through the ebooks in the San Francisco Public Library and just figure out which ones.
There you go.
Yeah, regardless. So that's for Tone. Yeah, I am a nerd. So now the 669 and the Xfinity mobile text line. Say what happened at the Olympics. I want to hear the other listeners call. Nope, not I.
Kay did you wrong. Ken just made you feel bad.
Nope. Yep. Yeah. Ken's been pissing me off today, quite frankly, more than usual. Ken is our fantastic producer, and he's been just like every single day there's just something, whether it's about quarterbacks. I don't know if it's Purdy, and he takes the stuff way too seriously because he's a Dolphins fan. Today we had an argument about Brian Urlacher and Zach Thomas.
I stayed out of it. I watched you guys.
I don't care much about either.
Got to keep you on your toes.
Well, my point was that, so the Hall of Fame game is tonight.
Yeah.
Right? Football season officially starts.
36.5.
What's the spread?
That I don't know.
Oh, but not you.
My neighbor.
Your neighbor's on the under. Yeah. I got you. I'm on the over.
31, by the way. 31.
Oh, wow.
31?
31 is the over-under, and -2. I don't know. I can't do. Doesn't matter who it's for.
Oh, I thought you meant 31 was the spread.
Tell us why you're mad at him.
Like, whoa.
And I'm going to tell you why I'm mad at Kay.
Well, yeah, because I bring up the fact that, if Antonio Gates didn't make the Hall of Fame, he's got the most touchdowns ever by a tight end. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, then why should Zach Thomas be? Who eventually got a gold jacket.
But that's hater thinking, though, when you do stuff like that.
No, of course. Well, I mean,
you know what I mean? Damn, my man got in, but the Gates ain't in, so your dude ain't worthy. I'm just saying. I listened to you guys. It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, well, because Patrick Willis is going into the Hall of Fame tonight, one of the greatest middle linebackers ever, and maybe this is why we kind of got into it. I don't know. Like, I mean, Ken, do you think Zach Thomas is better than Patrick Willis?
I mean,
oh boy,
we could definitely compare. Listen, I only said it because Zach Thomas was on the ballot for so long, and Urlacher had gotten in like 10 years ago.
Urlacher's a badass.
And it took him like 20 years to get in. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
Too long.
You had some more energy than that.
Hey, let me tell you why I'm mad at Kay. It's too short segment. You don't like my lexicon. I sit there last night, I get home, I check 130, 430, and then they'll take quotes from the show. Everything I was hating on you. E. Giddings. And Dad was like, well, say something profound. That's why I didn't put nothing. So I come in today, and first one of the day, I was like, "Here, what did I say?"
Wait,
I feel like I say a lot of profound stuff.
You
here
had
at the
one up
station.
yesterday.
1-9 the whole week. Right?
Check the feed, buddy.
No, but I pressured you into that one. It ain't the same. But Evan, you had like 8 of them.
But yours get interacted with more, which means the things you do say that are profound
Evan,
are much
you don't
more
need to make
impressive.
Me feel, and Ken, thanks for giving me the scholarship one today. But I had to let him have it this morning. Like, hey, dude, let me talk to you. Evan's got 12 up there. That next one, can it be? Just hook your boy up. That's all. But I'm playing.
No, but you're also the one that's getting some of the graphics. Like, so, do you want me to read this one back to you? So
Yeah.
This was a take, a scalding hot take from Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Ken knows I'm playing.
Earlier today. Quote, this dude is a baby in regards to coaching. He should have 2 championships. I think actually 3. I've gotten past that. Speaking as Goo. Think about how many more cracks at a Super Bowl Kyle Shanahan is going to get as a Niner head coach, not just from the financial standpoint to keep this roster intact. That is profound.
Take that, Tone. Yeah,
come on, man.
I appreciate you, Kay.
It's also very Goo because it starts with something incendiary.
Yeah.
You called him a baby.
Yeah, but I also had fragments and run-ons. I did that a lot in school, boy.
Which also reminds me, earlier in the show, I did see something come in during the JLC interview. Someone had you at 30 seconds for a question. That's not fair. You can't be doing that.
The clock only comes out on me.
I know.
Dude, I listen. I'm a P1 of the station. There are 2.5-minute questions, but some say Einstein had long questions. So you don't want to say, hey, what time is it? You want to, I'm trying to get you where I'm at. Feel me. You feel me knocking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Patrick Willis had to knock at the door, didn't he? Or was he?
He was, career cut short.
I don't think he was first
hall.
ballot for the Hall of Fame. I could be wrong about that. Carter, please fact check me. Thank you. But like when I say Patrick Willis, what do you think of?
One of the best to ever do it, and his feet betrayed him.
Yeah, that's true.
I really believe him. I really believe he was one of the best to do it. So some will say it wasn't long enough, but what we saw was Hall of Fame worthy to me.
Yeah, he was superhuman, just like indestructible, seemingly, up until, the tail end of his career. Yeah. But even going back to Ole Miss, like I remember, what was it, that highlight of him standing up? Was it Mark Ingram? There was an Alabama running back at the goal line that he just absolutely plowed. It might have been LSU. I apologize.
He should have that one hanging up at his house somewhere.
Yeah, but at the goal line, he just stood him up.
Yeah.
You got some, Carter?
Yeah, it was his 5th time on the ballot.
His 5th time. Yeah. And that's Patrick Willis we're talking about.
No doubt
here.
about it.
I think at his best, his name deserves to be up there with the greatest middle linebackers ever.
I do not disagree.
3rd time as a finalist.
Oh, so the first 2 times he didn't even make the final ballot. Wow.
Man.
Well, that's
so it'll make it that much sweeter because I'm sure there was a time maybe he thought it wasn't going to happen.
But I do think that's why the Hall of Fame for the NFL to me is probably the best of the 3.
Yeah, because basketball's out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you and I can get in.
Yeah. What did you do in high school? That shouldn't count. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess the Naismith College kind of factors into everything too.
And baseball's just a joke.
Yeah, well, baseball, it's way too hard to get into.
And
although
the
they're softening a little bit.
Steroids is in, but the players are not. Get out of here.
Yeah, they're softening it a little bit. Like, I was actually pretty surprised that Joe Mauer got in as quickly as he did, which would bode well for someone like Buster Posey. So they're starting to loosen up a bit.
I want to ask you, Carter and Kay, this real quick, and I'm not being funny. My boy Big Pete, big Dodger fan, yesterday said the averages in baseball are so bad that he said they should bring back steroids. Now, if you had players say, you know what, I'm going to take them to improve my performance, does that turn you off as a baseball fan? Or would you be, if a grown-ass man says he'll take the PEDs and we'll get more offense, would you be cool with that?
Yeah, I would.
Kay, would you be cool with that? Or would you be like, what are you talking? Like, he meant it.
Yeah, I don't. Honestly, I used to care. I don't care anymore.
See, that's
give him the records.
Wait, you used to care?
I used to care.
Oh, about the records. Oh, sorry. No, well, yeah.
But I'm saying with steroids, whatever, do it. I don't care.
Well, it's not the records. It's if you knew a dude was on him, but he was batting 350 and 50 homers, would you be like, oh, yeah, I dig that. I don't care he's on roids. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if we can accept Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and all these other guys.
Be careful.
But I do think there is something to if it is cheating, there is really only one way to reprimand them for it, because they're still making the money, they're hitting the home runs, they have the stats. It would be to keep them out of the hole.
But everybody that did roids is not going to have the eye-hand coordination or the skill set like a Barry Bonds or Sosa. You know what I mean? Like I think we know that.
No, that's true. Maybe we can run it by the guys on the other side, because we got the crossover coming up on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, for Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders. Well, that's Steiny signed the contract. He a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, real quick. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Dan Dibley, Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings in for Steiny, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's the crossover. We're talking about, I don't know, childish tones, about Spinal.
We got to pick this guy up. We got to pick, that's a 3. We got to pick your boy Evan up, Grandy.
What happened?
He gave the score of the update of the Olympics, and now we got a stalker, texter, and they're saying Evan single-handedly ruined the Olympic experience for him because he gave an update. It's 11 in the daytime. That's foul. You can't cut, and he's taking it to heart. Evan, cheer up.
No. Evan's
which
right.
event was this?
It doesn't matter. But what happens now...
It was gymnastics, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Simone Biles. And if you didn't hear it before, Simone Biles won the gold.
No, dude.
I will not shush. And I did this 12 years ago when you were in middle school and Grandy was a 3rd grader.
I've been in high school.
What happens now, happens now. And if you don't want to know what happens now, if you're trying to wait until prime time on NBC, spoiler alert, then you're not a part of what's going on in the real society, because what happens now is happening now.
But we don't want to ostracize members of our audience.
No, we don't. But the fact that, these things are happening now, and you can find out on Twitter, on IG, Facebook, and TikTok, you can bump into someone on the street. Our job here is sports media and sports news. Our job is to not bury the story. So if Brandon Ayuk happens to sign a deal in the next 3 minutes.
Oh, please. That's not the same.
Do we need to No. It's a great analogy. Because NFL Network's going to have a free agent primetime special.
This is an event. Some are taping. So they're recording.
You don't even have to tape it. You don't even have to tape it. It's just going to air on NBC tonight.
Evan, let me know.
Well, yeah, I don't have cable television, so I just didn't assume that this was a thing.
No, it's all a thing. And, I'm not taping the receiver Netflix, but when it drops and all 8 episodes drop and I don't get to go through 1 through 8 because I have a baby and somebody tells me about something that happens in episode 6.
Spoiler alert, the Niners lose the Super Bowl.
Yeah, thanks, Grandy. I get that. And so...
No, they were down at halftime.
I mean, grow up. If you don't want to know what's going on, then turn off everything and just go ostrich mode and put your head in the sand and wait for Mike Tirico at 8 o'clock. Our job is to deliver information and entertainment, so you have nothing to feel bad about.
Well, but I mean, there are people that, like, I get it. They're listening in their cars, and so maybe they're on their way home to watch it, that they recorded it, and they felt like it got spoiled. My question is, when does it become, a non-spoiler? Because, like, it was also during the conversation, we threw out, like, a movie. I was like, well, I don't want to spoil
Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, we both saw it, and we talked about it.
Yeah, spoiler.
I haven't seen it. I mean, how dare you?
Honestly,
how dare you?
Spoil it. It's a foul-mouthed movie is what it is.
God. And I love Deadpool. I've seen everything up
that
to
humor's too
this
much.
one.
It's too twisted. It's what's wrong with us now. I couldn't believe that. That humor was Andrew Dice
Ryan Reynolds is amazing.
You're going soft on us, Go.
No,
completely
I couldn't
soft.
He's
a cross between Arnold Schwarzenegger and Eddie Murphy.
No doubt about it. But
I don't know if I go that far.
Don't put
he's
Marvel.
a great action hero and he's hilarious.
Don't hide dibs under Marvel and say that's a superhero. Superheroes don't conduct themselves like that. I could not believe
Batman's
what
on the
I
phone.
was hearing on the big screen.
Yeah.
Like, thank God I didn't bring little Johnny. I mean,
well, you tried to. He's 14 years old.
19 and she's your daughter, so you don't have a little Johnny.
But the humor,
and I'll go ahead and tell you, I have a girl who's about to be 2 in 4
Mila.
weeks. Yeah, it's Mila, but
Mila.
Thanks for caring enough to get it right.
Goo.
Yeah, totally.
That's my niece's name.
Oh,
Mila.
my God.
In 4 weeks, she'll be 2, and she's not going to see Deadpool versus Wolverine. So that movie's not even for kids. I don't know if it's rated PG-13.
That's what
No chance.
Evan
It's
told
probably
me that.
R, right?
It is rated R.
Yes.
Officially. Sexual content.
Wow.
Abusive language.
Hello.
Bloody gore.
whole
Horrific
show.
violence. Oh, yeah. The holy trinity of R-rated films.
Thank
That's
you.
what that movie.
I couldn't get over it. I was
And again,
sitting
you
there.
just spoiled it again with
Yes,
all
I did.
of the depiction. So, you know what? Everything is a spoiler at some level. So just get over it. If you don't want to be spoiled, then go ostrich mode and put your head in the sand and listen to, maybe a podcast from 19 weeks ago. Just get over it, people.
We just started teasing the Olympics, actually.
D-Lou saying dibs on fire.
Whatever. I'm just.
Ledecky's in the pool.
Yeah. And spoiler alert, she has the. No, I'm going to say it. She has the 20 fastest times in history in the 1,500 meter swim.
So damn good.
If you look at the all-time 1,500 meter freestyle swim times, it's Ledecky through Ledecky. Wow. So when you go to tune in on NBC Primetime, will Katie win? Yeah, duh.
Yeah, Ledecky is spoiler
dumb
proof.
swim.
Yeah. You don't even have to watch the event. You know that she already won it.
I think the Biles ones might have been, I don't know.
And similar to the U.S. women's basketball team that just took care of Belgium. Oh, should I have said that?
Dibs, yeah, I'm telling you.
They beat Belgium by a dozen. Spoiler alert, they haven't lost in like 38 years. So yes, they're going to win. Spoiler alert, there you have it. I ruined it.
But there's some events that are supposed to be a little closer, like the Biles versus Lee head-to-head was supposed to be actually like a competition. It's not like Ledecky versus the field, or you're watching Usain Bolt just to see how fast and how many feet he's going to be ahead of the competition. So it's like I do think there is some a little bit of that.
Sure.
Like it wasn't a layup for Biles to spoiler alert win the gold.
Exactly. It was not a layup, but it was made easier by the fact that Russia is not competing. So if you want to really talk about the Olympics, we could talk about the geopolitical ramifications of.
Let's get into it. Next 4 hours.
I'm listening.
Coming up from 2 to 6.
I mean, if you want to talk about Simone Biles' amazing performance, and she's the greatest gymnast since Mary Lou Retton, or maybe of all time. But Russia's not even in it, so it doesn't taint it. But the whole Olympic Games itself is a geopolitical exercise based on.
We got to put an asterisk on it. Is that what you're saying, Dibs?
No, that's what you're saying. I would never use the A word. I would never asterisk-size anything like FP did with the Dodgers World Series championship and what Mark Willard has done with the Lakers chip. I don't do that. You win what you win. And Simone Biles won the overall gold today. Sorry about that, everyone. Tune in tonight on NBC. Don't miss it. She's pretty awesome, although she had a little bit of a misstep on the uneven bars.
Well, she got hurt a couple days ago and then came back and still was victorious.
Incredible.
So she has overcome. I think
the truly amazing thing is that 4 years ago she had the Twisties, which I didn't know was a thing. I thought it was a cinnamon donut that you used to get, but she was unable to even spin and twist because her equilibrium was such that she couldn't do it anymore.
Wow.
So she overcame the Twisties to do what she's done.
I'm pulling the Steiny, so I'm out a little early. So I just want to ask you two, where's Trent Williams?
Currently?
Yeah.
I know where he's not. Santa Clara.
And my question really was, why is he not in
Carmen
Santa Clara?
Sandiego.
How did you not see this coming? And Mike Silver called him out and said, you knew he was mad. How could you not be ahead of this?
Mike Silver called him out?
No, basically said that the Niners knew.
Oh, yeah.
The front office that he was kind of feeling. So why is this not rectified?
Maybe Trent was just waiting for all the other tackles to get signed, and one of them did this morning.
But did you even need that? You are so great at your job. Did you even need Wirfs or a contract to help you? They know your value.
Right, but that's parameters. And also, do you really need Trent Williams to be out there right now in a helmet and shorts, like shuffle,
Well, what if he gets a soft
stringer?
tissue injury or has I got to be careful here, a down year like we saw Bosa, who needed oxygen in the Super Bowl, and then Debo, when he held out, they didn't have the best year.
It's funny you say that about Bosa, and this is something that I've been thinking about the last couple of days.
Okay.
Because you talk about him playing every snap, and they don't.
Crosby plays every snap.
Not every snap.
Damn near.
Like 98%.
99, Evan, if you allow me.
If you want to look at Nick Bosa throughout the course of his year and every other D lineman on the Niners, they don't play more than 75 or 80% of snaps. None of them, contract year, rookie year, veteran, they don't do that. So is that a Bosa thing or is it a team thing? I don't think that you could hold his holdout against him and look at his play snaps. They were commensurate with his whole career. That's just what the Niners do. They rotate.
But the production in those snaps was lesser, and he admitted it was because he wasn't there for the entire offseason.
And, I mean, by production, you mean sacks. because his pressure rate was equal to everything he's done every single year.
Not on the time he's drinking Gatorade on third down against Green Bay. And he's on the sidelines like, dude,
He
why
wasn't
are
as
you
good.
not
I
out
also
there?
don't think he was as good against the run.
Yeah, no
Like-
doubt. And he said it. Evan just said he said those words came out of his mouth.
Well, was he not as good against the run because of him, or was it the scheme from a guy who lost his job? And I'm not trying to dismiss.
I'm not paying Steve
his
Wilkes $36 million a year, or 32. Like
No, but you're paying him to scheme up the run, and it was clear that their run defense was not as good with the same personnel. So you can blame Bosa and Warner and Greenlaw and the rest of them, but the way they went about scheming against the run wasn't as good. And Javon Hargrave playing in the 3 technique was not as good.
Well, I hate to break it to you, your defensive line didn't get much better this offseason, so you're going to have to do more.
Well,
Is that just on Brandon Staley and
Dibs, how
Sorensen?
can it be a we'll see? It's a must.
Well, it's a we'll see because you still made it to the Super Bowl. And I know that from the metrics, you weren't a top 5 defense. And I think you mentioned earlier you gave up a 100-yard rusher.
Oh, man, 10 times.
8 or 9. Yeah, was it 10 times?
Including the postseason, yeah.
Right. And, it's always a curious one because the Lions had one run that was like 67 yards. And so the rest of the game, they kind of held them down. And, the other thing you were talking about was offensively, third down efficiency. They were 4th in third down percentages converted, but you were right about
DVOA, they were like middle of the pack.
Well,
on third down.
DVOA ultimately is a metric. It comes down to
Well, you just cited pass rush win rate for Nick Bosa, so it basically matters what stat you value.
Right. I'm talking about pressures. For me, pressures is more important than sacks because you can pressure a guy and then somebody else gets the sack and you don't get the sack, but you get the pressure. And the thing
Bosa's got to get the sack.
Maybe also break down the pocket and allow someone to escape and get to the left when your job is to contain.
Right.
The sack supersedes all.
Like I think Nick Bosa and the Niners caged Jalen Hurts. They weren't supposed to pressure him.
A sack is a second and 16,
if I get
maybe
the pressure and Ebukam gets the sack because they're double teaming me and I force the quarterback your way and you get the sack, well, does that mean that I did nothing?
Right.
The other thing you mentioned was third downs, and they did have the 32nd most third downs they faced. So they didn't face third down, which was a point you made earlier, which was a great point, that they didn't face third down very often, but when they did, they converted it. They were 4th in third down conversions. I'm just trying to, talk about what you talked about.
But
and I was
you're
driving
saying all
in
this is not a big deal that he's not here.
It's not a big deal at all. It's August 1st. Now, if it's September 1st, it's a big deal. But honestly, if Trent comes in today, right now, does he play the first preseason game?
No.
Does he play the second game?
No.
Doesn't play in any of them.
Yeah.
He doesn't play in any of them. So, I mean, what's the worry?
He might get one
But
drive
get your
in the last
work
one,
in.
but-
Get your work in.
Maybe. I don't know. A guy at his level, first ballot Hall of Famer, you would imagine that he's in shape. He's not at home eating Funyuns and drinking, Coca-Cola
And we heard
Classic.
Bosa's mom say he's in the best shape while he was holding out. And if we want to be fair here, he was not football shape.
Took him a little time.
Yeah.
But they did start out 5-0. So it's not like Bosa's absence led them to be 1-3 and oh boy, we got issues.
That's true. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 in San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo, you got something you got to get to, correct?
Oh, yeah. Little doctor appointment.
I love it.
Check
good
under
luck
the
with
hood.
that.
Yep.
No, I promise it won't be the lead tomorrow, but we'll definitely get into it.
3 games of full court. I brag at 50, 3 games of full court, and you looked at me like wasn't a big deal. And that kinda
No,
hurt
it
me
is a big
little bit.
deal.
Yeah,
and
that's
every
all.
time
Grandy.
every time you talk about it, I light a candle and I say a silent prayer because I know that.
Oh, no.
Please protect Goo.
I was 30 when it all went bad for me, and I'm not nearly the athlete of you, and I'm not nearly as fit as you. But
What injury was it at 30?
torn ACL and fractured arm.
Oh, geez.
Same play.
Wow.
Same play.
Tore the ACL, and as we were
On the
down,
way down?
we were down 8. And
Down 8.
my fat, lazy brother, Mike, and happy birthday, Mike. He turned 62 today.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Mikey.
He's trailing the play, looking for me to kick it out so he can shoot one of his classic 30-foot set shots. And I was like, you know what? F that. Not this time. So I plant the left leg, and
Famous last words.
I'm going to go to the hoop because I'm going to get
Come
me
on,
mine.
Dibs.
We're going to lose anyway. I'm going to fill the stat sheet.
Derrick Rose.
ACL goes way to the right, and as I'm going down face first,
stop, man.
Santa Fe High School gym, at the last second, I throw my hand down so that I don't break my nose.
Yep.
Fractured wrist.
Oh, man.
1999.
That's got to be the first time someone has ever torn an ACL and broken an arm in the same play.
Yeah. Hashtag
He
non-athlete.
reminds me of Danny Ainge.
Tom Segura?
Like, that's how he would be.
Much
on the
more
court.
Scott Skiles.
Okay, Scott
Scott Skiles, yeah.
Tom Segura had a torn patella and a broken arm, according to Lucas Alexander. That's ridiculous.
Tom Segura.
Well, I hope that no one injures themselves over the next 4 hours, which is what's coming up next. Between Dibs, Grandy, in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome into Willard and Dibs. No FP today. He's on his way to Cincinnati to get ready for Reds and Giants beginning tomorrow. So it's just Dibs and I in for Mark Willard. It's Mark Grandy with you alongside Dan Dibley here on 95.7 The Game. Willard will be back next week as we inch towards the weekend. We got a lot to get into today. Dibs, it's a beautiful Thursday. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I apologize to anyone who was, offended by the spoiler alert conversation, but for me, Mark, in this era in which we live, you guys are. I got my live mics in there. Carter, live mics. Somebody needs to shut it down in there. Thank you. I remember my first time. Lucas Alexander, director of Jorts, apparently. Yeah, I'm hearing it. So
I think they're just talking only into your ears. Is what's going on?
That's
I don't hear anything.
Okay, whatever. It's talk back. Wild things are happening, but spoiler alert wise, nowadays when everything happens and it immediately is here, there, and everywhere, it becomes a you problem on spoiler alerts. That's all
I don't disagree. Evan wasn't in the wrong for saying that Simone Biles won the all-around gold.
Oh, you said it again.
Said it again. Sorry, Paul. I didn't watch it live, Dibs, but I'm gonna turn it on primetime tonight and watch it, even though I know how it ends. I'm sure it's still gonna be thrilling to watch it.
Exactly.
And she's one of the greatest champions in sports history, considering what she's doing. So it's still worth watching. Even if you got spoiled, then you're unhappy that it got spoiled. But I would still suggest tuning in. We got a lot to get to today, though, Dibs. We have football today.
Oh, I can't
Football
wait.
is back. The Hall of Fame game, Bears and Texans. That kicks off later on today. We're not going to talk about the Hall of Fame game, maybe other than get a Dibs lock of the day, and then Lucas and I will pick the other side. We'll see.
Now, bet the under is the lock, and
Okay.
Guru mentioned it during their show, and I talk about it every year, and every year when the line comes out, whatever the line is, and I know that this year it's 36, I think, or 36 and a half. Not a very big number. I think it's 36 and a half, they were saying. And I do think that the smart play is always to bet the under. And I know that last year it did go over. So could be another one where you want to fade the dibber. And you guys can go ahead and fade me and bet the over all you want. I'm not doing a lot of sports betting right now, but if I was to bet it, I would definitely bet the under.
I'm seeing 31 and a half.
31
Does that change your opinion? 31 and a half.
That's a small number.
Bet the over?
I'd still bet the under.
All right. That makes it easier for me. Then I might just take the over.
You won't.
And we'll see how it plays out. I haven't locked it in yet, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do that before it kicks off a little bit later. Let's talk about some football, though. Not the Hall of Fame game. Not Bears versus Texans. I'm sure we're not going to see many, if any, starters. Caleb Williams not going to play, the number 1 overall pick for the Bears. I don't think C.J. Stroud, the quarterback for the Texans, is going to play. But we got a lot of things we can get into related to the Niners, Dibs, as training camp continues, although the team is off today. No practice today, which means we won't get, at the very least, another Brandon Ayuk sighting, dapping up John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. But let's start with something we just got into briefly on the crossover with Evan and Guru, talking about Trent Williams and his hold out, Brandon Ayuk and his hold in. I know you felt relatively strongly that was a celebratory high five and pat on the bat from Kyle Shanahan to Brandon Ayuk yesterday. As of this moment, we don't have any news to report. There is no extension signed, sealed, delivered just yet. Maybe we do get some of that news coming out right now. But Dibs, I can only guess here based on how you feel about Trent Williams' absence. Are you more concerned by Brandon Ayuk's absence or his hold in, lack of a new deal just yet? Or are you more concerned by Trent Williams' hold out? Which one concerns you more at this stage?
Neither, but if I was to really put an assignment to either one, I would say that I'm more concerned about Brandon Ayuk by about 0.1% because, Brandon Ayuk has a certain amount of rhythm that needs to be reestablished with Brock Purdy. And Purdy's been in camp, and he's been throwing to Debo and Pearsall and Cowing and all the rest of the guys, Taylor and and the rest of the receivers. So it'd be nice to get him into that rhythm with Brandon Ayuk. But again, I don't know if you look at the preseason games, how many of those games that Brandon Ayuk will play, how much will Brock play? I know Brock likes to be out there and compete and get hit. So I would imagine Brock probably gets at least one series in the opener, and maybe he gets a quarter and a half in the second game, and then game 3, he shuts it down. Game 3 used to be the big dress rehearsal, but now without 4 games, game 2 is kind of the one where you want to have your starters go out there and actually play some. So I do think that Brandon Ayuk is going to play a little bit in the opener, more in game 2. So if he's going to play more in game 2, that's where I would want Brandon Ayuk to at least be out there and play a quarter, half a quarter, whatever it is. And so that to me is kind of what I'm targeting as far as his return. For Trent Williams, doesn't matter. Who cares? If you don't play at all until the opener, that doesn't, I think, matter at all to their offense. But I would like Ayuk to get a little bit of time. So in terms of who do I want back sooner, it would be Brandon Ayuk. And I hope that contract gets announced here in the next 3 hours and 52 minutes.
That would be nice. Well, preferably before 3 hours and 52 minutes from now.
Exactly.
Maybe an hour from now.
That'd
hour
be
and a
nice.
half from now.
That's
2 hours
perfect.
from now.
We can slot
something
that
like
in.
that. Hope it works out. And I get exactly what you're saying in terms of who needs the training camp reps, the preseason reps to feel like they are as prepared as possible going into the regular season. I think with you, I would agree. It's Brandon Ayuk. He's younger. He's at a position where you got to go against, live cornerbacks and live defensive backs and all of that and get used to the contact. And maybe for a certain degree, you need that for offensive linemen as well, but maybe not as much for someone like Trent Williams, who has been the best offensive lineman in the NFL for like almost a decade running now. He's been incredible for the vast majority of his career, even though it was interrupted by a fight against cancer and all that. And we know all of that. He's been incredible. And so I get what you're saying. But I think when you look at what's most important to the 49ers offense, Dibs, and this is not a knock on Brandon Ayuk, it's nothing against his ability, an all-pro last year. He was awesome last year. I think it's by far the most important player on this 49er offense, at least compared to each other. When you compare Ayuk to Trent Williams, it's Trent Williams, and it's not even close. And as Guru brought up, Mike Silver of the Chronicle alluded to, the Niners have known about Trent Williams' desire to get a reworked deal for a long time now, for months, and nothing has been worked out just yet. Up until this point, the negotiations have been fully private. Not that anybody is negotiating in public now, just the public knows that he's not happy with his current contract and he's not at training camp. Ayuk has kind of been negotiating publicly this entire offseason, but now the public does know about Trent Williams' absence. But we found out that the Niners have known about his desire to get a new deal reworked for a really long time, and nothing has happened yet. And that is arguably the most important piece of your offense, and he's not at training camp just yet, and you're entering a do-or-die season, and he's not showing up. And I get it's just the 1st of August, and you have more than an entire month until you play a regular season football game for the first time this year, but that to me is more concerning. You also add on the fact that he's likely wanting to be paid the most of any offensive lineman ever, and Tristan Wirfs just broke the bank and set a new record, 5 years, $140 million. Ayuk obviously wants to be near the top, but he's not getting the most money that any wide receiver's ever gotten. He's going to slot in somewhere between, I don't know, 3rd to 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th most all time. Trent Williams is looking for the most ever, and the 49ers finances are such that might not be the easiest thing to fit in. So I think all that considered, for me, Trent Williams is a bigger worry, a bigger concern for me as a Niner fan than Brandon Ayuk.
Do we know that he wants the biggest contract in history, or is that something that we're all just assuming because he's the best tackle in football? I look at a player who is, 36, 37, a guy who's, looking it up right now, and as you look at where they are in his career, I don't think that he's looking to...
Just turned 36 a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, he's 36, so he's not looking for a 4-year deal. He's not looking to tear up his deal and get 4 years and be a tackle till he's 40. What I do think he's looking for is guaranteed money. So you could look at the Tristan Wirfs contract and say, wow, he's making 28.1 average annual. Does Trent want that? Well, he probably wants something close to that, but more importantly, he wants guaranteed money because right now, on his deal, he has $0 guaranteed. So if you're Trent, you're not worried about Tristan Wirfs, who's 35 years old, or 25 years old, rather. You're looking for a deal that gives you guaranteed money this year, maybe guaranteed money next year, and then after that, we'll see what happens. And that's where I do think it's a little bit different. And yes, I think that the team and Trent have known long ago that he wants something else, but all these things happen in time. And McCaffrey, he wants more money. Okay, that's a much easier deal. That money's a lot less. And the Brandon Ayuk deal is a much bigger number, total number, than what they're going to give Trent Williams. So for Trent...
But per year, not necessarily.
No, but it's not about per year. It's about the overall money, and it's about how much do you have to give Brandon Ayuk up front. And then you get to Trent, and if Trent's making, 23 average annual, and he wants to get that fully guaranteed, well, then maybe you give him 30 this year, fully guaranteed this year, and then next year it's 17.5, or next year is 20, fully guaranteed, and then after that you get into voidable years and you get into money that he may or may not recoup. But for the Niners, it's probably more important to figure out the Ayuk deal first, because that overall number is much bigger than Trent Williams. And the thing that makes me not worry is, have we heard one report or one hint of the fines that Trent Williams is accruing?
No, we haven't.
By holding out? Because by holding out, and he's under contract, wouldn't he be liable?
He's subject to fines.
Exactly. But we've heard not even a whisper of anything.
I'm trying to remember when they didn't fine Bosa last year, right?
Right.
Or at least at the very end, they paid him back, whatever it was, or they just I don't think it happens like on a daily basis or even a weekly basis. It might happen like at the end, and they just decide at the very end to waive it all or whatever the case is. Going back to Debo, did they fine Debo? I don't think they fined Debo either, right?
Don't think so.
I don't think they fined any one of these recent holdouts.
But they can. And
they can if they want.
I think that if you're in a fifth-year option mode, that the team is allowed, based on the CBA, to immediately recuse or excuse, rather, those fines. And they don't have to rack those fines up. But here we are with Trent Williams, and he's clearly holding out. And we're now, week 2 of training camp, and yet I haven't even heard a whisper of, if Trent sits out another day, it's going to be $340,000 or whatever the number would be. So I'm not worried at all about whether or not he's going to come in when he needs to come in.
888-957-9570. We are, I think, the 7 practice days into training camp for the 49ers. What worries you more right now? Is it Brandon Ayuk holding in? No sign of a deal just yet, although maybe there's some positive developments given the handshake and the daps between Ayuk and Lynch and Shanahan yesterday. If you haven't seen it, just search Ayuk on Twitter and the video will pop up. But 888-957-9570, what worries you more right now? Is it Trent Williams or is it Brandon Ayuk? From the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, no, from San Francisco, he says, if you watch successful Niner run plays, you will see Ayuk downfield effectively mirroring what Williams is doing at the line of scrimmage. And there's no doubt, no, and thanks for the text, Ayuk is still incredibly valuable to this 49er team, but you look at what else you have offensively, you got Deebo Samuel, and you've got George Kittle, and you've got Christian McCaffrey, and you've got Jawan Jennings, and now you got Ricky Pearsall, who, by the way, has been playing well since getting cleared and ready to practice. And we'll talk to Larry Krueger coming up in a couple of hours, who's all over that. And I'm sure he will have something positive to say about Ricky Pearsall. There's no doubt, no, that Ayuk is still incredibly important to this Niner offense. But if you were to point out an area of weakness and an area where you're concerned about the 49ers, it might be offensive line, because you've already got a couple of other injuries and absences on the offensive line. Spencer Burford is dealing with a broken hand. The team is still determining whether he needs surgery or not. You're playing Dominic Puny, the guy you just drafted out of Kansas in the 3rd round. He's getting first-team reps right now in training camp. And again, we're still over a month away. A lot of things can change. However, Dibs, I will think you'd at least agree with me if there was a hypothetical absence from regular season games between either Trent or Ayuk, the Niners would be much better off without Ayuk versus without Trent.
No doubt. And I will not try to debate that, because it's not debatable. Trent Williams is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's the key to not only your run game in the zone, the outside zone that everyone talks about that they run. Trent Williams, when he gets out in space and you run to his side, and whenever they need yards, they go to Trent's side, and it's outside zone, and Trent either comes in and absorbs 2, or he gets out in space. And, chips the defensive end, and then he goes and hunts for the linebacker, and that poor linebacker, when you've got 6'7", 325 coming at you full speed,
steam, yep.
you know that you're about to get pancaked. So, yes, he matters much more to the offense than Brandon Ayuk. I just think that his deal, his rework is a lot simpler than Brandon Ayuk. And so they're trying to work through the Brandon number, the guaranteed number, the fully guaranteed at signing number, the average annual. And when that gets done, you look what you have left in the pie for this year and next year, because you don't want to use all your cap room. They want to carry some of that forward, and they will, because if Ayuk signs, his cap number this year goes from 14 down to, 10 or 12, depending on how they structure the contract. But that number that you free up this year, that can then go to Trent Williams, and you can give Trent more of your cap that you have now. And you can look at next year and say, all right, Trent, we want you back. You want to be here. We're going to give you a nice big chunk next year guaranteed. And then the third year, whatever, we can figure that out down the road. But I do think that the Ayuk number, whatever that's going to be, that has to take precedence, and then you can figure out what's left for a Trent restructure.
You're definitely right that the Ayuk contract is way more complex and difficult to work through.
And bigger number, bigger overall number.
Yeah, and, probably going to be longer term, 4 years. I'm not sure that Trent Williams is looking for 4 years. Ayuk might be 5 years. Who knows? Like, you'll find out. Or maybe you won't find out. Maybe you don't even have to sign him at all. Maybe you don't sign him at all. We'll see. Then I would also ask you if the Trent Williams extension or rework, not an extension, the rework, potentially maybe you tack on a year or whatever it is. If the Trent Williams restructure of his current contract is so simple, I think the obvious question then is why hasn't it happened yet? It's got to be a priority. Is it just as simple as we have to work through Ayuk first and we're going to put you off to the back burner, Trent? And we're going to cause you to miss training camp. And I know we both agree it's not that big of a deal up to this point that he's missed these first 7 practices. But if it's so simple and you know that you need Trent no matter what, I feel like this is something you could get done maybe even without knowing exactly how the Ayuk thing is going to work out.
I do think that it's relatively simple, but I also think that you have to do this in a certain order because Brandon Ayuk is going to command a lot more money, certainly up front. So let's just say that Ayuk gets done today, and I hope that it is, and he gets 27.5 average annual. He gets 4 years and 110, and maybe he gets $45 million guaranteed at signing. And so you give him a signing bonus of, maybe he gets $30 million signing bonus, just boom, straight off the top. You give him $30 million in cash, and then you realize what you have left to give to Trent Williams. And then you go to Trent and say, all right, you don't have any guaranteed money now, so we're going to take your contract and we're going to give you about $2 more million this year. We're going to fully guarantee this year, and we're going to tack on an extra $4 million next year, and we're going to fully guarantee that year. However you want to structure that, you can give Trent Williams a new contract and a signing bonus, the same thing. And David Lombardi's told us this. If you have a signing bonus, then you can prorate it over the life of the deal. So I do think that Trent is not necessarily easy, but like with Christian McCaffrey, you're not going to give him a ton more. You're just going to give him more guaranteed. You're going to make it so that he feels better about the next couple of 2 years, and then the third and fourth year, we can address that down the road.
The McCaffrey one is, I think, even simpler than Williams because the running back market's pretty barren right now. And making him the highest paid running back in the league, which he is, it's not that difficult to do.
And he already was, right?
He already was, and he stayed. He continued being the highest paid running back in the league.
But they gave him more guaranteed, and they gave him a little bit more upfront so that he felt like if he goes out this year and, bad things happen, which, he led the league last year in overall touches.
Yeah, a little more of a safety net for him now.
Exactly. So now he knows, and same thing with Trent Williams because...
But it's just a little bit more difficult. I mean, again, maybe we're assuming, and maybe we don't know that for sure, but assuming he wants at the very least close to the top of the market, that's a whole lot bigger of a commitment than it was what you committed to McCaffrey because those markets are just so vastly different. The tackle market is exploding, much like the wide receiver market. The running back market has basically never been lower.
Right, but if you look at the tackle market, and I'm looking right now, and he currently is the 6th highest paid in average annual, and he's making $23 million average annual. I don't think that he would look at Tristan Wirfs at 25 and think, I want more than he made. I want more than 28. If you're Trent and you realize you're 36 years old, you probably just want your last 2 years. And I think he signed through 2026. So he's got 3 more years. And really you're looking at get me some guaranteed money for the next 2. And then the third year, if I'm still interested in playing football, we can revisit it then. But for the Niners, you can give him a little bit more upfront in a rework deal. You can give him that guaranteed money. That way, Trent can just go out there and play football. And if something happens to a 36-year-old left tackle, and, being an offensive lineman, you're one misstep or you're one like offensive or defensive lineman falling into you away from bad things happening, you just want to have that guarantee.
Yeah. You
Being
do
the best in football.
The other thing interesting about the tackle market is you have specifically left tackles. You have right tackles. Like Penei Sewell set the market for any tackle earlier. He's making $28 million per year, the right tackle for the Detroit Lions. He's incredible. And maybe in a couple of years, you consider him the best offensive lineman in the NFL. He certainly has that ceiling. Left tackle, Christian Darrisaw, the Vikings was up there 26, but that left tackle market and the overall tackle market was just broken earlier this morning by Tristan Wirfs, who's now making, again, over the course of 5 seasons, $140 million with more than $88 million in total guaranteed in total guaranteed money. And obviously a big part of this is also the full guarantee. And that's what's big in this Brandon Ayuk conversation as well. What is interesting is you have so many differing opinions on potentially Brandon Ayuk's, worth, value to the 49ers. For example, you and Mark Willard last week caught up with Aqib Talib. Because remember, he had that comment about Brandon Ayuk. He's going to explode if he gets a real quarterback. He meant just a real system.
Right.
But he came on to further explain his point, and he said this, Brandon Ayuk, a top 3 wide receiver.
I don't go off stats. So if you go off the stats, you got to pick the top 3 guys who got the best numbers and say those are the top 3 guys. But me being a cornerback and I guarded a ton of good receivers, I just go off how much problem would this guy present for a defense. And I think Ayuk is up there, man. He's going to present a lot of problems for anybody who lines up to guard him. He's going to present a lot of problems for him. So if I was creating a team, it'd probably be Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and if Ayuk ended up my third guy, or if he was my third guy on the board and Ayuk was there, I'll be just fine with that. So that's kind of what I meant by it.
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Brandon Ayuk, the top 3 wide receivers in the NFL. If there's a large enough contingency around the league that feels that way, Ayuk certainly feels that way. His camp, I'm sure, feels that way. The Niners, once they get him under contract, might feel that way. But when they're in the middle of negotiations, they're probably saying, hey, Brandon, you're closer to like the 6th or 7th best wide receiver in the NFL.
And that's what I was saying to TJ Houshmandzadeh, who is Brandon's personal coach. If I was doing the role play, and I'm the Niners, and I say, well, you were 33rd in the league in catches last year, and TJ didn't even let me finish.
No, yards per catch.
All
or
that,
yards per target.
Exactly. He's number 2 in all those other metrics, and he's 1 or 2 in all the other things. And so just because he doesn't get the
better
ball,
than me,
dude, totally, that's a 4 for your TJ, that high-pitched TJ Houshmandzadeh. But I do think that it's going to get worked out, hopefully sooner than later. Because
he ain't better than me.
You look at the schedule, and they've got the Titans in 9 days. Now, do you need Ayuk to play in that game? No. But you've got joint practices against the Saints, culminating with a game on August 18th, which is, I think it's on a Monday. Yeah, it'd be Friday, Saturday, Monday the 18th. So you do want to maybe have Ayuk. You'd love to have Trent there for that as well. Joint practices, maybe not the game, but then you start to get closer to September 9th and the opener.
Yeah. And then it starts to, I think the day or the week when it starts really getting real for both of these guys, it's when you have those joint practices with the Saints. Because how many times has Kyle Shanahan and really a lot of NFL head coaches come out and said, preseason games you can kind of do with or without them. It's maybe good to figure out some end of the roster spots, like some of those backup spots and special team spots and who's making the team, the final couple of guys on your roster. But when it comes to getting your guys ready for the regular season, it's a little less about those preseason games and more about that, 4 or 5 day stretch when you just play against in practice for hours at a time, endlessly going after other number ones on different teams that aren't subbing out their starters for their backups into the second quarter of a preseason game.
And that's in 17 days when you play the Saints on August 18th.
So the week leading up to that is important.
Exactly. So really 2 weeks from today would be the Thursday, the 15th, I believe. It's a special day for many people. Yeah. And so that would be the day that you would target as.
Is that your birthday?
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
Yeah, today's my brother, Mike. Mikey 2.0, turning 62. I had to take a shot at him before I wished him a happy birthday.
So
but
your brother, you, and baby Mai is also all close to each other,
yes,
right?
and my wife's supper.
Okay.
It's all
Big
August
month
is a
in
murderer's
August.
row, no doubt. So, I mean, you're looking at the 18th, but yeah, the 15th would be the joint practices 2 weeks from today. You want Trent, you want Brandon, you want everybody in. That way you can really start to look at what team you're going to be.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. What worries you more right now, Niner fans? Or maybe 2 weeks away from this being a real problem? But which one is more likely to get to that real problem stage? Brandon Ayuk's hold in, Trent Williams hold out, and maybe are we burying the lead, Dibs? Is the biggest problem or worry of them all Brock Purdy's interceptions?
Oh, boy.
We can get into that on the other side. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, check out Matt Barrows' conversation with Bonte and Shasky earlier today on the Morning Roast for all things Niners training camp. We will catch up with Larry Krueger coming up in just a little bit as well to dive into Niners camp from Santa Clara. All right, time for a break. We're back with more on the other side. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. me, but our YouTube and Twitch audience will get to hear it. You won't get to hear it if you're listening on the radio.
That felt mean-spirited, like as if I've ever sworn before. Like, don't go right to the button.
Hold on. Where is it?
I forgot you had your buttons over there.
Where is it?
Whatever. You can't find it.
Oh, I found it. Let's see.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah.
Whatever. Don't laugh at that, Carter.
Anyway, if anyone...
I let it fly. 25 years in the business. One effing time.
Whoa. You better be careful.
Well, and I won't play the game that I normally play when you're back there because you're so good on the dump button, and I don't know if Carter's doing a great job, but I don't know if he's quite as adept as you are.
A big red button in the top right corner of the board, Carter. Just keep your finger hovering over it.
Because I'll try to bait Grandy into it with O. Schmidt and other things, and just to see if he's paying attention. So
you get me to jump.
Yeah.
False start on the offense.
Anyway, finish the read. You're doing great.
Yeah, so if anyone swears, you're going to hear it on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on both Twitch and YouTube, and make sure to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. We appreciate it. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And remember, you can download the free Odyssey app as well by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone, and that way you can get another place to find all of our content, including all of our interviews, full podcasts, full shows, individual hours, our best segments, all that and more on the free Odyssey app, on our YouTube and Twitch channels, and wherever you get your podcasts as well. Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game, talking storylines from Niners camp. What's a bigger concern to you right now? Is it Trent Williams or is it Brandon Ayuk? Ayuk is holding in, maybe a little bit of positive momentum, at least some perceived positive momentum from outside the building because of the way in which Ayuk walked up to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan yesterday at practice. It seemed kind of happy, encouraging at the very least, but he is holding in. Trent Williams, meanwhile, is holding out and is subject to fines. We don't know if the Niners are in the process of finding him, if they're going to relieve those fines, if they do, but he's not there at all. For Dibs, he's a little more concerned about the Ayuk situation. I'm a little more concerned about the Trent situation. However, Dibs is not really that concerned at all. I think you make a good point when it comes to the complexity of the Ayuk contract. I think one of the reasons, Dibs, why I'm not that concerned by the Ayuk thing, and maybe me being more concerned by Trent has more to do with how little I'm concerned by Ayuk. It's because I think ultimately maybe him playing on the fifth-year option is the Niners' best course of action going forward. I don't know if they really have to do any contract extension with Ayuk over the next month.
They don't have to, but I think it serves them a lot better to do that. And if you want to play that out, so if he goes in on the fifth-year option, and let's take the franchise tag and put that on the side because the Niners don't use it. And Mark and I have gotten into this debate far too many times.
Last time they did was what? Robbie Gould.
Robbie Gould, a kicker. So, yeah, franchise tag a kicker, and it costs you, $6 million instead of $4.5 million or whatever the number is. They do not like to use the franchise tag. And really, if you look around the league, most teams don't use the franchise tag. It's a good threat more than it is an actual logical practice.
The biggest one this offseason has been T. Higgins with the Bengals.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's an organization that, honestly,
is there anyone else this offseason that's been tagged?
I would have to look it up, and I don't think that there was. And so the franchise tag is more of a threat. Like, if you don't do XYZ, then we're not going to Disneyland. And then your kid, boy, okay, well, mom is serious this time. But, more and more teams don't use it because it's bad business. So you get a player to come in on a one-year deal, guaranteed. You pay him the average of the top 5 money at that position, and most likely the player's going to be mad. And at that point, they're going to leave at the end of the year and you get a compensatory third-round pick for all your trouble. And, you can use a tag twice, and a few teams have done that historically. You've tagged a player twice and done that, but that player that you tagged twice is going to leave at the end of that second tag anyway. So I do think that if you don't sign Brandon Ayuk and you let him play the fifth-year option and he's making $14 million, he's probably going to be mad. He'll play ball and he'll play hard, but at the end of it, when he's a free agent, what's the likelihood of him wanting to stay with the Niners to not get as many targets and not get the money that he thought that he was worth? And if he goes and he balls out and has a big year, well, now it's going to cost you more to keep him because the market keeps going up. The cap goes up, the market goes up. So if Ayuk has another year like he did last year, where he's second in the league in yards per catch and he's got 1,300 yards and all the other numbers, and he goes to the playoffs and he's a baller, well, now it's going to cost you even more than it does now. So if you're the Niners and you like the player, and I think that they like the player, you want to get this done now before he has a chance to go off and play great.
There are a handful of other players who have been tagged. There's a couple of different tags. The one that we're talking about is the non-exclusive franchise tag. That's the one that's used the most often. And a lot of defenders. Josh Allen, the pass rusher for the Jaguars, non-exclusive franchise tag. Brian Burns, linebacker for the Panthers, also. Kyle Duggar, Patriots safety. T. Higgins, that's the big one, the wide receiver from the Bengals. Jalen Johnson, Chicago Bears defensive back. Justin Madubuike, defensive tackle for the Baltimore Ravens. Michael Pittman, wide receiver for the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, then he signed.
And then he signed. Yeah. They tagged him to begin. Now he signed. A couple of others, L'Jarius Sneed, corner for the Kansas City Chiefs. Antoine Winfield Jr., safety for the Buccaneers. That's just about it. So there's a few others, and you're looking at what it might cost you a year from now, the franchise tag. Michael Pittman this season, about $22 million. That's what it would have cost to franchise tag a wide receiver, or T. Higgins, same thing there.
Well, that was before all the other contracts came in. So I do think if you
next year it would be a lot more.
A lot more, especially when you look at the average annual that's come in with Amon-Ra making 30 and the other deals that have signed. Justin Jefferson has reset the top of that market. So the franchise tag for wide receiver probably goes up to 25 or 26 next year.
Yes, the average of the top 5 salaries at the player's position over the last 5 years. So it includes
Gotcha.
It includes the last. So it'll be an uptick, maybe not as much as we previously thought. Yeah. Or 120% of his previous salary, whichever is greater, since Ayuk's on his rookie scale deal. I'm sure the average of the top 5 salaries will be more than 120% of his salary. So you're right. I mean, that is going to be, it's not like you're going to be saving a ton of money, but you just can forget about the whole headache of having to try to figure out a contract with him right now. And I also think, I mean, the Niners are completely well respected across the league, both I think in front office circles and in player circles. What is it, that report card that comes out every year? I don't know if it's in the postseason or early in the offseason, whenever it does come out. The Niners are consistently near the top in a lot of those categories, whether it's how they treat their players and their workout facilities and recovery and the training staff and how they treat families and all of that stuff and how they handle their players. Generally speaking, they have a pretty good report card across the board. I also think,
I'm looking at it here from NBC Sports, and they came in number 2. It was Shanahan and Lynch were right behind Andy Reid and Brett Veach from the Chiefs. So number 2.
And so they're up there in a lot of those kind of categories. So, and there's a reason why they are up there. Generally speaking, they've been able to work out these really, really expensive deals with all of their star players. Just about every single star that they have drafted, they have re-signed and kept, and a number of those are still on the roster right now. There's a couple of exceptions, of course. DeForest Buckner is the most notable one. Eric Armstead, maybe in a similar, slightly different category because he was getting a little further on in his career, but he also left this past offseason. But generally, Dibs, the Niners have taken care of their guys. I also don't think it's the end of the world if you just play a little bit of hardball for the first time in a while. I mean, I guess they've played a hardball in these negotiations, but you actually go through with it and you say, Brandon, whether or not you actually intend to franchise tag him or not, you just say, Brandon, sorry, we're not giving you what you want, no matter what. You'll play on this 5th year, and if we don't get a deal done, you don't change your demands, we're tagging you. I don't think there's that big of a negative side effect here if the Niners just play a little bit of hardball and actually go through with it for the first time in a long time.
I wonder about what that negative side effect is, because if you're a free agent and you see that and you see that they've taken care of so many of their players, and then now with Brandon Ayuk, you're going to draw the line, and then you're going to go out and give Brock Purdy 55 or 60 million. And, Jed York's already come out and said, Brock's going to reset the market and he's going to get whatever he gets, and we're happy to do that. And meanwhile, Brandon Ayuk is a player who has done everything he's been expected to do. He's been a great player. He blocks, and whatever time he spent in the doghouse, fine. That's all part of the evolution of a player. And now when he comes up, you're going to deny him and you're going to make him play his 5th-year option, and then you're going to tag him. I do think that sends a negative message throughout the league. And we talked about this as it pertains to the Giants, not New York, but San Francisco with Jorge Soler. So you give him 3 years of free agent money, and then 4 months in, you ship him off to Atlanta. I wonder what message that sends to other free agent sluggers who might try to come here. This is not to, conflate baseball with football, but I do think their reputation's been so good. And John Lynch has said it many, many times. We draft them, we like them, we keep them, and we pay them.
We're proud of our record here.
Proud of our record. The only one that got away was DeForest Buckner, and that was a calculated move. And you heard the TK podcast, and Kyle Shanahan really laid out a great explanation as to why. And you got a first-round pick back, and the pick didn't turn out, which is why we think differently.
Javon Kinlaw no longer a Niner.
Yeah, about DeForest Buckner. If DeForest Buckner would have turned into a real, usable, number 14 overall player who was a good player and somebody who was a mainstay Niner, we'd think differently. So this one becomes a little bit more tough because if you keep Ayuk on the 5th-year option and you don't franchise him and he leaves, you get a 3rd-round comp pick, or you franchise tag him, and then you're still paying 2 guys more than $20 million next year if you keep Debo.
True. I think the quarterback point is a good point to bring up. You're already talking openly about how you're gonna pay Brock Purdy. You're going to have to pay Brock Purdy.
You mean pick Purdy, don't you?
Pick Purdy.
Pick Purdy, because all he does now is throw pick. He's like one of those sprinklers that you see. Pick. Pick.
That's what training camp sounds like right now.
Totally, right now. It's like the old school sprinkler. Pick. Then all the way back. Anyway.
You concerned about that?
No, I'm not concerned. What I'm concerned is with people who are concerned because everybody, practice stats. Brock Purdy, 5 of 11, 3 picks. Oh my God. Quarterback controversy. Give me a break.
My God.
Totally. I'm not concerned at all. I don't mean to, divert the conversation too soon to the Brock Purdy part of it, but everybody wants to wring their hands at practice stats where the offense is not game planning for the defense. They're just running plays. And the defense, a lot of times, they know the plays. And so Brock Purdy has to make plays to guys who are, right now, a lot of them are 2s and 3s in the team. And, Brock Purdy's not going to hold the ball and check down. He's running the play. So if the play is to run a 12-yard dig to Debo, Brock Purdy's going to make that throw. In a real game, even if that was the call and Brock Purdy got to his back foot and looked and it was covered, he would either keep it, throw it away, check it down, or run it. But right now in practice, you make that throw. And so when you make that throw in practice, it might get picked off, and that's okay. That's what you want him to do. Make the throw. Give it a try.
I think largely I agree with you. I don't think interceptions in training camp and practice and preseason, it may be a little different in preseason.
Maybe when Jimmy threw like 6 or 7 in Denver that day and just the entire internet melted down during joint practices. That was like 5 years ago.
Oh, Jimmy.
Turned out that was actually a real thing.
Yeah, I should have been concerned by that. We'll have to go back and search through the tapes. What show were you doing 5 years ago?
Jolo and Dibs.
Jolo, search through the tapes. Dibs had the same exact take he just had back then. Oh, don't worry. Just training camp. You get all these interceptions out now. You're experimenting. You're trying things.
I was playing a different role on that show. I was a little bit more of the wiseacre and a little bit more inflammatory. Trying to poke low, and I'm sure Joe Fortenbaugh had a 7-minute setup on exactly, the history of interceptions in camp. And, Lowe did his thing. And then I, Chicken Little. I was a little bit more inflammatory back then. I'm much more measured and mature now.
Way to go, Dibs. We're proud of you.
I've grown.
We're proud of you. I think I agree that it's not something to really be that worried about right now. It is funny to see all the reactions and how it does just absolutely catch everyone's attention. And we can get into some of the reasons why some people think it's happening and if that holds any truth. But just play devil's advocate, I guess, here for a second, Dibs. If you were to look back at some of the reasons why the Niners lost games this past year, and again, they were the 1 seed in the NFC and they went all the way to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy did throw an okay, decent amount of interceptions, and specifically in the games they lost were the games that he threw those interceptions. The Christmas Day game, Christmas evening game against the Ravens stands out.
Christmas Eve massacre is what that was.
Kind of an anomaly, and they got behind, so they had to keep throwing, and maybe that's why, and maybe part of the reason why his stats are so good is because this team is so good and they got out ahead so often that he could kind of cruise for a lot of games. Again, this is not necessarily what I think. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, but the Bengals game, he had a really rough interception in the red zone. He threw an interception that ended the game against the Vikings on that Monday night game, I think it was, in Minnesota, when the Vikings were without Justin Jefferson, and they still won that game. That was the infamous moment where Steve Wilkes calls the play at the end of the first half. He called the blitz, and he left the rookie receiver from USC, Jordan Addison, out one-on-one deep down the middle, and the Niners should have ripped that ball away, but they didn't. It turns into a touchdown, and that was kind of the beginning of the end of the Steve Wilkes era, but that game ended with a Purdy interception. So to play devil's advocate, I could point to a number of instances where maybe one of the few weaknesses on the Niners offense tended to be a handful of Purdy interceptions.
That's fair. And you could look at the Super Bowl and you could see a Christian McCaffrey fumble in the red zone that, kind of swung that game early on. True. And, you can look at a number of different small moments, but in general, Brock Purdy's been pretty good with the ball. He hasn't been reckless. And yeah, the Baltimore game really kind of skewed it because I think he threw 4 and they threw 5 as a team.
Yeah,
if memory serves. He ended up getting...
Sam Darnold threw one at the end?
Yeah, I mean, you could say he got pulled, which is a little bit of a pejorative, but he got taken out because they were so far down. And, yeah, it was one of those times where he'd thrown 4, and enough was enough. Let's go to the backup.
4.
And you're going to lose anyway. So that, I think, kind of skewed his overall total. But when it comes to practice, I do think that we have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt because if I was Brock Purdy and I was in practice, I would not be worried about checking down or, avoiding making a tough throw. Even if somebody is covered, you run a play, and if a guy's, open or even kind of open, make the throw. And you don't want to get into a spot where you're just checking down in practice instead of, giving your guys a chance to go down there and make a play. And plus, the defense, they've looked really good. You're going up against one of the better defenses in football. So
not all the stars are playing out there.
Right, but a lot of them are. And even, the backups, the guys who are in there are still really good players, whether it's, guys who aren't normally going to start or maybe they're going to come in this year. You're going up against one of the better defenses in football.
So last year, 11 interceptions for Purdy in the regular season. Of the 11, 9 came in the 4 losses that he played in. So the Niners lost 5 games in the regular season, but he did not play in the last game of the regular season.
So 9 of his 11 came in 4 losses. Wow. Okay.
You had the 4 against the Ravens. You had 2 against Cincinnati, 2 against the Vikings, and 1 against Cleveland. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you had 2 interceptions in the 12 wins. 2 interceptions against 1 interception each against Seattle and both games against Seattle. At Seattle and at home versus Seattle were his only interceptions and wins.
Wow.
Of the 11 interceptions, 9 were in losses. I guess you could kind of play the chicken or the egg game. Like, did they lose because of the interceptions, or did he throw the interceptions because they were losing? And I guess you could kind of go both ways. You got behind, you got to throw, then you throw interceptions and whatever. We look at it after the fact and we say, well, those were the reason that they lost, his interceptions. Some of them, maybe, not, but not all of them.
How many against Cleveland? Was that 1 against Cleveland?
1 against Cleveland.
That's a game they should have won.
And he led them on the drive at the end of that game.
If the kicker makes a kick that's a makeable kick, it's a 90% kick, then we don't even have to worry about that one. And one of the other games, maybe it was Minnesota, he had a end of the half Hail Mary that got picked off. That it counts as an interception. I'm not trying to excuse it, but
it might have been that game.
For me, the real anomaly was the Baltimore game where he made a couple of bad throws, and there also were 2 tip balls in that game, balls that got batted at the line. One of them was, off a receiver. Those were just picks that, they're his fault because he threw the ball and the other team got it, but they weren't just classic straight-up Jimmy G giveaways. And I'll have to go back through the Baltimore tape because I remember hearing you on with maybe Willard or at a time, and you guys were talking about that game. And maybe it was Willard, because I went back and watched those 4 picks, and of those 4 interceptions, a couple of them were pretty fluky. Batted balls, tip balls that just happened to fall into their arms.
That was more like a night where just the bounce of the ball went against you.
Yes.
It probably also, you could be fair in describing it as one of Purdy's worst games, but it's not like it was throw right at a linebacker.
One of them was like, oh, God.
One of them was bad, but there were so many, and I don't mean to bury Jimmy Garoppolo, but like there was Jimmy Garoppolo turnovers and interceptions and some of those really bad ones, I remember distinctly. I forget which year it was. It must have been the end of the 2020 season. That was such a terrible season. It was towards the end of one season, and I remember calling it when it happened. That was the last we were going to ever see of Jimmy Garoppolo in a Niner uniform. And he threw just a middle linebacker, whoever it was, might have been Bobby Wagner at that point, just standing there, middle of the field, dropped back into his zone, maybe 10 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, just standing there. Crossing receiver is coming over, and Jimmy just locks eyes with the crossing receiver, and he does not see the middle linebacker just standing there, and he throws it right at him, sticks it between the numbers. Easiest interception I've ever seen. Like, not all interceptions are created equal.
Right.
And I think maybe a couple, one or two, but for the vast majority of his 11 interceptions, Purdy's 11 interceptions, they weren't anywhere near how bad some of those Jimmy Garoppolo interceptions were during his Niner tenure.
Yeah, and I just looked at YouTube, and shout out YouTube, and watch our channel. Don't watch this, but Brock Purdy, all 4 interceptions in the Week 16 game. The first one was a red zone straight giveaway, and then
I remember that one. Yeah.
The second one, the right defensive end jumps up and two-hand bats it back over Brock Purdy's head, and they picked that off.
Such a weird game.
The third one was a tough throw where the defender got an arm in and it popped it straight up on George Kittle, and that was a pick. And then the fourth one, I'm looking at it here, they're down 23-12, early third, and it was a straight-up telegraphed Jimmy G special right to the Ravens. And at that point, it was, all right, let's get Sammy D up.
Yeah, and then he threw one as well.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do?
But I was looking at the game log, the play-by-play for the Minnesota game. I correctly said that he threw the interception that sealed the game. However, what I forgot about, you were thinking maybe it was end of the first half, Hail Mary. Right. Not in this game. Maybe that was a different game. Not in this game. He threw interceptions on each of the Niners' last 2 drives in that Minnesota game. And that's why they lost. Both of those drives ended in touchdowns, and both of them, one of them happened right around midfield. The other one happened just across midfield. So the Niners were driving, and a couple of interceptions ends it. But we're not going to kill this guy and say that he's not the quarterback of the Niners because of a bad couple of drives at the end of one game. But if there was an area, I think, for Brock Purdy to improve, Dibs, it might be fewer of those kind of mistakes, fewer of those turnovers.
Yeah, late turnovers and, turnovers that ultimately swing the game. And, you got me thinking and you got me interested in finding it. And here it is, 2nd and 10 from the Vikings 40, 34 seconds to go. And they're down by 5. So obviously they need a touchdown. Steps up, throws, and wow, great pick. Game over, night.
Cameron Bynum with the interception.
Yeah. Ooh, and a big eye roll from Shanahan. Head back, eye roll.
Have you gotten to that moment in receivers yet, that game? The Netflix series receiver?
No, I haven't been able to revisit.
There's a good moment at the end of that game where Purdy throws an interception, and the first guy to run up to Purdy after he throws that is George Kittle. And I forget exactly what Kittle says, but it must be something along the lines of, hey, keep your head up. We'll be good. We got you, kid, or something like that.
Yeah, I think I saw that earlier, maybe episode 2 or 3, where he goes up and gives him the slap on the chest.
One of the takeaways from receiver, George Kittle, obviously a great person, a very good teammate.
Amazing
and a very
teammate.
Just awesome person in general.
Yeah, and that's partly why I cannot wait for this year to start, knowing more about George Kittle and Debo and his personality, and Brandon and Christian now married, and Brock is married. It's going to be a fun year for these guys.
It is. I can't wait. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dan Dibley, Mark Randy with you. Willard off. He's back on Monday. We got more coming up on the other side. Are you worried by Brock Purdy's interceptions? There might be reason to. We'll tell you why on the other side as Willard and Dibs continues. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Dibby.
On 95.7 The Game.
No Mark Willard this week. He'll be back in on Monday. It's Dan Dibley, Mark Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Getting into some Niners training camp. Brock Purdy's interceptions. Worrisome to you? 888-957-9570. We'll get back to that in a second, but I feel like I'm being coached up during the break, Dibs. If I won't spoil it, the match is still ongoing at the moment, but we got a little bit of beach volleyball at the Olympics. USA versus Canada. A fun match at the moment, but of course, your expertise in the sport of volleyball. You're telling me what's going through these players' minds right now in the middle of this match.
It's pretty exciting, and spoiler alert, LeBron James is actually there.
Oh, no, how could you spoil that?
I know. It's midnight, 12:04 Paris time, and LeBron and his entourage among the only people who are actually there.
It is empty.
Yeah.
It's a shame because it's a great match.
It's a shame, third set, and I do appreciate the fact that a lot of these matches, games, events are stacked up until midnight so that we can at least watch them live here outside of prime time. I know it's 6 o'clock on the East Coast, but it's an afternoon delight here for us to be able to watch this. So it's fun. I've been trying to get in on the Olympics, but a lot of the stuff happens in the middle of the night, and you can't fully watch it. But I am locked in on tomorrow, the first round of the women's 100-meter. Sha'Carri Richardson in the first round, which is mostly nothing.
She'll dominate the first round.
Just make it through. Just advance, and then you get to the semis from there, and then the final. So I believe the track and field starts either today or tomorrow, with some field events. And so usually the second half of the Olympics is when the track and field, the athletics, they call it, those events get underway.
Tracks, I think, is probably my favorite event at the Summer Olympics to watch. Watch those athletes. I mean, there's so many fun events. I love the hurdles, 110-meter hurdles, 400 hurdles. A lot of really good ones. I'm not as big into the long distance running, but those shorter, quicker ones, and seeing those sprinters is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I think we just had the marathon yesterday. The women's marathon, I think, was yesterday.
I did not see that.
Yeah, I thought I saw some road running with a clock about an hour and 48 minutes, and I thought, it's got to be the marathon.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Anyway,
or Katie Ledecky swimming for like 20 straight minutes or whatever that is.
Yeah, in the 1500. Yeah, which is the metric mile, and she has the 20 fastest times in history. When you think about just pure dominance, whatever the team, whatever the sport, like Boston Celtics in the 60s when they won 11 of 12 or whatever, Katie Ledecky literally has the top 20 times all time.
And she's so far ahead of everybody. I mean, that stat puts it out. But if you're watching her, she's like lapping the field in an event like that. She's finishing on one end of the pool. Everybody else is out of the picture going the other way.
Right. So you're swimming for silver, basically.
Exactly.
When you're in the pool with Katie Ledecky.
And you're swimming for like maybe the 30th fastest time ever because you're not catching her.
Right. If you PR, maybe you can make it in the top 30 all time, but the top 20 are all Katie. So.
Oh, God. Incredible. Incredible athletic feats going on in Paris right now. I'm not going to spoil anything else, but watch prime time at the Olympics to get caught up later on tonight. All right, back to the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Neither Dibs nor I are that worried by Brock Purdy's interceptions. I think he's thrown like 7 through 7 days of 7 practice days, but I think the vast majority of those have come the last couple of days. And of course, the first couple of days, you're not really like going against live defense. So you can take out really a couple of those days, but a lot of interceptions lately. I don't think it's, freak out. It's a major red flag. The Niners got to rethink their quarterback position. Nothing that crazy. But there are some people out there, Dibs, who are a little bit worried. And if you are worried, or if you're not, explain why. Give us a call. 888-957-9570. You can also hit us up on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. And we will ask Larry Krueger about this coming up in just a little bit. Larry will be on at 4. So in an hour, we'll chat with Larry on the River Islands guest line about this and a number of other things. I think one thing that is interesting to point out, Dibs, as it goes with the impending Brock Purdy contract extension that the Niners have been considering, not considering, but they've known that they've been going to have to do at some point when the time does come after this season. There's a lot of us out here And I think it's relatively logical to think, all right, well, when Brock Purdy gets that major contract extension, maybe it's $55 million, maybe it's $60 million a year, whatever it is, that's the moment where it's going to be difficult for the Niners to keep all this other great talent around. And also some of it is, I mean, you're getting up there in age with some of these guys. Trent Williams, who knows how many years he has left. George Kittle, certainly still very good, but on the back end of his peak at the very least. What happens when the 49ers dibs are led by Brock Purdy without all this all-pro talent around him? And there are some out there who think, well, this training camp is a perfect example of that because there's no Trent Williams. There's no Brandon Ayuk. You don't have George Kittle in there every single play. And Brock Purdy, suddenly throwing all these interceptions. Is this a look into the Niners and Brock Purdy's future without that all-pro talent once they have so much money tied up with Brock Purdy?
I don't think that this is a fair measurement for what the future will hold because of what I was explaining before about, how you approach training camp as a quarterback. You're going to make throws that you don't normally make, and you're going to have defensive players who are breaking on the ball, and you're going to have offensive players who maybe aren't your number ones. And the big thing, and I believe this was mentioned before, when you are an offense, you're not game planning your offense for what the defense is going to be most vulnerable to. Right now, you are just running your plays. So offensively, you've got 20 plays in a session that you're going to run, and you're just going to run it. And, Brock Purdy may get 8 or 9 or 10 of those plays, and then you're going to get your second quarterback and your third quarterback, and they'll get a few plays. Whatever the number of plays is, you're just going to run them. And these are the plays we're going to run no matter what the defense is putting out. And so the defense is doing the same thing. We're going to run this defense, this coverage, this front, whatever we're going to run, we're going to work on what we work on, and the offense is going to work on what they work on. So you might break the huddle, and you might get to the line of scrimmage and see a defense that is, Schmidt, this is not going to work out. But you're not going to audible. You're not going to change up your play. You're not going to scheme for what the defense is vulnerable against. And so it might just be a bad matchup. It's like the old card game War. I don't know if you played a lot of War growing up.
Yeah.
War is the most mindless yet fun game.
Which is why I played so much of it as a kid.
And I played it with my kids. And as a kid, I would actually play by myself because my siblings were older. And a lot of times I would just play right stack against left stack. And you turn the card over. And in training camp, it's kind of like the game of War where you break the huddle and you might have an 8 and you pull your 8 and the defense has a 9. Well, you lose. And the worst part about War was when you'd throw a king and then your brother or sister would throw the ace. It'd be like, oh, crap. Not only did I lose, but now you get my king. Yeah. And the other one was when, I don't know if you played this way, where you pull a 7, I pull a 7. Yep. Now we have a war. It's 3 cards down. And then the 4th card comes up, and then whatever. We have an 8, each 8 card down, and then I pull a jack, and then you pull a 10.
And I flip my 3, and I gave you an ace, a king, and a jack, or whatever it is.
Exactly. Yeah. So
and then the game's over. I'm like, well, time to pack it up.
Just before back to football, we also played in our house with we had a rule called 2 cards. When you had 2 cards left, you got to pull both cards up. And then only when you had 2 cards left, you got to make a decision on what you would play. So if you're the big
make the
stack,
smart decision. If you can win with your lower card, play the lower card.
So I have 2 cards and you throw a 4 and I've got a 5 and a king. Well, I'm going to throw my 5 and take your 4, and then I'm left with my king, and then whatever happens. But that's just a little bit of a Dibley family nuance.
Just
to the game of War.
Add a little quick aside to your little quick aside.
I love it.
What's the most number of times that you get the same cards where you flip the same card and you go 3 down and then you flip again? You keep getting the same card on that third flip?
Yeah, overtimes.
How many in a row where that stack just keeps growing?
I think I got 3, triple overtime.
I think 3 for me too.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gotten 4.
I mean, that gets crazy because then
it's like half the deck right there.
Exactly. And that's where you talk about it being game over.
It all changes on this one card.
That's right.
The whole game.
And then I throw 3 and you have a 2, and it's like the biggest exulting win in history. because I got 12 of your cards.
I'm just thinking back to so many like family trips and vacations playing War with my sisters growing up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good time killer.
Yeah.
But I do think that training camp is a little bit like War, where
I forgot even how. Yeah, explain this to me again. I don't even know how it relates anymore.
I'm going to run my play. So whatever, I have my 16 cards in my stack, and I'm just going to play my cards in a row. And I'm not going to worry about strategy. I'm not looking at my cards, and I'm not thinking about what you have. It's just, this is what I'm running. And the defense, this is what we're running. And so I do think that Brock Purdy gets into a spot where, you know, it's not an ideal play. It's not a play call that Captain Laminated Play Sheet would have designed against a defense. It's more vulnerable to this, or maybe we can do that, or we're going to scheme this up. And my first 15 plays, based on what their defensive tendencies are, we're just running our plays. We want to practice these plays. We want to run these plays and see how they do. So sometimes when you do that against a defense, you're going to lose. And your quarterback is going to take a chance because it's practice, and he's not worried about his stats. So I do think that sometimes practice stats get blown out of proportion based on the circumstance of what they're trying to do.
888-957-9570. Purdy's training camp interceptions, troublesome for you or no? Are we overreacting to something that, as Zibbs is talking about, isn't really all that deep? You're just trying to get used to the speed of football, the physicality of football, and this isn't really game plan laden football at this stage. Let's go out to the phones. 888-957-9570. Up next is Mike in San Jose. Mike, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. What do you think, Mike?
So I'm obviously you don't like to hear your quarterbacks throwing interceptions, okay? But the thing is he's gonna do risky things because he's in practice. There's nothing to lose. He's gonna try to fit balls in tight windows. He's gonna try to hit back shoulder throws when they ain't there. He's gonna do those type of things right now, and I don't care about that. I care about the regular season. So all he's got to do is protect the ball. That's fine. But he's got to take some risks at some point, and what a better time to do it than right now in preseason when you got one of the best stacked defenses. Now, I also need to know what kind of interceptions were they. Were they interceptions like a tip ball or something, a deflection? That means something, because if he's just straight missing dudes and other dudes are jumping his routes,
Oh, Mike, sorry about that. We cut you, or you got cut off there at the end. Your phone lost service. But I think we got your point for the most part, Mike. Thanks for the call. 888-957-9570. I think Mike's right. I mean, ultimately, as you've laid out, this is about trying and kind of testing your limits and what works and what doesn't work. And you're obviously being way more willing to try and take risks here that you wouldn't otherwise in regular season games. And Purdy has said as much. This is the time to experiment. Mike's also right. The kind of interception matters. We were talking about that a little bit earlier with Jimmy Garoppolo. We weren't necessarily using that to argue whether or not these interceptions in camp matters, but explaining how some of Purdy's interceptions last year weren't as bad as some other interceptions. So I think Mike has good points. And again, it's not that I disagree with you or Mike. Just trying to provide, play a little bit of devil's advocate here, because I think there is a portion of the fan base who still isn't terribly sold that Brock Purdy is going to be able to do what he did last year when you don't have the full complement of weapons that he had last year.
And I get that, but I don't know if that really matters for the next year or 2 years, because even if he signs a contract next offseason, and we all expect that he will, and it's 55, let's call it $60 million, and he gets $60 million for 5 years, he gets a $300 million contract, and 200 of it's guaranteed, and the guarantee at signing is about 145, whatever those numbers are. That doesn't matter until after next year, because the contract won't kick in next year. He might get some money up front in a signing bonus, but you'll still be able to have for the majority of the team to be able to come back. It's not until after that year where you really have to worry. So you got Brock Purdy for this year, and you got Brock Purdy for next year, making a relatively small amount of money. And then at that point, Brock Purdy's going to have to probably do more with less, unless you are hitting on these wide receivers. If Ricky Pearsall turns out to be a dude and he's on a rookie deal, and Jacob Cowing, 4th round pick, if he's a dude and you've got him in the fold, and I don't know what you'll do at running back if McCaffrey's still here and is Trent Williams still around, and Debo and Brandon and George, you've got 2 more years to really worry about what else is around him. So I do think that sometimes we skip ahead too far in the future, worrying about things that we can't worry about. For example, me worrying about when I'm going to cash out my Social Security. I'm 55 years old and I've got a 2-year-old. So I'm thinking if I could work 15 more years and I'm 70 and I cash out my Social Security then, what's that number going to be like? And what's that money going to be worth? And can I really make it happen with a 17-year-old and this and that? That is 2039. Right now we're sitting here on August 1st, 2024. Can I even make it back to my car today? And so I do think that a lot of times we in sports media, we start to skip too far ahead. Right now, the only thing that matters is, can Brock Purdy do what he did last year again? Can they sign Ayuk? Can Trent come in? Can this team stay healthy like they did last year? And can they go on another run? Whatever happens after that with Brock's contract and all the rest of it, that for me is way further down the road.
I really hate that I'm sounding like the Brock Purdy doubter on this show right now, but I think I get everything that you're saying, and that's a problem for in the future if it even becomes a problem, and there's no guarantee that it even becomes a problem. But the reality is the 49ers will very likely give Brock Purdy a very, very, very rich extension after this coming season. And this coming season is going to feature, regardless of the holdouts right now, it's going to feature Trent Williams. It's going to feature Christian McCaffrey. It's going to feature Deebo Samuel. It's going to feature Ayuk and George Kittle. Those players will all be featured this year. And successful, not, you win the Super Bowl or not, you're not going to have the knowledge of knowing what Brock Purdy is like without that group of offensive weapons until after you already signed him to that major contract. And it could turn out to be the easiest decision in the history of the world. And I'm not suggesting the Niners shouldn't sign him to the extension. Of course they should. You're almost damned if you do, or sometimes you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the quarterback is good, you're not damned if you do. But if you don't sign him, you're damned if you don't, because you don't got someone else good enough to come in and fill that hole, generally speaking. But I think there is a little bit of reason to be worried that we don't know maybe everything possible about Brock Purdy, and you're taking a little bit of a leap of faith, hoping that he is good enough to elevate everyone else around him on the roster after you don't have that kind of talent, because you're going to have to make that decision on his extension, presumably before you see him without a number of these guys.
Yes, and I think that that's a fair way to look at it, but if you want to talk about what quarterback in the NFL is able to elevate the talent around him, even though he doesn't have that much talent around him, and you can start with Patrick Mahomes, and then I'll wait for who the next quarterback is who actually is able to do that, because Josh Allen this year is going to be charged with doing that same thing. You let Stephon Diggs walk in Buffalo, and so now Josh Allen's got a mostly unproven core of wide receivers and running backs and tight ends, and so now he's going to have to do that very thing. Cincinnati's got 2 guys who are highly paid, and your quarterback is making a boatload. And now Tua, you're making a ton, and you've got 2 wide receivers making more than $20 million a year. So what other quarterback is expected to do what we want Brock Purdy to have to do? And again, this is 2 years down the road. Right now, Brock Purdy making $1 million a year, whatever the number exactly is. It's about $1 million. All he's asked to do is be a very good quarterback with a very good team. And if you do that, and you get paid, and a couple years down the road, if you don't have George and Deebo and Brandon or Trent or Christian, okay, then it's up to Kyle and John to find young players to be around him, much like Green Bay has done. And I do look at the Green Bay model as one that, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm looking at Green Bay and thinking, that's an interesting way to go about it. You let Devontae Adams walk, or you traded him, and you use all your draft capital on wide receivers and tight ends, and now you've got 4 or 5 weapons on rookie deals to go along with your $55 million a year quarterback. So that, to me, is going to be the way this has to go, and I think that they've already started that process.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Worried at all by Brock Purdy and his training camp interceptions? Maybe it's less about training camp interceptions and just more so how this offense is going to look in the future for the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Up next is Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibbs. It's Grandy in for Willard, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. Bobby, how you feeling?
I'm doing well. Thank you, guys. So first thing on the war, I believe on the 3 cards. I grew up on the East Coast, but I imagine war is a global game. we would say, I declare, and then you drop that fourth card with the war. You guys didn't really mention that, so maybe that's a regional difference, East Coast versus West Coast. But
no, I'm with you there, and I remember the I declare, and then on the fourth card you would say war, and you would flip that fourth card. Yeah, it wasn't mandatory, but for me it was more of a spiritual, rhythmic kind of a chant tweak to it. But yeah, thank you, Bobby, for bringing that home.
Yes, and then the best is when your last card was maybe a king. You got one card, and then 3 seconds later you have 20 cards, right?
Yep,
that's how it.
It's a great comeback. Yeah.
Yes, but look, first of all, in terms of how I'm doing, I'm not doing as well, and I am jealous of anyone that is worried about what Brock Purdy is doing during preseason, because you must have a really good life if that's your worry. Every season for the past, 5-6 years, all I think about is the NFC Championship game going to be at Levi's or will it be away? To think about preseason, it's not even a game. Not a game. We're talking about practice. Not even preseason. We're talking about training camp.
Thank you.
We're talking about training camp. And it's, I don't know. I guess just bigger picture, there's no way I would focus on that. I'm worried about the Super Bowl. I'm not worried about what's going on in training camp. Now, that being said, I think the Niners' best chance for the Super Bowl, unfortunately, was last year. This year, the rest of the NFC is only getting better, and we got to go all in and spend whatever we got to spend in order to be competitive for this year. And look, Brock Purdy, it's not like, when he gets potentially the richest contract in NFL history, it's just because he was the next man up. It's really not to say that he's 30% better than someone that signed a contract 2 or 3 years ago. That's just market rates. I'm not quite sure why we're trying to figure out what the value of this guy will be 2 years down the road if he gets $300 million or $200 guaranteed. He was just next in line, and that's just how it is. The salary cap's increasing. It's always going to be like that. I don't really view him as them saying that, he's the best player in the NFL. It's just that he had the next quarterback contract. So I don't really understand why anyone would worry about that. That's just the way it works. Tua, is he, a top 5 quarterback? Probably not, but his contract was due, and so he got a big payday. The same thing with a Jacksonville guy, So I guess I just can't worry about salary cap and implications. All I can worry about is what are they going to do this year? And if they break the bank 2 years down the road, I don't care. I need to figure out how to get a Super Bowl in this window, which I think expired, unfortunately, probably last year, and this is the last chance.
Yeah, Bobby, I don't think it expired, but
I wonder why Bobby thought that. And thanks for the call, Bobby. For me, the Super Bowl window is still intact.
Last year might have been the best chance, but it's not like this year is a bad chance.
Exactly. And last year was the best chance because you were healthy. And if you look at the injuries from Brock, Christian, Trent, Debo, George, and Brandon, they were almost non-existent. And so that was the key.
Other than that 3-game stretch in the middle of the year where you missed Trent and Debo and you lost all those games.
That's fine. And I do think you were going to lose to Cincinnati anyway. And I mentioned it at the start of the year. That was a scheduled loss.
Score one for the Dibber.
And they were coming off of a bye, and you were at the end of 8 straight games going into your bye. That was going to be a tough game. And we could look at this year's schedule, and I could pinpoint the game or two that they're most likely to lose, even though they're favored in all 17. To go 17-0 is incredibly difficult, and it's actually only been done once. And actually, they went 16-0, the Patriots. They didn't even go 17-0.
True.
So it's never happened. So it's difficult, but I do think that the only reason why their window was more open last year than this year was because of health.
All right. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. It's Dibs and Grandy with you in for Willard on Willard and Dibs. More coming up on the other side. Plus Brock Purdy commenting on his contract in the future. We can get into that. We'll hear from Brock and more coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
with Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard this week. He'll be back on Monday. Dan Dibley, Mark Randy with you on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. As always, we are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. Subscribe to the channel for all of our content on both Twitch and YouTube, and make sure to hit the thumbs up button on the YouTube screen if you like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and also if you want another place to find all of our content here on 95.7 The Game, and you're currently watching on Twitch or YouTube, whip out your smartphone and scan the QR code in the bottom right corner of the screen. That'll take you to a page where you can download our free Odyssey app, and you can get all of our content there as well, including wherever else you get your podcasts. On our website, 957thegame.com. Again, the free Odyssey app. Just search for the show you want. Search for 95.7 The Game. All of it in a number of different places on YouTube, on Twitch, the app, the website, wherever else you get your podcasts. We are not difficult to find. Again, everything we do on YouTube and Twitch is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay, Dibs, breaking down Niners training camp, Brock Purdy, and the big bad contract that's coming up for Brock. And I wanted to bring this up. I lost it. I retweeted it a couple of days ago, and I got to scroll through all my tweets to find it again here.
A lot of tweets from the young Mark Randy.
Yeah, I was a little frustrated by what the Giants did on Tuesday, if you couldn't tell.
How you feeling now there, Mark Randy? After a Logan Webb gem. It was a Webb gem.
It was a Webb gem. I'll give you, I mean, that's
I'll
kind
take
of...
it too.
Yeah, I was thinking
it's telegraphed. I'll take it too.
And it's, not new. I think
it's not, but
a lot of people have thought of that one before.
They have, but when you have a pitcher actually throw 9 innings and get 27 outs, as I mentioned earlier in the week with FP in alongside Mark Randy and for Mark Willard, I think that the number was 21 complete games across the entire league to date. And for Logan Webb to get one, and to get one when he needed a bounce back and they needed a win, it was a Webb gem. I'm going to give myself from a 2 to a 3.
You're staying at a 2 for me. We can average out on 2.5 between the two of us.
The Russian judge gave me a 1.
He was awesome last night.
Yeah.
He was just incredible. And they needed him to be incredible because the offense is oh, God.
Don't dwell on the negative.
You're right.
As FP
trying to stay
saying,
positive here.
The only negative in last night's game was the length of game.
You went. You and your son.
I didn't go with it. No,
your
he
son
went with a good friend of his. Yeah. I got him tickets, and he chose to take a friend as opposed to take the old man.
Wow.
Which is good. And you know what? Do your thing.
That's cold.
Well, he's 21, and when you're
Nothing
21,
like a ball game with your old man, though.
Yes, but you're 28, and so you're in a spot where now you've kind of circled back to where fathers, and you're different because I think you and your parents have always been super close from what you've kind of told me. But my son, we're close, but at 21, you have a chance to either go with a really good friend or go with the old man who's kind of a mouthy know-it-all. You go with your friend, and I get
it.
Yeah.
Good point.
I mean, would you want to go with me or go with your dad?
Oh, of course, my dad.
Well, you answered too quickly. That was a little
Before you even gave me the other option, I was already
no doubt.
I was already
it was, me or Lucas would be the real test because you sit with Lucas 20 hours a week.
Lucas in there right now. I can't even see him.
I can't see him.
I know
either.
what Willard's talking about. Yeah, I can't even see him. He's not even. Oh, there's some movement back there. He's back there.
There's some movement.
Yeah,
anyway, the only problem, and it wasn't a problem, and I'm really being facetious, but. What was it, an hour and 50?
Hour 55, I think.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, that's so fast.
I remember one game I went to, it was 2010. My uncle drove up. He's in Santa Cruz. My uncle drove up, took me to do a game. And it was early into Buster Posey's explosion onto the scene, 2010. So it must have, actually, it was probably around my birthday. It's probably why it happened. So it was probably in May, maybe late May, early June. I go to a game with my uncle, and it was Buster Posey was in the middle of, he's this rookie. He's hitting 400. He's in this crazy hit streak. He gets called up to the bigs, and he's just on fire. He's getting a hit in every single game. And the one game I happened to go to, the hit streak must have been, I don't know, close to 20 games or something. He did not start. It was against the Marlins. Ricky Nolasco was pitching, I remember.
Wow.
And I think Ricky Nolasco threw a complete game one hitter And the only hit was not by Buster because he did not start, but he pinch hit. He came in and got out. So not only did I see a game that didn't even last 2 hours before the pitch clock, but I also saw Buster Posey only get one at-bat and snap his hit streak to begin his career. I always remember that game because it was the game I felt like I did not get my full due. I did not get what was owed me when I went to Oracle, at that point, AT&T Park to watch a baseball game. So it's kind of similar to last night, although at least last night the Giants won.
Yeah, 1-0, and you get to see a complete rarity in Major League Baseball, which was not only a complete game, but a complete game shutout. And Logan Webb got into a couple of jams in the first and then in the fourth, and, multiple base runners in those innings, and found a way to scratch and claw and make it happen. So much needed victory for the Giants in a spot for Logan Webb where he desperately needed to come through with a good performance.
Yeah. We can get to that a little bit more coming up. I do have, I think, more to say about Logan Webb. He's just a gamer, and the game needs more players like Logan Webb. We got Larry Krueger coming up in 20 minutes to talk Niners training camp, and we've been talking a lot about Brock Purdy's interceptions at training camp, his big contract coming up. And I wanted to share this with you before we move on any further. This is something I saw on Twitter earlier this week, and this is from Tyler Webb. Tyler Webb on Twitter. It's a really good piece of information here. This is a list of the highest cap hit percentages to win a Super Bowl, and this is among quarterbacks. Generally speaking, highest cap hit on every team, a lot of teams, especially teams that are in the Super Bowls, are going to be quarterbacks. So the highest cap hit percentages to win Super Bowls, highest percentage of a singular player's contract salary for that year divided by the entire salary for the entire team. Patrick Mahomes, most recent year, the highest cap hit percentage to ever win a Super Bowl. His cap hit last year was about 23%, 22.7%.
Yep.
The next highest, Tom Brady back in 2021 with the Bucks, 13.7%. Then Tom Brady again, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning.
So we went from 22, almost 23, down to 13.
Almost 14, correct.
Wow.
So there's only been one instance in NFL history where a quarterback with a cap hit larger than 14% of his team's entire salary cap for that entire year was higher than 14%. Only one time in NFL history. And Brock Purdy obviously is nowhere near 14% of the Niners cap right now, but when he signs that mega extension deal, he will be well over 14% of the Niners cap. And just in terms of historic numbers, just in terms of these numbers, the analytics, they say that it's very, very rare for a quarterback that takes up that much of your team's cap to win a Super Bowl. The only one to do it is arguably the greatest quarterback to have ever lived, Patrick Mahomes.
That's a really interesting stat, especially as I look at Spot Track and the current average percent of the cap at signing numbers. And I'm looking at it right now, and there are no fewer than 18 quarterbacks who are taking up more than 16% of their team's cap. So unless Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl, or unless one of these other guys like Baker Mayfield or Geno Smith, the Shoe down in Vegas, Gardner Minshew, Trey Lance, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud's an interesting name. He's only taking up 4% of their cap.
Sam Darnold, maybe he wins the job in Minnesota.
Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels out with the Commanders. My point is, it feels like this trend is really kind of turning itself on its head. And I think about the Green Bay example, and I continue to use this as an example ahead of their potential run this year because Jordan Love is now absorbing, 23% of the Green Bay Packers cap?
I'm looking at here, 21.53.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. So he's 21.53, a fifth of their cap. Thank you. That's my kids hate when I do that. Dad, you don't know 21 Savage. 21. I just like the way he does that. But he is almost 22% of their cap, and all these other names, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Hurts, Calamari, all these guys, even Dak Prescott, they're all above 20% of the cap, yet one of these guys has got to win it unless Brock does. You would figure, like going down the row, Cincinnati, Buffalo, those are playoff teams you would think. Chargers should be. Baltimore will be. Kansas City, of course. Philadelphia. Arizona, whatever, that contract was a debacle or debacle, which one you prefer. Same as Deshaun Watson. Dak Prescott's always in the playoffs. And then you get to Jordan Love and Tua. Jared Goff went to the conference championship game. So it feels more and more now like teams are going the Green Bay route. Spend money on the quarterback and find cheap receiver talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know Miami didn't do that and Cincinnati didn't do that, but Buffalo is doing that. Philly didn't do that. Maybe you can pay one receiver. I don't know, but it feels more and more like you have to spend at least 20% of your cap on the quarterback or you're stuck with Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, and this is, I think, kind of what I was trying to get at earlier. And the 707, shout out to the 707, asks a good question on the Xfinity Mobile text line. At what point did QB start taking up that much of the cap? It is a more of a recent development that the numbers are this incredibly high. Generally speaking, quarterbacks have always been paid more than every other position, but it has very much exploded for quarterbacks, and the explosion hasn't been even and proportional across every other position. So it is a little bit of a newer thing. So, for example, you go back through the history of Super Bowl champions. You don't really have anybody making, like, say, 18% of the cap back in 1980 or whatever the case was. So it's a little bit different. It's more of a newer statistic, I would imagine.
And there was no cap in 1980. So, it was basically you could spend as much as you want, which is how the Niners were so good so many years in a row because Eddie D was willing to open up the wallet for everybody.
But like Peyton Manning 2016, even you go back that far, he was taking up a little less than 12% of the cap, and he was, I'm sure, I'd have to go back and look, I'm sure in 16 he was probably one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, even though he was near the end of his career at that point. And I think
Brady is on that list a number of times, and Brady would intentionally take less in order to allow his team to spend more elsewhere, which feels like a little bit of an anomaly now. But when you look at a quarterback like Tom Brady, it would be Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers had an opportunity when he became a Jet to do something like that, and he chose to take as much as he possibly could.
Take the money and run.
And I don't begrudge any athlete for trying to get paid as much as they could or should, but the Tom Brady example is an interesting one because he did take less, and they were able to have a really good team around him.
But yeah, good point. I think this is a little bit of an example of where when you have a quarterback like the Niners do, and the Texans fit into this category with C.J. Stroud, and say Caleb Williams is great, the Bears will fit into this eventually with Caleb Williams. All these younger quarterbacks who are currently on rookie scale deals, when they come due for the deal and they've shown enough to where you feel like you have to sign them, like Trevor Lawrence showed enough, although maybe didn't show enough for some of us, but showed enough to the Jaguars. But I mean, again, if you're the Jaguars, what are you going to do? Not sign them, and then who's going to play quarterback for you? So you're kind of damned if you don't. But unless you're Patrick Mahomes, you're almost kind of damned if you do. Because if you sign one of these guys, like Justin Herbert he's taking up over 23% of his team's cap. And what did they just have to do this offseason? They had to cut wide receivers. Keenan Allen, who was awesome last year and who was a Chargers legend, they had to just straight up cut him. They cut Mike Williams. That one was a little more understandable because he had a gigantic contract and can't stay healthy. But you cut Keenan Allen, and now Justin Herbert, by the way, dealing with a foot injury in camp, and he's going to be out for at least a couple of weeks. If your quarterback gets hurt when he's taking up that much money, you absolutely have zero chance. If your quarterback is healthy when he's taking up that much money, he better be Patrick freaking Mahomes. Like, that's the only example of a quarterback who's making more than 14% of his team's cap to win a Super Bowl. So it's almost as if, Dibs, you have to sign this guy because he's better than league average and he's better than replacement value for your team. And I want to not take a chance on another rookie, but the dream scenario is you win a Super Bowl when your quarterback is still on the rookie deal. So I think maybe the overarching thing here that this tells us isn't necessarily that the Niners shouldn't sign Brock when the time comes. It says you better win the freaking Super Bowl this year before you start paying Brock $60 million a year and he takes up 20+% of your cap.
Or if you don't, even if you do win it, you're probably going to say goodbye to Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and possibly George Kittle and the rest.
And maybe Mooney Ward and
Could be. You could still spend on the defense. You just can't spend everywhere. And you mentioned the Chargers, and I thought I would look at their depth chart because you talked about Williams leaving and Keenan Allen. They both were cut or released and the rest of it. And then I look at last year they drafted Quentin Johnson.
He was a disaster for his first year.
Fine, but he wasn't in a spot where they're going to rely on him. But they used draft capital on a receiver. This year, Ladd McConkey, second round. Brendan Rice, 7th round. Cornelius Johnson, 7th round. They signed DJ Chark, who's
Baby
not. That's my daughter's favorite right now. It's number one on the playlist. But DJ Chark is a guy who you don't have to pay a ton to. And you have Joshua Palmer, who was a 3rd round pick a few years ago. So the Chargers are turning to young receivers, a la Green Bay, rookie deals, not highly paid free agents, and thinking, okay, we have an elite quarterback. He should be able to elevate them. So instead of paying Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, you pay these guys on rookie deals and you hope that it's good enough.
You hope that it's good enough. But I'll just ask you, you will not find a bigger Justin Herbert fan in the Bay Area than me?
Evan Giddings, your roommate, your very own roommate. I mean, literally.
I saw Justin Herbert play in high school. Come on.
Boop.
Whoop. I called him a couple of high school football games that he played. Yeah.
And where did he go to college?
You know where he went to college. Go Ducks. You will not find a bigger Justin Herbert fan than me, but I'll ask you, Dibs. Justin Herbert with the current cast, and obviously Jim Harbaugh is going to do a great job, and arrows up because Harbaugh wins wherever he goes. Is Justin Herbert good enough with that amount of money tied up to him alone? Is he good enough to lead the Chargers to a Super Bowl with that cast?
Probably not this year, but maybe next year. And you look at the Harbaugh trajectory, it usually takes him a year to fix the roster how he wants it. And I do wonder about Justin Herbert's fantasy football stock, because one thing we know about Jim Harbaugh is he likes to run the football. So I would imagine that they start to get a big reliance on Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins and a much more physical run-first approach. And so if you're out there looking for a fantasy quarterback, Justin Herbert, to me, would be one that I would stay away from this season, not only because he doesn't have great weapons yet, but also Harbaugh is going to try to run the ball. So you may find that they look to win games in a different way, because I look at that division and I don't think that they're going to be able to outgun Kansas City, although Kansas City doesn't really sling it like they used to with their good defense now.
They got some speedsters now.
They do.
Hollywood and Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy looked good, and some connections with Mahomes early on. But I just wonder about the Harbaugh way of doing things. I don't think that it is going to necessarily be like it was before he came, where they were just trying to beat you through the air.
Look at your fantasy football brain kicking in. It turned the calendar turns to August, and Dibs starts thinking fantasy football.
I'm ready, and I'm conflicted because our league is so shoddily run, and there's so many things about it that I really dislike. Yet I'm having FOMO, fear of missing out. So
shoddily run. That was a direct shot at our director of sports behind the glass.
And I've said it to him on the air, off the air, around the air, in the air. Shout out Phil Collins, in the air tonight. I've been very clear about the shaky nature and the inconsistent enforcement of rules. But even through it all, I'm in. I cannot afford to miss it. There's too much of a collegial thing here, playing you and Guru and Steiny and all the rest of it, Willard. I got to be a part of it, Lucas. Don't cut me out. Come on, Luke.
Hey, if that's it, that's all I need. Yes or no?
Lucas, I'm in, okay?
Very good.
Lock it down.
Can I Venmo you? Didn't work last year. I tried to Zelle. I tried to Venmo.
Zelle works.
I ended up giving him cash.
It works out, too.
Cash plays. Yeah.
Okay, so
took my money right to Vegas. There's no doubt.
Did you win it?
He did. He wins all the time.
Well, the last couple of Vegas trips for Luke, I don't need to get into his personal business.
The only time that I am effective as a gambler is from March 14th to March 29th.
Cash me out one time.
The rest of the year, I'm a hot mess. Anyway, take the under tonight.
Lock it down. I'll gladly bet the over. And I'll be rooting for points in the freaking Hall of Fame.
I know, right? Anyway, on that embarrassment of a field.
Yeah. So, okay, going back to these cap hit percentages for quarterbacks. Only once, and it was Mahomes last year, has a quarterback taking up more than 14% of his team's cap, won the Super Bowl. So there's, as you mentioned, 18 quarterbacks currently that are taking up more than 14% of their team's cap going into this year. Really quickly, I'll just go through them. Burrow, Allen, Herbert, Jackson, Mahomes, Hurts, Murray, Watson, Prescott, Love, Lawrence, Tagovailoa, Goff, Stafford, Jones, that's Daniel Jones, Cousins, Rodgers, and Carr. So that's the group. That's the group of quarterbacks that are making more than 14%. Their cap hit is more than 14% of the team's entire cap. And then you got a group below that, including Brock Purdy, including Caleb Williams, including C.J. Stroud, including Jaden Daniels, including Baker Mayfield, and including Geno Smith. If I were to take out Patrick Mahomes out of the equation, Dibs, take Patrick Mahomes out of the equation, and maybe this ultimately just becomes a question of, do you think the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl or not? Take Mahomes out of the equation. Does the Super Bowl champion have a quarterback that takes up more or less than 14% of the cap?
More. And I would take the field. And I knew you were going there. And even if you take Mahomes out, you're going to give me Allen and Jackson and Hurts
and Burrow
and
Jordan
Love and Goff, fine.
Tagovailoa.
So basically it comes down to the Niners in Kansas City or the rest of the league for the most part. Other than Houston, you would get.
Yeah, you feel like the only quarterbacks that have a real shot to win the Super Bowl that are making less than 14% of the cap are Brock Purdy in the Niners and then C.J. Stroud in the Texans.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. And, Caleb Williams in Chicago, they could be better. I still don't think that they're even a playoff team. So, and you can have Bryce Young. You get Trey Lance and Zachy
Bryce Young definitely winning a Super Bowl, yeah.
Zachy Poo Wilson in Denver.
What about Gardner Minshew?
I love the shoe, but I don't like Vegas's chances of even being higher than third in their own division. So if you take Mahomes out, I'm still taking the group of 17.
History would say it doesn't work out that way.
Right, but history, I think, is not indicative of where we are in the NFL now, where even though these quarterbacks make a ton, they're now building their teams in different ways.
Yeah.
Using the rookie deal, they're weaponizing teams with their rookie deals. Green Bay and the rest of them.
Just for the sake of the argument and to put a little skin to the game, I'll take the other side of that, and we'll check back in February. But, of course, we're taking Kansas City out of the equation, so maybe it's a push anyway, and the Chiefs go three-peat. We'll find out. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. On the other side, Larry Krueger, who's been covering training camp. Of course, he's been down there in Santa Clara for every single second of Niners camp. It's an off day today. We'll pick his brain about some of the bigger stories going on down inside of Niners HQ. That's coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard this week. He'll be back on Monday here on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy with you. Talking a lot of Niners at training camp. It is an off day for the Niners, but they are 7 practices in, gearing up for the first preseason game coming up in, 9-10 days? You got the first official preseason game of the NFL season tonight, the Hall of Fame game between the Bears and the Texans. And to continue the discussion on Niners training camp, we go out to the guest line, which, of course, is the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And standing by on the River Islands guest line is none other than Larry Kruger. Larry, hope you're enjoying your off day from Niners camp. How's it going?
Anytime I can be brought to you by the banks of the mighty San Joaquin, the Boathouse Restaurant. I mean, it's an incredible experience. Good to be with you, Grandy, Dibbs. Good to see you guys. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, Krugs. I love the old tagline out there at River Islands: $1 million living for half the price. That's what we used to go with out there for the islands.
There you go. Yeah, and don't forget, there's K-9 schools are constructed and they're ready for you.
Yeah, the high school actually is opening as we speak, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go.
You're locked in, Larry.
Well, he's trying to one-up me on River Islands, but yeah. Many great ball fields,
at Islanders. They're playing baseball down at Islanders Field, I believe, out there.
Of course, of course. Yeah, and you can you can get out on your deck on the banks of the San Joaquin River and just bask in the glow and the goodness of the better part of Lathrop, Larry.
There you go. The mighty San Joaquin.
Thank you.
All right. Enough of this. Let's get to Niners training camp. Larry, we saw video. It popped up on social media yesterday. It's been all over the place, all over certain television talk shows. We've been talking about it a little bit here on 95.7 The Game. Brandon Ayuk, dressed in all black, walking on the practice field, dapping up John Lynch in an enthusiastic dap and hug with Kyle Shanahan. So many of us thinking, this might be a sign that there's some progress made on a contract extension. Any reason for us to be excited, or are we reading into this too much?
I think we're reading into it too much. I mean, you got to think of it this way, Grandy. The two most dialed-in football people in the world are probably Rap Sheet for the NFL Network and Schefter for ESPN. They both are reporting that a deal is not imminent. So what was that? What did we see there? And I'll tell you, I don't know. I don't know if that was, a hug of, hey, we've climbed a major hurdle in the negotiation and the rest is just dotting I's and crossing T's, or if that was more like, hey, you know what? We're going to move you on somewhere else. And I hope for the Niners and their fans that they're getting this deal done and he's not moving on. But if I was wagering based on that video, I would say there's a very good chance he's traded. That would be my thought. Just because John Lynch gave him a quick handshake. You just signed this guy potentially to a $30 million a year deal, and he's one of your foundation pieces. And if you're going to win a Super Bowl as an executive, he's going to be one of the major reasons why. And all he gets is the quick handshake. To me, that was like, hey, you wanted the biggest bag, and I found you a place where we can send you where you'll get the biggest bag. It's all speculation. I have no sources, but that to me looked more like that didn't look like you're going to be here for the next 5 years kind of a handshake to me.
Yeah, but the Shanahan handshake was double pat and much warmer, and we brought it in. And after that exchange, Brandon Ayuk just went over and sat on a training cart and watched the rest of practice. Wouldn't he, if a deal was imminent, he just would have gone straight deuces a la Chris Brown.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would say, if we're doing percentages, right, Dibbs, I would say 75-25. He's signing an extension and it gets done in the next 48 hours. That's my guess. But man, that was a very, very brief Lynch handshake. I don't know, man. It made me, I watched that thing several times and I thought, if you're signing this guy long term and this guy means as much as this guy means to your chances, would you just give him the singular handshake? I don't know. I think I'd be bromance. It'd be more of a bro hug and a kind of a, almost a Roger Goodell draft night kind of a hug.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, at the end of a long, tough negotiation, maybe there are still feelings that would prevent you from totally bringing it in. And, he and Kyle Shanahan probably haven't had any discussion about the deal, which is why I thought that level of warmth might indicate that something would be imminent. But, here in Grandy and I sit at 4:08 on a Thursday, and we're hoping it crosses any minute now, and it doesn't feel like, talking to you, like it's going to happen.
The other interesting angle was, the guy, Dibbs, that is tight with Mike Shanahan is his former offensive lineman, what's his name? Who just Schlereth,
Stinky,
who just ripped the heck out of Ayuk for his hold in. And it's like if he thought everything was copacetic between Kyle and the Niners and Ayuk, would he be tearing him up for his hold in? I don't know. That was a very negative comment from a guy who's relatively close to Shanahan's dad, who's obviously very close to Kyle. So, man, I'm not sure what to make of that one.
Larry Kruger with us here on the River Islands guest line. Larry, I know we're so focused on the extension or if he gets traded. What is so bad if he just plays on the fifth-year option? I know some of it is, optics, and you want to continue to take care of your players. The Niners have a very good track record doing that. What is so bad, though, if the Niners just simply say to Ayuk, sorry, it's timing, you're a victim of circumstance, we just can't give you the contract that you're looking for, but you're too valuable to us, at least for this one season, to trade you. We're going to make you play on the fifth-year option. Is that so far out of the possibility, or could we be headed towards that?
No, Grandy, I think that is the 49ers. If you say what is in the 49ers' best interest, it's that. Play on the fifth-year option. Why? Because if you play on the fifth-year option, you're setting up a one-year Debo Ayuk competition. You're also putting off, having to make a concrete evaluation on what Cowing and Pearsall can give you. Next year at this time, you're going to know what Cowing is. You're going to know what Pearsall is. You're going to know what they're capable of. And you're going to know what kind of year Debo had. Also, if you do sign Ayuk to this big money extension and Debo outperforms him, now you've got this real awkward situation where you've got two really popular, very much team leader type guys. One guy who's making a whole lot less money and he's going to be shown the door at the end of the year, and the other guy's making a ton of money and he's not playing as well. So there's dynamics at play here that I think make the fifth-year option in the Niners' best interest. But then there's also, you could argue the other side, that then becomes a distraction. And will there be a lot of people that are upset that you took care of CMC, you took care of Bosa, but you're making Ayuk play on the fifth-year option despite coming off a 1,300-yard year where he was efficient as heck and did it in fewer touches than other receivers. And you played the 28th fastest pace in the league, so that worked against him. And you've got all these other weapons that dragged on his production, and you're going to hold his feet to the fire on his production when he's delivered handsomely for you. He's not a diva, blocks in the run game. You know what I'm saying? There could be some guys in the room that are a little pushed out of shape if they don't take care of Ayuk.
I get that. Larry Kruger here on 95.7 The Game. What I'm also starting to understand, though, Larry, is the way teams are going about constructing their roster. And I think about Green Bay letting Devontae Adams go and then drafting tight ends and wide receivers. In Kansas City, letting Tyreek go and getting rid of that huge contract and then drafting young rookie players to play receiver. And I look at the Niners potentially paying two guys at the receiver spot more than $20 or $25 million a year. Is it becoming the new trend in the NFL to pay the quarterback and not pay other skill guys and have them on rookie deals?
Well, what's happened, Dibbs, is that, it's okay. NFL personnel people can stomach paying quarterbacks. Why? Because it's a supply and demand deal, and the demand far outweighs the supply. That's no longer the case in the receiver market.
The receivers, the last 3 drafts have been incredibly deep with wide receivers. The trend in the industry is to go spread formation. So there's all kinds of wide receivers entering the draft every year. The free agent market is proliferated with tons of wide receivers. So, these guys, people are seeing what the top guys are getting paid, but the demand, the supply is greater. And so that's where teams are saying, you know what, with this kind of supply, I'm not paying Tyreek. And the Chiefs, of course, they had Mahomes, but they've won 2 rings since. And, Green Bay said, we're not paying Devontae. And nobody wanted to pay Diggs. And, you've seen nobody wanted to pay Brown. And suddenly it's, these guys are moving around at a pretty high clip. And it's been kind of a surprise. But that's kind of the reaction to the market has exploded for wide receivers, but the supply is still incredible.
Larry, you mentioned maybe part of the reason why forcing Ayuk to play on the 5th year could be valuable because it lets you have an opportunity to get to know a couple of your rookies that may be able to fill in for Brandon Ayuk in the future. They've both been dealing with hamstring injuries, Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall has been back this week, and you've been down there through the first, 7 days of training camp, and I know Pearsall hasn't participated in all of those, but what have you seen from the Niners' first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, and what impact should we expect from him this season?
Well, I mean, Grandy, first of all, both these guys, if you're sitting there, if you're a 49er fan driving around listening to the game right now going, I kind of wonder, can these guys play? Just bank on it. These guys can both play. Cowing can play. Pearsall can play. Pearsall's made some amazing catches already. Him and Purdy already have a tremendous rapport. The guy creates separation with relative ease, and he's got a gliding speed that it's really impressive. Cowing kind of reminds me of kind of almost like an Allen Iverson guy as far as he's small, but he's tough, and he's really, really strong, and his footwork in and out of the breaks is incredible. So both those receivers can really play, but durability is the question mark. Neither of those guys are built like Ayuk or Debo. So, the only question I have about those 2 rookies is durability. And unfortunately, it's still a question.
Yeah, and it's a question that will be answered here in the next month. And my question for you, Larry, is who's going to be the odd man or odd men out at the receiver position? Because I see a team that's probably going to keep 6 on their roster that breaks camp. But you've got Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell and, not to mention Chris Conley and Trent Taylor. Who ends up being the odd man out of guys who have some experience if they keep both these rookies?
Well, basically the answer, Dibs, is everybody. So it's like this is what you got. You got Debo and Ayuk and JJ, and you got Cowing, and you got Pearsall, and then you got those 5, and then everybody else is probably competing for one spot. I would say that the guy that I think's got the edge there is probably Conley. I know that sounds odd because other guys you think of as better, but Conley had a real role on special teams, multiple, as a gunner. And he also played well in the playoffs, had a big catch in the Super Bowl, had a big hit on special teams in the Super Bowl. I think that 6th spot is going to be designated for special teams contributors, and my guess is it goes to Conley.
Larry Krueger with us here on the River Islands guest line. Okay, enough about the guys catching the passes, Larry. What about the guy throwing those balls to those receivers? All these interceptions for Brock Purdy, big deal or no, Larry?
I mean, there were people last year that were losing their S because of Brock Purdy and the way he played against the Raiders in Vegas. And then what did the guy do? The guy went on and almost won the MVP. So, definitely nothing. The one thing about this is the time to find out what your limitations are, what how hard you got to throw it to get it in the window. How far can you lead these receivers and they can still make the play? This is where you test your boundaries and your limits as a quarterback, your receivers' limits as receivers. You want to see quarterbacks test those limits. Now, there's different kinds of interceptions. There's the tip into the air that gets picked off the surface, like Fred Warner did the other day on a tipped ball from Yadam. That was just a great defensive play. Then there's I don't have enough arm strength to squeeze it in the window. That's a totally different pick. And then there's the Trey Lance. I didn't see the coverage underneath. I didn't see that defender. I had no account for the defenders. And that's a blatant, terrible interception. So these things have to be kind of evaluated individually. I would say overall, I have zero concern about Brock Purdy's 7 picks here in late July.
When you look at concerns so far through a couple of weeks of practices at camp, what is concerning you? Is it the offensive line with injuries and questions about depth? Where do you look right now as an area of concern here in early August?
Well, it's always hard to know exactly what's real and what's not. But I'm going to start with the run D, Dibs, because you had Armstead. He was probably your best run defender. He's not there. You had Greenlaw. He was one of the best run defenders in the entire NFL. You're not going to have him probably till after Thanksgiving. And then Hufanga is probably your best run defender on the back end, and there's a likelihood that he may not be ready to roll. So you could start this year after struggling to stop the run in the playoffs, struggling to stop the run in the preseason, and now without 3 of your best run defenders, that could be a real problem. So I would say until proven otherwise, run defense is a major problem. The other major problem is Dre Greenlaw is not good. He's not great. He's awesome. And so when you take awesome players off the field, there's a drop-off. And I can tell you just from watching Devondre Campbell, he ain't Dre Greenlaw. So that's a concern.
I'm just going to ask you about a couple other players who have been standing out from what I'm hearing and ask you to either confirm or deny or throw out some others that you think aren't getting maybe the recognition they deserve. And one of those guys is potentially a future replacement at some point for Dre Greenlaw. Hearing a lot of good things about D. Winters, also a couple of rookie defensive backs, Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green. How have those 3 specifically looked in training camp so far, and any others standing out to you that maybe Niner fans don't know a lot about just yet?
Well, Grandy Mustafa is just almost like a comic book. I mean, he has been so good.
Like Mighty Mouse.
I mean, he is. Mustafa was like, he was sent here from planet Krypton, and, this guy is so jacked. This guy's so strong, so quick, so physically dominant. He had an interception 3 days ago, guys. That's one of the greatest individual plays I've ever seen on a football field from anybody in any era. It was a go ball on the right sideline from Dobbs to Danny Gray, who had Renardo Green locked up in one-on-one coverage. And he's playing deep quarter coverage, and he comes over as the safety does. And, sometimes they show up early, and as a penalty, sometimes they show up late, and they can't impact the thing. Sometimes they go for the hit. Sometimes they go for the pick. This guy, Mustafa, rises up in a crowd. All 3 guys go up in the air at the same time. It looked like he was 8 feet in the air. He takes his left arm and just rips the interception away, one arm over both other guys, and landed kind of the way like a cat lands when it jumps down off, or like the way like some guys in the NBA dunk contest land when they're trying to like land and make it look cool. I mean, this guy just landed and like struck the pose, and it was like, what? Yeah. What are we watching? I mean, it was amazing. And Renardo Green he has just got the temperament that you wish every one of your DBs had this temperament. I mean, he's just a dog. He just wants to fight you, and he's tenacious, and he talks a lot of mess, and he's just, he's in a lot of ways, an alpha. Both those guys are alphas. As far as Winters, Fred Warner told me he's had the best offseason of anybody. To me, I've been watching every practice. Jalen Graham looks so much better than Winters. I mean, Jalen Graham is bigger, faster. I mean, they're both really good young linebackers who are going to play a lot and play well. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing it right. But to me, Winters looks, like as clear. He looks good, but Graham looks great.
It's a great breakdown. And the one day I was out there, Larry, watching Mustafa, and they got him listed at 5'10", 206, and I thought he was closer to 5'9", 230, and he is just absolute all business, the amount of muscle that guy has. It's crazy.
He's got the 6-pack abs, and he shows it off. He's such an interesting build that if you see him with his jersey on, he looks like a linebacker. He looks like a guy who wouldn't have the kind of ability to turn and run and cover. But then when you see that how thin his waist is and how lean he is in the lower body, how limber, how well he moves, you're like, you know what, this is a cover guy. This guy can play the deep middle. So I think he's interesting because he could play free safety, I think, if they needed him, but he could play in the box and play that strong safety up on the line of scrimmage role if they want him in that spot. So I think it's going to be interesting to see who's at free and who's at strong when they actually start playing these games.
We'll keep an eye on it, Larry. Appreciate your time as always, and we'll catch up with you next time, okay?
Sounds good, fellas. Have a good night.
All right, you too, Larry. Well, that's classic Larry, geeking out on all these players that a lot of Niner fans don't really know much about just yet.
No doubt. And even, with my mostly untrained eye, when you go out to practice, and I was out there.
I haven't been out there yet.
And I'm probably going to go next week again, catch them again before they get into the real games, the preseason games. But you look at Mustafa and, you're looking across the field, and he just absolutely pops, not only with the way he carries himself, but Larry's right. You look at his physique, and he's not the tallest player, but he is just all muscle, and he's all business. And even though they weren't padded and hitting when I was out there, you could see that the guy, he's going to light some people up when he gets out on the field. And you start talking about the secondary with Jair Brown and Diamador Lenore, and of course Mooney Ward. This secondary is going to be a lot better than previous year secondaries for sure.
If this guy is making this big of an impact this early in camp, how the hell did he last in the 4th round?
It's a good point.
I mean, I guess we'll find out once he actually gets into some games, and who knows how much he's actually going to play as a safety in his rookie season. Obviously a big question mark is Talanoa Hufanga and when he ultimately is ready to go. And if that is week 1, and you got Jair Brown, as you talked about, a rookie last year who stepped in and for the most part was pretty decent. But you got a lot of youth back there. But the early returns, Malik Mustafa, very good.
Linebacker is one area to watch. And, you talk about Devondre Campbell and whether or not he can make that impact. And I do know that you need a third linebacker, but a lot of teams now, your base defense is your nickel defense, which is, 4 down linemen, just 2 linebackers and 5 in the secondary. So I think when you have Greenlaw and Warner, you can set it and forget it, and you don't have to worry about the linebacking.
Such a nice luxury to have.
It's beyond a luxury, and I think we're going to see this weekend when P. Willie goes into the Hall of Fame, Patrick Willis, and it's going to remind you of just how good we've had it here in San Francisco for so long at linebacker.
Yeah, a couple of pieces of news. Of course, Patrick Willis going into the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame game is tonight, Bears versus Texans. That ceremony will be this weekend. Frank Gore is also being inducted into the Eddie D. Niners Hall of Fame, which is very well deserved. Quite possibly the best running back, or one of the best running backs in Niners franchise history. He's certainly up there. One of the best running backs across the entire NFL, if you just go based on number of yards. Part of that is because he just played for so many freaking years. But Frank Gore, Patrick Willis, and then speaking of Navarro Bowman, Matt Barrows, we don't got time to play this right now, but Matt Barrows was on the Morning Roast earlier today. And why I asked Larry about D. Winters was because Matt Barrows did a double take, thought D. Winters was Navarro Bowman. Look, wearing number 53 and kind of had some of the same characteristics and abilities getting into the backfield and making some tackles for loss. So, Niners have had good linebackers in recent memory.
And hopefully they can continue that trend, and whether it's Campbell or Winters or somebody else to play alongside Fred Warner. You have a real one with Fred Warner, and I don't know if you're going to see Dre Greenlaw even after Thanksgiving. That's a tough injury to come back from. Very
tough, and it happened in February.
Exactly.
Torn Achilles in February. It's rough. We certainly hope he's back as soon as possible. The Niners defense is better with Dre Greenlaw. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. We are sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. More thoughts from camp coming up on the other side. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard this week. He'll be back on Monday alongside Dan Dibley. It's Mark Randy with you on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. As we transition to football, the calendar flips to August, and we're in full football mode. Have a little bit of Giants for you. Maybe coming up a little bit later as the Giants are traveling. Maybe they're already in Cincinnati gearing up for a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series against the Reds in Great American Ballpark. A big series coming up for the Giants. But Niners, although it is an off day for them today, much like the Giants, Niners dominated the story so far here on Willard and Dibs, and we'll get into that a little bit more here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, the NFL is currently in the process of releasing their top 100 players of the year list.
Okay.
They do it every year. It comes out around this time in like increments of 10. We currently have everything other than the top 10. That comes out tomorrow afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. But the first 90 players from 100 all the way down to 20, they have been released. How many Niners do you think are going to appear in this top 100 list altogether?
Man, out of 100 players, there's 32 teams, so that would be an average, all things created equal, of 3 per team. Now, we know that that's not going to be the way it goes. There'll be some teams, I would imagine, that get 0, and so some would have to balance that out. I would say, just thinking about it, who would be on there?
Let's run through them.
Well, you figure Brock, Christian, George, Debo,
it's 4,
and Trent.
It's 5,
and Brandon,
6.
Nick and Fred. That gets me to a clean 8.
7, 8. Yep.
I'm gonna say 8.
8 is your guess.
8 out of
top
100. Now I might be leaving out Mooney Ward. He might be in there. I might be including Brandon Ayuk, who won't be in there. So it'll be between 7 and 9, I would guess. I'm going to go with 8.
Okay, 7 between 7 and 9 is correct. 8 is just a. I don't know for sure, but it's probably going to be wrong because we don't know the top 10 yet.
Okay. Is there a Niner that is still yet to be named in 11 through 100?
The highest number, so the worst of the bunch, the one closest to 100, is a player you have not brought up yet, and it's the player we were just talking about going to break, who's recovering from an Achilles tear. Dre Greenlaw checked in at number 76 on this ranking. So Dre Greenlaw, number 76. Brandon Ayuk comes in at 66. Let's see. Debo Samuel at 30. Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy at 28.
Okay.
Nick Bosa at 27.
Really?
George Kittle at 14. Fred Warner at 11. That leaves off Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, who I would imagine will both be in the top 10. Add all that together if my assumption about CMC and Trent is right, which I'm sure it will be because they are definitely top 100 players. They will be on this list, and they will appear in the top 10 tomorrow. That's 9 Niners in the top 100.
And I guess the one that I neglected to think about was Dre Greenlaw, and I guess I was thinking about Dre Greenlaw this year, and if he doesn't play until after Thanksgiving, and even if he comes back around Thanksgiving, that would be a 9-month recovery from an Achilles injury, which would be pretty good. That'd be an aggressive return to play, and that would leave him with about 5, maybe 6 games plus playoffs. So I guess he could still make an impact and be top 100. If he wasn't hurt with the Achilles, then absolutely he'd be on the list. But I didn't even think about him because of the injury.
I'm not sure how the NFL asks, and this is voted on by the players, which is why I like this list so much, because it gives you an idea of what the other players in the league think about these Niner players, and it's particularly, I think, insightful for, say, Ayuk, Debo conversations, for the Brock Purdy conversation. Ayuk, 66th, Debo, 30th. Brock Purdy is 28th, the 28th best player in the NFL, according to his peers. That's interesting. I don't know exactly, though, what the NFL presents its players with in terms of the vote. Is it just who was the best last year? Is it predicting the future? Is it whatever the case is? I'm not sure there is a set rule in what they're supposed to be voting on. Maybe just one healthy. Who are the best players in the NFL? And currently, maybe you're projecting a bit for the future. But regardless, no matter what the rule is on the vote, 9 players in the top 100. You almost have a 10th of the top 100 players in the league.
And do we know who the remaining 10 are for the most part, who are yet to be named, who will be top 10? And I think we can kind of play with this a little bit. If it's
Trent Williams and Christian
figure it
McCaffrey.
out, probably. There's
That'd be
two quarterbacks left. Mahomes and Lamar will be in the top 10, I would imagine.
Josh Allen's already been listed.
Josh Allen, I have it here. Let me find it.
Okay. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm just trying
Josh
to think
Allen
about.
was 12th.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts was 15th. Dak Prescott 16th. C.J. Stroud 20th. Brock Purdy 28th. That's quarterbacks in the top 30.
We've got 2 quarterbacks remaining. And did you say Joe Burrow, or he's already been named?
Burrow is in the 30s.
Okay.
Brock Purdy ranked higher than Burrow, Tua, and Jordan Love. Goff and Stafford in the 40s. Justin Herbert in the 70s. Kirk Cousins in the 80s. Trevor Lawrence and Aaron Rodgers in the 90s.
There you have it. So yet to be named, we have Trent and Christian for sure. You've got Mahomes and Lamar. Justin Jefferson, I would guess, has not been mentioned. So that's 5 of the top 10. TJ Watt probably hasn't been mentioned, or Myles Garrett hasn't been mentioned. Am I right in saying that? And I'm putting you on the spot because
actually Justin Jefferson is showing up here at 18.
Okay. All right. So he's already off the board. I wonder who.
Interesting.
Tyreek Hill would be one that I think is probably still out there. I don't know if Tyreek Hill's been named. And again, I feel bad putting you on the spot, but I'm just wondering.
Micah Parsons is 17. I was thinking of him as well.
As we think, like Max Crosby, has he been named? As we start to think about who the top 10 will be, Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, how high do they go? It's pretty obvious that Patrick Mahomes will be number 1. Can we agree that? I mean, he would agree. He would have to be,
especially number 1. What they just did as a team this past
champs,
year,
and he's been
and doing it with that supporting cast offensively.
Exactly. So as we think about who else will be in that top 5, certainly in that top 10, it just had me wondering about other names, and I probably should have looked at the list a little bit more closely so I would have answers to these questions.
The way that it's scheduled, it's put out right now on NFL.com, it's not very easy. They have it in increments of 10, and I have to tab over between every group, so it's really hard to find who's been named and who hasn't been named. I imagine when they announce the top 10 tomorrow afternoon, they'll have a full top 100 list, but I don't just have the first 90 players from 100 down to 20 or to 11 just yet.
Right.
But we know at least 4 of them, those 2 quarterbacks, and then we know Trent and Christian McCaffrey will be up there.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I see Amon-Ra at 23 and Penei Sewell, the recently paid Penei Sewell at 22. Both said 27 feels a little low to me.
He was 4 last year, and he dropped 23 spots from 4 to 27.
Yeah, that is a little bit
disrespectful from his peers.
Somewhat, but he did have a little bit of a quieter year, so to speak. Certainly from the sack numbers and the impact, maybe a little bit of a slow start. So I wonder if that played in. Travis Kelce is another one that I don't think we've seen. So we're kind of picking our way through who will be.
Chris Jones, is Chris Jones up there? The Chiefs going to have 3 in the top 10?
They might. I mean, they'd be worthy, right? Being back-to-back champs. And I'm not sure if we've seen Max Crosby on the list yet. And again, I know it's difficult to have to go through every 10 players, and I'm kind of doing the same thing. I see Cooper Kupp at 69, so there's another guy that, wouldn't be up there. And I can't imagine that Puka Nacua, even off a fantastic rookie year, I can't imagine that he'd be in the top 10.
No, not in the top 10.
No, and I'm trying to find him at all on this list.
Puka's 33rd.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've run down just about all the names who will be in that top 10, and I haven't yet seen Max Crosby.
Max Crosby's probably up there too. He's been incredible for the Raiders.
So you got Mahomes and Kelce. You've got Lamar and Crosby. You've got McCaffrey and Trent Williams.
Probably Myles Garrett as well.
Yep. And TJ Watt is another one that I named that I don't think that we've seen. So that's 8 of the top 10. And, 888-957-9570 if you think that we've missed a couple of clear-cut guys who are going to be on that list. But it is an interesting list based on what you were saying. This is voted on by the players. So players voting on players, not media know-it-alls who really don't know that much. These are players who are going up against these guys and saying, yeah, these are the real ones. These are the dudes we have to worry about.
So it's interesting. Brock Purdy, 28th. The 28th best player in the NFL. I think kind of depending on how you, I don't know, maybe it's just how you view the world. You might think that's really high. You might think that's really low. I mean, Brock Purdy is ranked higher than Joe Burrow by his peers. And maybe part of that is Joe Burrow coming off of another major injury. And, you know, he's kind of been in and out of the lineup, although when he's been in, he's been incredible. But you also look, Dibs, at what Brock Purdy did this past season. And, I mean, he was the NFL favorite basically for the vast majority of the regular season. And he was a finalist for the MVP award, yet there's 6 other quarterbacks that will be ranked ahead of him in this list. He'll be the 7th ranked quarterback. Ultimately, I was expecting him to be a little bit lower. I thought 28, a little bit of a surprise in a good way for Brock Purdy. I didn't think that his peers would be so, I don't know, eager to vote for him that high up the list. I mean, he's ranked higher than Deebo Samuel, than Brandon Ayuk, than Dre Greenlaw on this Niners team, which I'm not sure I would have expected that going in.
Yeah, and I think that the players understand what he's doing and how good it is that he's doing that. And, you know, it's more of a fan and a media construct when we look at where he was drafted and Mr. Irrelevant and all the rest of it. If you're playing against Brock Purdy and you see the success he's had in 2 years and the fact that he already has 4 playoff victories, which is more than a majority of the guys on this list, and I think he's top 25 all time among quarterback playoff wins already in 2 years with 4. It's mind-boggling, but he's gone out there and he's gotten it done already in 2 years in the playoffs. He's got more playoff wins than Cousins, and he's got more playoff wins than Love, than Dak, than the majority of the quarterbacks in the NFL. And so because of that, I think the players put some respect on his game more than fans in the media.
One of the best parts of this whole award or this whole voting process, the NFL Top 100, which again is voted on every year by players. And shout out to the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. He says that list is peer evaluated and based on performance from last season. Shout out to Chris A. from Oakland. Appreciate that. Who knows exactly how much the players follow those rules and restrictions, but that is what it is supposed to be. And also the 415 tweeting out, I think, the list of 10 that we ran through. So the top 10 in some order will be Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, and TJ Watt. That's the top 10 in some order. We'll see how it all comes out. But what's the best part, in my opinion, of these lists is for every player in the top 100, NFL Films puts together a little video package where you get all these little blurbs and comments from some of the players that were complimentary of this player. And I pulled Brock Purdy's little top 100 NFL video, edited it out because there's some, things that there's just music and you see a highlight going in the background. So it's edited a little bit, but Brock Purdy, it's a little bit long here, 2.5 minutes, but I wanted to play it because it is kind of eye-opening what some of his peers and his opponents said about him. You'll hear from Greg Newsome, a corner on the Cleveland Browns. You'll hear from Harrison Phillips, Vikings defensive tackle, Tristan Wirfs, who we talked about earlier today, Tampa offensive lineman who just signed and reset the offensive tackle market. Alex Highsmith, a Pittsburgh linebacker. Alec Ingold, a Miami fullback, who I think you guys had on the show at some point last year leading up to the Super Bowl. Yeah. And he was an awesome guy. You'll hear from him. Kirk Cousins as well at the very end. And there's a couple of familiar voices. You'll hear from Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle as well. But here is the NFL Films NFL Top 100 video dedicated to Brock Purdy, who came in at number 28.
The San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy, a quarterback from Iowa State.
Definitely not Mr. Irrelevant. He's really relevant now in the NFL.
Brocky, we with you, baby. We riding with you.
It's amazing how many people missed in this draft on this guy. He is amazing.
He may be relevant, but some regard him not as a top-flight quarterback, but merely a game manager.
People have this misunderstanding that he's just surrounded by weapons and it's just easy to give, screens to Christian and Deebo and George. But continually you see him push the ball downfield and make big plays.
I don't think he was a game manager. Honestly, we treated him as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Throws the ball at the right time every single time. He's a guy where if you're caught slipping, he's going to find you.
He's got my respect. He came out and he did great against us.
He can sit in that pocket and then throw it, and he can also escape and make plays with his legs as well. So, he's very versatile.
Sets in the pocket right there, and he's not even just going to take off and run. He's going to reset and look again and then run. That is a gift not everybody has.
You do see him scramble to make plays with his legs and scramble to throw. And when you have a quarterback like that, it's really tough to defend.
Brock's playing at an incredibly high level. He's throwing dots, as Brandon Ayuk would say, and you see him all over the tape.
High-level decision, awareness, and throw. That's a very small window. That is very accurate that far downfield. What a throw under pressure right there. It's usually what separates the best. Can you see it all right when you're taking the hit?
I mean, he is the reason why the Niners are so successful. You talk about all the other mouths to feed. You have all these superstars all over the field. Yeah, well, Brock Purdy is the guy that's feeding them all and putting them in positions to succeed.
My favorite part of Brock Purdy's year was the NFC Championship game. Seeing him getting up with ripped leggings, bloody nose, and he's still dishing the ball out to go to the Super Bowl. Like, just dialed in, running around, throwing darts.
Purdy has hurt Detroit with his legs today as a runner and a passer.
What are they down 24-7? In a playoff game? Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Put some respect on your name!
You can't doubt that man anymore after that.
Well, I think he's doing everything the great quarterbacks in this league do. I mean, he's making explosive plays. He's making plays off schedule. He's accurate. I told him after we played him that, you're only in year 2. And I can't imagine doing the things you're doing when I was in my second year. And I think his best football's ahead of me.
There it is.
Yeah,
that was
wow.
Kirk Cousins at the very end saying, I think the best football is still ahead of you. It's amazing what you're doing in year 2. I couldn't imagine doing what you're doing at year 2. A lot of really high praise from Purdy's peers.
Yeah, and Tony Romo, a lot in there, talking about, the footwork and setting up and then resetting and still having the ability to look downfield. And I know that's one thing that Brock Purdy does so well, and yet he's talked in this preseason about wanting to get better at, and that's decision-making. And already as a second-year quarterback last year, you could see how good he was at real-time decision-making and, being able to decipher what the defense is doing and make the correct play, and yet he still wants to get better. And he's a guy who you can tell that just grinds every day to try to improve, even coming off a year where he took his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and you hear all of these comments, and obviously, I mean, they're pulling the things that are being complimentary said about Brock Purdy. Not that anyone in these videos and in this process that the NFL goes through every year is ragging on him, but Greg Newsome, a corner for the Cleveland Browns, saying, he'll catch you slipping. If you make a mistake defensively, he always finds the right guy to throw to. He's always throwing it on target. Alex Highsmith, the Pittsburgh linebacker, was reminiscing on week 1 last year when Purdy just absolutely killed that really, really good Pittsburgh defense. He didn't seem too happy to be reminiscing about that moment, which I thought was kind of funny. Alec Ingold, as we talked about, who came on the show leading up to the Super Bowl last year, talking about his favorite Purdy moment was the NFC Championship game comeback, and spoken like a true fullback, talking about how Purdy's got ripped leggings and he's got a bloody mouth because he got hit in the face, and that's his favorite moment, seeing him grit his teeth and going out there and bringing his team back. Kyle Juszczyk saying, quote, he is the reason we're so successful. And it's one thing coming from, I guess, a teammate. Maybe that doesn't mean as much coming from an opponent, but still, hearing all of these people and all of these pros across the league speak in such a glowing light, I think about Brock Purdy, it means a whole lot more than, no offense, you or me or any of us talking about what we see in Brock. Hearing it from all these guys, it carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, no offense taken, because you're right. When that's where this top 100 list, and they've got him in the top 30, means even more than all the praise from analysts and former players. These are people who are still currently playing, and they look at a guy not based on how much he's made, but what he's doing on the field, and the ability to make the right throw most of the time and lead a very complex offense and share the ball and spread it around and earn the number 1 seed in the NFC and take your team to the Super Bowl. Those are all things that deserve to be recognized, and they were in that piece and also by his peers.
925 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, though, but bro got the whole top 100 players on his team. Come on now. You do have 8 of his teammates that are in the top 100. That gets back to a conversation we were talking about earlier. Would Brock be the same guy without all that talent? The NFL player base is saying, well, yeah, he's got some good players, but he's still a top 30 player and the 7th best quarterback in the NFL, according to his peers. The only ones that are better, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and C.J. Stroud. That is it. That's the list ahead of him, which, I don't know, you could maybe argue with a couple of those. C.J. Stroud, perhaps. Dak Prescott, perhaps. Maybe you feel a certain way about Jalen Hurts. But top 7, that doesn't feel too disrespectful to me.
No, and I do also, think that you go back to the Jimmy Garoppolo days, and Jimmy Garoppolo had largely the same group of talent around him that Brock Purdy has.
I wonder if Garoppolo was ever in this list. I'm going to look that up.
I would bet that he was, but probably not in the top 30. And it's because Brock Purdy elevates the players around him, and Jimmy Garoppolo had basically the same group around him. I think he had Debo and he had Brandon. I don't think that he had Christian, maybe for a game before Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. I can't remember the timing on when McCaffrey came and when Garoppolo got injured, but the point being he largely had the same group of skill guys around him, and now we want to hold it against Brock Purdy. It just doesn't seem right to me.
So in the list that came out in the offseason, the 2020 offseason, the year after the Niners lost in the Super Bowl, the offseason that followed that, so after Jimmy's first full year as a starter of the 49ers, when he led them to the Super Bowl, he finished 43rd on the NFL's top 100.
Okay.
Honestly, probably a little higher than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But if you put yourselves back in those shoes back then, I mean, he had a pretty darn good season that year. I know it ended with him overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders in the Super Bowl and kind of went downhill from there. But yeah, I guess that's fair.
It's definitely fair. And then we didn't really see Jimmy's warts as much until, you saw him at times, but you also saw a quarterback get you to the Super Bowl. So you were a little bit more willing to forgive it. And then you see what Brock has done with largely the same guys around him. And he's had bigger years and better years and taken the team as deep as Jimmy Garoppolo did in a shorter period of time. So you can see just by watching football that Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, no
and he's
doubt.
only 2 years into it.
No doubt. And his peers have voted him as the 28th best player in the NFL, 7th highest ranked quarterback in the league. And the Niners have 9 players in the top 100. They are the best roster in football, and it's not close. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. When we come back, we've got 1 hour left to get into. I want to hear some from Brock Purdy, by the way, not necessarily about this, about some other things and how he feels going into his 3rd season in the NFL. We can get into that. We can take your calls on training camp concerns, anything you want to get into Niners related. If you want to talk Giants, I got things to say about Logan Webb as well. You can give us a call, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Mark Willard on this Thursday. We're back with more on the other side here on 95.7 The Game. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Football's officially back, Dibs.
Oh, I'm here for it. Let's go.
We got the TV turned to the Hall of Fame game. We're about to kick off in 5 minutes or so, and that officially kicks off the new season of NFL football.
Let's go. It's the first of many meaningless games giving way to a long series of meaningful games.
Yes, and all of the soon-to-be enshrined Pro Football Hall of Famers walking on to the field as we speak right now before the Bears and Texans kick off this Hall of Fame preseason game. And right now it's Patrick Willis, Niner legend.
Yeah.
Soaking up his moment at midfield.
He's awesome. And I got a chance to chop it up with him last year at halftime during a game. And it just strikes me whenever I see players like Patrick Willis where, they seem larger than life and these guys are just incredible athletes and all the rest of it.
So vicious on the field.
And then you see him, and he's about 5'10". And now he's obviously not as big as when he played, but
he's still pretty big.
And you see him, though, and it's like, oh, my God, the amount of violence, football violence that these guys are able to inflict at that size. And, you see him out there just absolutely controlling a game. And, in street clothes, obviously he's big, and you look at him and you go, man, it's still fit and just chiseled and all the rest of it. But you always imagine these guys are like 6'5" and 370, and some of them are, but people like Patrick Willis is a great example. He's just all business.
Yeah.
5'10", 5'11", and probably played at about 210 and just ruining people.
One of the meanest dudes on the field.
Right.
But then in his case, and a lot of other people's case, but in his case, also one of the nicest dudes off the field.
No doubt.
Yeah. Great Niner. And I remember the news the day that he kind of out of nowhere retired. And it was, I don't remember exactly what year. What was that? Like 2014? Somewhere around there. And I was, a teenager at that point. But it was one of the Saturdays of my childhood growing up because Patrick Willis was like the first real key cog in a 49er team that was successful in my lifetime, at least that I can remember, because for the vast majority of my life growing up, the Niners were not very good. I remember the very, very tail end of the Jeff Garcia era where they went to the playoffs a couple of times. They had that crazy comeback against the New York Giants in the playoffs. But the majority of my life growing up was J.T. O'Sullivan, the quarterback, Sean Hill, the quarterback, early years of Alex Smith, and all the offensive coordinators every year. And it was just bad team. And then finally Patrick Willis came around. He was like the first star I could wrap my arms around. And then, of course, the team's success with Jim Harbaugh happened. And then, out of nowhere, Patrick Willis retired, and it felt like a part of my childhood went with it. I remember that day. I'll never forget that. I was very sad when he hung him up.
Yeah, very sad. And, you look at the career, and I think he was a Pro Bowler every year, and he was an All-Pro virtually every year. And, it feels like the career was cut shorter than what you would have wanted. I know he had some foot problems late in his career, but, he was so dominant, and alongside Navarro Bowman, just another great linebacker tandem in Niner history. And you think about what could have been if they could have just gotten over the hump and gotten that Super Bowl. But today's his day, and actually Saturday, really, when he gets enshrined. And congratulations, not the last guy on that team to go in. Frank Gore, I believe, gets on the ballot for the first time next year when he's 5 years removed. He retired in 2020. So he'll get a chance to, not this cycle, but next year in the voting cycle. And he probably won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but Frank Gore is going in the Hall of Fame as well.
He's a Hall of Famer.
No doubt.
No doubt about it. Maybe he didn't have any individual seasons that rival some of the greatest seasons for running backs, but when you consider his career as a whole, there's few that have had better careers than Frank Gore. And part of what makes this coming season so important for the Niners, and maybe it's not as important for emotional reasons for, say, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, although they know all those guys that were on the Harbaugh era teams. But for me as a fan, and I think for a lot of Niner fans, it was sad seeing that era of Niner greats retire and leave the franchise without a ring. Joe Staley not getting a ring, Frank Gore not getting a ring, Patrick Willis not getting a ring, Justin Smith, although he was elsewhere and then came here not getting a ring. All those guys that are Niner legends that retired without a ring. And if the Niners don't get it done in a year or in a couple of years, in 3 years, you could be looking at another era of Niner greats that gave you so many awesome moments, but that you weren't able to bring a ring home for us. That's what makes this coming year so important. Is obviously you want to win for obvious reasons, but you want these guys to get what they deserve, which is a Super Bowl ring, and to be able to hold on to that forever.
Yeah, and if you just look at this team, and I was close on Patrick Willis. He was a Pro Bowler 7 of the 8 years. And the 8th year, he only played 6 games. So his first 7, Pro Bowler, and he was an All-Pro in 6 of the first 7. So sometimes you don't need to have a long career to make it into the Hall of Fame. But if we just look at this team and what you were talking about, Mark, and if this group doesn't get over the line and you think about what could have been, well, you've got Trent Williams, who is a Hall of Famer. He might be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Sometimes, you get up against other people when you have your first year of eligibility and you don't get in, but I think Trent will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Right now, George Kittle is a guy who is on somewhat of a Hall of Fame track. Christian McCaffrey,
no doubt,
is a guy who could be a Hall of Famer.
Trent Williams, a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, well, he's first ballot, so he's the no doubter. And then you think about who else on this roster, either you get to probably, will be, might be, could be, and you look at. I don't know if I would put George Kittle as a probably. McCaffrey, I'd put in the probably. I think he's already done enough to where he's probably 2 or 3 more really good years away from being in that conversation. Kittle's a guy who he has a good chance. And then you look at
Bosa maybe in that.
Bosa, Fred Warner.
Fred Warner, I think for sure.
I'd put Fred Warner way to go.
A leg up on Bosa, I think. Just because Fred Warner's been around for a little bit longer. And I think
Bosa has been DPOY. And, Bosa's going to be a guy who might get to that magic number of sacks when you start talking about 100 sacks. And then you get,
Fred Warner for like 5 years now has been almost universally thought of as the best linebacker in the league.
Yeah, and that's fair. And, you can look at the Luke Kuechly comp because Luke Kuechly, I don't know if he's in this class, if he got voted in this time, but he's going to be a Hall of Famer, even though he played only 5 or 6 years and had to, bow out due to injury. I know that he was on the ballot. I thought that he was among the finalists. I don't have the exact class this year in front of me, but just interesting to think about who on this team will get to the Hall of Fame. And I think you might be looking at a group right now, this roster, where you're going to have between 3 and possibly 6 Hall of Famers on this team. And so it would be a shame if they didn't get it done. And you already mentioned they've got 9 of the NFL top 100 players as voted on by the fellow players. So you have the best roster in football. You've got multiple future Hall of Famers and a guy who's widely regarded as one of the 2 or 3 best coaches in football. Other than injury, you got no excuses.
You got to get it done.
It's Super Bowl or bust, Mark Willard. And I know you're on your way back from the airport right now. Hear me say it now and hear it again all year. It is Super Bowl or bust.
Mark Willard is not here to disagree with you. It's Super Bowl or bust. You got to get it done. You have to get it done. No doubt. And it's something that's going to launch us into a tangentially related conversation, something that Brock Purdy said on the TK show earlier this week with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, the show, part of the Odyssey family. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts, including the free Odyssey app, including on our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/957thegame. TK, Tim Kawakami, asked Brock if he has gone back and rewatched the Super Bowl and what that experience is like for him. And here's what Purdy said.
I mean, it hurt a little bit just watching, because we all know the end result, which, sort of sucked. But I think more than anything, it was pretty encouraging just knowing that, that was my second year in the NFL. We're in the biggest stage and I could have done this better, or, the good plays, I did make those plays. And so those are confidence boosters that I can continue to build off of. So it goes back and forth. But to look at the big picture of things, I was like, I was playing a Super Bowl this past year and coming off of UCL, there was a lot of grinding and mental stuff that I was going through last year. And then to be able to learn from plays in the Super Bowl, that's pretty special. Not a lot of guys get to experience that, whether you did good or bad. There's not a lot of guys that have gotten to that moment and have been able to learn from it. So I'm very grateful that I was able to go and play in those moments. And And now I got to learn from it.
I'm fully aware, Dibs, that I think what I'm about to say is going to be a very unpopular take. It kind of grinds my gears a little bit, Brock Purdy answering that question the way that he did, and this is really unfair to Brock Purdy. But he kind of had the aw shucks, like, oh, I'm only in my second year in the league and I'm already playing in the Super Bowl. Like, it's too bad that we lost it, and I hope in the future I can be better. But it goes to what you were just talking about and what we're talking about, how important this upcoming season is. And it's entirely unfair to Brock because everything he said is right. It was his second year in the league. He's entering his third season, his second as the team starting quarterback, his first coming off of a normal offseason. The expectation for him should not be lead this team to the Super Bowl or it's considered a failure, but that's the reality, and that's the reality facing this 49er team. You've got 9 of the top 100 players in the NFL, 3 or 4 or 5 future Hall of Famers. It's Super Bowl or it's a failure, in my opinion, and it grinds my gears just a little bit to hear Brock Purdy almost not wipe it off and not let it just roll off his shoulder, but oh shucks, this is only my second year. It's cool that I was in the Super Bowl. This is unbelievable. And it is. But the unfair reality of Brock Purdy's situation is we're holding you to a much higher standard than we do to any other second-year, third-year quarterback in the NFL.
That's fair, but I also like the way he is approaching it because in your second year, you make it to the Super Bowl, and there were things that he could have done better, things that they all could have done better, but your roster's loaded, and so, yeah, you look back at the game, you use it as a learning tool, and then you get ready for another season. And I think if things play out this year the way they did last year, and you make it that deep again and you fall short, he's going to have a different reaction. If he makes it back a second time to the Super Bowl, a third straight year for him to be in the conference championship game, and if you fall short again, he's going to have more of the reaction maybe that you're looking for, less aw shucks, more Schmidt, and exactly. I think he's going to be a little bit angrier because they all know what we talk about, which is your window, and your window is not closing at the end of this year. But as Brock starts to get closer to that payday, the reality in a salary cap league is you're not going to be able to pay everybody, and he knows that, and they all know that, and so right now you got a quarterback on a rookie deal. Third year of a rookie deal, that affords you a lot of luxuries at every other position on the field, and you won't have that coming up. So it's not that the window's closing, but the best chance to get it done is last year and maybe this year. Certainly last year, because you didn't have injuries and you had everything kind of line up for you, and your quarterback progressed and played great, and you got to the end of the year and you got into overtime. For crying out loud, with a chance to still win the Super Bowl. And I know that this is all too soon for you, and I see you shaking your head, and yeah, there's many things you can lament about last year, but the positive takeaway is you made it to the Super Bowl with a quarterback on a rookie deal, and he's still on that deal.
I'm just sick of positive takeaways.
I know. Well, and now's the time for it because, you're about a week away from starting the preseason. 3 meaningless preseason games to whittle down the roster, and then I think it's 5 weeks from Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers comes to town with the Jets, Jets, and it all begins for real. So at that point, whatever happened last year in the Super Bowl, it's already meaningless, but we can still look back a little bit and rue the day and remember where we were and how we felt and all the rest of it. But come 5 weeks from Monday, when this new year gets underway, it's time to turn the page and figure out if you can get it going and do it again.
Yeah. It's less for me about like the mistakes or why you lost the Super Bowl last time. And it's more like, I don't know, the overall mindset going into the next year and trying to like jump into that locker room and especially for the guys who have been here year after year after year, like Kittle and Juszczyk. And to a lesser extent, but Debo as well, because Debo was on that first team that lost in the Super Bowl. But specifically those carryovers from the 2019 season to now. And Trent Williams is not. I mean, it was Joe Staley, the left tackle, that 2019 season. But it was Debo, and it was Kittle, and it was Juszczyk. And on defense, it was Fred Warner and a couple of others. Dre Greenlaw, Greenlaw a rookie that year, or was he the following year? There's a smaller group of players that were on 2019 that are still on this team now. It's the core of this team, but it's not a gigantic number. Those players, I feel like, leave the Super Bowl, this most recent Super Bowl, with a little bit of a different taste than the first-timers do, than Brock Purdy does. Maybe to a lesser extent, Ayuk, because Ayuk's had the heartbreak of a couple of conference championship game losses as well. But it is a little different, and it's nothing against Brock Purdy. It's the natural way to feel. But you got to capitalize on this opportunity when you have it. And if you don't capitalize this season, you might not have that chance placed in front of you once again. I'm sure this team is feeling that way behind the scenes. But that almost sort of, shucks. It's so cool that I'm playing in the Super Bowl in my second year in the NFL. I am very much, I think, in the minority here, but it does just annoy me just a little bit because these windows shut awfully quick, and you might not ever get back to the Super Bowl again. That might have been the one chance for this group. It might have been the last chance. Might have been your last best chance, but you mentioned who had the taste in their mouth from before, and it was Kyle Juszczyk, and it's Debo, George Kittle, Nick Bosa. I didn't mention Bosa. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw were both on that team. So these are all players who probably had a different reaction than Brock Purdy. And you're Brock, and you're thinking, aw shucks and gee whiz, that was pretty fun. I just quarterbacked the Super Bowl, totally. 2 years in, I know. He's got 2 conference championship games and a Super Bowl appearance. That's pretty cool. So you're not thinking about the end of days, and it's kind of like the way I look at you and Lucas a lot of times, because you're 28 and he's 32, and the way that you go about approaching not only your average day, but your life. Like, you have a lot more in front of you than the 55-year-old Dan Dibley, as I used my third-person reference of the day. I look at things differently because I'm a full generation deeper into it, and so, I've gone through the heartbreak of life, and you guys have a little bit more. You should. You don't a lot of times have that default to the positive outlook. But at 28, you really should, because, heck, you got another 40 years of work life ahead of you, and you've got... Don't remind me. You got everything in front of you, and you got opportunities, and you've got, career changes if you want to do it. You've got love to find and love to lose and all the rest of it. And so I look at Brock Purdy losing the Super Bowl. Of course, he's going to be a little aw shucks, and not that he expects to be there every year, but for him, Mr. Irrelevant, going from Iowa State to quarterbacking in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, that's pretty cool. It's an amazing story. Yeah, and you come back with a roster largely still intact and, a team that still is in a Super Bowl window. Yeah. We have our first touchdown of the preseason, Dibs. Yeah, betting the under is probably not a great move. Oh, I didn't place my bet. You should have fade the dibber. Dang it. First drive touchdown. Yeah. Oh. And a 4th down conversion in there as well. Oh, man. Yeah, Davis Mills, a touchdown to Tegan Quatoriano, tight end for the Texans. We all know Tegan Quatoriano. I'm trying to find other Niners who were holdovers from the last Super Bowl, and I think that might be the end of the list. It's not a big list. No, that's been a lot of roster churn. The core of the team. Mitch Wishnowsky. He counts. The punter. He does count. Yeah, no more Robbie Gould. He does not count. He's not here anymore. You got Laken Tomlinson and Solomon Thomas and Kwaski Tart. Wow. Jimmy Justin Ward. School. Yeah. Anyway. Richard Sherman was the corner on that team. Richie James. Yep. Aziz Al-Shair. Yeah. As we talk about great linebackers. He was a good linebacker for this team. Yeah, he was. Yeah. And that was just 4 years ago. 4 seasons. The 2019 season. Yeah. And the roster is entirely different. You got that core, but like another 4 years, not all of that core is going to be here. Right. Maybe Fred's still here. Maybe a couple, Trent Williams isn't going to be here in 4 years. You never know. George Kittle might not be here in 4 years. And that is a good way to kind of measure the change that has happened in just those 4 Super Bowls, because we just named, 5, maybe 6 holdovers, counting the punter, from 4 years from then to now. And if you think about, where you would be, like the running back, Tevin Coleman gone, Garoppolo gone, Emmanuel Sanders gone,
The entire offensive line changed over. School, Tomlinson, Richburg, Person, and McGlinchey.
God, that offensive line. Oh, my God.
I'm giving you
the bane of my existence. Oh, my God.
We'll compare that to last year's offensive line was criticized a lot with the Killer Bees and then with
down the stretch in that Super Bowl, too. Hey.
Yeah, so I do think that you make a good point about Super Bowl windows and, 4 years from now, is Debo still here? Ayuk, Kittle, Trent, McCaffrey. I mean, you might have all those guys gone.
Yeah.
Over the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And that's just a natural.
I would imagine Bosa and Fred Warner probably still here, but I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, Purdy will still be here, obviously, but he wasn't on that first Super Bowl team. But
even Fred Warner, you would be 4 years from now, he'd be 31, 32. And, we were talking before about Patrick Willis and how he just played 8 years. He played 7 years. In year 8, he got hurt, and that was it. And, you have a linebacker who plays like Fred with the speed, with the violence. It's tough to ask these guys to play, 12 and 14 years in a career. That's a big ask.
It is, which is why this upcoming season is so dang important for the 49ers. But one thing that is kind of hanging over the 49ers' head as they try to embark on this new season is contract statuses for a number of guys. Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams looking for new or updated deals. And then you have, beyond that, the future contract extension for Brock Purdy. And I thought one thing that was really interesting that I heard, who was it? It was what Tim Kawakami said with you guys on this station, on this show just last week. You guys were asking him about what Ayuk is searching for. And it was people, essentially, what Kawakami said was people within the 49ers locker room taking note of what happened with Nick Bosa last year. And Nick Bosa was kind of the rare Niner who won the offseason contract negotiation extension battle with the Niners. He was willing to sit all the way until potentially into the regular season. The Niners were not comfortable with that. So ultimately they were willing to give Bosa what he was asking for. Other players saw that, and now they know what's coming up on the horizon, which is a Brock Purdy mega contract. And they're seeing, one, I want what Bosa got, which was winning the negotiation, holding out as long as I possibly can and getting everything that I can. But I got to do it now because what's coming up 6 months from now when the season is over is Brock Purdy maybe making $60 million a year, and there's not going to be room for anybody else to renegotiate their deals and get that big money. So it's probably part of the reason why McCaffrey wanted to do it now. It's certainly part of the reason why Ayuk wants to do it now, although that's kind of the natural progression of things. And it's definitely part of the reason why Trent Williams wants to get it done now, because the Niners and their players can kind of see the timer running low.
Yeah.
Running low on the amount of time that you can negotiate these deals when the team still has a little bit of flexibility.
And they do have a lot of cap room right now and cap room that they can carry over into next year. I think it's a reported $30 million that they have right now under the cap. So if you're Trent, you see the future and the deal that Brock Purdy is going to get, and the owner already signaled that he's going to get the contract that he wants, and there's going to be no mystery about it, and that contract probably gets done early in the cycle. And so if you're Trent and Christian, you're thinking, I need to get my piece of the pie now, because like you said, down the road, it's going to be a little bit tougher to do so. And Brandon Ayuk, to me, falls a little bit under the Klay Thompson umbrella, where you're a victim of timing because the Warriors don't make the playoffs in the year where Klay's a free agent, and it's the year where you were over the second apron, and now you can't be above the second apron 2 years in a row, so you're going to cut costs anyway. And so the year where he kind of comes up is the worst time to be coming up. And for Brandon Ayuk, Debo's been paid, McCaffrey with a restructure, Trent wants a restructure, and George Kittle's making big money, and all of a sudden it's your turn. The same year that the wide receiver market explodes as well. And so you're thinking, all right.
On one hand, good timing.
Exactly.
On the other hand,
maybe not great timing because, the team is maybe a little bit reluctant to pay two guys at that position that much money. So all these things are timing based. And it's also, like you said, with an eye toward Brock Purdy's contract.
Yeah, no doubt. When Brock Purdy gets $60 million a year or in that area, the Niners are not going to have the ability to meet everyone else's demands. if Trent Williams waits a year and then asks to update his contract, Niners might not be able to do it a year from now because they already would have lined up that Brock Purdy extension in all likelihood. We talked about Brock Purdy, his appearance with Tim Kawakami on the TK show. Tim asked Brock if he's thinking about that potential contract extension, which is coming as early as next offseason.
Man, I think that's just what comes with playing this position in the NFL. Obviously, if you're on a team that's successful and you're a part of the growth and success of it, and you do your role well, then there's a reward for it. Obviously, the quarterbacks get paid the most in the league. But for me and myself, I don't look at that as to why I'm playing this game. I love this game because I've been playing it since I was a kid. And if you were to tell me growing up that you get to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, the first thing I would think of would be money. The first thing I would think about is, dude, I love the game, the sport, the competitive nature that comes with it, and leading a team to wins and grinding through losses together, all those things, man. That's the love of the game that I've had for it. And so reminding myself of that, of why I'm here and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and that's what has gotten me here. That's where my mindset's at.
That's a better. For me, I love that answer from Brock Purdy.
Right.
Not about the money. I just love playing this game. It's just what comes with the territory. I mean, he's right. He's probably still going to fight for every dollar that he possibly can, and it's well within his rights to do that. But that's just what happens when you are a successful quarterback in this league. It doesn't matter if you're the best quarterback in the league, you're going to be broken off a ton of money.
And it's easier to say it now because he's a year away from even having those conversations. So there's no pressure on him contract-wise. The pressure's on him to play well. So his focus is on having him have a good year, having his team have a good year. And if that happens, everything works itself out from there. You stay healthy, you put up good numbers, and you have a successful season that hopefully culminates in a Super Bowl. But even if it doesn't, and he has a good year, you get to next off season, and he knows what's coming, and it's going to be the big bag, the really, really big bag.
No doubt.
And so
maybe the biggest bag in the history of the NFL.
Could be a historically big bag. You're right. But between now and then, there's really nothing he can do other than play good football and have his team win games.
Yeah, and not really think about that as best you can. As difficult as that would be, Dibs, if I figured I was about to be broken off $60 million a year 6 months from now, I would not be able to focus.
It'd be tough. Yeah, absolutely. It'd be hard. But it's made even more difficult by the fact that you're in a very, very dangerous game. And historically that injuries happen when you play a little tentatively. And you're on a team that's really good. So you can't let your teammates down. You're still trying to take a couple of steps forward in your career, but you're right. You know what's coming in, let's even call it 6 months from now, because you get to March, and March would be 7 months. So we'll call it 7 months from now. It's tough to go from here to there and stay in the moment when you know that it might be $300 million awaiting you in 7 months.
And to your point about how violent this sport is, that's maybe where the conversation with Brandon Ayuk comes in, because Ayuk maybe, potentially, it seems relatively logical to me, the Niners might be forcing Ayuk to play on the 5th-year option. And if you're Brandon Ayuk, okay, it's a decent payday still, $14 million for this coming season? But it's also, what if I get hurt, guys? And that hurts my future earnings. So maybe that threat, that possibility, Dibs, is something that encourages Ayuk to ultimately perhaps take a couple $1 million off his asking prices to get it done earlier, to give himself that safety net. Maybe it's not the full safety net he was originally hoping for, but that threat of potential injury might be the reason that the Niners ultimately win that negotiation.
Could be. And it all comes down to what that guaranteed number is, as we've talked about it. We've talked this thing into the ground. But, if you're Brandon and you're thinking about, can I bring myself to play for $26 million when I really want 29? Well, easy for me to take a step back and say, yeah, you take the 26. You take a 4-year deal for $104 million, and you get $40 million guaranteed, and you go play football. But there's the ego part of it, there's the agent part of it, and the Players Association, and all the rest of it where, the Players Union, and they're all thinking, don't take less. You need to keep that bar high for the next generation of wide receivers. So there are other forces other than just let me get some money here so I can, really be rich. for the rest of my life.
Let's go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Anthony is in the Mission. He wants to chime in on how important this upcoming season is for the Niners. Anthony, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. How you doing today, Anthony?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. There's two key things that you just said, how important the season is for this team, and also all the powers and decisions and meetings are going on at the back door. But for me as a fan, this is it. This is it. I don't care if you have to pay whatever, but this season is all hands on deck. We're tired. We're almost there, but we're not. And I don't know. They got to pull the lever, whatever needs to happen, to just get a win this season. I'll wait another 5-7 years for another Super Bowl because I've been waiting for 20 years or more. I don't count.
Closer to 30, Anthony.
Yep.
Yeah. Not in my lifetime. Not in my lifetime. They've won a Super Bowl.
Jeez.
Last one was just before I was born.
95, right, when they won it? And you were born in 96. That's a shame.
I've not seen another Super Bowl in my lifetime. So I'm with you, Anthony. You got to put all of your eggs in this basket. All of them. And I think to the Niners' point, or to fair and a point in the on the Niners' side, is they've done a pretty dang good job at going all in. I remember the weeks leading up to the McCaffrey trade. I remember some of the conversation being, well, I mean, this team is already really good without McCaffrey. Do you want to give up a lot of draft capital to get him in here? And maybe he makes the offense a little bit better, but does he make them that much better? Like, they were already really, really, really good. And this was even before Brock came onto the scene. This was after Trey broke his ankle and Jimmy Garoppolo then stepped in. And it was kind of status quo for the Niners at that point. But they pulled the trigger and they went and they got Christian McCaffrey. And then at the deadline last year, they get Chase Young and they had all these different players. And I know Chase Young didn't really pan out all that well. But to the Niners' credit, Dibs, and to what Anthony is talking about, maybe they'll do it again if they have the opportunity this trade deadline. But the last couple of years, I think they've sensed what we're all sensing. Time is running out to get this done on your quarterback's rookie deal, and you've got to be as aggressive as possible to make sure you take advantage. Because what the Niners are doing right now, it's a cheat code. What they have with their quarterback situation. It is a cheat code. There's no other team in the NFL that has a roster like the Niners do, and it's because Brock Purdy's making less than $1 million. This is a cheat code, and they got to take advantage.
I do think that the Texans are going to try to emulate that with C.J. Stroud on his rookie deal. He looked great last year, and I know he was a first-round pick, so his number's a lot bigger than what Brock Purdy's is, but this year in the offseason, they started to surround him with more talent, trying to do that very thing, maximize the quarterback on the rookie deal. And I do think the Niners have been aggressive. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. They dealt 4 draft picks, a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and a 5th for Christian McCaffrey. And at the time, it felt like, oh boy, maybe that's too many picks for a guy he's had some injury concerns. And well, that sure has looked like a great deal. And you paid big money to Trent Williams. And I do think that they've tried to load this roster as much as they can. And now that you have Brock for 2 more years on this rookie deal, I would look to them to be aggressive again at the trade deadline. And I don't know what piece they'd even need right now. Maybe the linebacking situation turns out to be an area of need. Looks like, and Larry Krueger joined us last hour, he's a little concerned about the defensive front, having the run game,
the run defense,
with losing Armstead from last year. And you mentioned Chase Young, and they had Cleveland Ferrell, and neither one of them was really able to set the edge. Ferrell more than Young, but when he got hurt, all of a sudden you were exposed on the other side of the line from Bosa. So there might be areas that you need to address at the deadline, but the Niners have the luxury of waiting and seeing.
Yeah, you add Leonard Floyd, who's more of a pass rusher than a run stopper. You hope that Javon Hargrave has a much better season than he did last year. He was kind of a disappointment. I mean, that's another all-in move. You remember, how long ago was that? More than a year ago, the previous offseason, so almost a year and a half ago now. Maybe 16 months ago, 17 months ago, when the Niners kind of out of nowhere signed Javon Hargrave, who was like the prize, at least defensively, of that free agent class. And the Niners at that point, even at that point, were already thinking about how relative little, cap maneuverability and flexibility that they had. and they go out and they sign Javon Hargrave. Not only did you sign him, you took him off the team you just lost to in the NFC Championship game. You steal him away from the Philadelphia Eagles, and you set him to a gigantic contract that no one really thought the Niners had the room or the ability to do, but they maneuvered enough and made it work, and they got him. That was an all-in move. Hasn't really paid off yet. So he's going to be a huge one for this coming season. And I think Larry's right. There is a little bit of a concern in the defensive run game. Part of that is because you're without Dre Greenlaw as well. And you got to try to figure out. Right. Yep. Hufanga's a great run stopper from the safety position. So that's going to be a spot, but it's also an example of where they've been aggressive in the past with Javon Hargrave. Hargrave's going to be a key for this year because they're going to need him to be better no matter what.
And I look forward to seeing Malik Mustafa and if he's able to slot into the Hufanga spot. And as Larry was mentioning earlier, he's a guy who profiles who could play free safety, playing deep, or strong safety, move him in the box. So you have Jair Brown. I think a guy who can be versatile for you in the secondary. So you do have pieces, and be interesting to see with a new defensive coordinator as well. It's helpful to have Brandon Staley there, a guy who's a veteran in the coaching world, but a lot of changes on that defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, what's interesting is Nick Sorensen, who's the DC for the Niners, promoted this offseason. He was already on the staff. He told us that Staley, who comes over from the Chargers after he was fired as their head coach, Staley was previously the DC of the Rams. Very good job as the DC of the Rams. He's going to be up in the booth. So he's going to be in the press box area watching the games from up high. And the DC, Nick Sorensen, is going to be on the sideline, which is interesting because if you remember last year, there was all of the drama about Steve Wilkes being up in the booth to begin the season, and it wasn't going great. Shanahan basically demanded he come back down to the sideline, and Steve Wilkes gives the famous, I'm kind of built for this, and obviously then he got fired, and we make fun of that line all the time now. But there's a possibility we might have a little bit of an awkward relationship between Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley because Staley's far his superior in terms of positions that he's held in the NFL before.
Experience for sure.
Sorensen is a rookie as a DC, and Staley's already been a head coach and a DC in his career. Now he's not even the DC here.
Right. And the early reports are that they are working very well together and that Staley is deferring to Sorensen, and he's really working mostly with the secondary. You've heard a couple of the guys in the secondary rave already about Staley. And
Lenore called him like the Shanahan of the defense.
Which is great. Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be a controversy in the DC. Ultimately, if you have a more veteran guy who can support the new DC, then your organization's very strong.
Yeah. 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line says they added Malik Collins for run stop. That's true. Malik Collins came over from the Texans, and he's a big body you throw there in the middle, and he should be able to help the run defense as well. But I still think that's potentially a weakness for the Niners this season. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Nibs. We got one more segment coming up for you before we say bye for the day. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard today. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
Ramona Shelburne, that was Ramona Shelburne. She always comes on and she's hesitant to say something spicy because she knows that we're going to tweet it out, maybe get her in some trouble.
Right, yeah.
Haven't heard a lot of basketball news lately. Maybe something's cooking. We're getting close.
5 days, right?
August 6th is the day that Lauri Markkanen can sign an extension. It's the day that he first can sign an extension with the Utah Jazz, and that's an important date because if he does sign that extension and if he's going to be traded at some point this coming season, he would have to be signed on that first day that it is eligible for him to be extended. If he does not sign on that day and he later gets extended, he cannot be traded and he will be a member of the Jazz for at least the full coming season. So I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that early next week here on 95.7 The Game and on Willard and Dibs. When Willard is back, it's Mark Randy alongside Dan Dibley right now here on 95.7 The Game. And Dibs, we have the Olympics on in the studio right now. We've got the Hall of Fame game on. It's 10-0 Texans early in the second quarter. Your under bet, not dead.
Oh, it's looking shaky.
It's not looking great.
41.5, not great.
Yeah, they're already basically a third of the way there, and you've still got almost the whole second quarter to go, but you never know. You get the fourth string scrubs into the second half. Maybe the offenses can't do anything. We'll see.
Good news is I have the over in France Angola team handball.
Oh.
I got it at 56.5. This game's about 8 hours old. It's not even funny, but
oh yeah, it's not even live.
We are enjoying some team handball, women's team handball from the Olympics.
Yeah, you know everything about this sport. I'm relatively new to it, but
I used to run a summer camp with a guy named Jean-Marc Schaefer. He's a Frenchman, and so one of the games we would play with the kids, he called it American ball because in America we have handball, which is the game where you have the glove on and you hit the ball against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
That's handball. This is actually called team handball, but we would play this game with the kids outdoor on the grass with like a smaller dodgeball, and it was the most fun game you could play with kids.
It does look fun.
You know, it's basically water polo meets soccer with a dash of good old-fashioned WWE.
There's a lot of pushing.
You can light somebody up, no doubt.
Shove them to the hard floor. But what we have on the other TV is the Hall of Fame game, and we've seen now a few examples of the new kickoff in the NFL. It looks so weird. Have you seen any of them yet?
Yeah, both of them.
It's so weird the way this kickoff works. So the ball is placed at the normal spot, the opposing 35-yard line. All kicking team players, other than the kicker, line up with 1 foot on the receiving team's 40-yard line. So on the other side of the field from where the ball is being kicked, and the kicker cannot cross the 50-yard line until the ball touches the ground or player in the landing zone. The 10 kicking team players cannot move until the ball either hits the ground or the player in the landing zone or the end zone. The landing zone, I think, is what?
The goal line to the 20, I think.
The 20-yard line?
And the kick has to go into that landing zone. If not, it's an automatic, they get it at the 40.
Crazy. So essentially, the goal here is to minimize the crazy head-on collisions that happen in kickoffs. So you have the gunners on the kickoff team lined up much closer to where the receiving team is going to get it, but they can't start moving until the receiving team essentially has caught the ball. The kickoff is the most violent and destructive in terms of players' health play in the game of football. So they're trying to make it a little safer. But it is very, very weird to see, and it's going to take a little bit to get used to that. It was strange to see that when these teams came out to kick off this game. I was taken aback, even though I know the rule was changed. I kind of forgot about it, and it looks way, 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 way different than any other kickoff we've ever seen.
It does, and they're also trying to promote more returns. And so, last year I think they had the lowest rate of kickoff returns
and just fair
in
catch.
history. Yeah, too many and just automatic touchbacks. And so now, if the kick hits in the end zone, it automatically comes out to the 30. So they're incentivizing kickers to kick it short of the goal line, promoting more returns. And same thing if the kick goes out of the back of the end zone, they get it at the 30. And if the kick does not get to the landing zone, then the receiving team gets it at the 40. much like a kick out of bounds. So they're making it so kickers have to put the ball in play, and as soon as the receiver catches it, then you get a 10-on-10 grapple where, the blockers and the kicking team, they all can kind of, have their skirmish, and then the returner has to come up and get through that mass of humanity.
And the other rule change that the NFL recently announced is, you saw what they did to onside kicks?
Yeah, you have to declare it now.
You have to, first of all, you have to declare it so you can't surprise anybody. It also can only happen in the fourth quarter of games. And you can only do it if you're behind. You can't do it if you're ahead. And even if you were ahead and they allowed you to do it, you had to tell the other team that I'm kicking onside. Right. It makes no sense.
Well, the onside kick is basically dead, is what they're telling you.
And previous rule changes kind of killed it in the first place.
Right.
Because it's so rare to recover an onside kick, even if you do catch a team by surprise.
Yeah. And that, again, was kind of a safety reason, because before you could put all 10 guys on one side and kick one of those high hoppers, and you'd send 2 or 3 guys forward to just blast away, create some space for your recover player to come in and try to get it. So I understand why they limited it to, I think it was 5 people per side.
Yeah.
And so they really did kind of inhibit your ability to get it anyway. But the whole idea of the surprise onside kick, when a team comes out to start the second half, they're going onside.
I remember the Super Bowl between the Saints and the Colts. Sean Payton, the Saints, leading the Saints at the time, opens up the second half. I forget if they were ahead or they behind. It was at least a close game. But the biggest play of that